Chapter 1, Termination in Public. You are just a power bank. Jiangcheng University, Open Air Gymnasium. The place was bustling with people and the heat was overwhelming. Tens of thousands of students gathered here, their eyes fixed on the figures on the rostrum who were attracting much attention. Today is the annual National College League swearing-in ceremony. And in the center of the rostrum, the focus of the spotlight belongs to Jiangcheng University's ace teen Yaoguang. Su Chen stood at the edge of the rostrum in the darkest part of the light, but his mood was as passionate as the atmosphere at the scene. His eyes followed the four graceful figures in the center of the team closely, filled with pride. That's his teammate. He had spent a whole year cultivating these four goddesses from among countless geniuses. The captain, Ling Bingyao, has an S-level ice talent. Ice Emperor arrives. She wears a white dress and has a temperament as cold as the ice lotus on the top of the snow-capped mountain. She is recognized as the #1 campus beauty in Jiangcheng University. The swordsman, Xiao Qingying, has an A-level sword talent, unparalleled sword heart. He carries an ancient sword on his back, looks heroic, and has a sharpness between his eyebrows that is no less than that of men. The assassin, Lu Ruyan, has an A-level spatial talent, Shadow Shuttle. She wears a tight black combat uniform that outlines a breathtaking curve. She always stands silently in the shadows, like a dangerous black rose. Auxiliary, Bai Mingli, has a level healing talent, Sacred Heart Gospel, a sweet smile, and a gentle temperament. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. Any one of these four girls, if picked out individually, is a gifted girl who is enough to cause a sensation. And now, they form a team. A team that was personally nurtured by him, Su Chen. A year ago, although they were extremely talented, they were only considered excellent in Jiangcheng University, which was full of strong students. It was Su Chen who awakened the unique S-level auxiliary talent, Spiritual Power Link. He shared his spiritual power with them without reservation, helping them to temper their bodies, purify their spiritual power, and deduce their skills. He stayed up all night studying the talents of each of them and formulating the most perfect growth path for them. He even used 10 times the training feedback to push his level and spiritual strength to a terrifying level far beyond his peers, just to provide them with better quality milk. For a whole year, he was like the most dedicated nanny. Finally, these four pieces of rough jade were polished into dazzling diamonds. Today's Yaoguang team has dominated the entire Jiangcheng University and is known as one of the biggest dark horses in this national league. And today, it is the moment for them, and for him, to enjoy glory. Next, please welcome the pride of Jiangcheng University, the captain of the Yaoguang team, Ling Bingyao, to the stage to speak. The principal's voice was transmitted throughout the audience through the microphone, instantly triggering thunderous applause and cheers. Goddess Bingyao. I love you. Team Yaoguang. #1 in the world. Amidst the roar of thunder and waves, Ling Bingyao walked lightly to the podium. Her flawless face, as always, was filled with a cold and distant look, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. Su Chen's heartbeat was accelerating. He was looking forward to Ling Bingyao mentioning his name in her speech. Even just one sentence. Just saying thanks to our assistant Su Chen is enough. However, Ling Bingyao's cold gaze swept across the entire audience, but did not stay in his direction for even a second. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was as clear as an ice spring. Thank you to the school, thank you to the teachers, and thank you to all the students who support Yaoguang. With the National League coming up, we have made a difficult decision to help Yaoguang go further and achieve better results. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened. An ominous premonition emerged from the bottom of my heart without any warning. Ling Bingyao paused, then finally turned her gaze to him. But there was no gratitude or comradeship in those eyes. There was only a cold, condescending indifference. It was like looking at an insignificant stranger. I hereby announce that, effective today, the Yaoguang team will officially terminate its contract with support player Su Chen. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in Su Chen's mind, and everything went blank. Cancel the contract? Did he hear it wrong? The entire gymnasium fell into deathly silence at this moment. Everyone was stunned by this sudden news. What followed was a huge uproar. What's going on? Changing players at the last minute? Who is Su Chen? Isn't the Yaoguang team always composed of 4 people? I know. It's that S-level talent support called Spiritual Power Link. I heard it can share spiritual power with teammates. Holy crap! Even an S-level talent gets kicked out? What a joke! Amidst countless discussions, Xiao Qingying, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Mangli also stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ling Bingyao, expressing their common stance. Spotlight swept over Su Chen in unison. For the first time, he was pushed from the edge of the stage to the most dazzling center. But this time, it's not about sharing the glory, but to undergo a public trial. Su Chen felt like his blood was about to freeze. He looked at the four familiar yet unfamiliar faces and asked with a dry throat, "Why?" Ling Bingyao didn't even bother to answer him in person. Bai Mangli, who was standing beside her, took a step forward at the right time, with a programmed expression of apology and tenderness on her face. "Su Chen, I hope you understand us. Although your talent, spiritual link, is S rank, its effect is too limited." Her words were soft, but they were like knives, piercing Su Chen's heart precisely. "You can only provide us with spiritual power, like a power bank. But in a real game, what we need is a teammate who can fight side by side with us, not a support staff who can only watch from behind." Power bank. Logistics staff. Su Chen's body shook. It turns out that all his efforts over the past year were just a power bank in their eyes? Xiao Qingying also spoke, her voice as cold and hard as her sword. "Su Chen, my sword needs to be sharpened in battle, not always rely on the spiritual power of others. Your existence has already influenced my swordsmanship." Lu Ruyan simply crossed her arms and added coldly, "Your combat awareness can't keep up with ours." Sentence after sentence was like a hammer hitting Su Chen's chest. He felt like he was almost out of breath. He wanted to retort, to question. "I want to ask them, without him as a power bank, would their spiritual power be half as pure as it is now? Without him as a logistics staff, could their skills proficiency improve so quickly? Without him, how can they compete in the National League?" But when he opened his mouth, no word came out. Because Ling Bingyao finally spoke. She looked at Su Chen with a trace of undisguised pity in her eyes. "Su Chen, the fact is, you have become Yao Guang's biggest weakness. Without us, you wouldn't even qualify for the National League. So, stop holding us back, okay?" These words completely shattered the last bit of fantasy in Su Chen's heart. Holding back. It turned out that he was the one who was holding back. He looked at the powerful and pure spiritual power fluctuations on their bodies, every strand of which was tainted with his, Su Chen's, aura. He looked at the natural indifference on their faces. He suddenly didn't want to ask anymore. "I don't have the energy to be angry anymore." The emotions surging in my chest strangely subsided at this moment. Instead, there was a bone-chilling coldness. He smiled. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people and under the cold spotlight, he looked at the four goddesses in front of him whom he had personally held in his hands and laughed softly. "Oh. He. The laughter was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the silent venue. "Good." Su Chen looked at them, nodded slowly, and said only one word. Then he raised his hand and slashed it across the air. A contract made of spiritual power, emitting a faint glow, appeared out of thin air. On it are the names of 5 people. There are 4 brilliant threads of spiritual power connecting Su Chen's name with the other 4 names. You. Ling Bingyao's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't expect Su Chen to be so straightforward. In their expectations, he should be angry, unwilling, questioning, and even begging. They even prepared their response. But he didn't. He just smiled. They laughed so hard that they felt a little uneasy. "As you wish." Su Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched the 4 spiritual power threads connecting each other. From now on. Swish. The 4 silk threads broke with a sound. The spiritual light curtain representing the contract shattered in an instant, turning into light spots all over the sky and dissipating into the air. Su Chen looked at them, enunciating each word in a voice that only the 5 of them could hear. "You are no longer qualified to use even a trace of the spiritual power I left in your bodies. I wish you a bright future." After saying this, he no longer looked at their expressions that changed drastically in an instant. He turned around and walked down the podium step by step amid tens of thousands of astonished, shocked, pitying, and mocking gazes from the audience. His back is lonely, yet straight. Chapter 2 Public Opinion Storm. Killing and destroying the heart. Every step down from the podium felt like walking on the edge of a knife. The gazes around me were like countless invisible needles, piercing from all directions. Pity, ridicule, gloating, contempt. The whispers, like mosquitoes and flies on a summer night, buzzed into his ears. How pitiful. Even if he has S-level talent, he still got kicked out. Serves him right. As a support, he's definitely holding the team back. He has no self-awareness. This is a wise move by Team Yaoguang. Only by getting rid of the burden can they fly higher. Look at him, he's like a lost dog. It makes me laugh to death. Su Chen had an expressionless face and looked straight ahead as he walked through the crowd step by step. He could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was violently rioting because of the forced severance of the four links. Like a flood bursting through a dam, it rushed through his meridians. S-level talent, spiritual power link, every bit of spiritual power shared is closely related to his origin. Over the past year, the spiritual power he had transferred out had already built an indestructible spiritual power foundation in the bodies of the four girls. That is the secret to their rapid growth in strength. This is also the fundamental reason why they can unleash their A-level talents to power far beyond their peers. Now, he cut off the foundation with his own hands. For them, it is like cutting off the fuel supply. For him, it is also a backlash like scraping the bone to cure the poison. A fishy and sweet taste rose to his throat, but he forced himself to swallow it. His face became paler and paler. Su Chen straightened his back and didn't let anyone notice that he was abnormal. He just walked. Get away from this disgusting place as soon as possible. On the rostrum. The moment Su Chen turned and left, the expressions of Ling Bingyao and the other three all changed slightly. An indescribable feeling of emptiness suddenly came from the depths of their spiritual core. It's like a piece of an important organ in the body has been forcibly dug out. They could clearly sense that the basic spiritual power injected by Su Chen, which had long been integrated with their own spiritual power and was extremely pure, was dissipating rapidly at a terrifying speed. The total amount of spiritual power and recovery speed that they were proud of, which far exceeded that of their peers, were visibly declining. How so? They had anticipated the consequences of terminating the contract, which was simply that they would no longer be able to enjoy Su Chen's spiritual power sharing. But they never expected that even the inventory accumulated in the past year would be liquidated. Doesn't this mean that at least half of their rapid growth over the past year has been instantly reduced to their original state? Bing Yao. The color drained from Bai Mengli's face, and her voice trembled slightly. Ling Bingyao's eyes also flashed with panic for a moment, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. She clenched her fists, her cold nails digging deep into her palms. Don't panic. We must not let anyone notice anything at this time. She took a deep breath and glanced at the other three with cold eyes. That look seemed to be saying, hold on. Now, they and Su Chen are in a situation of life and death. Once the truth about their declining strength is exposed, they will become the laughingstock of the whole school just like Su Chen. They can't afford to lose. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Ling Bingyao turned back to the microphone, her voice still cold and steady. Next, I will announce the new members of the Yaoguang team. She used the announcement of more important news to forcibly cover up her recent gaffe and divert everyone's attention. Su Chen returned to the dormitory with heavy steps. Push open the door. The three roommates who were originally talking and laughing loudly in the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Three pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time, with complicated expressions. There was sympathy, but more of it was alienation and a hint of embarrassment. Brother Chen, you're back. A roommate greeted dryly. No one asked him how he was. No one comforted him. Su Chen said nothing, walked silently to his bed and pulled the curtain. Isolate yourself from the whole world. He lay in bed, feeling the spiritual power still surging in his body and the waves of pain coming from his heart. He closed his eyes and kept replaying the scene at the oath-taking ceremony in his mind. Ling Bingyao's indifference. Xia Qingying's determination. Lu Ruyan's reality. And Bai Mengli's most hurtful sentence power bank. He. 1 year. We spent a whole year together, day and night, and were very open with each other. This is what I got in return. Su Chen just felt like a complete fool. Buzz. The personal terminal next to the pillow vibrated. Su Chen picked it up subconsciously. It is a special attention push from the college's internal forum. In just over 10 minutes, a post was pushed to the most prominent position on the homepage, with a striking word explosion following the title. A tearful article. Exposing the S-rank parasite who attempted to kidnap Team Yaoguang, Su Chen. Su Chen's breathing stopped the moment he saw this title. His fingers, trembling slightly from the exertion, clicked on the post. Posted by Anonymous. But the content of the post is full of the familiar for everyone's good green tea flavor. Hello everyone, I'm a member of the Yagwon team. I'm sure you all saw what happened at today's oath-taking ceremony. Many people don't understand, and some even think we're cold-blooded. But do you know the truth? Do you know how much pressure we've endured over the past year? We admit that Su Chen's S-level talent is very strong. But his mentality has been wrong from the beginning. He treats us as his own private property and is extremely controlling. He doesn't allow us to interact with any other male classmates. Instead of striving for improvement in combat, he's devoted all his energy to kidnap us. He's threatened us with severing our spiritual connection more than once, forcing us to agree to his unreasonable demands. We've endured for a year, and we've really reached our limit. The league is coming up, and we can't joke with everyone's future. We chose to terminate the contract, and it took tremendous courage to get rid of this parasite and to be able to freely pursue our dreams. Confusing right and wrong. So shameless. Below the post, several screenshots of chat records were attached in a serious manner. These were all daily conversations in which Su Chen showed concern for their training and reminded them to rest. However, it was maliciously interpreted by the poster as control and harassment. For example, Su Chen's post, "Don't train too late, take care of yourself," was circled and labeled, "Look, trying to control our schedule again." For example, Su Chen's post, "There's an auction of lightning magic cores tomorrow. It's good for your talent, Bing Yao. I'll keep an eye out for you," was interpreted as using small favors to try to emotionally blackmail someone. This fucking not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. Not only do they want to kick him out, they also want to portray him as a clown with bad character, low ability, and a stubborn nature. Su Chen stared at the screen intently, his eyes were bloodshot and almost bursting from his sockets. He saw it. I saw the comments that flooded in like a tide under the post. Oh my god. Shocking news. So Su Chen is this kind of person? I'm vomiting. What a lousy man in the world. He thinks he's so great just because he's S rank? I feel sorry for the goddesses. They have been pooed by this kind of people for a whole year. It's so miserable. I was wondering why Yaoguan kicked him out. Turns out he's a real cancer. Well done. So satisfying. I suggest that the school expel this person with questionable character. Don't let him tarnish the reputation of our Jiangda University. Public opinion has become completely one-sided. Su Chen's chest heaved violently, and a hoarse sound came from his throat, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. He wanted to scream, to argue. But he knew it was useless. Whatever he says now will only be regarded as a sophistry made out of anger and shame. Crack. A crisp sound. The hard alloy shell of the personal terminal in his hand was cracked by his force. Su Chen closed his eyes and stopped looking at the dirty words. Anger, humiliation, sadness, countless emotions collided and exploded in his chest. For a long time. When he opened his eyes again, all the emotions in them had faded away. There was only a bottomless, cold silence. He didn't visit the forum again. Instead, he opened a folder hidden deep in the college database, a folder that almost no one cared about. The name of the folder only has 4 characters. Forbidden Abyss. Chapter 3 Forbidden Abyss, the only way to survive. The bed curtains blocked out the outside light. It also blocks out those harsh and disgusting discussions. Su Chen lay in the darkness, motionless, like a body without a soul. But his confused brain was working at full speed. Is it over? Just like that, carrying the stigma and being eliminated like a clown? No. He is unwilling to accept it. Why? Why did his year-long hard work result in betrayal and slander? Why can those 4 women who stepped on him to get to the top continue to enjoy flowers and applause, while he will be trampled into the mud and never be able to get up again? The flames of anger once again burned from his cold silence. Only this time, the flames were no longer a scorching red. But it is a deep black color with a breath of destruction. He wants revenge. Those 4 women must pay the heaviest price for what they did today. But how can I take revenge? The contract has been terminated. His greatest support, the 4 top fighters he had personally nurtured, were now standing against him. And he himself is just an auxiliary. An auxiliary device defined by everyone as a power bank. No matter how strong his total spiritual power is or how high his level is, without combat skills and martial spirits, he cannot even beat a combat system with D-level talent in the arena. The rules of the National League are that you must register as a team. Now, the Yaoguang team has abandoned him and the whole school is laughing at him. Who else would be willing to team up with him, a parasite in cancer? There is none left. All the roads are blocked. This seems to be an unsolvable dead end. Su Chen's breathing became heavy, and it felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest. In this almost suffocating despair, a piece of information that he had ignored for a long time flashed through his mind like lightning. Spiritual link, talent description. He still remembers clearly the information that was directly imprinted in his mind when he awakened his talent. S-level talent, spiritual power link. You can sign a spiritual power contract with any target, sharing your own spiritual power. Based on the contractor's combat, training, and other behaviors, you will receive 10 times the training feedback. The maximum number of links is 4. It was this explanation that made him embark on the path of being a super dad without hesitation. He focused his talents on sharing spiritual power and tenfold feedback. The former can quickly improve the strength of teammates, and the latter can make his own strength grow rapidly, thus forming a virtuous circle. He thought that this was all there was to S-level talent. But it seems not. Su Chen remembered that at the end of that core description, there was a very small and inconspicuous line of notes. At that time, he was anxious to find his teammates, so he just glanced at it and didn't take it seriously. That line of notes reads. Su Chen suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes flashing with astonishing light. He remembered. Note, the lower the target's intelligence and the more primitive and pure their nature, the higher the compatibility of the spiritual power link. The sharing effect and training feedback efficiency will be increased exponentially. At the same time, there is a very low probability of unlocking the ultimate form of this talent. The lower the level of wisdom, the more primitive and pure the nature is. A geometric increase. The ultimate form. These words, like thunder, exploded wildly in Su Chen's mind. What did he do before? He chose 4 proud daughters of heaven as the linking objects. Human beings are the most intelligent creatures in the world. As for Ling Bingyao and the other 4, they are outstanding people. Each one has a more complicated mind, more proud than the other, and more realistic than the other. Their nature has long been wrapped in various desires, ambitions, and calculations, becoming turbid. He used his top-level S-level talent to link 4 of the most incompatible targets. The effect is so amazing. What if he was linking 4 targets with extremely low intelligence and primitive and pure nature? How terrifying would the amplification effect be? An extremely crazy idea suddenly emerged from the ruins of his almost dead spirit without any warning. Why, can't he connect with the martial spirit? Moreover, it was the most brutal, irrational, and murderous beast? As soon as this idea came into his mind, it was like lighting a powder keg, instantly setting off a huge wave in his mind. Yes. What could be more primitive and pure than those ancient beasts imprisoned in the forbidden abyss, with only the most primitive bloodthirstiness and killing instincts left? Su Chen opened the folder that he had ignored for a long time almost in a panic. Forbidden Abyss. This is one of Jiangcheng University's special teaching facilities. A broken extra-dimensional space connected to an ancient battlefield, which imprisons countless terrifying beasts that ravaged the earth in ancient times and were later suppressed by powerful humans. The school regards it as an ultimate testing ground, open to all students. But only a few dare to go in. Because that is the real place of death. The ferocious beasts in the abyss are violent, bloodthirsty, and completely irrational. They will attack any living thing without stopping. Moreover, the environment inside the abyss is extremely harsh, filled with violent and complex primitive spiritual power. Ordinary students who stay in it for a long time may even be eroded by the spiritual power, causing their own spiritual power to be disordered and even their talents to be downgraded. Therefore, the Forbidden Abyss is also called the Genius Incinerator by students. Only those who are desperate or extremely self-important lunatics will choose to enter and seek that elusive opportunity. Su Chen stared at every word on the document. Violent and complex primitive spiritual power? This is poison to others, but to him, it may be the supreme tonic. His spiritual power link can share spiritual power. Conversely, can it also be used to filter and absorb these raw spiritual powers through the link? If only it were possible. To him, the Forbidden Abyss was not a genius incinerator, but heaven. It is a chance tailor-made for him, the only chance to make a comeback. Su Chen's breathing became extremely rapid, and his heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. He doesn't care about any danger or life-threatening situations. He has nothing now. I only have one life left, what is there to be afraid of? Better than being laughed at and despised by the outside world, and living in humiliation like a dog. He would rather die in the forbidden abyss. At the very least, before he dies, he should drag those 4 women with him to hell together. This thought, like a black seed, took root and sprouted wildly in his heart. He closed the school forum, closed all social media apps, and ignored the hundreds of taunts and insults. In his eyes, there was only the map of Forbidden Abyss that was full of dangerous marks. And those red areas marked as extremely dangerous on the map. There lies his hope of a comeback. Those ancient beasts feared by the world. Su Chen stood up and opened the bed curtain. In the dormitory, his roommates were still whispering about something, but when they saw him come out, they immediately shut up. Su Chen ignored them. He walked straight to his locker and took out all his savings, a crystal card with 30,000 credit points. This was the money he had saved by living frugally and working various part-time jobs over the past year. He had originally intended to use it to update the equipment for the Yaoguang team before the league. Now, just in time. He needed to buy some essential items to enter the abyss. Dry food, medicine, and a personal accident insurance with the maximum limit. In the beneficiary column, he thought about it and finally filled in the name of the orphanage that raised him. After doing all this, Su Chen turned around and walked out of the dormitory without any reluctance. Outside the door, it was dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched his shadow very long behind him. He didn't look back. He walked straight towards the huge black vortex located in the most remote corner of the academy, which was shrouded in thick fog all year round and exuded an ominous aura. There is the entrance to the Forbidden Abyss. It is also Su Chen's only way to survive. Chapter 4, Go deep into the abyss, and your talent will change. The entrance to the Forbidden Abyss is located in the back mountain of Jiangcheng University. This place is sparsely populated and overgrown with weeds. A huge black vortex with a diameter of more than 20 meters, like a black hole suspended in mid-air, slowly rotates, emitting a heart-pounding, desolate and ancient atmosphere. Around the vortex, the space was slightly distorted, the light was swallowed up, and it appeared extremely dim. This is the passage connecting reality and the ancient battlefield. Next to the entrance, there is a dilapidated wooden house. An old administrator with gray hair and wrinkled face was lying in a rocking chair, closing his eyes and humming a tuneless tune leisurely. It was as if the terrifying vortex next to it that could swallow everything was just an ordinary pond. Su Chen's arrival did not disturb him. Until Su Chen stood in front of the wooden house and said, "Teacher, I want to enter the Forbidden Abyss." The old man's humming stopped. He didn't even lift his eyelids and waved his hand lazily. "Go back, boy. This is not the place for you." His voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "I know." Su Chen's voice was calm, "but I have to go in." The old man finally opened his cloudy old eyes and looked Su Chen up and down. When he saw Su Chen's face, which still had a hint of childishness, and the ordinary student uniform on him, he curled his lips. Another young man who has been fooled by chicken soup and thinks he is the child of destiny. "Kid, I've been guarding here for 30 years and I've seen too many people like you. If 1 out of 100 people goes in and comes out intact, it would be a blessing for our ancestors. The remaining 99 will either turn into the excrement of ferocious beasts or be washed into idiots by the spiritual energy inside. Do you think you are the 1% or the 99%? The old man's words were harsh, but they were full of warnings from someone who had experienced it. Su Chen knew he meant well. He bowed slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. But I've made up my mind." The old man looked at Su Chen's calm yet bottomless eyes and fell silent. He did not see the arrogance and impulsiveness that are common among young people in those eyes. All I saw was dead silence. And, beneath the dead silence, there is burning madness. Well. The old man sighed and stopped persuading him. He picked up a black crystal board and a pen from the table next to him and threw them over. "Death warrant. It's signed. Whether we live or die, we'll leave it to fate." Su Chen took the crystal plate. There are densely packed disclaimers above. The core meaning is only one: when you enter the abyss, your life and death are your own responsibility, and it has nothing to do with the school. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the pen and wrote his name in the signature area with 2 strokes. The handwriting was illegible, but it carried an indomitable ruthlessness. "All right." He handed the crystal plate back to the old man. The old man took it, took a look at it, and shook his head, as if feeling sorry for another young life that was about to pass away. He took out a rusty remote control from his arms and pressed it. Buzz. In front of the black vortex leading to the abyss, an invisible barrier slowly dissipated. A primitive spiritual power that was 100 times denser than that in the outside world, full of violence, chaos, and bloodthirstiness, gushed out in an instant like a flood that had been opened. Su Chen was the first to be hit, and it felt like he was hit head-on by a speeding truck. Puff! He could no longer hold it back and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The skin all over the body felt like it was being pierced by countless steel needles at the same time, causing excruciating pain. The spiritual power in the meridians was instantly stimulated by this external violent energy and ran wild again. "Look!" The old man shook his head and closed his eyes again. "If you can't even withstand the spiritual energy tied at the door, you'll die if you go in." He could already foresee that within 3 seconds, the young man's meridians would be burst by the violent spiritual power and he would become a cripple. However, 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. The expected screams and sounds of people falling to the ground did not come. The old man opened his eyes in confusion. The scene before him made his calm eyes reveal a look of shock for the first time. The young man was still standing there. He was covered in a faint golden halo. The violent spiritual power that was powerful enough to tear steel apart became docile in an instant the moment it approached his body, as if it had met its nemesis. Then, like rivers flowing into the sea, strands and wisps of energy were absorbed and filtered by the golden halo, and finally turned into the purest energy, which was slowly injected into his body. Su Chen's complexion turned from pale to rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could even feel that his spiritual energy, which had just been depleted and turbulent due to the disconnection, was being quickly replenished and soothed. Not only that, his total amount of spiritual power is still growing at a slow but extremely steady rate. Done! It really works! A huge firework exploded in Su Chen's heart. His guess was confirmed. Spiritual power link, this S-level talent is far more powerful than he imagined. It can not only share spiritual power, but also absorb and transform external energy. These raw spiritual powers, which are deadly poison to others, are like mobile experience packs to him. They are a tonic. This is. The old administrator looked at the mysterious golden halo on Su Chen, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. He had been guarding for 30 years, and this was the first time he saw such a strange sight. What kind of talent does this kid have? Su Chen ignored the old man's shock. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and bowed to the old man again. Then, he turned around and without any hesitation, stepped into the bottomless dark vortex. My vision was spinning. The next second, Su Chen found himself standing on a completely new land. The sky was a strange dark red, as if it was always at dusk. The air was filled with the strong smell of sulfur and blood. Under my feet is dark brown, cracked land with no grass growing. In the distance, there are rolling black mountains that look like the back of a giant beast. The whole world is filled with a sense of desolation, deathly silence, and a dangerous atmosphere that penetrates deep into the bones. This is the forbidden abyss. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying beast roar filled with brutality and murderous intent came from the distant mountains. The pressure contained in that voice made Su Chen's soul tremble. It's a ferocious beast. There was no trace of fear in Su Chen's eyes. Instead, an unprecedented, scorching light shone. He licked his cracked lips and took a look at the direction. Then, he took a step forward and strode towards the direction where the beast's roar came from. Hunting no. It's contract time, it's here. Chapter 5 The Snipe and the Clam Fight, the 9 Netherworld Cat. In the Forbidden Abyss, there is no concept of time. In the dark red sky hangs a motionless, seemingly frozen, blood-red setting sun. Su Chen walked cautiously on the dry, dark brown ground. He used his spiritual power link talent to its fullest potential. The faint golden halo around his body not only helped him absorb the violent primordial spiritual power in the air, but also had an unexpected benefit: it perfectly concealed his breath. He was like a ghost in a ghillie suit, blending into this desolate and silent environment. The deeper you go, the stronger the smell of blood in the air becomes. After walking for about half an hour, Su Chen stopped in front of a broken corpse. It was a student wearing the uniform of another university. His body was torn in half, and his internal organs were spread all over the ground, having long since dried and turned black. His face still contained the extreme fear and unwillingness before death. Not far away, there were several broken weapons and equipment. Su Chen was silent. This is the 99% outcome that the old administrator mentioned. He was not sentimental, but just observed his surroundings more vigilantly. Keep moving forward. He saw the remains of several ferocious beasts one after another. There were giant lizards as big as hills, with holes pierced through their skulls. There were also strange birds with wings, whose wings were torn off. The battles here were far more frequent and brutal than he had imagined. Survival of the fittest. In this land forgotten by the law, there is only the most primitive killing and devouring. Sudden roar. A clearer and more shrill beast roar came from a circular valley not far ahead. Then came another roar filled with anger and pain. There is still fighting. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately lowered his body, used a huge black rock as cover, and moved forward silently. He climbed to the edge of the circular valley and carefully poked his head out. The scene below the valley made him hold his breath for a moment. In the center of the valley, two huge beasts were engaged in the bloodiest and most primitive fight. One of them was a violent demon ape that was over 10 meters tall. Its body was covered with steel-like black muscles, and its arms were thicker than Su Chen's waist. Every time it swung, it brought with it a terrifying force that could tear the air apart. Its opponent is a Cerberus that is 7 or 8 meters long, shaped like a giant wolf, but has 3 heads. 3 bloody mouths continuously spewed out highly corrosive shadow flames, burning the ground with a sizzling sound. At this moment, both beasts were at the end of their strength. One of the violent demon ape's arms was bitten off, and there was a huge claw mark on its chest, deep enough to see the bone, and blood was dripping. The 3-headed dog of hell was not having a good time either. The middle head was smashed to pieces by the powerful punch of the demon ape. Only 2 heads were left, gasping weakly, and their bodies were covered with wounds of various sizes. This was a brutal fight in which both sides suffered losses. Su Chen's heart was pounding. But he did not act rashly. Because his target was not these 2 big guys. His gaze passed over the 2 ferocious beasts that were confronting each other and fell on the other side of the battlefield. There, lying a little beast. A kitten, covered in blood and dying. To call it a cat is actually not accurate. It is a bit larger than an ordinary domestic cat, and its body is completely black without a single stray hair. Beneath the fur, one can vaguely see the smooth and explosive muscle lines. The most peculiar thing is its tail. It actually has 2 tails, like 2 long black whips, with a cluster of blue flames burning at the end of the tail. There was a crescent-shaped silver mark on its forehead, which was flickering at the moment, making it look extremely weak. 9 Netherworld Cat. This name instantly appeared in Su Chen's mind. This was something he had seen in the database, an extremely rare, top-level assassin-type beast with the bloodline of the ancient Hades. The adult 9 Nether Cat is a natural king of the night, able to travel between the underworld and reality, and kill people without being seen. Its potential is even not inferior to some mythical martial spirits. However, this ferocious beast has long been extinct in the main world, and only in the deepest part of the Forbidden Abyss can one find any trace of it. Su Chen never expected that he would meet him not long after he entered the abyss. Moreover, it's a cub. It seems that the violent demon ape and the 3-headed dog of hell are fighting to the death for this cub with infinite potential. The 9 Netherworld cat cub was also severely injured in the aftermath of the battle between the 2 ferocious beasts and was on the verge of death. This is simply a godsend. Su Chen's breathing became rapid. Although his S-level talent, spiritual power link, is powerful, it cannot be linked to just any target. It requires an opportunity. Or, the other party accepts it willingly. Or, establish a forced link when the opponent is at his weakest mentally and has the lowest will to resist. And the dying 9 Nether Cat in front of him is undoubtedly the perfect contract object. Roar! Down in the valley, the final battle broke out. The violent demon ape launched a final charge with its only remaining arm. The 3-headed hellhound also dragged its broken body to meet the attack. Boom! With a dull thud, the demon ape's fist completely smashed the last head of the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog's sharp claws also pierced the demon ape's heart. The 2 huge monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, maintaining a posture of mutual destruction, and completely lost their life. The entire valley fell silent in an instant. Only the 9 netherworld cat cub was left lying in a pool of blood, still gasping weakly. The crescent mark on its forehead had dimmed to the extreme, as if it would go out at any moment. Now is the time. Su Chen no longer hesitated. He jumped down from behind the rock, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and walked towards the dying 9 nether cat step by step. The little guy seemed to have noticed his approach. It raised its head with difficulty, and there was no fear or pleading in its dark blue eyes. There is only a kind of ferocity and arrogance that comes from deep in the blood, which does not diminish in the slightest even in desperate situations. It let out an extremely weak but threatening growl towards Su Chen. Hiss ha! It seemed as if it was warning the uninvited guest not to come near. Su Chen stopped and looked at it. He knew that if he got any closer, this unyielding little beast would most likely detonate its own spiritual power core before dying, and perish with him. He can't wait any longer. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. Golden light gathered in his palm. S-level talent, spiritual power link. Start up. Chapter 6 Contract success. Ultimate form, synchronization. The golden spiritual light ball slowly rotated in Su Chen's palm. This is not his own spiritual power. Rather, it is the purest and most original abyss spiritual power that was transformed through his talent after he entered the abyss. The bloodline is from the same source as the 9 netherworld cat. Don't be afraid, little one. Su Chen's voice was very soft, and he conveyed a hint of goodwill through his mental power. I'm not here to hurt you. Submit to me, and I will give you a new life. As he spoke, he slowly pushed the golden ball of spiritual light over. Roar! The 9 nether cat felt that familiar and pure energy, but the arrogance in its blood made it issue a final warning. It struggled to stand up, but it didn't even have the strength to move its claws. Su Chen no longer hesitated. He made up his mind and pressed the ball of golden spiritual power directly onto the crescent mark on the forehead of the 9 nether cat that was about to go out. Spiritual power link. Forced activation. Buzz. An invisible mental shock instantly exploded in Su Chen's mind. Before his eyes, an ancient battlefield with mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear. A terrifying giant cat, as big as a mountain, pitch black in body, standing on netherworld fire, with 9 huge tails behind it that blocked out the sky, was looking down at him coldly with a pair of golden vertical pupils that looked indifferent to all living beings. That is the imprint of the will of the ancient Hades god, which comes from deep within the 9 nether cat's bloodline. How dare tiny humans covet the blood of God? Roll! A cold and majestic thought, like a hammer of divine punishment, smashed hard into Su Chen's spiritual core. If it were anyone else, even an A-level talent with strong mental power, their soul would be crushed into pieces by this terrifying will at this moment. But Su Chen is not. His talent is S-level, spiritual power link. It is an existence that transcends most of the rules of this world. Give me the link. Su Chen's eyes were red as he was madly using his talent. He poured all the original spiritual power he had absorbed into it without reservation. That pure, homogeneous energy was like a sweet spring in the desert, precisely pouring onto the 9 nether cat's life source that was about to dry up. Ah! In my mind, the image of the giant cat standing tall and upright let out a roar that was a mixture of pain and comfort. The divine punishment will began to loosen. To it, Su Chen's spirit was like an ant trying to provoke a dragon. But the food that Su Chen brought was the most delicious and nutritious dragon liver and phoenix marrow that it could not resist. Reason told it to crush the ant. But the instinct of survival makes it desire more food. On one side is proud dignity, on the other side is the hope of survival. The two are fighting fiercely. Su Chen could feel that his mental strength was being consumed rapidly, and his head was aching like needles. But he gritted his teeth and didn't back down at all. He knew that this was the most critical moment. Success or failure depends on this one move. It's not enough. Su Chen roared, and extracted a part of his original S-level spiritual power, mixed it with the original spiritual power, and poured it over. If we say that the original spiritual power is a delicious meal, then, the original spiritual power of Su Chen's S-level talent is the supreme elixir that contains the laws of heaven and earth. The moment this spiritual power was injected, the resistance in the 9 nether cat's bloodline collapsed. The giant cat phantom that stood tall and proud let out a satisfied sigh and slowly dissipated. Instead, there was a kitten-like feeling of intimacy filled with admiration and dependence. Next second, a series of system prompts popped up in Su Chen's mind like a screen full of messages. Link target 9 Nether cat juvenile detected. Target intelligence level, extremely low. Target nature, original and pure. Link compatibility, perfect. Establishing spiritual power link. Link successful. Based on perfect compatibility, talent effect amplification, tenfold. Based on the perfect fit, the training feedback efficiency is increased by 10 times. Warning. Detected that the host has achieved a perfect connection with the original creature, meeting the hidden conditions. The ultimate form of S-level talent, spiritual link, is being unlocked. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the ultimate ability synchronization. Done. It really worked. Su-Chen felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. But he looked at the dying 9 Nether cat in front of him. Under the nourishment of his spiritual power, its wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the crescent mark on its forehead was shining again. All that was left in his heart was endless ecstasy. He succeeded. He subdued this ancient beast with infinite potential. Moreover, the feedback efficiency and talent effects have all increased tenfold. This means that from now on, the benefits of this kitten's training that he can gain from just running or rolling around will be equivalent to what Ling Bingyao and the others would gain from a day of hard fighting. This is the correct way to unlock S-level talents. Su-Chen was shaking with excitement. However, this is not the end. It's synchronization. That legendary ultimate form. Su-Chen suppressed his excitement and immediately checked the instructions about synchronization. Ultimate ability, synchronization. The host can synchronize consciousness and form with any linked target. Consciousness synchronization. The host can temporarily take over the body of the linked target, gaining all of its senses and combat instincts. Form synchronization. The host can arm the linked target with itself. Based on the linked target's racial characteristics and abilities, it obtains the corresponding synchronized form and temporarily possesses some of its power and all of its skills. Boom! Thunder exploded in Su-Chan's mind again. He was completely confused. Take over the body? Armed? Get synchronized form? This fucking... Isn't this a fusion transformation? As an auxiliary, how could he merge with the contracted martial spirit? Is this still called assistance? This is a fucking boss template. Su-Chen looked at his character panel. Name, Su-Chen. Talent, S-level spiritual link ultimate form. Level 12. Spiritual power, 1582,200 slowly recovering. Link object 149 Nethercat unnamed. Capabilities, sharing, feedback tenfold, synchronization. Su-Chen's eyes were fixed on the word synchronization. A thought came to his mind. Synchronous. Please select synchronization mode, consciousness synchronization, morphology synchronization. Morphological synchronization. Synchronizing form with the linked target, 9 Nether cat. Synchronous start. The moment the words fell, the 9 Netherworld cat, which had just recovered some strength and was rubbing its little head against his trouser leg affectionately, suddenly turned into a stream of dark blue light and instantly disappeared into his body. Next second. Ah! An indescribable, soul-tearing pain came from every part of Su-Chen's body. His body seemed to be torn apart and reassembled by a violent force. His bones were crackling and his muscles were stretching inch by inch. Two sharp, furry black cat ears suddenly popped out from the top of his head. Behind him, two long black tails burning with dark blue flames suddenly pulled out and lashed the ground fiercely, leaving 2 charred whip marks. His nails became black and sharp, shining with a metallic luster. The pair of pupils turned into cat-like, captivating golden vertical pupils. An ancient, ferocious, yet elegant aura of terror burst out from his body. Su-Chen lowered his head, looked at his hands that had completely turned into sharp claws, and felt the spiritual power in his body that had surged several times and was full of destructive power. He felt that he could smash a mountain with just one punch. This is the synchronized form. This is Su-Chen's true power. Roar! Just as Su-Chen was immersed in this unprecedented powerful force, a greedy and violent roar came from the entrance of the valley. A larger, carrion vulture, which exuded a foul odor, was attracted by the smell of blood here. Its cloudy eyes stared at the corpses of the 2 high-level ferocious beasts on the ground, and its saliva flowed greedily. Then, it saw Su-Chen. A half-orc with cat ears and a cat tail. In its simple mind, this strange creature was also here to steal food. The carrion vulture let out a sharp scream, flapped its huge wings, and swooped down towards Su-Chen with a fishy wind. Chapter 7 Netherworld Stab, First Battle Instant Kill. A fishy wind blows in my face. The carrion vulture's huge, hook-like claws rapidly enlarged in Su-Chen's golden vertical pupils. Before synchronization, facing this level of attack, Su-Chen's only choice was to wait for death. But now, his body reacts even faster than his brain. At the moment when the sharp claws were about to tear his throat, Su-Chen's body suddenly leaned back, and at a strange angle that ordinary people could never do and violated the laws of physics, he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. At the same time, the two black cat tails behind him, like two poisonous snakes with life, lashed the base of the wings of the carrion vulture from the left and right. Snap! Snap! Two crisp explosions. The carrion vulture let out a painful scream, and its huge body lost balance due to the injury to its wings, and it staggered forward several steps. Good opportunity. Before this thought even flashed through Su-Chen's mind, his body had already turned into a black afterimage and instantly stuck close to the side of the carrion vulture. His right hand, which had turned into a sharp claw, grabbed the vulture's relatively vulnerable abdomen with a scream that tore through the air. Swish! 5 claw marks deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared on the body of the carrion vulture. The smelly blood and broken internal organs immediately flowed out. Is this my body? It was not until this moment that Su-Chen's brain reacted belatedly. He didn't think at all. The series of evasion, counterattack, and pursuit just now were all done by the body's instinct. It belongs to the nine-nether cat, the top assassin fighting instinct that is imprinted deep in its blood. Is this synchronization of consciousness? No, morphological synchronization even includes the effect of consciousness synchronization. Not only did he gain the nine-nether cat's power and form, he even downloaded its fighting skills. This talent is incredible. The severe pain drove the carrion vulture completely crazy. It gave up the two huge corpses on the ground and instead poured all its anger on Su-Chen, the little bug that hurt it. It suddenly turned around, and its scimitar-like beak turned into gray lightning, pecking at Su-Chen madly. Ding! 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 Su-Chen crossed his claws and protected them in front of him, constantly colliding with the bird's beak, making a series of sharp sounds of metal clashing. A huge force came from the claws, making his arms numb. The level of this carrion vulture is at least above level 20. Nearly 10 levels higher than him. In terms of pure strength, he is still at a disadvantage. Don't fight hard. Su-Chen's fighting instinct instantly gave the optimal solution. His body became erratic again, like a ghost, moving at high speed around the huge carrion vulture, constantly using his sharp claws and cattail to leave wounds on its body. The carrion vulture, although extremely powerful, was clumsy and could not track Su-Chen at all. He could only roar angrily and attack randomly on the spot, smashing big holes in the ground one after another. The rhythm of the battle has been completely controlled by Su-Chen. He was like a top-notch bullfighter, elegant yet deadly, constantly draining the strength and life of the giant beast. Now, after dodging the attack of the carrion vulture again, a cold light flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. He caught a fleeting flaw. Because the carrion vulture exerted too much force, its body became stiff for half a second. That's enough. Su-Chen's body suddenly sank, and the muscles in his legs tensed instantly, like springs compressed to the extreme. A faint blue spiritual power instantly covered his entire body. The nine-nether cat's innate skill, Netherworld Stab. Launch. Whoosh. Su-Chen's entire body seemed to have turned into a dark blue arrow, ignoring the distance in space, and instantly appeared behind the carrion vulture. Phew. There was a dull sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. His claws, as sharp as a knife, were wrapped in the power of the underworld. With incredible precision, he pierced into the back of the carrion vulture's neck. Then, with a sudden swipe. Hey! The screams of the carrion vultures came to an abrupt end. Its ugly head shot up into the sky, bringing with it a handful of smelly blood. The huge headless corpse stood stiffly for 2 seconds, then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Flash sale. Su-Chen slowly landed on the ground, 2 cattails burning with phantom flames swaying gently behind him. He shook off the blood on his claws, and there was no ripple in his golden vertical pupils. The battle is over. He looked at the huge corpse on the ground, then looked at his own hands. An unprecedented powerful feeling of being in control of everything arises spontaneously. It turns out that this is power. This is the feeling of tearing the enemy apart with your own hands. It's completely different from the power bank I used to be, who could only hide behind, watch teammates fight, worry about their every injury, and cheer for their every victory. Su Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air was still filled with the strong smell of blood. But this time, he didn't feel sick. Instead, I feel a little intoxicated. Kill a level 21 carrion vulture and gain 1200 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level 13. Your linked target, the 9 nether cat, has gained some combat experience and its level has increased. Current level 2. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your spiritual power limit is permanently increased by 50 points. A series of prompt sounds made the curve of Su Chen's mouth widen even further. He released the synchronized form. His body returned to normal, but the feeling of that surge of strength still lingered in his memory. The little 9 netherworld cat reappeared at his feet, rubbed him affectionately, and let out a satisfied purr from its throat. It also seemed happy about its victory just now. Su Chen squatted down, rubbed its little head, and held it in his arms. From today on, you will be called Xiaojiu. Meow. The little guy in my arms made the first cat meow in his life. Su Chen smiled and stood up. He glanced at the 3 huge corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground. These were high-value materials. Unfortunately, he had no storage equipment and couldn't take anything with him. But it doesn't matter. This time he entered the abyss, he had already gained the biggest reward. He held Xiaojiu in his arms and looked deeper into the abyss. There is a wider world out there. There are also 3 other empty link slots. An assassin, yes. Next, he needs a tank that can resist damage, a turret responsible for long-range bombing, and a comprehensive auxiliary. A perfect team where no one would betray him. In Su Chen's eyes, there was a fire called ambition. Let's go, Xiaojiu. To find our new family. Chapter 8 Devouring the Beast Core, The Road to the Demon King. Holding Xiaojiu, Su Chen continued to move towards the depths of the abyss. The exhilarating battle just now gave him a clear understanding of his current strength. In synchronized form, he possesses the combat power of a level 20 elite assassin. But the cost is also huge. Just a few minutes of fighting had drained away most of his spiritual power. Moreover, the consumption of the talent skill, Netherworld Stab, is even more terrifying. One shot can drain nearly 1/3 of his reserves. This was even while he was constantly absorbing the original spiritual power from the outside world. If he were in the outside world, without this endless supply of power banks, he probably wouldn't be able to launch a complete burst. It's still too fragile and the battery life is too poor. Su Chen calmly analyzed his shortcomings. He needs to get stronger. Requires a higher level and stronger spiritual power. He glanced at Xiaojiu in his arms. The little guy had just experienced a substitute beating and seemed a little listless. He was sleeping soundly in his arms, recovering his energy. Su Chen's gaze inadvertently swept across the 3 huge corpses of ferocious beasts behind him. Berserker, Cerberus, and Carrion Vulture. These are all elite monsters above level 20. The materials on their bodies, such as claws, fur, and teeth, are all very valuable if taken to the outside world. Especially the beast core in their bodies, which contains all their essence and is the core material for making high-level potions and enchanted equipment. It's such a pity to just leave it here. Su Chen's brows were furrowed. He had no storage equipment, so it was impossible for him to carry away these corpses that were as big as a mountain. Even if we only take the most precious beast cores, the 3 of them together would be the size of a human head, and it would be a burden to carry them while traveling. What to do? Just when Su Chen was feeling regretful, Xiaojiu in his arms suddenly moved his nose. It seemed to smell something extremely delicious and woke up from its slumber. It poked its little head out of Su Chen's arms, its pair of golden vertical pupils staring straight at the already cold corpse of the carrion vulture, and a longing gurgling sound came from its throat. Su Chen was stunned. He followed Xiaojiu's gaze and immediately understood something. In the abyss, ferocious beasts evolved by devouring each other. The beast core, as the essence of the ferocious beast, can it also be directly swallowed? A bold idea formed in Su Chen's mind. He held Xiaojiu in his arms and walked back to the carrion vulture's corpse. Enduring the pungent fishy smell, Su Chen used his sharp claws to easily cut open the vulture's hard chest. After groping in his bloody chest for a long time, he finally pulled out a fist-sized crystal emitting a gray glow. Carrion Beast Core Level 21. This is the core of the carrion vulture's power. Su Chen rubbed the beast core on the stone next to him, and then handed it to Xiaojiu. Want to eat? Meow. Xiaojiu's eyes lit up instantly. It stretched out its pink little tongue and licked the beast core impatiently, looking very greedy. Su Chen smiled. He let go of his hand. Xiaojiu immediately used its two front paws to hold the beast core, which was bigger than its head, then opened its mouth and bit it directly. A strange scene happened. The animal core, which was as hard as iron, was easily bitten off by Xiaojiu's teeth like cotton candy. Then, it swallowed it in just 3 or 2 bites. Immediately afterwards, a strong blue light burst out from Xiaojiu's body. Streams of pure energy flow through its body. Your link target, Xiaojiu, has devoured the carrion beast core and is absorbing its energy. Xiaojiu's level has been upgraded. Current level, 3. Xiaojiu's level has been upgraded. Current level, 4. Xiaojiu has mastered a new skill, Corrosion Claws. A series of system prompts made Su Chen's eyes widen. Just took a bite and leveled up 2 levels? And learned a new skill? This is a rocket ride. Su Chen's breathing became heavy. Before he could recover from the shock, a warm current that was 10 times stronger and purer than before suddenly came back from the link and flowed into every part of his body. Based on the 10-fold feedback effect, your level has increased. Current level, 14. Your spiritual power limit is permanently increased by 100 points. Your mental strength has been permanently increased by 10 points. Your physical fitness has been permanently increased by 10 points. Boom! Su Chen only felt that his body was like a balloon filled with air. Every inch of flesh and blood, every cell, was filled with explosive power. Just the feedback from Xiaojiu's 2-level upgrade brought him several times more benefits than he had gained from meditating hard for a whole day. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Looking at Xiaojiu, who was happily chewing the beast core, Su Chen felt like he had discovered an inexhaustible gold mountain. All the fighting skills and ascetic meditation are weak in front of the evil path of devouring evolution. This is the fastest and most direct way for him and the beast to become stronger. Su Chen laughed loudly. He walked over and took out the beast cores of the other 2 ferocious beasts. One is of a violent demon ape, khaki in color, full of heavy power. One is from the 3-headed dog of hell, dark purple, emitting an ominous shadowy aura. Eat. Xiaojiu, eat as much as you can for me. Today, let's eat all of this as a meal. Su Chen lined up the 3 beast cores in a row and said with great pride. Xiaojiu cheered and began the most gluttonous feast of his life. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the side, closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed the 10-fold feedback power that came like a tide, wave after wave. His level is soaring rapidly. Level 14. Level 15. Level 16. When Xiaojiu had eaten all 3 beast cores clean, he burped, lay down on the ground and fell asleep contentedly. Su Chen's level has skyrocketed to level 20. And Xiaojiu also reached the terrifying level 10. In just less than an hour, the strength of the master and pet has undergone earth-shaking changes. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the unprecedented, surging spiritual power in his body. He couldn't help but roar to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Ling Bing Yao. Xia Qingying. Lu Ruyan. Bai Mengli. Just wait for me. You will never imagine what kind of existence you are abandoning. From today on, I, Su Chen, will embark on an unprecedented journey to become a demon king. I want to hunt. I want to devour. I want to make this entire forbidden abyss my hunting ground and dining hall. He stood up suddenly, no longer carefully restraining his breath as before. Instead, he released his level 20 spiritual power without reservation. A powerful aura, centered around him, swept in all directions. This is a provocation. It is the most naked provocation to all the ferocious beasts in this area. He is no longer a prey. From now on, he will be a hunter. Chapter 9 Demon Instructor, Xiaojiu's debut. The violent spiritual energy was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. In an instant, ripples appeared in this dead silent area. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet or pale green eyes lit up. They were attracted by this strange and provocative smell. What attracted them even more was the fragrance of flesh and blood from the corpse of a high-level ferocious beast that had not yet completely dissipated from Su Chen's body. In the eyes of these hungry predators, Su Chen is a moving, glowing feast. Here I come. A sneer appeared on Su Chen's lips. Xiaojiu and his arms also felt the approach of danger. The black hair on his body stood up slightly and he let out a low growl of vigilance from his throat. Don't be afraid. Su Chen touched its head soothingly. This time, I don't have to do anything. Xiaojiu, it's your turn. He put Xiaojiu down from his arms. Let me see your current strength. Meow. Xiaojiu seemed to understand Su Chen's instructions. It let out a cry, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from its small body that was completely inconsistent with its size. It is no longer the pet that only knows how to act cute and coquettish. But it is an ancient ferocious beast that is about to show its fangs. Sand. A teeth-grinding friction sound came from the shadows all around. Then, a group of skinny figures, as big as local dogs, with festering skin and pus all over their bodies, emitting a foul odor, emerged from the darkness. Corrupted blood hyena. One of the lowest, yet most common scavengers in the Forbidden Abyss. Their individual strength is not very strong, only about level 5 to 8. But they usually move in groups, and are cunning and cruel. Once they target you, even an elite beast of level 10 or above may be eaten alive. At this moment, a group of more than 30 blood-rotten hyenas appeared in front of Su Chen and Xiaojiu. They surrounded the man and the cat, with greed and cruelty flashing in their green eyes. Ouch! The largest hyena in the lead howled towards the sky. The encirclement shrinks instantly. The hyenas, like sharks smelling blood, charged at the same time from all directions. Faced with this tidal-like attack, Xiaojiu was not at all panicked. Its pair of golden vertical pupils calmly scanned every enemy's movement. Just as the first hyena was about to pounce on it. It moves. Whoosh! The small black figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, it appeared beside the hyena. No skills were used. Just the simplest, a swipe of the claws. Phew! The throat of the blood-rotting hyena was torn apart easily as if it were made of paper. Blood spurted out. Kill with one blow. Xiaojiu's figure did not pause at all. Like a top dancer, it danced the waltz of death on the chaotic battlefield. Each of its dodges was perfect, and it was always able to avoid all fatal attacks with the smallest margin. Each of its attacks is precise and deadly, always finding the enemy's most vulnerable point. Claws of corrosion. A layer of gray-green energy covered Xiaojiu's front paws. When he swung his claws, the wound of the hyena that was caught immediately made a sizzling corrosion sound, and the flesh and blood festered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phantom of the underworld. Its figure suddenly split into three, and three identical Xiaojiu attacked the three hyenas from different directions at the same time, making it difficult to tell the real one from the fake one. Su Chen stood in the center of the battlefield, folding his arms, watching everything calmly. He didn't intervene. Just through the mental link, occasionally giving one or two brief instructions. The one with the limp on the left, at 3 o'clock, is the leader. Don't fight too long, use your speed advantage to separate them. Watch out behind you, there's a sneak attack. Xiaojiu carried out his instructions meticulously. Its combat IQ is terrifyingly high. Often, as soon as Su Chen had an idea, it had already made the most correct response. This is the potential of a top-level ferocious beast. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Xiaohu bot files are protected from piracy. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. The numerical advantage of the corrupted blood hyenas seemed pale in the face of Xiaojiu's elusive speed and deadly attacks. One hyena after another fell down with cries of grief. Their corpses, before they could even be eaten by their companions, became stepping stones for Xiaojiu's next leap. Su Chen looked at Xiaojiu, who was killing everyone, and a relieved smile like an old father appeared on his face. Good. Very nice. Although he still lacks strength, his speed, skills, and combat awareness are all perfect. This is the partner he wants. A true warrior who can think independently and stand on his own. Instead of being like Ling Bingyao and the others, who are greenhouse flowers that are nothing without him, they're power bank. 10 minutes later. The last blood-corrupted hyena had its heart pierced by Xiaojiu using a simplified version of Netherworld Stab. The entire battlefield returned to silence. All that was left were hyena corpses scattered all over the ground, and a small black figure standing on top of the pile of corpses, gently licking the blood from its paws. Well done, Xiaojiu. Su Chen walked over with a smile and rubbed its little head. Meow. The murderous aura on Xiaojiu dissipated instantly, and he turned back into that clingy little kitten, rubbing happily in his palm. Suchen smiled and began to skillfully dig out the animal cores from the hyena corpses. Although these beast cores are of low level and contain mixed energies, they are numerous. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. When Xiaojiu had swallowed more than 30 beast cores, its level was successfully upgraded to level 12. And Suchen also broke through to level 22. Strength, improve again. However, Suchen frowned slightly. He could feel that as his level increased, the benefits brought by these low-level beast cores were becoming lower and lower. If he wants to continue to maintain this rocket-like upgrade speed, he must hunt more powerful prey. Suchen stood up and dusted off his hands. He opened the Abyss map on his personal terminal and looked at an area marked as high risk on the map. Black Rock Mountains. The information said that there lived a terrifying beast with the blood of the Earth Titan. An embodiment of pure strength and defense. It just so happened that his team was still lacking a tank that could both fight and resist. Chapter 10 Target, Black Rock Mountains. A perfect team configuration instantly emerged in Su Chen's mind. Xiaojiu, 9 Nether Cat, a top assassin, is responsible for extreme burst and harvesting. Then next, he needs an indestructible shield, a heavy tank that can stand in the front and absorb all damage. Then, a long-range artillery platform capable of providing wide area fire coverage is also needed. Finally, here comes a functional auxiliary with multiple abilities such as healing, control, and gain. Assassin, tank, mage, support. A perfect team composed of 4 ancient beasts that only obey his orders and will never betray him. By then, Suchen alone would be an army. Once this thought appeared, it burned wildly in his heart like a wildfire. Ling Bingyao, you 4 think yourselves are the proud daughters of heaven. Do you think that you can fly higher if you leave me? I will make you understand what kind of future you have abandoned with your own hands. Suchen took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the surging emotions in his heart, and his eyes regained their cold rationality. Eat your food 1 bite at a time and walk 1 step at a time. Now, the top priority is to find his second family, the tank that can resist and fight. Suchen did not rush to leave, but sat down cross-legged and opened his personal terminal. What he clicked on was still the folder about Forbidden Abyss, hidden deep in the Academy's database. Before, he just browsed quickly, looking for a glimmer of hope. Now, he wants to study his hunting ground like a real hunter. The map of the Forbidden Abyss was divided into several levels of dangerous areas using different colors by the predecessors of the Academy. The outermost area is the white area, which is the wasteland where he is currently. The levels of the ferocious beasts here are generally not high, most of them are below level 30, and their species are diverse, with no powerful tribes. It is an adaptation and buffer zone for students who are new to the Abyss. Further in is the yellow area. The level of the ferocious beasts there will increase to 30 to 50, and some elite ferocious beasts with rare ancient bloodlines will begin to appear, and the danger factor will increase exponentially. The student who was torn in half at the time should be a sophomore judging from his school uniform. He must have overestimated his own abilities and entered the yellow area, which led to his fate. Further down the map, there are large orange areas and a few scattered extremely dangerous areas marked in a shocking crimson color. As for what is beyond the red area, the map is blank and marked unknown. Obviously, with the strength of Jiangcheng University, it can only explore to this extent. Su Chen's gaze moved slowly across the map. His finger finally stopped on a vast yellow area. Black Rock Mountains. The description of this area in the information is very simple. The geology of this area is unique, with high-density obsidian everywhere. The gravity is about 3 times that of the outside world, and the environment is harsh. There are a large number of earth and rock-attributed beasts lurking here, and their defense is incredibly strong. According to incomplete observations, deep within the mountains, a ferocious sub-dragon beast with the bloodline of the Earth Titan is suspected to inhabit the Earthshaker rock-armored dragon lizard. Its rank is unknown, and its danger rating is extremely high. All students are advised to avoid this area. Bloodline of the Earth Titan. Earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard. When Su Chen saw these words, his pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing became rapid. The Earth Titan is a mythical creature that created the world and is the ultimate embodiment of strength and defense. Even though this dragon lizard only possesses a negligible bloodline, its defense is definitely the ceiling among the same-level beasts. Isn't this the perfect tank he has always dreamed of? That's it. A terrifying light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This target, who was assessed by the academy as extremely dangerous and all students were persuaded to drop out, became the perfect prey in his eyes. However, Su Chen was not overwhelmed by excitement. He knew very well that with his and Xiujiu's current strength, directly challenging a sub-dragon species with Titan blood would be no different from committing suicide. He needs to be better prepared. The first thing is to transform all the spoils in front of you into strength. Su Chen stood up and looked at the rotting hyena corpses all over the ground without any disgust in his eyes. These garbage that others think are dirty and smelly are all white experience packages in his eyes. He re-entered the synchronized form with Xiaojiu. This time, he did not transform, but simply armed his arms with Xiujiu's abilities. His right hand instantly turned into a ferocious claw covered with fine black scales. This was his initial application of the magical skill morph synchronization. It turns out that he can freely choose the parts and degree of synchronization, which greatly increases the flexibility and endurance of the battle. Su Chen walked to the corpse of a hyena, and his sharp claws easily cut through the tough dog's skin and sternum. Enduring the stench that hit him, he accurately found the beast core that was only the size of a fingernail and emitted a faint ochre light. He started working like a skilled butcher. Dig out the beast core and throw it to Xiaojiu, who has been waiting eagerly beside him. Xiaojiu shouted happily, picked up the animal core, and chewed it into pieces like candy beans, swallowing it with a crunch-crunch sound. Your link target, Xiaojiu, devoured the corrupted blood beast core, gaining a small amount of energy. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your spiritual power limit is permanently increased by 1 point. Although the improvement is minimal, the number is huge. Su Chen's movements became faster and faster, and his efficiency became higher and higher. Xiaojiu couldn't stop talking either. One person and one cat, working together in perfect harmony. When the last beast core was swallowed by Xiaojiu, the corpses of more than 30 hyenas had completely lost their last value. And the upgraded light appeared on Xiaojiu's body again. The level of your link target Xiaojiu has increased. Current level, 13. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your level has increased. Current level, 23. Your spiritual power limit is permanently increased by 20 points. Your physical fitness has been permanently increased by 2 points. Upgraded again. Su Chen felt the spiritual power filling up his body again, as well as the comfortable warm current running through his limbs and bones, and nodded with satisfaction. Level 23. Just a few hours after entering the abyss, his level soared by 11 levels like a rocket. What is the concept? You know, after a whole year of feeding by me, the level of Ling Bingyao and the other 3 has only reached level 25. And he only needs to do a few more small-scale hunts like this to easily catch up or even surpass them. This is just the beginning. Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body. He stood up and held Xiaojiu, who was full and beginning to feel sleepy again, in his arms. Then he raised his head and looked firmly at the black mountains in the distance that rolled and undulated like the back of a giant beast. There is the direction of the Black Rock Mountains. This is also him, the next stop on the road to becoming the Demon King. Let's go, Xiaojiu. Go hunting, our second family. Chapter 11 Demon Instructor, Online Teaching. Su Chen held Xiaojiu in his arms and strode towards the Black Stone Mountains. He did not choose a flying martial spirit, nor did he learn any acceleration skills. He measured this barren and dangerous land with his feet, step by step. This is not because he is arrogant. On the contrary, this is a more advanced way of practice. As he continued to go deeper, the violent and chaotic primitive spiritual power in the air became more and more intense. For other students, it was like walking into a radiation zone, suffering the damage of spiritual power erosion every minute and every second. But for Su Chen, this place is simply paradise. The faint golden halo around his body was like a most efficient purifier. The spiritual power link talent is absorbing, filtering, and purifying these violent original spiritual powers with terrifying efficiency, and finally transforming them into the purest energy, slowly injecting them into his limbs and bones. His spiritual power was recovering and growing slowly and steadily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his foundation, which had just become a little shaky due to the surge in level, became increasingly stable and solid under the impact of this pure energy. This is simply practicing while traveling. And the accelerator is on. If those self-proclaimed geniuses in school knew that someone dared to take a walk in the forbidden abyss and considered it training. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. I'm afraid their eyes will pop out of their heads. As he walked, he felt the strength in his body growing and felt extremely relaxed. Xiaojiu in his arms was sleeping soundly, his little body rising and falling gently with his steps, and from time to time a satisfied gurgling sound came from his throat. A man and a cat, in this land full of killing and death, actually seemed to be somewhat relaxed and comfortable. However, this leisure did not last long. When Su Chen's footsteps crossed an invisible boundary, the air around him suddenly sank. The landform also began to change significantly. The originally dark brown cracked land was gradually replaced by a strange dark red soil that looked as if soaked in blood. The smell of sulfur and blood in the air became several times stronger. More importantly, the violence of the spiritual power has increased by at least one level. If it was a gentle breeze before, now it is a howling gale. The invisible feeling of spiritual pressure made Su Chen's breathing slightly stagnate. This should be the boundary between the white area and the yellow area. Su Chen stopped and his eyes became serious. He could feel that in the darkness, countless malicious eyes were locked on him. Roar! A roar filled with brutality and power sounded from not far ahead. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to shake slightly. A huge monster suddenly rushed out from behind a pile of rugged rocks. It was a giant bull as big as a heavy truck. Its entire body was covered with a thick, black iron-colored shell that gleamed with metallic luster. Its eyes were as red as blood, and the two thick horns on its head were like two sharp spears, pointing straight to the sky. Iron Armored Bull. Level 18. An elite beast known for its defense and impact power. It was obviously irritated by the breath of Su Chen, the outsider. Its four hooves were digging the ground frantically, and two streams of hot white air were spewing out of its nostrils. The next second, it moved. Rumble. The entire ground was shaking violently. The armored bull turned into an out-of-control heavy tank and rushed towards Su Chen madly with tremendous force. That terrifying feeling of oppression is enough to scare any combat student below level 20 to the point of trembling in fear. However, there was no trace of fear on Su Chen's face. Even, there is a hint of excitement? You've arrived just in time. Instead of retreating, he gently placed Xiaojiu, who was awakened in his arms, on the ground. Xiaojiu raised his head sleepily. When he saw the armored bull charging towards him, the hair on his body instantly stood up and a threatening growl came from his throat. Don't be afraid. Su Chen's voice was clearly transmitted to Xiaojiu's mind through the mental link. This guy has thick skin and tough muscles, perfect for you to practice with. Let me see how effective your new skills are. Go ahead, Xiaojiu. Remember what I taught you. When facing a powerful opponent like this, never engage him head-on. Use your speed to play with it, consume it, and finally, tear it apart. Su Chen's voice was calm and steady, like a top-notch gold medal instructor giving the final tactical instructions to his ace student. Meow. Xiaojiu let out a warlike scream. It seemed to have completely understood Su Chen's instructions, and a powerful aura that was completely inconsistent with its size burst out from its small body. Facing the impact that was like a landslide and tsunami, Xiaojiu was not at all flustered. Its golden vertical pupils calmly calculated the opponent's speed and distance. Just when the two horns, powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, were about to reach it. It moves. Whoosh! A black afterimage, sticking to the ground, narrowly passed by the side of the armored bull at an incredible angle. Boom! The charge of the armored bull missed. It crashed headfirst into a huge rock behind it, making a deafening noise. The huge rock shattered with a loud noise, turning into rubble all over the sky. And Xiaojiu had already appeared behind the iron armored bull silently. Its front paws were covered with an ominous gray-green energy. New skill, Corrosive Claws. Swish! Xiaojiu's sharp claws fiercely grabbed the hind leg joints of the armored bull, which had amazing defensive power. A teeth-grinding sound of metal friction was heard. 5 deep claw marks instantly appeared on the thick shell that was strong enough to withstand swords and knives. Even more terrifying was the fact that the black iron-colored shell surrounding the claw marks was being corroded and softened by a layer of gray-green energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a sizzling sound. Roar! The armored bull felt pain and let out a painful roar. It turned around suddenly, raised its huge hoof, and stomped down hard at Xiaojiu with a tremendous force. But, once again, I missed the target. Xiaojiu's figure, like a ghost, had already appeared on the other side of it, and once again used his sharp claws filled with corrosive energy to leave new wounds on its body. The following battle turned into a completely one-sided game. The iron-armored bull is like a clumsy man who has brute force but cannot hit anyone. Xiaojiu, like a top-level assassin, swam around it at high speed, constantly creating new wounds on its shell, and using the power of corrosion to continuously expand these wounds. Su Chen stood not far away with his arms folded, watching everything calmly. His spiritual connection always remains in sync with Xiaozhou. Rear left, it's blind spot. Very good, that's it, keep your distance. Its next collision will be predicted 3 seconds later by predicting its turning angle. He was like a god with a full map cheat, predicting all the actions of the armored bull clearly, and then downloaded the optimal solution directly into Xiaozhou's brain through the mental link. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks. The once invincible iron armored bull now had more and more wounds on its body, and its movements became slower and slower. Its proud steel defense seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Xiaozhou's elusive speed and strange corrosive power. Finally, after another futile attack, the iron armored bull staggered and fell to the ground with a bang due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion. Now is the time. Xiaozhou, put an end to it. Su Chen gave the final order. Whoosh! A faint blue light flashed by. Netherworld stab. Phew! Xiaozhou's figure instantly appeared above the head of the armored bull. Its sharp claws, with incredible precision, pierced into the bull's only weak point of defense, the eye socket, all the way to the handle. Moo! The iron armored bull let out a mournful cry, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. The battle is over. Your linked target Xiaozhou killed a level 18 ironclad bull, gaining 800 experience points. Xiaozhou's level has been upgraded. Current level, 14. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your level has increased. Current level, 24. Your spiritual power limit has been permanently increased by 30 points. Your physical fitness has been permanently increased by 3 points. Upgraded again. Su Chen felt the warmth surging in his body again, and the smile on his lips became more intense. He walked forward and skillfully took out a khaki-colored beast core emitting a heavy aura from the wild bull's head and threw it to Xiaozhou. Looking at Xiaozhou holding the beast core and chewing it happily, Su Chen raised his head and looked at the yellow area full of dangers. There was no fear in his eyes. Only the hunter can't suppress his excitement and desire when he sees his prey. Fight to support the war, hunt and devour. This road is indeed tailor-made for me. Chapter 12 The Goddess's First Labor Pain. Just as Su Chen started his bloody and efficient Devil's Road in the Forbidden Abyss. Outside, on the internal campus forum of Jiangcheng University, the controversy surrounding him not only did not subside, but intensified. Several days have passed since the contract termination incident at the oath-taking ceremony. But the popularity remains high. In particular, a fan organization called Yaoguang Goddess Support Club is extremely active on the forum and firmly controls the direction of public opinion. A new pinned and popular post was placed in the most prominent position on the forum. The title is full of provocativeness. To our brave goddess. Break free from the shackles of the vampire and you will eventually soar into the sky. The poster is the president of the Yaoguang Goddess Fan Club, an avid fan with the ID Bingyao Knight. The content of the post is full of praise. Sisters, brothers. These past few days, I've seen too many misunderstandings and criticisms of our goddess Yaoguang. I'm heartbroken and angry. You only see their glamorous side on stage, but you don't know the oppression and constraints they have endured in the past year. That S-rank support named Su Chen is a complete monster. A control freak who, under the pretext of doing this for your own good, tries to treat the four goddesses as his own private property. A parasite who only knows how to hide behind women and suck the fruits of their hard work. The post vividly fabricated many details. For example, how Su Chen forbid Ling Bingyao from participating in normal social activities of the student union, how he depreciated Xiao Qingying's kendo, how he ridiculed Lu Ruyan's realism, and how he used the mask of hypocrisy to deceive Bai Mengli's feelings. Every word portrays Su Chen as a despicable, shameless, and controlling PUA scumbag. The four beauties of Yaoguang are portrayed as role models of new age women who bravely resist, break free from shackles, and pursue independence and dreams. Their termination of the contract isn't a betrayal. It's a rebirth. It's redemption. What they cut off wasn't their teammates, but the heavy shackles tied to their wings. Let us all give our warmest cheers to these brave goddesses. Support them in shining the brightest on the National League stage. Below the post, there is a wave of enthusiastic praise and agreement. Well said. Trash like Su Chen should be swept into the dustbin of history. I feel sorry for Yao. It's not easy to be harassed by this kind of person for a whole year. Goddesses, come on. Without the burden, you are the strongest. Team Yaoguang is #1 in the world. We will definitely win the National League Championship. Public opinion has become completely one-sided. In the eyes of all the uninformed students, Su Chen has become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat, a jumping clown nailed to the pillar of shame. The Yaoguang team was hailed as a god amidst countless admiration and expectations. At the same time, Jiangcheng University, a level simulation battle hall. The 4 goddesses of the Yaoguang team are engaged in a high-intensity simulated battle. Their opponent is the Jailing team, which is ranked 7th in the school. A second-tier team composed of 4 A-level talents. They are quite powerful, but compared with the former Yaoguang, they are not in the same league at all. In the past, in such simulated battles, the Yaoguang team usually only needed 5 minutes to easily resolve the battle. Today, however, the battle had lasted a full 15 minutes. The situation on the field was not a one-sided crushing defeat. Instead, they fell into a tense confrontation. Ice Dragon roars. Ling Bingyao's face was ice cold as she unleashed a powerful area of effect skill, and frost instantly covered half of the field. But the opposing Jaela team was well prepared. Their shield guard roared, opened a huge flame shield, and withstood the attack. After Ling Bingyao released this skill, her face turned pale instantly. There were even beads of sweat on her forehead. Spiritual power is almost running out. The other side. Unparalleled sword dance. Xia Qingying's figure was as fast as lightning and her sword light was like rain, forcing the opponent's assassin to retreat step by step. But her sword moves, although still sharp, lacked some of the continuous and domineering power of the past. Before she finished performing the sword dance, there was a slight pause in her movements. Spiritual power is also not good enough. Damn it! Xia Qingying gritted her teeth, feeling an unprecedented irritation and frustration in her heart. It's like driving a top-of-the-line sports car with only half a liter of gas in the tank. It stalls halfway through the run. Captain! Their spiritual power seems to be unable to keep up. There's a chance. The captain of the Li Feng team, a berserker, keenly caught the predicament of the Yaoguang team, and his eyes burst into excitement. He roared, went berserk, and despite Lu Ruyan's shadow charge, he forcibly rushed towards Ling Bingyao, the core of the team. Protect Bingyao! Bai Mengli hurriedly chanted a healing spell, and a holy light fell on Ling Bingyao. But the light was much dimmer than before, and the spiritual power that was restored was only a drop in the bucket. Boom! In the end, with a loud bang, Ling Bingyao was knocked away by the opponent's berserker's hammer. Although she used the ice shield to block most of the damage in time, she still fell to the ground in embarrassment. The simulated battle system also sounded a cold prompt tone. The battle is over. Result, draw. The entire battle hall fell into deathly silence. The 4 members of the Jaela team were stunned at first when they saw the result, and then burst into thunderous cheers. They actually tied with the arrogant Yaoguang team. This is enough to brag about for the entire year. On the other side, the 4 goddesses of the Yaoguang team looked extremely ugly. How so? Xia Qingying looked at her slightly trembling hands, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep confusion. Why did her sword become so weak? Our total spiritual power and recovery speed have dropped by at least 30%. The taciturn Lu Ruyan pointed out the crux of the problem incisively. Her voice was still cold, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a subtle solemnity. As the most realistic profit calculator, she knows better than anyone that profits are declining rapidly. It's all Su Chen's fault. For the first time, Bai Mengli's signature gentle smile was gone from her face. Instead, there was an unconcealable anger and resentment. He actually drained all of our fundamental spiritual energy. This bastard! How dare he! Her words made the atmosphere even more depressing. Yes. None of them expected that Su Chen's termination of the contract would be so decisive and thorough. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This is equivalent to instantly depriving them of their greatest support over the past year. That's enough. Ling Bingyao stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on her skirt, and resumed her aloof demeanor. Her cold gaze swept across her 3 teammates, each with a different expression. It's just that my spiritual power has dropped by 30%. What's the big deal? Her voice was filled with an undeniable strength. This only proves that we were too dependent on him in the past. Now is the time for us to break free from dependence and regain our true power. This is just a temporary pain period. As long as we increase the intensity of training, we will be able to adapt quickly. Do you understand everything? Faced with the majesty of Captain Ling Bingyao, Xiao Qingying and Lu Ruyan nodded silently. Only Bai Mengli lowered her head with flickering eyes. Labor pains? Is it really just the labor pain period? Without Su Chen's S-level talent of tenfold feedback, their training speed has changed from high-speed rail back to green train. Without his constant supply of pure spiritual power, the quality of their spiritual power would hardly improve. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, they can forget about challenging for the National League Championship. Whether Jiangcheng University can maintain its number one position has become a problem. This moment. For the first time, Bai Mengli felt a slight hesitation in her heart about the decision she had made for the good of everyone. Did they really do something wrong? Chapter 13 The Dark Forest in the Abyss. Su Chen held Xiaojiu in his arms and headed deeper into the Black Stone Mountains. The closer you get to the heart of the yellow area, the more dangerous the surrounding environment becomes. The ground turned dark red, as if it had been soaked in endless blood, and it felt strangely sticky when stepped on. The violent primitive spiritual power in the air was no longer wind, but had turned into waves, hitting his body wave after wave. If it weren't for the S-level talent, spiritual power link, protecting him, any student in his 20s who stayed here for 10 minutes would probably be eroded by the violent spiritual power, causing his spiritual power to become disordered and go astray. But Su Chen felt like a fish in water. He even began to enjoy the feeling of walking on the edge of a knife. Just as he was passing through a long and narrow canyon, his ears suddenly moved slightly. Not far ahead, there were violent fluctuations of spiritual power and human roars. Anyone there? Su Chen's eyes focused and he immediately restrained all his breath. His body moved silently towards a huge rock like a ghost, then he stuck his head out and looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the open area of the canyon, a team of 4 students was being besieged by a large group of giant lizards with scorpion tails and was already in a tough battle. Each of the venomous scorpion-tailed lizards was around level 15, and there were more than 20 of them. Su Chen looked at the 4-man team that was being besieged and felt that they looked somewhat familiar. The berserker in the lead, wielding a giant axe, had gone berserk. The shield guard who was struggling to hold up the flame shield. The healer who was continuously casting healing spells in the back, but whose face was already as pale as paper. Isn't this the Jaela team? They were the second-tier team that had forced a draw with the Yaoguang team without them in a simulated battle. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up in an interested arc. What a coincidence! The Gale team is in a precarious situation at this moment. Their captain, the berserker, had several wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. The wounds were emitting an ominous black aura, and it was obvious that he had been poisoned by the scorpion's tail. The shield guard's flame shield has become dim under the continuous attacks of the lizard group and may be broken at any time. The assassin in the team was in a slightly better situation, but he could only barely protect himself by relying on his speed advantage, and was unable to cause any effective damage to the thick-skinned lizards. As for the healer, his spiritual power was obviously exhausted. He could only watch his teammates' health points drop bit by bit, with despair and helplessness written all over his face. Captain! We can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat! The shield guard roared, his arms already shaking violently. Retreat? Where to retreat? We are surrounded. The berserker captain's eyes were red, and he was waving a huge axe like a madman. Damn it! Didn't the information say that there were only a few scorpion tail lizards in this area at most? How could there be an entire tribe? It's all your fault. You insisted on coveting that red flame grass. Now, everyone will be buried with you. The assassin in the team screamed, his tone full of resentment and fear. What's the point of saying this now? Hold on. Otherwise, we'll all die together. There are already signs of internal strife within the team. Su Chen hid behind the rocks, watching all this indifferently, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Save them? Stop joking. He is not a saint. In this forbidden abyss, what is followed is the naked law of the dark forest. Every strange creature, whether it is a human or a ferocious beast, may be an enemy. Help save people? Not to mention that it would expose one's own strength. What if you rescue a group of ungrateful people and they turn around and want to kill people and steal treasures? Su Chen doesn't want to gamble his life on the illusory glory of human nature. In his eyes, there was no difference between the struggling Gale team below and the scorpion-tailed lizards besieging them. They are all part of this cruel ecological chain. Now, he is just an indifferent, rational, superior observer. That shield guard has an A-level talent, lava barrier. His defense is pretty good, but unfortunately, his brain isn't. Su Chen's heart was like a supercomputer, calmly analyzing the situation on the field. He was standing too far forward, completely disconnected from the healer, causing the healer to risk being attacked from a distance every time he treated the player. Berserker, the epitome of bravery without strategy. At least 30% of his spiritual energy is wasted on ineffective threats and area attacks, leaving him with no focus on single-shot kills. The assassin is even more useless. He only cares about protecting himself and has completely failed to fulfill his responsibility of harassing and dividing the battlefield. And that healer, his spiritual energy reserves are ridiculous, not even half of Bai Mengli's. Su Chen shook his head. How could a team of this caliber actually tie with Ling Bingyao and the others? It seems that after losing me, the four of them are even more useless than I thought. This realization made Su Chen feel inexplicably happy. The following battle has come to an end. Ah! A scream. The shield guard's flame shield was finally completely shattered by the combined attack of several scorpion-tailed lizards. He was blown away and was instantly surrounded by 7 or 8 lizards. He only had time to let out a scream before he was silent. Old Wang. The berserker captain's eyes were bloodshot. The death of the shield guard caused the already precarious defense line to completely collapse. Run! Run apart! The captain let out a final desperate roar, then without looking back, he headed in one direction, activated the secret method of burning his blood, and fled madly. Seeing this, the remaining assassins and healers also looked dejected. They each chose a different direction and fled for their lives. The lizard group obviously did not want to let go of the prey that was in their mouths, so most of them immediately split up and chased in the direction the 3 people fled. There were only 7 or 8 lizards left in the canyon, greedily eating the shield guard's body. Su Chen still didn't move. He is waiting. Wait until the members of the Gale team run away completely. The group of lizards that were chasing them also disappeared at the end of the sight. Only after he made sure that there were no other spectators around did he slowly walk out from behind the rock. The scorpion-tailed lizards that were eating immediately discovered his new food. They abandoned the remains in their mouths, locked their scarlet eyes on him, and let out threatening roars. A cruel smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Now, it's my turn. He put Xiaojiu, who was already eager to try in his arms, on the ground. Xiaojiu, make a quick decision. Meow. Black lightning cut through the dark red canyon. A massacre without any suspense began. 5 minutes later. Su Chen blew away the non-existent dust on the tips of his claws and released the synchronized form of his arms. At his feet were the corpses of more than a dozen scorpion-tailed lizards, including those unlucky ones who had just been chased out and were easily killed by Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu was squatting on the side, chewing and swallowing the beast cores that emitted poisonous energy one by one, just like eating beans. Your linked target Xiaojiu has devoured the poison beast core level 15. Xiaojiu has mastered a new skill, Poison Tail. Xiaojiu's level has been upgraded. Current level, 15. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your level has increased. Current level, 25. Su Chen felt the power surging in his body again and nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the direction where the Gale team disappeared, his eyes indifferent. Thank you for the experience pack. This is the Abyss. A feast for the strong, a hell for the weak. Chapter 14 Welcome to the Gravity Gym. After dealing with the experience package, Su Chen did not stop at all. He carried Xiaojiu, who had fallen into post-meal sleep again, and continued on his way. It took about half a day of trekking. Along the way, he dealt with several waves of ferocious beasts, allowing Xiaojiu and his own levels to steadily increase to level 26 and level 16 respectively. Finally, the outline of the rolling black mountains in the distance became clearer and clearer. An invisible, heavy and suffocating feeling of oppression came over me. Su Chen stopped at the foot of the mountains. This is the entrance to the Blackrock Mountains. The entire mountain range has a dark, obsidian color. Under the dark red sky, it looks like an ancient beast crawling on the ground, exuding a desolate and dangerous atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, there is not even a weed to be seen. What there is, are just rugged rocks and huge, unknown animal bones everywhere. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling the earth elemental spiritual power in the air, which was several times richer than before. Without hesitation, he stepped into the black rock mountains. Buzz! The moment his feet touched the ground, an unimaginably powerful and terrifying force suddenly came upon him from all directions, from the sky and from the earth. Su Chen groaned, feeling as if he had carried a mountain in an instant. His knees bent suddenly and he almost fell to the ground. The bones groaned under the heavy burden. The blood flow seemed to slow down. The circulation of spiritual energy in the body also stagnated for a moment. Even Xiaojiu, who was in his arms, seemed to feel the pressure and moved uneasily, as if his weight had doubled in an instant. Is this triple gravity? Su Chen gritted his teeth and slowly straightened up. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Every simple movement requires several times more strength than usual. Every breath I took felt like a huge rock was pressing down on my chest. It's so uncomfortable. This feeling is simply a torture for a transcendent who is used to being as light as a swallow. If any ordinary level 26 student stepped into this area without any preparation, he would probably not even be able to walk and would be crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity in an instant, unable to move. Then, it becomes a delicious meal for those native beasts that have adapted to gravity. However, after Su Chen's initial extreme discomfort, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Because he discovered, I seem to be able to hold on. Moreover, as time went on, the energy and blood in his body, which had become extremely condensed and powerful due to the tenfold feedback, was being completely stimulated by this external pressure. His muscles were vibrating at a tiny frequency, adjusting spontaneously to the pressure. Under this pressure, his bones were not crushed, but became denser and tougher. The spiritual power that had become stagnant due to gravity began to flow slowly again under the mobilization of his powerful mental power, and with each movement, it became more condensed than before. Su Chen tried, raised his leg and took a step forward. Very heavy. It's like being stuck in a swamp. But he succeeded. Then, the second step, the third step. His steps, which were staggering at the beginning, became more and more steady. Although it was still slow, each step was full of power. Interesting. An excited smile appeared on Su Chen's face. What others consider a forbidden place of death is actually a natural gym with excellent results for me. His physique was already far superior to that of combat students of the same level because of Xiaojiu's tenfold feedback. Now, under the extreme pressure of 3 times gravity, his body's potential is being further squeezed and stimulated. He could clearly feel that his strength was growing at a slow but incomparably firm pace. Cool. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a low growl. He held the heavier Xiaojiu in his arms, and even had the leisure to pinch its belly, which had obviously gained a lot of weight recently. Little guy, it's time for you to get up and move around. Meow? Xiaojiu opened his eyes drowsily, as if he still hadn't figured out the situation. Just then, a sharp hissing sound, like the friction between rocks, came from the cliff above. Immediately afterwards, several huge black shadows fell from the sky and pounced towards Su Chen. Su Chen's pupils shrank and he looked up suddenly. Those were monsters as big as adults, and looked like gargoyles in Western mythology. They are made of obsidian, shining with a hard luster, and have a pair of broad rock wings on their backs, giving them the ability to fly. Obsidian Gargoyle. Level 25. One of the most common natives of the Black Rock Mountains, it is known for its super high defense and flying maneuverability, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Just in time. Su Chen was not surprised but happy. He was worried that he couldn't find an opponent who could adapt to the rhythm of fighting under triple gravity. Xiaojiu, come on. Attack their wings first. Su Chen gave an order. Xiaojiu in his arms understood instantly. Although it was also affected by gravity and its speed was not as fast as usual, it still turned into a black lightning and rushed out of Su Chen's arms. A gargoyle swooped down on Su Chen's head, and its sharp rock claws grabbed Su Chen's crown. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he exerted force with his legs. His body moved half a meter to the side with an agile posture that was completely inconsistent with this gravity environment. Boom! The gargoyle's claws missed, creating a big hole in the ground and sending gravel flying. And just when it missed the attack and was about to increase its altitude again, a black whip shadow, with a sound of breaking through the air, came up from below fiercely. It's Xiaojiu's tail. Poisonous tail. Bang! The long cat tail accurately whipped the base of the gargoyle's wings. That is the joint where the rock wings connect to the body, and it is a relatively weak defense area. A crisp sound. The gargoyle let out a painful scream, and the movement of its wings suddenly stopped. Although it was not interrupted directly, a green poison had already spread rapidly along the wound. "Well done!" Su Chen exclaimed in praise. Xiaozhou's combat IQ is terrifyingly high. It actually knows how to use the gravity environment to predict the opponent's movement trajectory and launch precise strikes. The gargoyle, affected by the poison, flew in a crooked manner. Xiaozhou, like a most patient hunter, used the rugged rocks on the cliff to jump and dodge continuously to avoid attacks from other gargoyles. At the same time, its two tails, like two poison whips, continuously whipped the injured gargoyle from various tricky angles. Snap! 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 Every attack lands precisely at the same spot. Finally, after enduring 7 or 8 whippings from the poisonous tail whip, the gargoyle's wing joints could no longer support it, and with a crisp crack sound, they broke completely. It screamed, spiraled down from mid-air, and landed heavily on the ground. Before it could struggle to get up, a black afterimage has pounced forward. Claws of corrosion. Swish! Xiaozhou's sharp claws cut a deep wound on the gargoyle's neck. Break armor. Continuous blood loss. Perfect skill combo. Su Chen looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Guasha therapy is indeed the best choice for fighting high defense monsters. The next battle was no surprise. Under the command of Su Chen, who has a god's perspective, Xiaozhou used the kite-flying tactics to the extreme. Used the toxic tail to weaken and the corrosive claws to break the defense. One after another, the obsidian gargoyles were scraped down from the sky by it, and then easily killed. Half an hour later, the 5 obsidian gargoyles all turned into rubble on the ground. Xiaozhou was holding 5 obsidian-like beast cores and gnawing on them with great pleasure. Su Chen stood in place, slowly stretching his body. He could feel that after this high-intensity battle, his body had initially adapted to the triple gravity. Although it is still heavy, I no longer feel restricted. Nice place. Su Chen raised his head and looked deeper into the Blackrock Mountains. If I cultivate here for a month, when I leave, how terrifying will my speed and strength be? A thought that made even his heart palpitate came into his mind. He was extremely looking forward to what the scene would be like when he took that step back to a normal gravity environment. I am even more looking forward to seeing the wonderful expressions on Ling Bingyao and the others' faces when they see me again. Chapter 15 Welcome to the Devil's Gravity Gym. Come on, Xiaozhou, our fitness has just begun. Su Chen bent down and picked up Xiaozhou, who was holding 5 obsidian beast cores and chewing them happily. The little guy meowed in dissatisfaction, as if protesting Su Chen for disturbing its meal. Stop eating. Look at yourself. You've gained so much weight recently. Su Chen pinched Xiaozhou's belly, which had obviously gained a lot of weight, and felt warm and soft. Under this triple gravity, the originally light little guy now feels as heavy as a small lead ball when held in my arms. If you keep eating, you, a top assassin, will turn into a heavy tank. Meow. Xiaozhou seemed to understand Su Chen's teasing. He stretched out his little paw and symbolically patted his hand, then continued to work hard and compete with the beast core. Su Chen smiled and stopped teasing it. He held Xiaozhou in his arms, took a step forward, and walked towards the depths of the mountains. He did not hide anything and even deliberately released the spiritual power fluctuations of a level 26 transcendent. In this land that follows the most primitive law of the jungle, this is undoubtedly the most direct provocation. What he has to do is to attract prey, and then, turn them into nutrients for his and Xiaozhou's growth. Really? Not long after walking, a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds came from the surrounding rock walls. Then, one by one, figures made of rock peeled off from the cliff, like awakening statues, opening their eyes that shone with scarlet light. Rock puppet. The level is between 20 and 22. They are another kind of indigenous people of the Blackrock Mountains. They have no intelligence, only the most basic attack instincts, and are natural patrollers and guards. Very good, the second set of training begins. There was a fighting spirit in Su Chen's eyes. He placed Xiaozhou on a relatively safe rock and gave it instructions. Xiaozhou, raid the formation and deal with those who try to launch a sneak attack first. I can do it myself. After saying that, he actually took the initiative to rush towards the rock puppet closest to him. Running under triple gravity feels like an ordinary person sprinting while carrying a sandbag weighing hundreds of pounds. With every step, the soles of the feet sank deeply into the ground, and with every step, the bones of the whole body groaned under the heavy burden. But Su Chen's face showed an almost crazy excitement. What he wants is this extreme exploitation. Roar! The rock puppet obviously didn't expect that this tiny human would dare to attack it. It let out a dull roar, and its huge rock fist, carrying tremendous force, smashed down towards Su Chen's head. Before the fist arrived, the evil wind it brought had already forced Su Chen's hair back. If it were the previous Su Chen, facing this kind of pure power attack, he would definitely choose to temporarily avoid the attack. But now, he doesn't want to hide. Open it, for me! Su Chen roared angrily, and the spiritual power in his body circulated wildly. He crossed his arms and protected himself in front of him, blocking the falling giant fist. He wanted to use his own body to experience this power firsthand, to adapt to it, to conquer it. More synchronization, Claw of the Netherworld. At the critical moment, Su Chen had an idea. His arms were instantly covered with a layer of fine black scales, and his 10 fingers turned into sharp cat claws that flashed with cold light. Boom! A deafening bang. Su Chen only felt an unparalleled terrifying force coming from his arm. Snap! He even heard the crisp and mournful cry from his arm bones. The whole person was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground and he slid backwards for more than 10 meters before he finally stopped. Puff! A stream of blood rushed up his throat, and Su Chen couldn't hold it back and spat out a mouthful of blood. My arm was completely numb and I had lost all feeling. Wow, what a strong power. This is the full-strength attack of the level 22 rock puppet under the blessing of triple gravity. However, instead of fear, Su Chen's face showed a ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha. Cool. He held on. Although he suffered some internal injuries, his bones were not broken. His body was even tougher than he thought. The rock puppet obviously didn't expect that this seemingly fragile human could actually take its punch and survive. It was stunned for a moment, then raised its fist again. But this time, Su Chen will not give it another chance. It's my turn. Su Chen's eyes instantly became cold and sharp. His body suddenly sank, the muscles in his legs became twisted like a coiled dragon, and then suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure left a residual image on the spot and disappeared in an instant. Under triple gravity, his speed was greatly reduced, but still incredibly fast. He went around behind the rock puppet like a ghost, and his pair of netherworld claws, flashing with cold light, grabbed the puppet's back with a sharp scream that tore through the air. There is the energy core of the rock puppet. Swish! A teeth-grinding friction sound was heard. The hard rock was cut like tofu under the sharp cat claws. 5 claw marks deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared on the back of the puppet. Roar! The rock puppet felt pain and turned around frantically, trying to attack Su Chen. But Su Chen's fighting style is no longer the same as before when he could only hide behind and provide support. With the downloading of Xiaozhou's fighting instinct and the tempering of countless life and death battles in the past few days, his combat awareness has already been elevated to a terrifying level. He was like a top-notch assassin, constantly using his speed advantage to maneuver around the clumsy rock puppets. Every attack accurately hits the opponent's vital points. Every dodge is perfect. Under this extreme pressure and high-intensity battle, his body is being squeezed and strengthened at a terrifying speed. He could feel that the density of his bones was increasing, the toughness of his muscles was getting stronger, and the blood was surging like the Yangtze River. Pain. And be happy. Now. After dodging the rock puppet's attack again, Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he seized a huge flaw that was exposed by the opponent's turning. Netherworld stab. Whoosh! Su Chen's entire body turned into a dark blue arrow and instantly appeared in front of the rock puppet's chest. Phew! His claws, as sharp as a knife, carried the power of the underworld and pierced into the energy core of the puppet's chest with incredible precision. Then, give it a sudden stir. Boom! The rock puppet's body trembled violently, and its scarlet eyes dimmed instantly. The huge body collapsed and turned into rubble on the ground. A fist-sized beast core emitting an earthy yellow light lay quietly in the rubble. Kill a level 22 rock golem and gain 1,500 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level, 27. Your linked target Xiaozhou has gained some combat experience and has increased in level. Current level, 17. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your spiritual power limit is permanently increased by 60 points. Your physical fitness has been permanently increased by 12 points. Your strength is permanently increased by 10 points. A series of system prompts made the curve of Su Chen's mouth widen even further. He picked up the beast core, felt the power surging in his body again, and the comfortable warm current running through his limbs and bones, and couldn't help but roar to the sky. This feeling of tearing the enemy apart with your own hands and then growing. So wonderful. He turned his head and looked at the rock puppets around him, who had become even more violent because their companions had been killed. There was no fear in his eyes. Only the hunter can't suppress his excitement and desire when he sees his prey. Bring it on. Let's make this fitness more intense. Chapter 16 The top student watches the poor student fight? In the next few days, Su Chen completely treated the outer area of Black Rock Mountains as his own exclusive gym. He was like a tireless madman, actively looking for any target to fight for. From level 20 rock golems, to level 25 obsidian gargoyles, to hordes of level 28, earth-piercing mountain beasts. He accepts everyone. Fight. Get hurt. Recover. Fight again. Under the extreme pressure of triple gravity and the endless replenishment of original spiritual power, Su Chen's strength was soaring at a terrifying speed. His level soared from level 27 to level 30 in just 3 days. Officially stepped into the threshold of high-level transcendence. And his physical strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even without using any spiritual power, he can easily break a rock wall several meters thick with one punch, relying on pure physical strength. The bones are as hard as iron, the muscles are full of explosive power, and the chi and blood are as vigorous as a furnace. He even felt that now that he was back in a normal gravity environment, the wind pressure caused by running alone could blow away a combat student with D-level talent. Xiaojiu, as Su Chen's first meal ticket, is also growing at an astonishing rate. After devouring a large number of beast cores of various attributes, its level successfully broke through to level 20. Although its size has not changed much, and it still looks like a cute pet that can be held in your arms, the aura it exudes has become deeper and more dangerous. Not only did it perfectly master corrosive claws and poisonous tail, but after devouring the core of a mutated obsidian gargoyle, it even comprehended a new defensive skill, Shadow Stone Skin. It can cover its body with a layer of shadow rock armor that can absorb damage, greatly compensating for its fragility as an assassin. Now Su Chen and Xiaojiu, a man and a cat, can walk sideways on the outskirts of this yellow area. It's still too slow. Su Chen sat cross-legged among a pile of rock puppets that he had just disassembled into parts, frowning slightly. Although the upgrade speed seemed shocking to outsiders, he himself was not satisfied. The experience and feedback these ferocious beasts in their 20s and above provided him with were becoming less and less. If he wants to continue to grow at a high speed, he must challenge more powerful prey. It's time to go deeper into the heart of the mountains. Su Chen stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked towards the deeper and more dangerous area in the distance. However, just as he was about to leave, a violent fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly came from a valley in front of the side. The fluctuation was extremely strong, mixed with several different attributes, and it was obviously not something that could be emitted by a single ferocious beast. Someone is fighting. Su Chen's eyes suddenly fixed. He immediately restrained all his breath, holding Xiaojiu, and sneaked towards that direction silently like a ghost. He climbed up a high cliff and looked down with the help of the rocks. In the valley, a team of 4 was fighting fiercely with a huge ferocious beast. The ferocious beast looked like a pangolin magnified dozens of times, and its body was covered with a layer of thick, crystal-like scales, which reflected brilliant light under the dark red sky of the abyss. Crystal Pangolin. An elite beast with a level as high as level 32. Known for its extreme defense and terrifying ability to burrow into the ground, it is an extremely difficult existence in the Black Rock Mountains. And its opponent, the 4-man team, is by no means an ordinary person. A heavily armored shield guard who was over 2 meters tall and holding a huge tower shield was at the forefront. He could accurately block the pangolin's sharp claws every time. The ground beneath his feet was shaking, but he did not move at all. Behind him, a female wizard in a blue robe, holding a crystal staff, kept chanting spells. Strands of frost and vines rose from the ground, slowing down the pangolin's movements. On both wings of the team were a male ranger holding a longbow and moving erratically, and a female assassin moving through the shadows like a ghost. Every arrow shot by the ranger was accurately shot at the gaps in the pangolin's scales. And every attack of the assassin was cunning and ruthless, targeting the pangolin's eyes, abdomen and other vital parts. Shield guard, mage, ranger, assassin. An extremely standard and efficient 4-person team configuration. Their cooperation is smooth and they have perfect understanding. Obviously, this is an elite team that has experienced many battles. Interesting. Su Chen was hiding in the dark, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was the first truly decent team he had seen since entering the abyss. It is much stronger than the Jaela team that was easily wiped out by the lizard group. Especially the leading shield guard, Su Chen could feel that the spiritual power fluctuations on his body had steadily stepped into level 31, and his talent level was probably at least a level. Captain. This guy's armor is too tough. My armor-piercing arrows aren't very effective. The ranger drew his bow and shouted loudly in the team channel. Don't worry. Stick to the plan. The shield captain shouted in a deep voice, his voice calm and powerful. Mage, prepare, deep freeze. Assassin, find an opportunity to use blinding poison. Receive. Su Chen watched their fight with interest. He was like a top tactical analyst, calmly evaluating everyone on the field. That shield guard's talents should be inclined towards blocking and damage reduction. He's very strong, but lacks control ability. Female mage, dual cultivation of ice and wood elements? Good talent, good control of the rhythm, but the burst damage is a little lacking. Ranger, it's an attack speed type, but its armor penetration ability is a weakness. The assassin, his skills are good, but he's far inferior to Xiaozhou. Su Chen's mind was rapidly making comparisons and deductions. If I were to face this crystal pangolin, how would I fight it? A head-on confrontation will definitely not work. This guy's defense is probably one level higher than the previous iron-armored bull. The best way is to use Xiaozhou's speed and corrosive and poisonous abilities to slowly wear it down. The efficiency is definitely much higher than the team below. Just as Su Chen was thinking, Xiaozhou in his arms suddenly moved restlessly. It stuck out its little head, its pair of golden vertical pupils staring intently at the crystal pangolin below. A longing gurgling sound came from its throat, and its saliva was almost flowing out. Obviously, this guy's beast core has a fatal attraction to Xiaozhou. Don't worry, you'll have something to eat later. Su Chen held its little head and comforted it through the mental link. The battle below has entered a white-hot stage. With the tacit cooperation of the four people, the once invincible crystal pangolin finally showed signs of decline. Its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, and its movements became sluggish. Now! The shield guard captain roared, and took advantage of a gap in the pangolin's attack to launch a sudden charge. The huge tower shield slammed into the pangolin's side, causing it to stagger. Deep freeze. The sorceress's spell was also completed at the same time. Snap. The biting cold instantly spread from the pangolin's feet, freezing its limbs firmly in place. Although it only lasted 2 seconds, it was enough. Shadow attack, cut throat. The female assassin appeared under the pangolin's neck as if teleporting, and the 2 poison daggers turned into a cross of cold light and slashed across fiercely. Phew! A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared instantly. The smelly blood gushed out. Roar! The crystal pangolin let out a roar of extreme pain, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It twitched a few times and then became motionless. Finally solved. The rangers sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. The other people also showed tired expressions as if they had survived a disaster. This battle was so difficult. Quick, clean up the battlefield and get the beast core. This level 32 crystal beast core can be exchanged for at least 8,000 abyss points. The shield captain urged, a hint of excitement on his face. 8,000 points. I got it. This time when I go back, I must go to the abyss store and exchange that wind chaser longbow, the ranger shouted excitedly. All you do is change weapons, the female mage rolled her eyes at him. You might as well use these points to exchange for a few bottles of Titan Strength Potion. The next time you encounter a giant like this, the captain will have an easier time. Abyss points? Abyss shop? Su Chen, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly narrowed his pupils the moment he heard these words. This was information he had never seen in the Academy database. Captain, are we really going to challenge that earth-shaking rock-armored lizard? This pangolin alone is difficult enough, and that sub-dragon species. The female assassin's voice was filled with a hint of fear. The shield captain was silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. I know it's dangerous. However, the bounty on that dragon lizard is a whopping 100,000 points. Furthermore, it said that its cubs have a chance to be contracted. If successful, our team will soar to the top and become the favorite to win this league. Earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard. 100,000 points. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. Contract Cub. One piece of heavy information after another exploded in Su Chen's mind like thunder. His breathing became rapid at this moment. Chapter 17 Oops. The blue bar is almost empty. It turns out that within this forbidden abyss, there lies a system of rewards, punishments, and transactions that is independent of the school. Abyss points. Abyss shop. This is the real way to play in this world. Before, I was just a fool who was busy killing monsters. My information channels were too blocked. No wonder the team was so well equipped and had such tacit coordination. They were obviously old hands in the abyss and knew everything about this place like the back of their hand. And I am like a newbie who just left the novice village and doesn't even know where the quest NPC is. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He glanced at the four-man team below who were cleaning up the battlefield and excitedly discussing what equipment to exchange at the store, and forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart. Rush out now and get information from them? Unwise. In a place like the abyss, people's hearts are unpredictable. As a lone walker, I am just a fat sheep that can walk in their eyes. Once the secret of his S-level talent is exposed, or others know that he has the ability to hunt ferocious beasts efficiently, the consequences will be disastrous. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Su Chen understands this principle better than anyone else. He silently watched as the team dismembered the body of the crystal pangolin, took away the most precious animal core in several scales, and then hurriedly left the valley. Only when their backs completely disappeared in the distance did Su Chen slowly walk out from behind the cliff. He glanced at the broken pangolin remains on the ground without a trace of regret in his eyes. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's not worth the risk of exposure for these scraps. Abyss points. Abyss shop. Su Chen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. To earn points, you need to turn in beast cores or other valuable materials. Turning them in means interacting with the officials or other students. It seems that I can no longer act alone like a savage. Su Chen's eyes became deeper. He must find a way to integrate into this abyss system without exposing his core secrets. However, before that, there is one more important thing. That is, test your current limits. That elite team, with a captain at level 31 and team members around level 29, still had a hard time fighting a level 32 crystal pangolin. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard they mentioned has a bounty of 100,000 points. Its strength is probably far above that of the crystal rock pangolin, and its level is at least 40. Challenging it with my current strength is like hitting a rock with an egg. I'm not strong enough. Su Chen clenched his fists, his eyes burning with desire for power. He cast his gaze deeper into the mountains. There is the real, high-level monster area. He wants to find an opponent strong enough to test his true strength after reaching level 30. Half an hour later. Su Chen stood at the edge of a basin surrounded by huge black rocks, his expression more solemn than ever before. In the center of the basin, a giant over 15 meters tall, made entirely of black rock with a metallic luster, stands quietly. It has no facial features, only a huge single eye that slowly rotates on its chest, emitting a heart-pounding ochre light. Its limbs are extremely thick, like stone pillars supporting the sky, and its body is surrounded by a circle of twisted force field ripples that can be seen with the naked eye. Gravity Rock Demon. Level 35. One of the overlords in the heart of Blackrock Mountains. Not only does it possess unparalleled strength and defense, the most terrifying thing is that it can freely manipulate gravity. Within its domain, it can create a terrifying gravity field 5 or even 10 times stronger in a local area at any time. Any enemy who steps into its territory will be instantly crushed into meat paste. This is a terrifying existence that is 10 times more troublesome than the crystal pangolin. It's you! There was no trace of retreat in Su Chen's eyes, only a crazy desire to fight. He put Xiaojiu on the ground and gave instructions through the mental link with a serious expression. Xiaojiu, this guy is not easy to deal with. Don't get close to him easily. Use your speed and poisonous tail to harass it from the periphery, consume it, and create opportunities for me. Meow. Xiaojiu also felt the terrifying pressure coming from the rock demon. All the hair on its body stood up, but it still responded fearlessly, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared into the shadow of the rock. Su Chen took a deep breath, no longer hiding, and stepped into the basin. Buzz. The moment he stepped in, the single eye on the gravity rock demon's chest suddenly turned towards him. A terrifying gravity several times stronger than before came crashing down. "Hmm." Su Chen groaned, his legs went limp, and he fell to one knee uncontrollably. The ground was cracked like a spider web by his knee. 5 times gravity. He felt that his internal organs were about to be squeezed and deformed, and his bones were groaning under the heavy burden. Roar! The gravity rock demon let out a dull roar and walked towards Su Chen with heavy steps. Every step it took, the entire basin shook violently. It raised its giant rock foot, which was bigger than a millstone, and stomped hard on Su Chen, who was kneeling on the ground. It will crush into powder the ant that dares to enter its territory. It's not over yet. Su Chen's eyes were red, and he roared madly the moment the giant foot landed. Ultimate form, synchronization. Transform, for me. Boom! A faint blue light suddenly shot out from the shadows not far away and penetrated Su Chen's body. Next second. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain swept through my body again. Under the terrifying pressure and violent force, Su Chen's body began to reorganize frantically. Black cat ears popped out of the top of the head. The twin tails burning with phantom flames danced wildly behind him. The body is stretched, the muscles bulge, and it is full of streamlined explosive power. A pair of golden vertical pupils replaced the original black eyes, filled with cold murderous intent. The 9 nether cats synchronized form, completely liberated. At the last moment when the giant foot was about to fall, Su Chen's figure turned into a blurry black shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The giant foot landed on the ground, and the ground collapsed into a terrifying deep pit. Su Chen had already appeared 100 meters away. He half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, feeling the surging power in his body that had increased several times. He is level 30, and after being fully synchronized with Xiaojiu, who is level 20, his overall strength has been infinitely close to level 35. Come on! Monster! Su Chen raised his head and gave the gravity rock demon a bloodthirsty smile. Now, we are rivals of the same level. Roar! The gravity rock demon seemed to be angered by Su Chen's provocation, and the single eye on its chest shone brightly. Buzz! Su Chen only felt his body suddenly sink, and the gravity around him soared again. 10 times gravity. Puff! Su Chen spat out another mouthful of blood, his speed dropped suddenly, and his body seemed to be held down by countless invisible big hands. The gravity rock demon seized the opportunity and smashed towards him with his huge fist, whistling and tearing the air. Danger! Su Chen's fighting instinct gave a crazy warning. He gritted his teeth and madly injected the limited spiritual power in his body into his legs. Netherworld stab. Whoosh! He narrowly avoided the fatal punch by a hair's breadth. The wind from the fist brushed past his body, scratching his skin and causing it to hurt. No! We can't keep wasting time with it. Su Chen's heart was filled with alarm. Under 10 times the gravity, every movement and every attack of his consumed several times more spiritual energy than usual. And his form synchronization is a huge mana consumer. He could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his body was being consumed at an alarming rate. The blue bar is about to be empty. We must fight quickly and decisively. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the single eye that was constantly rotating on the chest of the gravity rock demon. There is its core. It is also its only weakness. He only has one chance. Su Chen no longer hesitated, he mobilized all the remaining spiritual power in his body. In the terrifying gravitational field, his figure transformed into several phantoms that were difficult to distinguish between true and false, and rushed towards the gravity rock demon from different directions. Phantom of the Netherworld. The gravity rock demon's single eye was spinning rapidly, and it was obviously unable to tell which one was the real one at the first sight. Now is the time. Su Chen's real body, with the help of the phantom's cover, has rushed to the feet of the rock demon. He kicked the ground with his legs and soared into the sky like a cannonball. His right claw was covered with an ominous gray-green energy. Claws of corrosion. Behind him, 2 long tails burning with phantom fire were wrapped with a layer of deadly green poison. Poisonous tail. He bet all his strength and skills on this final blow. Break it for me. Phew! Before the gravity rock demon could react, Su Chen's sharp claws and poisonous tail had already hit the huge single eye on its chest at the same time. Snap! A crisp sound, like breaking glass, resounded throughout the basin. Chapter 18 The goddess's labor pains intensified. The huge single eye on the gravity rock demon's chest shattered with a sound. Countless cracks, like spider webs, instantly covered its entire body. Roar! The gravity rock demon let out an unwilling wail, and its huge body suddenly disintegrated, turning into rubble all over the sky, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. The battle is over. Su Chen's figure also fell weakly from mid-air. With a thump, he fell heavily to the ground and released the synchronized form. All the strength in my body seemed to be drained away in an instant. He lay on the cold gravel, not wanting to move even a finger, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. The whole person was completely soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Win! At level 30, he defeated the level 35 gravity rock demon. Although it was a narrow victory, we won in the end. An unprecedented, exhilarating pleasure surged from the bottom of his heart, washing over his exhausted body. Meow! Xiaozhou's figure appeared beside him. It sensibly did not touch the scattered animal cores, but rubbed Su Chen's cheek gently with its furry little head, making a worried purring sound in its throat. I'm fine. Su Chen smiled, raised his trembling hand and rubbed its little head. It's just, the blue bar is empty. This battle gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength, and also gave him a personal experience of the consumption of the magical skill morph synchronization. It consumes too much mana. With his current total spiritual power far exceeding that of students of the same level, even at full power, he can only maintain a completely synchronized form and engage in high-intensity combat for about 5 minutes. This is definitely his biggest shortcoming at the moment. It seems that I need to find a way to get a technique that can quickly restore spiritual power, or find a contracted beast that can increase endurance. Su Chen silently took note of this in his heart. He struggled to sit up and began to take stock of his gains. After the gravity rock demon died, it left behind 2 beast cores, one large and one small. The big one is its main core, which is as big as a human head. It emits a rich ochre light and is of extremely high quality. The smaller one is the gravity core transformed from its single eye, which contains a trace of the power of the law that controls gravity and is even more precious. Come on, Xiaozhou, dinner is ready. Su Chen pushed both beast cores in front of Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou cheered and immediately hugged the big main core and started to eat it with relish. As for Su Chen, he was enjoying the tenfold feedback that was surging like the Yangtze River bursting its banks. Just as Su Chen was enjoying the joy of rapidly growing strength in the Forbidden Abyss. Outside, Zhangcheng University. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. The preliminaries for the National College League will begin in less than a week. As the school's trump card and the biggest hope for winning the championship, the Yaoguang team should be at its most motivated and in top form. However, the reality is just the opposite. Inside the A-level simulated battle hall, the Yaoguang team just finished a simulated match with the Thunder team, which is ranked 5th in the school. The final result was a tragic victory. The battle lasted for a full half hour. Almost all of the 4 goddesses of the Yaoguang team were injured and their spiritual power was exhausted before they barely defeated their opponents. You know, half a month ago, it took them less than 10 minutes to defeat this team. Hoo-hoo! Bai Mengli knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. She had just used up almost the last bit of her spiritual power in order to cast a crucial healing spell on Ling Bingyao. This feeling of powerlessness caused by the depletion of spiritual energy made her feel extremely irritated and aggrieved. On the other side, Xia Qingying leaned against the wall, silently wiping her sword, her face pale, with a hint of unconcealable confusion in her eyes. Her sword was still very fast. But she knew that her sword had lost its former continuous sharpness. Several times, she had to interrupt her sword moves because her spiritual power was running out. That feeling was more painful than killing her. Lu Ruyan stood in the shadow of the corner with her arms folded, not saying a word. But her cold eyes scanned back and forth between Ling Bingyao and Bai Mengli, as if evaluating something, and a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in the depths of her eyes. Why is this happening? Ling Bingyao stood in the center of the venue, clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Her usually cold and calm face was now filled with unwillingness and a hint of anxiety that she herself was unwilling to admit. It's like this again. Ever since they terminated their contract with Su Chen, their condition has been getting worse day by day. The total amount of spiritual power dropped by 30%, and the recovery speed was as slow as a turtle. In the past, after a high-intensity battle, it only took half an hour of meditation to recover. Now, it takes at least 2 hours. Moreover, without Su Chen's extremely pure S-level spiritual power for daily tempering and nourishment, they felt that the quality of their spiritual power had begun to show slight degeneration. Become complex and superficial. It's all Su Chen's fault. Finally, Bai Mengli couldn't help it and started complaining in a crying voice. How could he be so cruel? We've been teammates for a year after all. He actually drained all of our fundamental spiritual energy. He's such an ungrateful person. We promoted him to an S-rank support, and this is how he repays us? Her voice was full of resentment and grievance, as if she was the victim who was betrayed. Hearing this, Xia Qingying paused slightly while wiping her sword. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth. Ungrateful person? Who is the ungrateful person after all? At the oath-taking ceremony, when he announced the termination of the contract in public and trampled on other people's dignity, why didn't he say that they were teammates for 1 year? Now that you realize you can't live without her, you start playing the victim? That's ridiculous. That's enough. Ling Bingyao interrupted Bai Mangli's complaint coldly. I don't want to hear that man's name from any of you again. She swept her cold gaze over the crowd, her tone strong and unquestionable. If your strength decreases, then train tenfold, 100-fold, to get it back. If you don't have enough spiritual power, use pills to build it up. I've already applied to the school for the highest level of resource supply. Starting tomorrow, each of our daily quotas of spirit gathering pills will be tripled. There are only 5 days left until the qualifiers. I request that our daily training time be increased from 8 hours to 12 hours. Anyone who has any objections can quit now. Ling Bingyao's words were like pieces of cold stone, hitting everyone's heart. Increase the intensity of training? Use pills to pile it up? This is simply treating the symptoms and not the root cause. The spiritual power accumulated by the elixir is mixed and impure, and using too much may even damage the foundation. Without Su Chen's power bank, no matter how much training intensity is increased, it will only squeeze the already limited spiritual power, and the result will be half the effort with twice the results. Xia Qingying's brows were tightly furrowed. She felt that her sword heart was wavering. Is this kind of strength built up by relying on external objects and brute force really the pure swordsmanship she pursues? Lu Ruyan sneered in her heart. She quietly opened her personal terminal and clicked on an encrypted chat box. Above is the chat record between her and the captain of the ace team of another top university. The other party has already extended an olive branch to her. As long as she nods, she can transfer to another school at any time and join the team whose strength is far superior to the current Yaoguang. In her opinion, this tattered Yaoguang no longer has any investment value. The most sensible choice is to stop losses in time and look for alternatives. Bai Mengli's face turned pale after hearing Ling Bingyao's almost crazy training plan. She lowered her head, and no one saw the deep in her eyes, which were always gentle and kind. For the first time, she felt a strong resistance and resentment towards Ling Bingyao's decision. What she hated even more was her foolish self back then. Why should I agree with Ling Bingyao? Why do we talk about power bank? If they hadn't been so heartless, if they had just discussed it with Su Chen in private, wouldn't it have become what it is now? When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she couldn't help but look through her previous chat history with Su Chen. Looking at those warm words expressing concern for her training and reminding her to rest, she compared them with Ling Bingyao's current coldness and harshness. A piercing regret gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. It seems like I really did something wrong. And it's so wrong. Chapter 19 Encountering a high-level player, should I save him? Su Chen lay on the ground, enjoying the tenfold feedback force that came like a tsunami. The beast core of the level 35 gravity rock demon contains energy that is far larger and purer than all the previous beast cores combined. Boom! Su Chen only felt that the core of his spiritual power was like a nuclear bomb detonated. The ocean of spiritual power that had reached the bottleneck of level 30 was broken through in an instant. Then, in an unstoppable manner, it expanded, and expanded madly. Based on the tenfold feedback effect, your level has increased. Current level, 31. Your level has increased. Current level, 32. Your level has increased. Current level, 33. Your level has increased. Current level, 34. 4 consecutive upgraded golden lights lit up on Su Chen's body. His level soared from level 30 to level 34 in just a few minutes. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled his limbs and bones. He could feel that the total amount of spiritual power in his body was at least more than twice as strong as when he was level 30. The physical body, under the impact of that pure energy, was once again strengthened and reborn. On the other side, Xiaojiu, who had eaten the two beast cores clean, also ushered in his transformation. Your link target Xiaojiu devoured the gravity core level 35. Xiaojiu's bloodline underwent a slight mutation, and he mastered the passive skill, microgravity field. Xiaojiu's level has increased. Current level, 21. Xiaojiu's level has been upgraded. Current level, 25. Xiaojiu's level also soared all the way to level 25. What surprised Su Chen even more was that it actually comprehended a new passive skill. Microgravity field passive, a weak gravity field constantly surrounds Xiaojiu's body, slightly affecting the enemy's movement speed. At the same time, Xiaojiu's resistance to gravity is greatly enhanced. Magical skills. This is definitely a magical skill. Although it is only micro, when masters fight, the victory or defeat is often decided by a hair's breadth. This slight impact on speed can be fatal at a critical moment. Moreover, the improvement in his own gravity resistance means that Xiaojiu will be able to thrive in places like the Blackrock Mountains. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen stood up contentedly, feeling that his whole body was filled with endless energy. He glanced at Xiaojiu beside him. The little guy seemed to have not fully adapted to the new power. When he walked, the air around his body was slightly distorted. It jumped up and down, but accidentally lost control and the newly comprehended gravitational field exploded instantly. With a bang, it nailed itself firmly to the hard rocky ground like a nail, with its four legs facing up in the air, unable to pull itself out, and could only make an aggrieved meow sound. Ha ha, I told you to be greedy. Su Chen was amused by its funny appearance and laughed out loud. He walked over and pulled it out of the ground like pulling a radish, taking some effort. It seems that you still need some time to get used to the new toy. Su Chen rubbed Xiaojiu's head and was in a good mood. After the joy of his sudden increase in strength, he calmed down and began to think about his next plan. Challenge the earth-shaking rock-armored lizard? No, not yet. Although his strength has greatly increased now, he is still not enough when facing an existence of that level. Moreover, I know too little about it and the entire Abyss system. We must first find a way to get information about Abyss points and Abyss stores. Su Chen looked back at the way he came. He began to reason rapidly. The Abyss is a relatively closed space. If we want to establish a unified store system, we must have a fixed trading point that all students can access. Where will this transaction point be? The heart of the Abyss? Impossible, too dangerous, and not universal at all. Then, the only possibility is... Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Entrance. That ordinary-looking, even a little shabby, cabin of the administrator. The old administrator who was lying in the rocking chair and looked half dead was definitely not just a janitor. He is most likely the NPC of the Abyss store. This speculation made Su Chen's heartbeat accelerate again. He felt that he had grasped the key. Come on, Xiaojiu, let's go back. Su Chen no longer hesitated and made a decision immediately. He wanted to return to the entrance to verify his guess. One person and one cat set out on their return journey. When they came, they were cautious and took every step carefully. When going back, it was a complete reckless rush. With Su Chen's strength of level 34 and Xiaojiu's strength of level 25, plus Xiaojiu's elusive, microgravity field, interference. In front of them, the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Blackrock Mountains were nothing but moving experience packs. Su Chen was too lazy to even do it himself. He just had to cross his arms and watch Xiaojiu killing everyone in front of him. However, just as they were about to leave the Blackrock Mountains and set foot on the wasteland again, Su Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze, through the heavy rocks, locked onto a canyon not far ahead. There were bursts of fierce fighting sounds and a roar full of unwillingness and despair. This voice sounds familiar. Su Chen immediately restrained his breath and moved over quietly. When he saw the scene inside the canyon clearly, his pupils shrank slightly. In the canyon, the shield captain who was so high-spirited in commanding his teammates to kill the crystal pangolin not long ago was now covered in blood and was trapped in the center by three huge beasts. Those three ferocious beasts were two level 30 berserk apes and a level 33 shadow cheetah. The shield captain's condition was extremely miserable. The huge tower shield that he was so proud of had been broken into several pieces. The fine armor on his body was also covered with claw marks and cracks. His left arm was twisted at a strange angle and was obviously broken. He could only use his remaining right hand to tightly grasp a warhammer, leaning against a rock, breathing heavily, his eyes full of despair. None of his teammates were around. Apparently, they encountered an enemy far more terrifying than the crystal pangolin and got separated. And he, while seriously injured, was unfortunately blocked here by these three high-level ferocious beasts. Roar! The shadow cheetah seemed to have lost its patience. It let out a low roar, turned into a black lightning, and pounced towards the captain of the shield guard. It's over. A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the shield captain. He no longer had the strength to lift the hammer. However, just as he closed his eyes and waited for death, Su-chan, hiding in the dark, was rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Save him? What are the benefits? First, you can get all the information about abyss points, shops, and dragon lizards from him. Second, a level 31 A-class shield guard would be a huge help if he could be recruited for his own use, even if it was only temporarily. What are the disadvantages? It may expose your strength and cause unnecessary trouble. Not save? The advantages are safety and convenience. The downside is that you will miss a great opportunity to understand the truth of the abyss, and you will have to grope your way around like a headless fly. The pros and cons instantly appeared clearly in Su-chan's mind. 1/10 of a second later, Su-chan made a decision. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. I bought this information. I'll also take your life. He gave a cold order to Xiaojiao in his arms. Xiaojiao, don't kill the leopard yet. Kill those two monkeys that are getting in the way, in a second. Chapter 20 I want both your life and your information. In the canyon, the smell of death has become extremely strong. The captain of the shield guard, Qin Feng, leaned against the cold rock, feeling the rapid passage of his life, with only a dead look in his eyes. He gave up resistance. His left arm was crippled, his tower shield was shattered, his spiritual power was depleted, and he was poisoned. Faced with three elite beasts above level 30, he saw no hope of survival. He could even smell the disgusting fishy odor coming from the shadow cheetah's mouth. Team leader Xiao Ya. In his dying moments, the images of his teammates flashed through his mind. They should have escaped, right? Okay. As the captain, I finally bought them sometime in the end. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and slowly closed his eyes. However, the moment he closed his eyes, a sharp cat cry full of threat and fighting spirit, which he had never heard in his life, exploded in his ears like thunder. Meow. Immediately afterwards, there were two shrill cries of the violent demon ape filled with pain and disbelief. Boom! Boom! There were two dull bangs, as if two small mountains collapsed. As expected, the severe pain of having the throat torn by the claws did not come. The entire canyon fell into an eerie silence. What's going on? Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The scene before him caused his pupils, which were about to dilate, to shrink to the extreme in an instant. The shadow cheetah, which was so aggressive and ready to pounce on him just a second ago, now stood still stiffly, with all the hair on its body standing up, and a fearful woohoo sound came from its throat, as if it had seen some natural enemy. And in front of it, the two arrogant, level 30 violent demon apes had fallen in a pool of blood. On one end, a huge hole was torn in the throat and blood was gushing out. On the other side, there was a hideous bloody hole at the place where the heart should be, and he was already dead. All of them were killed, in one blow. Flash sale. Two level 30 violent demon apes were killed instantly in just a moment. How is this possible? Qin Feng's mind was blank. He followed Shadow Cheetah's terrified gaze and turned his head with difficulty. Then, he saw it. On top of the two huge demon ape corpses, stood quietly a cat? A little kitten that's pitch black, only the size of a palm, and looks harmless? No. Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently again. He saw it clearly. Behind the kitten, there are two tails burning with faint blue flames. On its forehead, there is a silver crescent mark that emits a faint glow. The air around its body is undergoing strange and visibly distorted movements. What kind of monster is this? Qin Feng felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. He had never seen such a strange and powerful beast in any information. What on earth is this? Just when Qin Feng was shocked and thought he was dreaming, a calm, even lazy sound of footsteps came slowly from the entrance of the canyon. Clatter. 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 Every step was like stepping on his heart. Qin Feng and the trembling shadow cheetah turned their heads at the same time. I saw a figure slowly walking out from the shadow of the rock. He was a young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features and a calm temperament. He was wearing an ordinary Jiangcheng University student uniform. He walked with his arms folded, leisurely, as if he was not walking in a dangerous canyon, but in his own back garden. There was even a faint smile on his face. But in Qin Feng's eyes, that smile was even more chilling than the devil in the abyss. Because the boy's dark eyes were too calm. It was so calm that it didn't feel like he was looking at a seriously injured living person. And it's like looking at an item. A cold object awaiting valuation. You, who are you? Qin Feng asked in a hoarse voice with a dry throat. He struggled to stand up, but the severe pain in his body and the fear in his heart prevented him from even moving a finger. The boy didn't answer him. He simply walked up to the shadow cheetah and stopped. The level 33 elite beast that was extremely terrifying in Qin Feng's eyes was as docile as a tame dog in front of the young man. It crawled on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe. The boy reached out his hand and gently patted the shadow cheetah on the head. It's like soothing your pet. Be good, don't move. His voice was soft, yet it held an unmistakable magic. Shadow cheetah whimpered and then really didn't move. After doing all this, the young man turned his head and set his gaze on Qin Feng again. Please introduce yourself. Su Chen, Jiangcheng University, freshman. He said with a smile. Boom. Su Chen. Of course Qin Feng had heard of this name. The S-level assistant who was publicly terminated by the 4 campus beauties has caused a lot of controversy on the internal forum of Jiangcheng University. The clown who was ridiculed by the whole school as a parasite and a burden. It was actually him? Qin Feng felt that his brain was no longer enough. Why would an auxiliary defined as only able to provide spiritual power appear in the heart of the Blackrock Mountains? What was that terrifying black cat beside him that instantly killed 2 violent demon apes? Why could he make a level 33 shadow cheetah submit to him? Countless questions, like raging waves, hit Qin Feng's already fragile nerves. It seems that you know me. Su Chen looked at Qin Feng's extremely shocked expression, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Then let's make a deal, Captain Qin Feng. Su Chen's voice became cold and direct. Do you want to live? Qin Feng's body trembled violently. Think. Of course he wants to. As long as he can survive, he is willing to pay any price. Think. He squeezed out a word from his throat with difficulty. Very good. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. My conditions are simple. He held up a finger. Tell me everything you know about Abyss Points, Abyss Shop, and Earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard without leaving out a single word. Su Chen paused, his eyes becoming as cold as ice. Then I will not only let you live. He pointed at the frightened shadow cheetah next to him, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will also give you its beast core as interest on your life. Do you think this deal is worthwhile? Chapter 21 Abyss Wealth Code, get. Qin Feng looked at Su Chen's cold and ruthless eyes, then looked at the shadow cheetah crawling on the ground next to him, not even daring to raise its head. What other choice does he have? Intelligence is dead. Your life is your own. Using a bunch of strategies that I painstakingly compiled in exchange for my own life, plus a priceless level 33 beast core as a gift. No matter how you calculate it, this deal is a huge profit. It's a great deal. Qin Feng could hardly wait and nodded rapidly. He just wants to survive now. Even if he was asked to tell the location of his ancestral grave, he would not hesitate. Good. I like to do business with smart people. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. He pulled over a relatively clean stone nearby and sat down with his arms stretched out. He picked up Xiaojiu from his arms and stroked the cat from time to time while looking at Qin Feng with a look that said, "You can start your performance now." The posture was so relaxed, as if he was not interrogating a prisoner, but listening to a storyteller telling a story. Qin Feng looked at him like this, and the fear in his heart deepened a little. The young man in front of me is so scary. His intelligence, his methods, and his strength are far beyond what a freshman should have. He is not a human being at all. It's a monster in human skin. Qin Feng didn't dare to have any more luck. He endured the severe pain in his body and the fear in his heart, and told everything he knew like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. The Abyssal Points system was officially established by several legendary seniors from the previous class and the United Academy. Any student entering the Abyss can go to the administrator at the entrance to verify their identity as an Abyss Hunter. After certification, you can exchange for corresponding Abyss points by handing in ferocious beast cores, rare ores, spiritual plants and herbs, etc. Points are the only hard currency in the Abyss. Suchen listened quietly, petting the cat while memorizing the key information. Sure enough, that old administrator is the key NPC. The Abyss Store is actually an exchange platform built on the Academy's internal network, accessible only to certified hunters. Xin Feng's voice was filled with bitterness and pain, as if he was selling out his most precious treasure. The store has everything. From healing potions and weapons to all sorts of unheard of techniques and skills, and even secret treasures that can enhance one's talent potential, we have it all. As long as you have enough points, you can get everything you want in the Abyss. Hearing this, Su Chen's hand that was petting the cat paused slightly. A secret treasure to enhance talent potential? This thing might not be of much use to him, as his S-level talent has already reached its peak. But what if I give it to Xiaojio? Even, what about giving it to the ferocious beast he will contract with in the future? Su Chen's heart suddenly became hot. Go on, he said calmly. Yes. Xin Feng didn't dare to neglect the discussion and continued. Hunters are also divided into different levels. From low to high, they are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The higher the level, the more privileges you can redeem in the store, and you can also receive high-difficulty bounty missions issued by the official with extremely generous rewards. For example, the bounty we accepted this time for the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard is a platinum-level mission, with a bounty of 100,000 points. A trace of a miserable smile appeared on Xin Feng's face. Our team ventured into the heart of the Blackrock Mountains for this very mission. We thought we were well prepared, but, just outside the dragon lizard's lair, we were caught in a single angry roar, and we were all severely injured and separated. That monster is terrifying. We estimate its level to be at least 45. Its defense is like a moving mountain. Even our strongest armor-piercing attack can't even leave a white mark on it. Its lair is in the very center of the Blackrock Mountains, beneath the highest peak known as Titan's Spine. It's shrouded in intense earth elemental storms year-round. That's its territory. Xin Feng told all the information in one breath. After saying this, he seemed to have been drained of all his energy and spirit. He collapsed there, gasping violently. There was a gleam in Su Chen's eyes. He has already built a clear blueprint of all the information in his mind. Abyss Hunter certification, earn points by collecting beast cores, upgrade hunter levels, unlock shop privileges, redeem magical treasures, and continue to kill stronger monsters. A perfect, infinitely cyclical path of scoring and becoming stronger has already unfolded before him. And that earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard is the most valuable super treasure chest on this road. Very good. Su Chen stood up with a satisfied smile on his face. Your information is very valuable. When Xin Feng heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face, as if he had survived the disaster. However, Su Chen's next action instantly froze the joy on his face. Su Chen turned around and said calmly to the shadow cheetah that was still crawling on the ground. Your mission is accomplished. Now, hand over your beast core. Roar. Shadow cheetah didn't seem to understand and looked up blankly. Next second, a black lightning shot out from Su Chen's arms. Phew! Under Xin Feng's horrified gaze, Xiaojio's sharp claws had accurately pierced the heart of the shadow cheetah. This level 33 elite beast died on the spot without even having time to let out a cry. Xiaojio skillfully dug in the corpse and took out a fist-sized beast core that exuded a shadowy aura. Then, as if seeking credit, he ran back to Su Chen's feet and rubbed his head against his trouser leg. Su Chen bent down to pick up the beast core, shook it in front of Xin Feng, and said with a smile, "You see, I'm a man of my word. The agreed interest rate will not be reduced by a single cent." Xin Feng's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. Devil! This guy is definitely a devil. He saw with his own eyes that Su Chen, like an elegant conductor, took the life of a level 33 elite beast in the blink of an eye. That kind of calmness and self-righteousness made him tremble from the depths of his soul. Okay, our deal is over. Su Chen put away the beast core, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Xin Feng shouted hurriedly when he saw this. Su Chen stopped, turned around, and looked at him indifferently with a look that asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" The poison in my body." Xin Feng pointed at the blackened wounds on his body, his voice filled with pleading. He was poisoned by the violent poison of the demon ape. If he didn't detoxify in time, even if he didn't die now, his meridians would be damaged and his strength would drop sharply afterwards. Oh, this one. Su Chen suddenly understood. He pulled out a bottle of the lowest grade, primary healing potion, from his pocket, which was only worth 10 credit points, and threw it over. The potion rolled on the ground several times and stopped in front of Qin Feng. This is the reward you deserve. Su Chen's voice was calm and peaceful. Whether you can survive depends on your own luck. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Qin Feng's surprised, grateful, and extremely complicated look. He hugged Xiao Jiao and disappeared into the depths of the canyon without looking back, leaving behind only a lonely and resolute figure, and a pair of words that echoed in the canyon for a long time. Remember, your life was given by me. Next time I see you, it will be mine. Chapter 22 Administrator, are you a traitor? Su Chen doesn't care about Qin Feng's life or death. A loser who has lost his usefulness is not worth any more energy from him. He held Xiao Jiao in his arms and followed his memory of the way here, heading back towards the entrance. The moment he stepped out of the Black Rock Mountains again and escaped from the triple gravity area, an indescribable feeling of being as light as a swallow spread throughout my body. Su Chen only felt that the invisible shackles on his body were instantly released. He tried, taking a step forward. Whoosh! His figure left a faint afterimage on the spot and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. It was so fast that even his own dynamic vision could hardly keep up. Is this my current speed? Su Chen stopped and looked at the long afterimage behind him, his eyes filled with incredible shock. He didn't even use any spiritual power, just pure, physical strength. After several days of extreme training and fighting in a triple gravity environment, his body had long since adapted to the terrifying pressure. Now, once we return to normal, it's like a spring has been freed of a heavy burden. Whether it is speed, strength, or reaction ability, there has been explosive growth. Su Chen is confident that he can now easily defeat himself, who needed to rely on the Yaoguang team to fight a month ago with just his physical body. Cool. Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power that seemed to be overflowing from his body, and couldn't help but growl. The Black Rock Mountains are indeed his blessed land. After dealing with the entrance, he must go back to challenge deeper areas with 5 or even 10 times the gravity. He was extremely looking forward to how powerful he would become when he could move freely in such an environment. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Chen quickened his pace back. At his current speed, it would only take him more than half an hour to return to the entrance. Soon, the familiar huge black vortex exuding a desolate atmosphere reappeared in his sight. Next to the whirlpool, the dilapidated wooden house still stood there quietly. The old administrator with gray hair and wrinkled face was still lying in the rocking chair, with his eyes closed, humming a tuneless tune leisurely. It seemed as if his posture had not changed since Su Chen left. Su Chen's arrival did not seem to disturb him. Until Su Chen walked to the front of the wooden house and stopped. The old man's humming suddenly stopped. He slowly opened his cloudy old eyes. The moment his gaze fell on Su Chen, his calm eyes showed an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation for the first time. Surprise! It was a real surprise. Although it only took a moment for him to return to his lazy look, Su Chen, who had highly concentrated his mental strength, still captured it keenly. What is the old man surprised about? Surprised you made it back alive? Still surprised, the aura on his body is more than 10 times stronger than when he entered? Su Chen understood in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He just bowed slightly respectfully. Teacher, I'm back. Oh. The old man didn't even raise his eyelids, hummed a single syllable through his nose, and waved his hand lazily. Just be alive. His tone was as calm as if he was saying, it's a nice day today. But Su Chen could feel that there was a hidden and powerful mental force scanning back and forth over his body, as if it wanted to see through him from inside out. Su Chen's heart trembled, but he remained calm on the surface. He knew that this was a test from the other party. He did not release his spiritual power to resist, but allowed the other party to explore. Anyway, his current level 34 spiritual power fluctuation is real. No matter how hard the other party looks, they can't tell that there is a level 25-9 nether cat connected to his body, let alone that he possesses such incredible abilities as synchronization and tenfold feedback. Sure enough, the mental power swept over Su Chen several times, and after not finding anything unusual, it quietly retreated. Boy, you're lucky. The old man lay back down and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Judging from your aura, did you get some kind of good fortune in there? Did you fall off a cliff and pick up a secret manual of divine skills? Or did some dying old man teach you some skills? The old man's words sounded like a joke, but every word was a trap. Su Chen sneered in his heart, but his face showed an honest and slightly frightened expression. Teacher, you're joking. I'm not that lucky. After I went in, I hid in the outermost wasteland and didn't even dare to approach the edge of the Black Rock Mountains. I picked up some hyena corpses that were killed by other ferocious beasts. I was lucky enough to dig up a few low-level beast cores, and finally upgraded a few levels. Su Chen's acting skills are at the level of a best-selling actor. He portrayed himself as a lucky but timid and cautious scavenger. This explanation is reasonable and can explain why he was able to come back alive and why his strength increased without revealing his true strength. After hearing this, the old man said "huh" without commenting, and it was unclear whether he believed it or not. He didn't ask any further questions, but just changed the subject. Tell me, what are you doing back here for? Why don't you stay in there for a few more days? Maybe you can pick up a few more bodies. Su Chen knew that the main topic had come. He pretended to be excited, as if to say, "That's why I came here," and took out a small bag of beast cores from his pocket. These were the animal cores of the blood-rotting hyenas he had killed in the wilderness before. Their levels were all below level 10, and their energies were mixed. They were the worst of all his trophies. Teacher, I heard someone say that you can certify yourself as an abyss hunter and then exchange your beast cores for points? Su Chen's face showed just the right amount of anticipation and a hint of nervousness. The old man took a look at the beast core, and a trace of barely perceptible contempt flashed in his eyes, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. But he still sat up slowly from the rocking chair. I've learned the rules quite clearly. He took out a black, crystal-like plate and an ordinary-looking badge made of black iron from under the table and threw them to Su Chen. Blood drop, certification. The badge will be linked to your personal terminal, and all future point transactions and store visits will be conducted through it. Su Chen took the thing and without hesitation, he immediately bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the crystal plate and badge. Buzz! The crystal plate and the badge simultaneously lit up with a faint red light, then quickly dimmed. A prompt Abyss Hunter system has been activated also popped up on Su Chen's personal terminal. Done. Su Chen was delighted. He picked up the badge of successful certification and prepared to pin it on his chest. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered something was wrong. This badge. It seems to be different from what Qin Feng described. Qin Feng said that everyone's initial badge is bronze in color. But the one in his hand was completely black, made of neither iron nor wood, and had a warm texture to the touch. In the very center of the badge, there was an extremely complex vortex pattern engraved, consisting of countless tiny runes. What is going on? VIP badge at the start? Mr. Administrator, are you a ghost? Su Chen was shocked, but he didn't dare show it on his face. He just pretended to be curious and asked. Teacher, this badge, why is it black? The old man glanced at him, then lay back down again, closed his eyes, and said in a lazy but unquestionable tone. Why do you talk so much? Take what's given to you. If you don't want it, you can give it back to me. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately grasped the badge tightly in his hand, smiling. I want it. I want it. I'm just asking casually, hee hee. Are you kidding? How can I give back the benefits I have earned? Su Chen didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the bag of the most useless hyena cores and touched the badge with it as Qin Feng described. 17 corrupted blood beast cores level 5-8 detected. The value is too low. Should all of them be exchanged for points? A line of tiny golden text actually appeared on the badge. Yes. Su Chen muttered to himself. Exchange successful, Abyss points obtained, 85 points. Special badge effect triggered. Congratulations! Get 10 times the points rebate. Finally obtained Abyss points, 850 points. Chapter 23 My points will increase in value by themselves. When these lines of golden text appeared clearly on the black badge, Su Chen's breathing completely stopped at this moment. His brain seemed to be struck by a divine thunder from the sky. A blank. 10 times the points rebate? Am I seeing that right? Su Chen's eyes almost popped out. He stared at the small words on the badge and confirmed it several times. It's true. Not an illusion. 85 points, after the so-called special badge effect, really became 850 points. Boom! An ecstasy that was countless times stronger than the one he felt after being promoted 4 levels in a row, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly erupted from the bottom of his heart, instantly sweeping through his limbs and every cell. He almost couldn't control himself and burst out laughing. Double 10 times plug in. The feedback from cultivation is 10 times. Now, even the points earned from killing monsters are 10 times the amount. Are you going to let others play this? What the hell is this S-level talent, spiritual power link? Suchen bit his tongue hard, using the intense pain to keep the last bit of his sanity. Can't laugh. You must not reveal even the slightest abnormality in front of this old fox. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the ecstasy that was surging in his heart, and forced a slightly disappointed expression on his face, as if to say, so this is just a few points. Then he raised his head and said to the old administrator in a tone of inquiry. Teacher, these points, are they just this much? These dozen or so beast cores I have aren't even enough to buy a bottle of better potion. His acting skills have reached perfection. The old administrator didn't even raise his eyelids, but just snorted contemptuously. Humph, a bunch of junk beast cores that aren't even level 10, and you still want to exchange them for an interstellar battleship? Boy, points don't come from the wind. If you want good things, you have to pay with your life. Go away, don't get in my way. The old man's tone was as bad as ever. But after Su Chen heard this, his heart was completely settled. The old man didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know that his badge had the function of 10 times rebate. So, there are only 2 possibilities for the specialness of this badge. First, the old man gave it to him deliberately, but the old man himself did not know the specific function of the badge. He just thought he was special, so he gave him a special thing. The second, and most likely, possibility is that this badge mutated because of his S-level talent, spiritual power link. During the blood authentication process, it resonated with the badge in some unknown way, causing it to mutate. This tenfold rebate does not come with the badge at all, but is another manifestation of one's own talent. After figuring this out, Su Chen's heart became even hotter. He no longer hesitated and respectfully said to the old man, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Then he walked aside and couldn't wait to immerse his consciousness in the black badge. Buzz. A virtual interface full of technology instantly unfolded in his mind. At the top of the interface is his personal information. Abyss Hunter, Su Chen. Hunter level, Bronze 1000. Holding points, 850. And below, there are several huge, glowing plates. Secret manuals of martial arts, weapons and equipment, medicines and potions, rare treasures, intelligence information, and mission hall. This is Abyss Shop. With a pilgrimage-like mood, Su Chen first clicked on the weapons and equipment column. A dazzling array of goods instantly filled the entire screen. Wind Chaser Longbow Rank A, crafted from wind element dragon sinew and millennium ironwood, this bow grants a wind element acceleration effect. Redemption points, 15,000. Lava Barrier Tower Shield Rank A, this heavy tower shield incorporates the core of a lava beast, offering exceptional fire resistance and physical defense. Redemption points, 18,000. Su Chen even saw several S-level equipment at the end of the list, but without exception, they were all marked with gray words. Hunter level is insufficient, permissions are not unlocked. He clicked on Pills and Medications again. Titan Strength Potion Rank B, significantly boosts the user's strength and physique for a short period of time. Redemption points, 5,000 per bottle. Swift Wind Pill Rank A, increases the user's movement and attack speed by 50% for 1 hour. Redemption points, 12,000 per pill. Su Chen was dazzled and his heart was pounding. Any one of these things, if released to the outside world, would be enough to cause countless students to scramble for it. But here, as long as you have points, you can exchange it. He suppressed his excitement and clicked on the Secret Manual of Kung Fu column that he was most looking forward to. At the very front was a golden, glittering martial arts manual that looked incredibly awesome. The Book of Myriad Beasts S-Rank Technique Fragments, Volume 1, A Secret of the Ancient Beast Taming Sect. Practicing this technique allows one to connect with all beasts, significantly increasing their affinity with ferocious beasts and slightly boosting their contract success rate. Through special techniques, one can purify the bloodlines of ferocious beasts, accelerating their growth. Exchange points, 500,000. Exchange requirements, Hunter level gold. Boom. When Su Chen saw the introduction of this martial arts technique, his mind exploded again. Communicate with all beasts. Improve the success rate of contracts. Purify blood and accelerate growth. Isn't this fucking tailor-made for me? If spiritual power connection is his core talent, then this book of all beasts is the operating system that perfectly matches his talent. Once he learns this technique, his efficiency in contracting and training ferocious beasts will once again achieve a qualitative leap. Purchase. Must buy. 500,000 points, right? Gold Hunter, right? Wait. I'll come and take you down soon. Unprecedented ambition and desire burst out from Su Chen's eyes. He quickly glanced at the other items. Finally, his eyes stopped on a product under the category of rare treasures. Space Storage Ring Grade C. It contains 100 cubic meters of independent space inside, which can be used by injecting spiritual power. It is a must-have item for hunters at home, traveling, and killing and looting. Exchange points, 100,000. Exchange requirements, hunter level silver. 100,000 points. Looking at this price, and thinking about the high-level beast corpses he had been forced to discard because he had no storage equipment, Su Chen's heart is bleeding. What was thrown away was not a corpse. Those are all worthless points. Storage ring, just wait for me. You're my first target. Su Chen swore fiercely in his heart. He closed the store interface and let out a long breath. It's clear now. Clearer than ever. His next course of action is already extremely clear. Step 1. Return to the Blackrock Mountains and take out all the high-level beast cores that you had stored before. Step 2. Exchange these beast cores for a large amount of points in batches. Set a small goal first, for example, earn 1 million. Step 3. Use this huge sum of money to buy the storage ring and all the potions and equipment you can use at this stage. Arm yourself to the teeth. Step 4. Go to the Titan Spine and formulate a detailed dragon slaying plan to hunt down the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard worth 100,000 points. Step 5. Contract a dragon lizard, your strength will skyrocket, and then sweep across the entire forbidden abyss. Thinking of this, Su Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but rise wildly. He seemed to have seen that a smooth road paved with points and beast cores was slowly unfolding under his feet. Chapter 24 Where are my 100 million worth of boss materials? A clear blueprint is constructed in my mind. In Su Chen's eyes, there was a raging fire called ambition. He didn't stop at all, and didn't even bother to say hello to the mysterious old administrator. He turned around, and under the old man's slightly playful gaze, he once again resolutely stepped into the huge black vortex connecting the reality and the ancient battlefield. Interesting boy. Looking at Su Chen's disappearing figure, the old man lying in the rocking chair raised a meaningful smile and said to himself, "You figured it out so quickly, go in again. I just don't know, this time, are you going to die? Or are you going hunting?" My vision was spinning. When Su Chen stepped on the ground again, the familiar smell of sulfur and blood enveloped him again. Forbidden Abyss, he is back. This time, his mentality was completely different from before. If we talk about the first 2 times he entered, he was a survivor and an explorer respectively. So this time, he is the Reaper. Let's go, Xiaojiu. Su Chen identified the direction, his eyes flashing with excitement. Go get our first pot of gold. He increased his speed to the extreme, and his whole body turned into a blurry black shadow, rushing towards the Blackstone Mountains at lightning speed. Free from the gravity environment, his speed was incredibly fast. The low-level beasts along the way were so blind that they couldn't even see his shadow, and were blown to and fro by the strong wind he casually created. In less than 20 minutes, he returned to the basin where he had killed the gravity rock demon with his own hands. Looking at the gravel all over the ground in the basin, recalling the difficulty of that battle and the joy after the victory, Su Chen's mood was still a little surging. He walked familiarly to the largest pile of rubble, which was formed by the core body of the gravity rock demon. The 2 priceless beast cores are buried underneath. A level 35 main core and a special core that contains the law of gravity. According to the estimated value of the Abyss store, these 2 beast cores can be exchanged for at least 30,000 points in total. Multiply that by 10 times the rebate. That's 300,000 points. It was enough for him to get the space storage ring he had been dreaming of 3 times. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart couldn't help but feel hot. He stretched out his hand, ready to dig through the rubble and take out his first pot of gold. However, The moment his hand touched the pile of rubble, his movements suddenly froze. The smile on his face slowly froze. Something is wrong. This pile of rubble has been turned over by someone. Although the other party's method was very clever, he disguised himself afterwards and tried to restore the situation to its original state. But how could it be possible to hide it from Su Chen, who knew this place very well? An extremely ominous premonition, like a dark cloud, instantly enveloped his heart. Su Chen's face darkened little by little. He no longer hesitated, his hands turned into sharp claws, and he frantically dug away the rubble. Crash! He easily pushed aside the gravel. Soon, he dug to the bottom. There, it was empty. There was nothing there except a few ordinary rocks stained with core energy. The main core, which was the size of a human head, was gone. The gravity core, which is more precious than the main core, has also disappeared. Su Chen's movements stopped there. He remained in the digging posture, motionless, like a petrified statue. The entire basin was dead silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Xiaojiu in his arms seemed to have sensed the strange change in the atmosphere. It moved restlessly, cautiously stuck its head out, rubbed Su Chen's chin with its little head, and made an inquiring meow sound. Su Chen did not respond. Slowly, he straightened up. There was no expression on his face. No anger, no roaring, no unwillingness. There was only a bottomless, cold silence. But it was this dead silence that made the air around seem to drop by more than 10 degrees, freezing cold. Oh. For a long time. A very light laugh, as if mocking himself, came from Su Chen's throat. Very good. That's great. He worked so hard, exhausted all his spiritual energy, and narrowly escaped death before defeating the boss. His loot is worth 300,000 points. The first pot of gold on his road to getting rich overnight. It turns out someone got fucked? Who is it? Who did this? Who has the guts to dare to go against the will of the gods and steal Su Chen's things? Boom! An unprecedented, icy murderous intent, like a volcano that had been dormant for billions of years, erupted from Su Chen's body. That murderous intent was so pure and so solid. Even the surrounding rocks were covered with a thin layer of frost. Xiaojiu in his arms was so frightened by the terrifying murderous intent that he trembled all over and didn't even dare to breathe. It had never seen Su Chen like this. In its eyes, Su Chen at this moment is even more terrifying than the most terrifying ancient underworld god in its blood memory. Don't be afraid. Su Chen's voice was very light and soft, as if he was comforting a frightened kitten. But his dark eyes had turned into pure darkness without any emotion. He didn't look again at the empty pile of rubble. Instead, he squatted down and began to carefully survey the entire scene like the calmest and most professional hunter. Soon. On the other side of the basin, he found several shallow footprints that did not belong to him. There are 3 footprints in total, and judging from the depth and size, they belong to 2 men and 1 woman. They were cautious and wiped out most traces when they left. But no matter how much they planned, they could not have expected that Su Chen, the owner, would come back in such a short time. 3 people. Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Judging from how deep the footprints are sunk into the ground, they're all quite strong, at least level 30 or above. The direction they left was that way. Su Chen looked in the direction where the footprints disappeared. That was the road leading deeper into the Black Rock Mountains. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by a barely perceptible cold light beside the footprints. He walked over and squatted down. It was a broken arrow. The arrow shaft was made of an unknown metal, and there was still a trace of faint lightning power remaining on it. In the place of the arrow feathers, an extremely tiny emblem consisting of 2 crossed battle axes was embroidered with golden silk thread. Thunder Ranger. The crossed battle axe emblem. Information about famous teams in Jiangcheng University flashed through Su Chen's mind one after another. Soon, a name emerged from the depths of his memory. Crazy Axe Team. Jiangcheng University, the 3rd-ranked elite team on campus. The captain is a level 33 berserker with the A-level talent, Thunder Axe. There just happened to be an A-rank ranger in the team who was also a Thunder Elemental Ranger. It's them. The corners of Su Chen's mouth slowly curled up into an extremely cruel arc. He stood up and held the broken arrow tightly in his hand. The hard metal arrow shaft was deformed by his squeezing. Crazy Axe Team, huh? Very good. I hope you can run fast enough. I also hope that you have digested my things before you have time. He raised his head and looked into the deep darkness in the distance. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only a sentence cold enough to freeze the soul remained, slowly drifting away in the empty basin. My things are not so easy to take. If you take it, you must pay it back with your life. Chapter 25 Your fatal express delivery is being delivered. The black murderous intent spread like a tide in the deep canyon. Su Chen's figure turned into a lightning of revenge, following the clues left by those damn thieves and chasing them at a rapid speed. His speed is extremely fast. After escaping the gravity zone, his body, which had been squeezed to the limit, burst out with unimaginable potential. One step forward and you're covering dozens of meters. The figure left a series of blurry afterimages on the rugged rocks in barren land. However, Su Chen still felt that it was not fast enough. The rage in his heart burned like a maggot in his tarsal bones, urging him to go faster. Faster. He had to catch up with those damn thieves before they absorbed and digested his beast core. Then, take them out of the body along with their internal organs. Xiaojiu. Su Chen let out a low growl in his heart. Microgravity field, reacting in reverse on myself. Meow. Xiaojiu in his arms instantly understood his intention. Buzz. An invisible and exquisite force field instantly expanded in the opposite direction with Su Chen as the center. The gravity field that was originally downward and increased the load was unexpectedly twisted by Xiaojiu into an upward anti-gravity field that offsets gravity under Su Chen's genius command. Although this force field is very weak, the effect on Su Chen's body, which is already as light as a swallow, is amazing. Su Chen only felt that his body seemed to have lost all weight in an instant. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes. Whoosh! His whole body, like a cannonball being launched out, instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The terrifying wind pressure even swept up the gravel on the ground, forming a small tornado. Okay. That's it. A terrifying light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He was like a top scientist who found the correct way to unlock his new abilities in an instant. He no longer simply relied on brute force to run, but perfectly combined the anti-gravity field with his own pace. Every time he lands, it is just to gain leverage, and every time he takes off, he can glide hundreds of meters. He was like a ghost flying close to the ground, silent yet incredibly fast. And those thieves were obviously very cunning. They did not walk in a straight line, but kept changing direction, and even left misleading traces at some forks in the road. Su Chen stopped in front of a rocky beach. Here, footprints appeared in two directions. One goes to the left, leading to a swamp filled with miasma. The other one goes to the right, leading to an open area with relatively flat terrain. Are you trying to confuse me with this little trick? A hint of cold sarcasm appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He squatted down and carefully observed the traces on both sides. The footprints leading to the swamp on the left are deep and messy, as if they were left in a panic. The footprints on the right are relatively shallow and more regular. That's too deliberate. Su Chen saw through the other party's trick at a glance. I intentionally left more obvious traces in the direction of the dangerous swamp to lure the pursuers into the trap. I then slipped away in the direction that seemed safer. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Su Chen's eyes swept across the open area on the right. He could even judge the time the other party had left by the traces of free lightning elements in the air that had not yet completely dissipated, and it was no more than 10 minutes. You can't escape. Su Chen's figure turned into lightning again and chased in the right direction. At the same time, in a hidden cave more than 10 kilometers away from Su Chen, the three members of the Crazy Axe team were sitting around a bonfire, their faces filled with excitement about surviving a disaster and becoming rich overnight. Ha ha ha. We got rich. Boss, we really got rich this time. A thin Thunder Ranger with a longbow on his back said this with a beaming expression. A level 35 Gravity Rock Demon Lord Core and a special mutated Gravity Core. These two items can be exchanged for at least 40,000 points. By then, I'll upgrade to the Wind Chaser Longbow, you'll upgrade to a set of Thunder God's Armor, and Xiaoya will acquire an A-level spellbook. Then our Crazy Axe will be firmly entrenched in second place in the school. We might even be able to compete with Ling Dingyao's Yaoguang. The one he called boss was a burly berserker carrying a massive battle axe. He is the captain of the Crazy Axe team, Zhao Tianfu. Zhao Tianfu laughed triumphantly upon hearing this, of course. Don't you see who's leading this team? I've always said that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. But then again, Who was that guy who could single-handedly kill the gravity rock demon? The scene was too tragic. That rock demon was practically dismantled. Xiaoya, the only female member of the team, a quiet and pretty ice mage, said with lingering fear. Who cares about his background? Zhao Tianfu curled his lips in disdain. Maybe some foolish fellow perished together with the rock demon. That's a good thing for us. Besides, even if he's still alive, what does it matter? We did it so cleanly, where can he find us? Once we return to the entrance, we'll exchange the beast cores and earn points. He won't even have anywhere to cry. Haha, that's right, boss, the Thunder Ranger echoed. That guy's probably facing a pile of rubble right now, questioning his life. Come on, boss, Xiaoya, let's discuss how to divide these 40,000 points. The three of them were in the cave, excitedly discussing the plan to divide the spoils and dreaming of soaring to the sky. They didn't notice at all. At the entrance of the cave, a cold gaze, as if looking at a dead person, had been watching them quietly for a long time. Su Chen just stood there. He listened to the excited discussion of the three stupid thieves in the cave and how they divided up their spoils. There was no trace of anger on his face. There is only one kind, mercy. A kind of compassion that is unique to gods when they look down at ants that are about to be crushed to death. He wasn't even in a hurry to do it. He wanted to see what kind of wonderful expressions these three idiots would have when they woke up from their sweet dreams and found themselves in hell. He slowly raised his right hand. A pure and powerful spiritual power of the earth element gathered in his palm. He wants to set up a tight net here. A grave that leaves them with no way to go to heaven or to enter the earth. Enjoy your last revelry. Because, when the sun rises again, that's when you die. Chapter 26 Welcome to my grave. Su Chen slowly shifted his gaze from the cave and began to carefully survey the surrounding terrain. This is a typical gourd-shaped cave with a narrow entrance and a spacious interior. The only exit is where he is standing now. As long as this place is blocked, the people inside will be trapped. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He didn't rush into it. Instead, like the most patient hunter, he began to plan his own plans. He stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it on the rock wall beside him. Then, he closed his eyes. A wonderful feeling passed from his palm into his mind. He could feel the structure of the rock. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. This feeling only appeared after Xiaojiu swallowed the gravity core. His S-level talent, spiritual power link, while strengthening himself through tenfold feedback, also seemed to allow him to indirectly gain a trace of elemental affinity with the devoured beast. Although this control force is very weak and rough. But, that's enough? Rise. Su Chen gave an order in his heart. The rock wall under his palm made a teeth-grinding crunching sound. Countless tiny cracks began to spread on the rock wall. Immediately afterwards, under the guidance of Su Chen's powerful mental power, a huge piece of rock with a diameter of more than 5 meters was actually peeled off from the rock wall. A bead of sweat appeared on Su Chen's forehead. This feeling is very tiring. It's like an ordinary person using his mind to pry a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds. But he did it. He controlled the huge rock and moved it slowly and silently to the entrance of the cave. Then, he blocked it heavily. Boom! There was a dull thud. The entire cave shook violently. What's that noise? Inside the cave, the Thunder Ranger asked warily. Hey, what are you afraid of? Captain Zhao Tianfu waved his hand nonchalantly and took a sip of wine. It must be some unlucky beast that fell from the mountain and died. Come on, keep drinking. Keep chatting. After we change our equipment, we'll go beat up those guys from Gale and show them who's the third best at Jian University. Haha, good idea. The carnival in the cave sounded again after a brief pause. They were completely unaware that the door to their own graves had been completely closed. Su Chen stood in front of the blocked cave entrance, listening to the laughter coming from inside. A cruel smile appeared on his face. This is just the first step. Next, he has a lot to do. He walked to the top of the cave again. The rock formations here are relatively weak. Su Chen stretched out his hand again and pressed it on the ground. This time, he is not going to peel off but to soften. He injected the earth elemental power belonging to the gravity rock demon in his body into the rock under his feet at a special frequency. Under his control, the hard rock seemed to turn into semi-fluid mud. A look of satisfaction appeared on Su Chen's face. He began to set up one quicksand trap after another in the area like a hard-working craftsman. These traps usually look no different from ordinary ground. But as soon as someone steps on it, it will collapse instantly and swallow the person. After doing all this, Su Chen was still not satisfied. He used the same method to create dozens of sharp ground spikes hidden underground around the cave. These ground spikes are connected to his spiritual power. As long as he has a thought, he can break out of the ground in an instant and turn all enemies within the range into candied haws. An hour later, the entire area around the cave has been transformed by Su Chen into a veritable death zone. The only exit was blocked. There is a quicksand trap above your head. There are deadly thorns under your feet. The dragnet has been laid. Su Chen stood on a rock at the highest point, like an artist admiring his own perfect work, looking at the tomb he had built with his own hands with satisfaction. The night wind blew the corners of his clothes. Xiao Zhou in his arms was already sleeping peacefully. The whole world was eerily quiet. Su Chen slowly sat down, took out the broken arrow from his pocket, and rubbed it gently in his hand. His gaze penetrated the thick rock layer, as if he could see the three fools in the cave who were still dreaming of getting rich. Chapter 27 Wake up, it's time to get on the road. The dawn of the forbidden abyss comes silently. The blood-red setting sun hanging in the sky was only slightly brighter than at night. Inside the cave, the bonfire had long since gone out, leaving only a pile of still warm ashes. The three members of the Crazy Axe team were lying on the ground in a mess, sleeping soundly, with even saliva of satisfaction hanging from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that in their dreams, they had already lived a peak life with divine equipment in their hands and Yaoguang under their feet. Captain Zhao Tianfu was the first to wake up. The headache from the hangover made him groan in pain. He shook his heavy head, sat up, and looked towards the cave entrance as usual. Then he froze. The hole that should have let in a faint light was now completely dark. No. Not pitch black. But it was a huge, cold, rocky wall with no end in sight. Fuck. Zhao Tianfu sobered up halfway in an instant. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was still dreaming. But the wall was still tightly closed, blocking the way there, emitting a suffocating feeling of oppression. What's going on? Zhao Tianfu shuddered, stood up suddenly, rushed to the cave entrance, stretched out his hand, and pushed the stone wall hard. The stone wall remained motionless. The cold touch told him that this was not an illusion. The entrance to their cave was blocked. Wake up! Wake up, everyone! Zhao Tianfu's roar was like thunder, exploding in the closed cave. The Thunder Ranger and the Ice Mage Xiaoya were frightened by the roar and suddenly woke up from their dreams. Boss, what's wrong? The ranger rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking confused. What's wrong? Look for yourself. Zhao Tianfu pointed at the huge stone wall, and there was a slight tremor in his voice that he himself did not notice. When Yoxia and Xiaoya saw the scene clearly, the sleepiness on their faces was instantly replaced by horror. Wall? How did the hole become a wall? What's going on? Is this a landslide? Xiaoya's voice was filled with tears. Slide your fucking slope. Zhao Tianfu cursed angrily, walked to the stone wall and observed it carefully. This stone wall fits in perfectly with the surrounding rock walls, as if it has been growing here from the beginning. But Zhao Tianfu knew very well that when they came in yesterday, this place was clearly empty. An ominous premonition, like a poisonous snake, instantly crawled into his heart. Don't just stand there. Come on. Break down this damn wall for me. Zhao Tianfu roared and was the first to raise his battle axe. Thunder Axe, Mountain Breaking Strike. The A-level talent was activated, and the huge battle axe was instantly wrapped in violent lightning power. He concentrated all his strength into the strike, and chopped down hard at the stone wall. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the cave. The entire cave was shaking violently, and even gravel was falling from above. However, when the smoke clears, that stone wall, it just left a shallow, almost negligible white mark. All three of them were dumbfounded. Zhao Tianfu looked at his knuckles that were numb from the shock, then looked at the intact stone wall. The expression on his face changed from shock to disbelief, and finally, turned into ashes. This axe of his is enough to split a level 25 armored bull in half. But now, I can't even break a stone? This is impossible. The ranger's voice was already filled with tears. Boss, are we trapped here and dying? Shut up. Zhao Tianfu roared in frustration, but his eyes betrayed his inner fear. He couldn't figure it out. Who is it? Who could be so generous as to set up such a hopeless cage overnight, without anyone noticing? Etc. At this moment, the silent ice mage Xiaoya suddenly pointed to the top of the cave, as if she had found a lifeline, and screamed, "Up there! There's light up there! We can get out from up there!" Zhao Tianfu and Yoxiao looked up suddenly when they heard this. Really? Right above the cave, there is a natural entrance with a diameter of about 2 or 3 meters, through which shines the unique dark red light of the abyss. That is their only way to survive. Quick! Get up there! The flame of hope rekindled in Zhao Tianfu's eyes. The three of them used their hands and feet, like drowning people grasping at straws, and climbed frantically towards the cave entrance. The mountain wall is steep, but it is not a difficult task for them, the extraordinary people above level 30. Soon, Zhao Tianfu was the first to climb to the edge of the cave entrance. He stuck his head out, breathed the free air outside, and a look of ecstasy at surviving the disaster appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! We're out! We're out! He shouted excitedly, then used his hands and feet to turn over and get out. However, just as his feet stepped on the seemingly solid ground outside the cave entrance, a sudden change occurs. Without any warning, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into quicksand. What? Zhao Tianfu's pupils suddenly shrank. A huge suction force came from under his feet, and his whole body sank uncontrollably. No! He let out a desperate cry and tried desperately to grab the edge of the hole. But it was too late. Yoxia and Xiaoya, who followed closely behind, suffered the same fate. Before they even had time to react, they followed their boss and fell into the quicksand trap that was tailor-made for them. The sand, cold and sticky, was like countless ghost hands, dragging them tightly and swallowing them bit by bit into the depths of darkness. No matter how they struggled or how they mobilized their spiritual power, it was of no avail. Instead, it gets deeper and deeper. Despair. Complete despair. Just when they were about to be completely submerged by the quicksand and their consciousness began to blur, a figure, like a ghost, appeared silently at the edge of the trap. He was a handsome young man. He looked down at the three people struggling in the quicksand with a playful smile on his face. His voice was very soft and calm, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing the hearts of the three people. Are you used to using my things? Chapter 28. Welcome to the Taste of Despair. The brains of Zhao Tianfu, Thunder Ranger, and Xiaoya seemed to be poured with boiling lead water at the same time. A frozen, dead blank. It's him! The mysterious monster that can kill a level 35 gravity rock demon alone. He is not dead. Not only did he not die, he even came to my door. And they stole his things. This realization, like a bolt of black lightning, struck the three of them hard on the top of their heads. A chill that was countless times more terrifying than being swallowed by quicksand instantly ran from their tail vertebrae all the way to the back of their heads. You who are you? Zhao Tianfu's teeth were chattering wildly. He roared fiercely, trying to use his voice to cover up the fear in his heart. I'm warning you. We're from the Crazy Axe team. My boss is a member of the Jiangcheng University Student Union. If you dare to touch us, you'll be going against the entire student union. He was still trying to threaten Su Chen with his ridiculous background. However, the only response he got was Su Chen's pitying look as if he was looking at an idiot. Crazy Axe team? Su Chen chuckled and slowly walked down from the edge of the trap, step by step. What was strange was that the quicksand that could swallow everything was as docile as solid ground under his feet. He walked on flat ground. However, Zhao Tianfu and the other two were still struggling desperately. This strong contrast once again magnified the fear in the hearts of the three people infinitely. Is it remarkable? Su Chen walked up to the three of them, looked down at them, and the smile on his face became more and more playful. If I remember correctly, the school ranking is third? A rubbish team that can't even make it into the top 2 has the guts to shout in front of me? Su Chen's words were like loud slaps in the face, hitting Zhao Tianfu hard. You! Zhao Tianfu was shocked and angry. He wanted to refute and roar. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Noisy! Su Chen uttered 2 words lightly. Then he lifted his foot. Gently, stomped on the ground. Ah! Ah! 3 screams that were so shrill that they didn't sound like human voices instantly resounded throughout the canyon. Suddenly, without any warning, 12 extremely sharp rock spikes shot out from the quicksand beneath them. Puff! 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 The 12 spikes, like the most precise scalpels, pierced through the limbs of the three of them with just the right amount, without deviation, and with incredible precision. Nailed them to the ground like 3 butterfly specimens nailed to a display board. Severe pain. Unimaginable pain. The feeling of having their bones pierced and crushed caused Zhao Tianfu and the other two to collapse instantly. Their eyeballs bulged, veins popped out, their bodies twitched wildly, and from their throats came hoarse, bellows-like roars. They tried to struggle, but their limbs were nailed shut and they couldn't move at all. They wanted to faint, but the excruciating pain that penetrated their bones was like the strongest stimulant, keeping their consciousness clearer than ever before. Unable to survive. I can't die. Su Chen looked at the 3 people twitching on the ground indifferently, without any fluctuation in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, stretched out his hand, and gently patted Zhao Tianfu's face, which was twisted with pain. Did I ask you to speak? His voice was still very light and soft. But to Zhao Tianfu's ears, it was even more terrifying than the devil's whisper. Woo woo. Zhao Tianfu could only utter meaningless cries, mixed with blood foam and saliva, looking miserable. His eyes were filled with endless fear and pleading. He regretted it. He really regretted it. If he knew that the owner of this beast core was such a terrifying monster, he would never touch it even if he was beaten to death. Don't be in a hurry to die. Su Chen stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands. The good show has just begun. After saying that, he slowly took something out of his pocket in front of the desperate gazes of the 3 people. It was a beast core the size of a human head, earth yellow in color, emitting thick and powerful energy fluctuations. It was the main core of the level 35 gravity rock demon that they had been dreaming of. The moment they saw the beast core, the eyes of Zhao Tianfu and the other 2 turned red. Greed, jealousy, regret, fear. Countless complex emotions intertwined in their eyes, and ultimately, transformed into the deepest despair. Su Chen ignored their looks. Like a most discerning jeweler, he held the beast core in his hand, turning it over and over, carefully polishing it. While serving the food, he was also commenting to himself. TSK, this texture, this luster, this energy fluctuation. It's really the best. Tell me, how many points can I get for just this beast core? 100,000? Or 200,000? Every word Su Chen said was like a poison dagger, stabbing the 3 people's hearts repeatedly and fiercely. Heartbreaking. This is fucking blatantly heartbreaking. The hope that they fought for with their lives and even betrayed their teammates was now being toyed with so lightly in the hands of its real owner. And they could only watch helplessly, nailed to the ground like 3 dead dogs. This feeling is 1,000 times more painful than killing them. The Lightning Ranger's spirit was the first to collapse. He roared madly, and blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Stop, please, stop talking. Kill me. Kill me. He actually started to seek death. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally stopped playing with the beast core. He raised his head and turned his gaze back to the 3 completely collapsed specimens on the ground, with a brilliant yet extremely cruel smile on his face. Warm-up is over. Now, let's talk about compensation. Chapter 29 Come, let us play a game. Compensation? Upon hearing these 2 words, Zhao Tianfu and the other 2 who were nailed to the ground were stunned at first. Then, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in their eyes at the same time. If you want compensation, it means there is still room for negotiation. As long as they can survive, forget about compensation, even if they just hand over their underwear, that's fine. Compensate. We'll pay. Zhao Tianfu was the first one to roar with all his strength. We are willing to give you all our points and all our equipment. We only ask you to spare our lives. His voice was filled with humble pleading, without any trace of his previous arrogance. Oh? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, seeming to be interested in his proposal. He walked up to Zhao Tianfu, squatted down, and looked at him with an expression that said, I really want to listen. Tell me, how much do you have everything? Seeing Su Chen seem to be relieved, Zhao Tianfu seemed to have grasped the last straw and said quickly, I still have more than 3,000 points in my personal terminal. Our team also has a public account with 15,000 points we have accumulated over the years. And the equipment. My Thunder Axe is B rank. Rangers Bao and Xiaoyao's staff are both top tier C rank. We also have a secret base, right on the rocky beach outside the Black Rock Mountains. We hide all our spare potions and some rarely used materials there. In order to survive, Zhao Tianfu sold out all his and the team's wealth without hesitation. Although Yoxia and Xiaoya beside them looked unhappy, they could not care less at the moment and could only nod repeatedly to indicate that what Zhao Tianfu said was true. Su Chen listened quietly. More than 18,000 points. A bunch of B-level and C-level equipment. There is also a geocache. Good. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Especially that treasure spot, it saved me a lot of trouble. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Su Chen nod, Zhao Tianfu was filled with ecstasy. There's hope. This devil is tempted. They can survive. However, Su Chen's next words were like a basin of ice water from the Nine Nether Hell, instantly extinguishing all their hopes. Are you done? Su Chen stood up and glanced at them with a look that was as if they were trash. With just this little bit of stuff, you think you can buy your 3 worthless lives? Are you guys too proud of yourselves? The joy on Zhao Tianfu's face froze in an instant. What do you mean? Didn't you promise? What did I promise? Su Chen smiled, a smile that was both extremely bright and extremely cold. I'm just saying that I'm a little interested in your proposal. Now, I've heard it all and I'm not interested anymore. You're playing tricks on us. Zhao Tianfu's eyes were bloodshot. He finally understood that he had been played around by this devil from the beginning to the end. Playing tricks on you? No. Su Chen shook his finger. I just think that killing you directly would be too easy for you. So, I decided to play a game with you. As he spoke, Su Chen took out another beast core from his pocket. It was the shadow core that was taken out from the body of the level 33 shadow cheetah, emitting an ominous aura. He threw it casually. The beast core drew a parabola in the air and landed on a rock about 10 meters away from them. Did you see that beast core? Su Chen pointed at the beast core with a devilish smile on his face. A level 33 shadow core, worth a fortune. Now, it's yours. The rules of the game are simple. Who among you 3 can be the first to crawl over and get it? Whoever does it, will live. Boom! Su Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting the 3 people's minds hard. Live? Do they still have a chance to survive? In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes stared at the beast core that exuded deadly temptation. Their breathing became extremely heavy. There was no longer any fear or despair in their eyes. What replaces it is the most primitive desire for life. And a deep hatred towards the other 2 competitors. Game. Su Chen looked at their instantly changing expressions and nodded with satisfaction. Now, begin. The moment the words fell, Zhao Tianfu was the first to move. He didn't even care about the severe pain from his limbs being pierced. He suddenly lowered his head, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the thigh of the Thunder Ranger who was closest to him like a mad dog. Ah! The Ranger let out a shrill scream. He didn't expect that the boss who had just been treating him as a brother would be so cruel to him. Not willing to be outdone, he also opened his mouth and bit Zhao Tianfu's shoulder, using all his strength to tear it apart. On the other side, Xiaoya, the seemingly weakest ice mage, also burst out with astonishing ferocity at this moment. Her hands were nailed down and she couldn't move. But she used her head like a battering ram, madly hitting Zhao Tianfu's temple again and again. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact echoed in the canyon. The teammates who had just been living and dying together now completely tore off all disguises for that illusory chance of survival and turned into 3 wild beasts biting each other in the mud. They used their teeth, their heads, and every part they could use to attack each other frantically, trying to stop each other and move towards the beast core that represented hope. The scene was bloody and ugly. Su Chen just stood aside with his arms folded, like the most elegant audience, admiring this human drama directed by him. There was even a hint of an interested smile on his face. Oh? Headbutting? Good idea. Tisk, I'm too weak to climb over like this. Oh, my ear fell off. What a pity. I had such a nice pair of ears. Every comment he made seemed to be adding the most ironic narration to this bloody drama. Finally, after paying the heavy price of having an ear bitten off and half of his face smashed into a bloody mess, Zhao Tianfu, the most burly man, relied on his last bit of brute force to pin the other 2 down. He won. He won the game. He raised his face, which was no longer in human form, looked at the beast core that was close at hand, and then looked at Su Chen, who was standing not far away with a smile on his face. A crazy smile appeared on his face, which was uglier than crying. I won. He used up his last bit of strength, dragging his broken body bit by bit, and crawled towards the beast core with difficulty. 1 meter. Half a meter. 10 centimeters. He stretched out his bloody hand, which was almost reduced to bones, and trembled as he was about to touch the cold beast core that represented life. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch it, Su Chen's devilish voice sounded softly in his ears again. Congratulations. I've earned the right to live 3 more seconds. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Your hope is worthless. What? The crazy smile on Zhao Tianfu's face froze in an instant. His eyes, which had turned bloodshot due to congestion, stared at Su Chen, as if he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Live, 3 more seconds? What does this mean? Didn't he win? Isn't he able to survive? However, Su Chen's next action answered all his questions in the most cruel and direct way. Su Chen slowly raised his foot. Then, facing the level 33 shadow core that stood so close, representing the hope of life, gently stepped on it. Bang! A crisp sound, like a watermelon being stepped on, was heard. The level 33 beast core, which was extremely hard and strong enough to withstand the blows of swords and knives, shattered like a fragile glass ball under Su Chen's feet. Countless fragments containing pure shadow energy flew everywhere. One of the pieces even scratched Zhao Tianfu's cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Zhao Tianfu's body completely froze. He stared blankly at the pile of black powder on the ground that had lost all its luster. His mind was blank. Hope. Broken. He used all means, betrayed his teammates, and gave up his dignity in exchange for the only hope of survival. Just like that, it was crushed to pieces by the devil in front of him with just a casual kick. Why? A hoarse sound like a dream came from Zhao Tianfu's throat. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Su Chen raised his foot and rubbed the beast core powder on the sole of his shoe on Zhao Tianfu's bloody face with disgust. Then, he squatted down, leaned close to Zhao Tianfu's ear, and whispered in a devilish tone that only the two of them could hear. Because, from the very beginning, I never intended to let any of you leave here alive. You think you're playing a game? No. You're just a toy for my amusement, a more durable one. Now, the game is over. Boom! Su Chen's words were like 10,000 tons of explosives, exploding in Zhao Tianfu's spiritual world that was already on the verge of collapse. He finally understood. From beginning to end, he was just a clown who was made fun of. The so-called hope, the so-called game, are all fake. This devil just wanted to see them kill each other. He just wanted to admire their ugliest and most desperate appearance. An extreme hatred and madness instantly destroyed Zhao Tianfu's last remaining sanity. I'll kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. He used up his last bit of strength, opened his mouth, and bit Su Chen's neck hard. However, his teeth had not yet touched Su Chen's skin. A cold blue light flashed by. Phew! Zhao Tianfu's roar came to an abrupt end. There was a tiny blood hole between his eyebrows, which was transparent from front to back. All the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. The body also went limp. Until his death, his face was still frozen with that crazy expression filled with resentment and unwillingness. Su Chen slowly stood up and shook off the non-existent blood on his fingertips. He didn't even look at Zhao Tianfu's body again, but instead cast his cold gaze at the other two specimens who were completely frightened. The Thunder Ranger and Xiaoya looked at Su Chen with a look as if he was looking at a dead person, and their bodies trembled like sieves. No, don't kill me, please. I'll give you everything. I'll work like a slave for you. However, Su Chen was no longer interested in listening to their nonsense. He just snapped his fingers lightly. Puff! Puff! 2 spikes that had been buried in the ground suddenly broke out from the ground and pierced their hearts accurately. Simply neat. Without leaving them any unnecessary pain. Because they are no longer worth being tortured. The entire canyon finally returned to complete silence. Su Chen stood between the 3 corpses with an expressionless face. Xiaojiu in his arms stayed obediently in his arms from beginning to end, without even blinking. It seemed as if they were already accustomed to such bloody scenes. Su Chen took a look at the mess on the ground and frowned slightly. He walked over to the three bodies and began to perform the post-war cleanup work skillfully. First of all, there were the two level 35 gravity rock monster cores that belonged to him. Su Chen took them out of Zhao Tianfu's stiff pocket, wiped them carefully, and felt a little relieved when he felt the powerful energy fluctuations. It feels good to get something back. Next, there are the three people as personal terminals. Su Chen used the most violent method to crack it. Zhao Tianfu's personal account, 3,250 points. Thunder Ranger, 2,880 points. Ice Mage Xiaoya, 4,100 points. Plus the 15,000 points in their so-called team public account. Altogether, the total points are 25,230. Poor bastard. Su Chen curled his lips with a look of disgust. But it's better than nothing. He transferred all these points into an anonymous, temporary account. This is a black market function provided by the Abyss Hunter system. Although it charges a 10% handling fee, it is absolutely safe and cannot be tracked. Finally, there's their equipment. Zhao Tianfu's B-level, Thunder Battle Axe, Thunder Ranger's C-level, Wine Walker Bow, Xiaoyao's C-level, Ice Crystal Staff. And the tattered armor they were wearing. Su Chen doesn't like these things. But if you take it back to the Abyss store, you should be able to exchange it for a few thousand points. Su Chen collected all the spoils together. Looking at the pile of valuable harvest in front of him, he did not feel the slightest joy. Because he knew very well that these were just appetizers. The real big head is still to come. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the rocky beach that Zhao Tianfu had mentioned before. After finishing the main course, it's time to try. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth. It's dessert after dinner. Chapter 31, Desserts, I Want Them All. After dealing with the three bodies, Su Chen did not stop at all. He temporarily packed up all his spoils and hid them in an extremely hidden cave that he had dug out himself. Then, he identified the direction and rushed towards the rocky beach that Zhao Tianfu mentioned. The rocky beach is located on the outskirts of the Black Rock Mountains, at the junction with the wasteland. As the name suggests, this place is covered with large and small, strangely shaped black rocks. The complex terrain makes it a natural hiding place. Su Chen's figure, like a ghost, shuttled among the rocks. His mental power was highly concentrated, carefully sensing every abnormality around him. According to Zhao Tianfu's description, the treasure hiding place was set under a huge rock shaped like a lying cow and was camouflaged with an earth-based magic circle. Lying cow stone. Su Chen's gaze swept quickly across the countless rocks. Soon, a rock that was 3 stories high and looked a bit like a giant bull lying down appeared in his sight. This is it. Su Chen walked to the lying cow rock, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed on the surface of the rock. He closed his eyes and slowly injected his weak but pure earth elemental power into it. Moment. A miniature magic circle composed of dozens of runes hidden inside the rock was clearly presented in his perception. This magic circle is constructed quite cleverly. It can perfectly simulate the fluctuations of rocks, making it impossible for anyone who tries to explore with mental power to find any abnormalities. Pity. The person it met was Su Chen. A monster that also has an affinity for the earth element, and whose mental power far exceeds that of its peers. It's a little interesting, but not much. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. For him, breaking this magic circle was as easy as pie. He didn't even need to study the structure of the magic circle. He just needs to use a more powerful force to cover it and assimilate it. Su Chen increased the output of earth elemental power. His pure energy, which came from a level 35 gravity rock demon, was like a hot iron, instantly burning through the thin camouflage net. Under the erosion of his power, the core runes of the magic circle let out a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, and then dimmed one by one. Click. A soft sound. At the bottom of the lying cow stone, a stone slab that looks no different from the surrounding one slowly sinks inward, revealing a dark hole that is only wide enough for one person to pass through. Treasure spot found. Su Chen didn't hesitate and slipped in. The cave is not very big, only about a dozen square meters. But the things inside made Su Chen's eyes light up instantly. On the left side of the cave are rows of neatly arranged wooden racks. The wooden shelves are filled with all kinds of bottles and jars. Intermediate healing potion, spiritual power recovery potion, antidote, rage potion. There are so many of them, adding up to hundreds of bottles. Next to the potions, there are some rare materials stored in special boxes. 10-year-old red flame grass, 3rd level wind wolf fawn, venom sac of a highly toxic scorpion tail lizard. Although the unit price of these things is not high, the advantage is the large quantity. Take them all to the Abyss store to exchange, which is another considerable amount of points. Plucking feathers from passing geese is indeed the only way to make a fortune. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, feeling happy. His gaze turned to the right side of the cave. There was only a safe made of black iron that looked very sturdy. This should be where the Crazy Axe team stores their most important assets. Su Chen walked forward and knocked on the safe. Very thick. There is also a complex combination lock on it. Password? In Su Chen's mind, he recalled all the information Zhao Tianfu had revealed in order to survive before his death. Unfortunately, he didn't tell me the password. But it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute power, the so-called code is just a joke. Su Chen raised his right hand. Morph synchronization, claw of the netherworld. His entire arm instantly turned into a ferocious claw covered with fine black scales. Then, he aimed his sharp claws at the lock core of the safe. Stab it in hard. Swish. A teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting was heard. The safe made of refined black iron, strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from AB-level talent, was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of Su Chen's claws. He tore a huge hole in the lock core, along with the surrounding steel plates. Su Chen withdrew his hand and roughly pulled the door of the safe open. The contents inside instantly appeared before his eyes. No bling. No jewels either. There were only 2 things lying quietly inside. An ordinary-looking black crystal card. And a tattered map, made of unknown animal skin. Su Chen picked up the crystal card first. He probed his mental power into it. The next second, his breathing suddenly stopped. 50,000. A full 50,000 Abyss points. This anonymous crystal card actually contains a full 50,000 points. Adding the more than 20,000 points transferred from the 3-person terminal before, his total assets now exceed 75,000. It's sent. Su Chen couldn't help but said in a low voice. This huge sum of money is enough for him to go to the store and go on a shopping spree. He forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart and put the crystal card away. Then, his eyes fell on the tattered animal skin map. This map looks very old. The edges of the animal hide were badly damaged, and the lines on it were a little blurred. But Su Chen could still vaguely recognize that this painting was the topographic map of the Blackstone Mountains. On the map, an extremely hidden route was marked with red dye. The end of the route is an unknown area located in the deepest part of the Blackrock Mountains, marked with a skull and a treasure chest. Next to the mark, there were a few small words written in an ancient language. Su Chen didn't recognize this kind of text. But he has the S-level talent, Spiritual Power Link. The moment his mental power came into contact with those words, he automatically translated the information contained therein. Titan, fallen place? Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. The legacy of the first guardian, who is sleeping. Boom! Thunder exploded in Su Chen's mind again. This treasure map might actually point to the burial place of an ancient titan? The legacy of the first guardian? What could that be? Is it a divine weapon? A divine power? Or, a titan's divine power? At this moment, Su Chen's heartbeat was more intense than ever. He originally thought that the earth-shaking rock-armored lizard was already the ultimate boss of the Blackrock Mountains. But now it seems that the dragon lizard is not even worthy of being a gatekeeper in front of the legacy pointed out by this treasure map. Interesting. Su Chen carefully put the map away, a terrifying light flashing in his eyes. It seems that this trip to the abyss will be much more interesting than I imagined. He did not stay any longer and packed up all the supplies in the cave and took them away. Then he turned around and strode back the way he came. The goal is clear. Entrance to the abyss. Return to the city. Spend. Chapter 32. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. When Su Chen's figure once again walked out of the huge black vortex, the old administrator lying in the rocking chair couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Back again? Does this kid treat the forbidden abyss as his own backyard? In and out 3 times in one day? It set a record. The old man slowly opened his eyes, and his turbid gaze fell on Su Chen. This time, the look in his eyes was a little different. If the first time, it was indifference. The second time, it was surprise and a hint of amusement. So this time, it's a real scrutiny. He could feel that the young man in front of him was different from a few hours ago. The aura is more restrained, but also more dangerous. It was like a peerless weapon hidden in a sheath. Although the edge could not be seen, the cold murderous aura could not be concealed. What did this kid do in there again? Teacher, I'm back again. Su Chen had a perfect smile on his face and took the initiative to greet him. This time, his attitude was no longer as humble as before. Instead, I feel more calm and confident. One is the confidence that comes from strength and wealth. "Huh, you kid, you're staying here and not leaving, right?" The old man said this unhappily, but he still sat up straight in the rocking chair. He knew that this kid would never come to the temple for no reason. Really? Su Chen smiled and without any further ado, placed a heavy package on the table in front of the old man. Crash! The package is unpacked. A B-rank battle axe wrapped in faint lightning, a C-rank longbow, a C-rank staff, several pieces of damaged armor, and a pile of level 33 shadow cores that had been trampled into powder. When these things appear on the table, the old man's eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly opened wide. His gaze stayed on the B-level thunder axe for a full 3 seconds. Then, he took another look at the pile of beast core powder that was no longer recognizable. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Su Chen deeply with an extremely complicated look. This kid still had traces of the lightning and frost aura from the Mad Axe team that hadn't completely dissipated yet. Considering that the Crazy Axe team has already exceeded their scheduled return time and has yet to return. In the old man's mind, all the things were connected in an instant. Hiss. This kid is a ruthless person. Not only did they kill the people, but they also took away all their equipment and property. How the hell is this a freshman? This is clearly a veteran who has been in the abyss for many years. The old man's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm. He simply glanced at the pile of things and said with a disdainful tone, "A pile of junk, you want to show me?" Su Chen smiled when he heard that. He knew that the old man had seen through it. But he doesn't care. He just wanted the old man to see it. He wants to show his value to the biggest NPC in this abyss. Only in this way can he obtain more intelligence and more special treatment. For example, that black badge. What the teacher said is true. These rubbish are really not worth much. Su Chen followed the old man's words and said with a smile, "Teacher, please help me deal with it and exchange it for some points to buy medicine." Snort. The old man snorted coldly and said nothing more. He picked up the black hunter badge and touched everything on the table. A B-rank weapon, Thunder Axe, has been detected, worth 3,000 points. A C-rank weapon, Windrunner Bow, has been detected, worth 800 points. Level 33 Shadow Core detected severely damaged, worth 1,200 points. Items counted, total value, 6,750 points. Do you want to redeem all? Yes. Su Chen muttered to himself. Exchange successful, Abyss points obtained, 6,750 points. Special badge effect triggered. Congratulations! Get 10 times the points rebate. Finally obtained Abyss points, 67,500 points. Looking at the number on the badge that skyrocketed in an instant, Su Chen's heart started beating wildly again. Cool. It feels so fucking good. The feeling of watching wealth grow exponentially is even more addictive than improving one's strength. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and glanced at his personal dashboard. Abyss Hunter, Su Chen. Hunter level, Bronze 7600 1000. Holding points, 76350. After exchanging this batch of junk, his Hunter level and experience bar exploded. Hunter experience overflow detected, level up. Congratulations! Hunter level has been upgraded to Silver 6610,000. Access to some level items in the store has been unlocked. Silver level. A terrifying light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He no longer hesitated and immediately sank his consciousness into the Abyss store. He simply ignored the dazzling array of skills and equipment, and clicked on the Rare Treasures category as quickly as possible. Then, scrolled down the list. Soon, the name that he had been thinking about appeared before his eyes. Space Storage Ring Grade C. It contains 100 cubic meters of independent space inside, which can be used by injecting spiritual power. It is a must-have item for hunters at home, traveling, and killing and looting. Exchange points, 100,000. Exchange requirements, Hunter level Silver. The redemption requirements have been met. But the points are still more than 20,000 short. Su Chen frowned slightly. But soon, he relaxed. He glanced at the old administrator and took out two things from his pocket again. Those two were level 35 gravity rock monster cores that he had snatched back from the crazy axe team. When these two beast cores of perfect quality emitting tremendous energy were casually thrown on the table by Su Chen, the old administrator's eyelids twitched violently again. Good job. Did this guy really solo a level 35 gravitational rock demon? He looked at Su Chen's calm appearance, and for the first time, he began to doubt his own judgment. This kid, who is he? Su Chen ignored the old man's shock. He picked up the badge and touched the two beast cores directly. Level 35 Gravity Rock Demon Lord Core detected perfect, worth 25,000 points. Level 35 Gravity Core Special Mutation detected, worth 30,000 points. Total value, 55,000 points. Do you want to redeem all? No. Su Chen said calmly in his heart. Only exchange for the main core. That special mutated gravity core contains the power of the law. After Xiaojiu absorbs it, he can gain new skills. He couldn't bear to sell this thing. Exchange successful, Abyss points obtained, 25,000 points. Special badge effect triggered. Congratulations! Get 10 times the points rebate. Finally obtained Abyss points, 250,000 points. 250,000. Looking at the terrifying number on his badge that suddenly soared to 326,350, Su Chen felt that his heart was about to stop beating. He is a millionaire now. No, it's a $320,000 millionaire. Call. Su Chen let out a long breath. He opened the store interface again and found the space storage ring. Looking at the price tag of 100,000, he just felt bored. Only 100,000? Really cheap. Exchange. Su Chen gave the order in his mind without hesitation. Points have been deducted, product redemption successful. The product will be sent to your hunter badge within 1 minute, please check it carefully. Next second. The black badge in Su Chen's hand suddenly emitted a soft spatial fluctuation. An ancient silver ring made of an unknown metal appeared out of thin air and hovered quietly above his palm. Done. Unprecedented joy burst out from Su Chen's eyes. He put the ring on his hand and injected a trace of spiritual power into it. A gray, independent space as big as a basketball court suddenly appeared in his perception. With a thought, he thought about the level 35 gravity core on the table and all the spoils he had hidden before. Whoosh! 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 All the things disappeared from their original places in an instant and appeared neatly in the space of the storage ring. Ha 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 ha! Su Chen finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter. So convenient. This feeling is so great. With this ring, he can really do whatever he wants in the abyss. If you see something good, just pack it up and take it away. No need to worry anymore about picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. He raised his head and took a look at his remaining points balance of more than 220,000. The curve of his mouth widened. Such a large warehouse cannot be left empty. It's time. Su Chen's eyes swept across the dazzling array of goods in the store, and a light called arrogance flashed in his eyes. Going to stock up. Chapter 33 Krypton Gold, only then can you become stronger. With the storage ring as a mobile warehouse, Su Chen's heart was completely settled. He no longer had any worries and began to focus all his attention on the huge treasure trove of Abyss Store. A huge sum of 220,000 yuan. How to spend it? Without any hesitation, Su Chen clicked on the Secrets of Kung Fu column first. Weapons, equipment, elixirs and potions are all just external objects. Only the martial arts method is the core that can accompany you throughout your life and fundamentally improve your strength. His eyes were fixed directly on the golden fragment of the S-level martial arts technique that was placed at the very top. The Book of Myriad Beasts S-Rank Technique Fragments, Volume 1, A Secret of the Ancient Beast Taming Sect. Practicing this technique allows one to connect with all beasts, significantly increasing their affinity with ferocious beasts and slightly boosting their contract success rate. Through special techniques, one can purify the bloodlines of ferocious beasts, accelerating their growth. Exchange points, 500,000. Exchange requirements, Hunter level Gold. 500,000 points. Gold Hunter. He currently cannot meet either of the two conditions. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It's not enough. He took a look at his more than 200,000 points and felt poor for the first time. However, he was not discouraged. Only 500,000. With his current tenfold rebate scoring efficiency, it would only take him a few more elite beasts above level 35 to hunt. The Gold Hunter level can be reached by simply collecting tens of thousands of exchange experience points. He must have this set of skills. Even Jesus couldn't stop him, he said. Su Chen added the Book of 10,000 Beasts to his wish list and then began to browse other skills that could be exchanged. Soon, an A-level martial arts book attracted his attention. Spirit Devouring Technique. A-level technique. By consuming spiritual energy and beast core energy, you can quickly restore your own spiritual power and slightly improve its quality. Upon reaching mastery, you can forcibly absorb the enemy's spiritual power during battle. Exchange points, 80,000. Exchange requirements, Hunter level Silver. This is good. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. His biggest shortcoming at the moment is his endurance. Although morph synchronization is powerful, its mana consumption is too terrifying. And this book Soul Devouring Art is simply a power bank method tailor-made for him. Not only can it speed up recovery, but it can also absorb mana during battle. Combined with his already terrifying amount of spiritual power, once he succeeds in training, he will be a perpetual motion machine. Purchase. Su Chen chose to exchange without hesitation. Points have been deducted, product redemption successful. 80,000 points disappeared in an instant. Su Chen didn't feel sorry at all. The next second, a huge stream of information poured out from the hunter badge and instantly poured into his mind. Countless mysterious runes and meridian routes were deeply engraved in his memory like a brand. Su Chen didn't even need to understand, his body instinctively began to circulate spiritual power according to the route of soul devouring art. He could clearly feel that the violent primitive spiritual power in the surrounding air was being sucked into his body at a speed several times faster than before. Then, after being filtered and purified by both talent and skills, it turned into the purest spiritual power and flowed into his spiritual power core. Cool. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a low growl. The feeling of rapid growth of spiritual power is so wonderful. He had a hunch that as long as he was given enough time to practice this technique to perfection, his endurance would be increased by at least 3 times. After spending his first large sum of money, Su Chen felt refreshed. He then clicked on the Medicines and Pharmacy column. The skills are the foundation, and the medicine is the guarantee. Especially since we are going to challenge a creature of the Dragon Lizard's level next, without enough supplies, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Su Chen started his shopping spree. Special Healing Potion Grade A, instantly heals fatal injuries and regenerates severed limbs. Redemption points, 20,000 bottle. 5 bottles, please. Super Concentrated Spiritual Power Potion Grade A, instantly restores 50% of spiritual power. Redemption points, 15,000 bottle. 10 bottles, please. Titan's Power Potion Level B, greatly increases strength and physique in a short period of time. This is good, 5 bottles too. Holy Dragon Blood Fake Fragment, contains a trace of dragon blood, significantly boosting all attributes for a short period of time and granting a dragon's awe-inspiring effects. Redemption points, 50,000 per drop. Holy crap! Great stuff! It's expensive, but it can save your life in a critical moment. Buy 1 drop. Su Chen added bottles of expensive medicine to the shopping cart without blinking. Soon, the hundreds of thousands of points he had just obtained were spent like water. But he didn't feel sorry at all. Money is only money when it is spent and turned into real fighting power. After buying the medicine, he clicked on Rare Treasures. He wanted to find out if there was any auxiliary equipment suitable for himself and the ferocious beast. Soon, 2 things attracted his attention. Dark Knight Cloak Rank A, woven from Shadow Raven feathers, it perfectly conceals aura and blends into the shadows. A must-have for assassins. Redemption points, 35,000. Gale Boots Rank A, attaches a wind-based acceleration array, significantly increasing movement speed and agility. Redemption points, 30,000. Nice one. Su Chen chose to redeem again. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his mobility and stealth capabilities will be greatly improved. Whether it is a sneak attack or escape, it is easier than ever. After all, the hardware has been updated. Su Chen's points were less than 50,000 left. But the equipment he was wearing was luxurious. A silver level hunter possesses top level configuration that even many gold level hunters dream of. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Su Chen took a deep breath and clicked on the last section. Intelligence information. He directly entered the 6 words earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard in the search bar. Soon, a piece of information marked platinum level top secret popped up. Earthshaker rock-armored dragon lizard in-depth analysis report. Exchange points, 10,000. 10,000 points for one piece of information is simply robbery. But Su Chen chose to buy it without hesitation. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. This money must not be saved. When he successfully redeemed the money and opened the report, dense information about the dragon lizard instantly appeared before his eyes. Species, sub-dragon species Earthshaker rock-armored dragon. Level, estimated level 45-48. Habitat, Blackrock Mountains, Titan Spine, underground lava cave. Known skills, Earth's Fury area of effect earthquake, rock armor hardening extreme defense boost, Titan Slam devastating physical attack, lava breath high damage fire breath. Known weaknesses, reverse scale located below its neck, the only weak point in its defenses, fear of extreme cold its lava core will sluggish in low temperatures. Historical challenge record. 1. Song Lang Team Gold, challenge failed, all members seriously injured, shield guard killed. Reason for failure, unable to break defense. 2. Team Akabane Platinum, failed the challenge but escaped unscathed. Reason for failure, the dragon lizard's lava breath had a large range, preventing them from getting close. 3. Su Chen read the report carefully, word by word. His brain, like the most sophisticated supercomputer, was working at a rapid speed. All the information about the dragon lizard was input into it, and then the deduction and simulation began frantically. How to approach? How to break the defense? How to avoid its range attack? How to exploit its weaknesses? Tactics formed in his mind one by one, and then were overturned by him one by one. For a long time, Su Chen slowly closed the intelligence interface. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. There is only an unprecedented, burning desire to fight. He stood up, put on his newly bought dark night cloak, and put on his wind boots. Then, he turned his gaze to the black vortex that represented taboo and death. Dragon. A confident and crazy smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 34 The goddess collapses. Su Chen, I regret it. Outside, Zhongcheng University. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. There are only 3 days left in the preliminaries of the National College League. In order to determine the final order of resource allocation and to boost the morale of the school team that was about to go on the expedition, the school temporarily organized a top-level in-school round-robin ranking competition. Today's focus is on the battle between the defending champion Yaoguang team and the third-ranked Crazy Axe team in the school. In the past, this should have been a no-brainer. Everyone thought that Yaoguang would easily resolve the battle within 10 minutes. However, when the game started, the situation on the field surprised all the teachers and students watching. Ha ha ha. Ling Bing Yao. Is that all the strength you have? Didn't your ice dragon eat? It's so soft, it's just tickling me. On the battlefield, Zhao Tianfu, the captain of the Crazy Axe team, was carrying his B-level thunder axe and laughing arrogantly. Just now, he used his body to withstand Ling Bingyao's powerful move, Ice Dragon Roar. Although he was freezing, he did not suffer any substantial harm. Opposite him, Ling Bingyao, who had just unleashed her ultimate move, had a pale face, sweat dripping from her forehead, and her chest heaving violently. My spiritual power is almost running out again. Damn it! Ling Bingyao gritted her teeth, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage in her heart. Once upon a time, she could freeze opponents of Zhao Tianfu's level into ice sculptures with just one skill. But now, her attack has become so powerless. The other side. Sword Fairy, why is your sword slowing down? The Thunder Ranger dodged Xiao Qingying's attacks nimbly while still having the leisure to taunt her. Have you not had enough rest recently? Do you want me to treat you to a cup of milk tea and relax? Roll. Xiao Qingying's pretty face was frosty, and her sword moves became more and more fierce. But she herself knew that her sword heart was in chaos. The lack of spiritual power and the sluggish feeling of incoherent moves made her feel as if her sword skills were covered with a thick layer of dust. Captain. They're no match for us. Now's the time to take them down. Zhao Tianfu keenly captured the predicament of Yao Guang. Greedy light flashed in his eyes. He roared and went berserk. Like an angry bull, he rushed towards the weakest link of Yao Guang by Mengli in the auxiliary position. Catch the leader first. No, you should pick on the weak first. Protect Mengli. Ling Bingyao and Xia Qingying's faces changed drastically. They wanted to return to defend, but were tightly entangled by the other two people of Crazy Axe. Zhao Tianfu's giant axe wrapped in lightning was about to fall on Bai Mengli's head. Everyone thought the game was over. Holy Light Guardian. At this critical moment, Bai Mengli screamed and squeezed out the last bit of spiritual power in her body, condensing a thin holy light shield in front of her. Boom! The giant axe fell. The shield shattered with a sound. Bai Mengli was blown away by the huge force like a kite with a broken string. She fell heavily to the ground and fainted on the spot. But she finally gained a precious second for Ling Bingyao. You are looking for death. Ling Bingyao looked at Bai Mengli, who was lying in a pool of blood, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Her cold eyes instantly turned blood red. An extremely terrifying pressure, unique to those with S-level talents, burst out from her body. The Ice Emperor arrives, absolute zero. Snap. 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 The biting cold ice spread wildly in all directions with Ling Bingyao as the center. In the entire battlefield, the temperature dropped to -100 degrees in just 3 seconds. The arrogant smile on Zhao Tianfu's face froze in an instant. He didn't even have time to react before his entire body, along with his battle axe, was completely frozen by a thick layer of ice that emitted a faint blue light. It turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. The game ended abruptly at the last moment. The battle ends, Team Yaoguang wins a bitter victory. The cold system prompt sound echoed in the silent battle hall. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying power that Ling Bingyao finally unleashed. However, when they saw the three goddesses who were staggering, exhausted in spiritual power, and unconscious in the center of the venue, they did not feel the slightest awe in their hearts. Only confusion. And a hint of disappointment. I won, but it was such an ugly win. Yeah, what happened to Team Yaoguang? It seems like their strength has dropped a lot. That Bai Mengli, is she too fragile? She was almost killed instantly by an axe. Shoo! Be quiet, don't let Goddess Bingyao hear you. The discussions around them were like invisible needles piercing the hearts of Ling Bingyao, Xia Qingying, and Lu Ruyan. Ling Bingyao released her gifted state, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Xia Qingying quickly supported her, but her own body was also shaking slightly. Lu Ruyan quickly ran to Bai Mengli and checked her injuries, her face so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. 3 broken ribs, multiple ruptured internal organs, and damaged spiritual core. She's useless. Lu Ruyan's voice was cold and emotionless. This sentence, like the last straw, completely broke Ling Bingyao's tense nerves. Waste. Ling Bingyao suddenly shook off Xia Qingying's hand, pointed at the unconscious Bai Mengli, and screamed out of control. She can't even handle a B-rank berserker. What's the point of having her as a support? And you? She turned to Xia Qingying again, her voice filled with resentment and anger. Where's your sword? Where's your unparalleled swordsmanship? Why can't you even take out a ranger? Xia Qingying moved her lips, wanting to refute, but couldn't utter a word. Yes. Why? Why did they become so weak? At this moment, a voice that had been suppressed for a long time, with a crying tone, suddenly sounded. It was Bai Mengli, who was barely awakened by Lu Ruyan using healing potions. She struggled to sit up, looking at the mess in front of her and the ugly faces of her teammates. She could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Why? You ask me why? She pointed at Ling Bingyao and cried heartbreakingly. Because we are fools. We are the biggest fools in the world. We pushed away our greatest support with our own hands. If Su Chen was still here, if he was still here, how could we have been forced to this point by such a rubbish team? Power bank? Logistics staff? Bai Mengli laughed at herself, tears and blood mixed together, looking miserable. We are the losers who can't live without him. I regret it so much. Ling Bingyao. I regret it so much. I really regret why I listened to your nonsense and why I forced Su Chen to leave. Bai Mengli's cries were like thunderclaps out of the blue, resounding throughout the entire battle hall. Everyone was stunned by the information revealed in her words. Ling Bingyao's face turned pale and bloodless in an instant. Xiao Qingying's hand holding the sword was shaking violently. A hint of understanding and a hint of determination flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes. And in the distance, at the entrance to the forbidden abyss, Su Chen, who had just armed himself to the teeth, knew nothing about this. He just felt that his ears seemed a little itchy. Who's talking about me? He rubbed his ears, then took a last look at the real world behind him. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stepped into the hunting ground that belonged to him. Chapter 35 The Road to Slaying the Dragon, Who Dares to Stand in My Way? The fourth time stepping into the forbidden abyss. Su Chen's mood has changed drastically. If the first time was a desperate attempt when there was no other way out, the second time was a cautious exploration in search of vitality. The third time was a journey of revenge filled with anger. So this time, he is the king who reigns over this land. Target, Titan's spine. In Su Chen's eyes, there was an unprecedented fire burning, the fire called conquest. He no longer had any intention of hiding or holding back. The magic circle on the wind boots flashed with light, and his figure instantly turned into an arrow, rushing straight towards the center of the Blackrock Mountains. Quick. Incomparably fast. With the dual blessing of anti-gravity field and boots of swift wind, Su Chen's speed has exceeded the limit that he himself could hardly imagine. He was like a black lightning flying close to the ground, leaving a long, lingering trail of dust on the barren land. Roar! Soon, a wandering level 30 obsidian gargoyle discovered him, a high-speed moving intruder. It let out a sharp hiss, flapped its huge rock wings, and descended from the sky with a roar that tore through the air, swooping down towards Su Chen. If it were a few days ago, facing an opponent of this level, Su Chen would still need to cooperate with Xiao Jiao and use the scraping tactics to slowly grind him to death. But now, Su Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His running speed did not slow down at all. Just when the gargoyle's sharp claws were about to grab his head, Su Chen's figure just stayed in the same place, leaving an imperceptible Z-shaped turn. Whoosh! With a strange posture that completely violated the law of inertia, he narrowly passed through the gargoyle's claws. And just at the moment they passed each other, a cold blue light flashed from his fingertips. Phew! A slight sound, like a knife cutting through rotten wood, was heard. The obsidian ghost's body suddenly stiffened. Then, its extremely hard head made of obsidian slid off its neck in one go. Flash sale. Even the morphology synchronization is not turned on. Simply, while moving at high speed, a claw wind carrying the power of the underworld was casually ejected. Su Chen's figure did not pause for the slightest. He didn't even look back at the headless body that fell to the ground. His storage ring flashed with light, and the level 25 beast core that was still tumbling in the air was already absorbed into it by him through the air. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. Kill the level 30 obsidian gargoyle and gain 3,500 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level, 35. The level of your link target Xiaojiao has increased. Current level, 26. Hearing the prompt sound coming from his mind, Su Chen's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. Appetizer, not bad. He continued to move forward. Soon, he stepped into the familiar triple gravity area again. However, this time, the terrifying gravity that was enough to crush an ordinary student into a pulp only slowed down his running speed a little bit. His body, which had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, had completely adapted to this intensity of oppression. Roar! 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 Su Chen's undisguised and swaggering intrusion soon angered the natives of the area. From the valley not far ahead, a group of more than a dozen rock trolls rushed out. These monsters are over 5 meters tall and holding huge stone clubs. Each one is above level 32. They roared, waved stone sticks, and launched a group charge towards Su Chen. The earth is shaking violently. The momentum was enough to scare any gold-level hunter team. Just in time. Su Chen was not surprised but happy. He finally stopped and put Xiaojiao, who was already eager to try in his arms, on the ground. Xiaojiao, get on! Meow! A scream full of fighting spirit. At this moment, a man and a cat turned into 2 black whirlwinds of death, and took the initiative to meet the group of trolls that were surging like a tide. Morph synchronization, Claw of the Netherworld. Su Chen's arms instantly turned into indestructible claws. He did not choose full synchronization because there was no need. Facing these bulky giants, he only needs absolute speed and extreme sharpness, that's enough. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly. His entire body, like a ghost, merged into the shadow cast by the huge figures of the trolls. The effect of Dark Knight Cloak has been brought to the extreme. A rock troll felt a chill on his ankle. It lowered its head, and before it could see what it was, its entire leg was cut off by a black claw shadow. Boom! The huge body lost its balance in an instant and fell to the ground with a loud bang. And this is just the beginning. Su Chen was like the most efficient butcher, starting the bloody harvest among the flock of sheep. Each of his attacks was accurate, landing on the joints, necks and other weak points of defense of these trolls. And Xiaojiu is like his shadow, cooperating with him seamlessly. Its microgravity field can always cause the movements of the trolls to pause slightly at the most critical moment. And this slight stagnation is a fatal flaw for Su Chen. Puff! 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 The sound of sharp claws biting into flesh is endless. One after another, the rock trolls fell to the ground with unwilling roars. Before their bodies had even had time to completely dissipate, the beast cores in their bodies had already been taken away by Su Chen through the air using his storage ring. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. A highly efficient scoring feast. 5 minutes later, the entire valley returned to silence. All that was left was rubble all over the ground, and a calm figure standing on the rubble without even breathing. Su Chen took a look at the dozen or so extra level 32 beast cores in the storage ring and nodded with satisfaction. He felt the spiritual energy being consumed in his body. Only less than 20% was used. Soul-devouring art. Su Chen muttered to himself. He started to practice the A-level skills he had just learned. In an instant, a powerful suction force erupted with him as the center. The pure earth elemental spiritual power of the rock trolls he had just killed, which had not yet completely dissipated between heaven and earth, poured into his body madly like rivers flowing into the sea. His consumed spiritual energy was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, it was back to full condition. Perpetual motion machine, it's done. Endless ecstasy burst out from Su Chen's eyes. With the soul-devouring art, he is invincible in this abyss as long as he doesn't encounter an enemy who can kill him instantly. He can keep fighting. Kill your way through the entire abyss. He did not stop and continued to push towards the center of the mountain. Along the way, kill gods if they stand in your way, and kill Buddhas if they stand in your way. Whether it's a group of level 35 ground dragons or a solitary level 38 mountain giant. Any creature that dares to stand in his way will end up with only one outcome. It turned into an icy beast core in his storage ring, and a string of rapidly growing points on his hunter badge. Finally, after sweeping through countless groups of ferocious beasts, Su Chen stood at the foot of the highest peak of the Black Rock Mountain's Titan spine. He raised his head. A huge mountain whose majesty cannot be described in words, like a divine sword reaching the sky, piercing the clouds. The mountain was surrounded by violent earth element storms and black thunderclouds visible to the naked eye. A terrifying pressure that was 100 times more terrifying than the gravity rock demon, as if it were real, came from the depths of the mountain. The pressure was so heavy and so vast. It seemed that the thing sleeping inside was not a ferocious beast. But it is an ancient continent that has come alive. Meow. Xiaojiu in Su Chen's arms became more nervous than ever before. The fur all over its body stood up like a hedgehog, and it let out an uneasy growl from its throat, its body even trembling slightly. It is an instinctive fear of the superior being that comes from deep in the blood. Su Chen touched its little head soothingly. Then, he raised his head, his gaze penetrating the heavy storms and thunderclouds, as if he saw the terrifying existence sleeping beneath the mountaintop. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile filled with madness and fighting spirit. Big guy. I smell you. Chapter 36 The first step to slaying a dragon is to write an observation diary. The corners of Su Chen's mouth slowly curled up into a smile full of madness and fighting spirit. He stood at the foot of Titan's spine, as small as a speck of dust. The giant peak before him, and the terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of the peak, were like an endless sky that was about to collapse. If anyone else were to stand here, even if it was Jiangcheng University's top team, the Akabane team composed of gold-level hunters, they would probably be overwhelmed by this tangible pressure and lose their mind, unable to even stand steadily. But Su Chen didn't. He just stood there quietly, allowing the pressure mixed with tyranny, vastness, and heaviness to wash over his body and soul. His eyes were clear and passionate. It's like a most devout pilgrim who finally sees the God in his mind. However, other pilgrims wanted to kneel down and worship. And what he was thinking about was how to kill God. Meow. Xiaojiu in his arms obviously didn't have as big a heart as he did. The little guy's hair stood up all over his body, and his body curled up into a ball. He trembled in his arms, and a very weak whimpering sound with a crying tone came from his throat. It is the instinctive fear that comes from the deepest part of the blood and arises when the life level is absolutely suppressed. The bloodline of the nine-nether cat is already considered top-notch. But in front of a mythical existence like Titan, they are still like ants. Don't be afraid. Su Chen touched its hairy little head soothingly, and a stream of pure spiritual power slowly flowed into Xiaojiu's body through the spiritual power link, soothing its restless soul. Soon, you'll find out that this guy is actually just a large lizard. Su Chen's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable confidence. Xiaojiu seemed to be infected by his emotions. Although her body was still shaking, at least she no longer made those pitiful whimpering sounds. Su Chen raised his head and began to carefully observe the Titan's spine in front of him. The entire mountain, like a broken giant sword, slanted into the earth. The mountain is a strange dark golden color, as if it is made of some unknown metal. The area around the mountain is even more terrifying. Visible to the naked eye, gravity turbulence that twists like water waves rages on the mountainside. Su Chen saw with his own eyes that a huge rock the size of a house that was caught in the middle of it was instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying gravity that was sometimes 3 times and sometimes 10 times as strong. And higher up, there was an elemental gale as sharp as a blade, whistling past. Those extremely hard dark golden rock walls, under the cutting of the strong wind, occasionally splashed out dazzling sparks. This place is not a restricted area for any living creature to set foot in. Interesting. There was a glimmer of excitement in Su Chen's eyes. He didn't rush up like a fool. He knew very well that in this environment, impatience was the hunter's biggest enemy. Until you truly understand your prey, you will always be just prey. He began to move slowly around the perimeter of Titan's spine. He is searching. Find an observation post where you can clearly observe the dragon lizard's nest and ensure your own absolute safety. His dark night cloak allows him to blend perfectly with the shadows around him. His wind boots allow him to walk through complex mountain terrain as if it were flat ground. After spending about an hour, Su Chen finally found a perfect spot on a vertical cliff about 5 kilometers away from the main peak of Titan's spine. It was a naturally formed concave cave with a very small entrance, only wide enough for one person to pass through. It was also covered by a bunch of extremely tenacious black vines from the outside, making it extremely hidden. Looking out from the cave entrance, one can have an unobstructed view of the giant sword-like main peak of Titan's spine, as well as the huge cave entrance below the main peak, which is suspected to be the dragon lizard's nest. This is it. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slipped into the cave and began his infrastructure work. He first used the claws of the underworld to dig the space inside the cave inward by more than 10 meters to ensure that he had enough room to move around. Then, he used the rudimentary earth element manipulation skills he learned from the gravity rock demon to set up several camouflage arrays and early warning traps around the cave entrance. He can immediately detect any creature that comes within 100 meters of the cave entrance. After doing all this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a piece of soft animal skin from his storage ring and spread it on the ground, then took out some clean water and dried meat. He even had the luxury of lighting a small pinch of smokeless, calming incense, filling the entire cave with a faint, peaceful fragrance. Apart from the lack of Wi-Fi and signal, the environment here is even more comfortable than his university dormitory. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the animal skin, chewing on the dried meat, and took out the animal skin map that he got from the Crazy Axe team which recorded the land of Titan's fall. This map has now become his observation diary. He took out a pen and began to write and draw on the blank spaces on the map. Observation Day 1, Weather, Elemental Gale, Gravity Turbulence. Target, Earthshaker Rock Armored Dragon Lizard, did not appear. Environmental analysis, the gravity field around Titan's spine is extremely unstable, with an average strength of approximately 5 times greater, and peaks exceeding 10 times greater. Elemental energy is chaotic, primarily earth and fire, with a small amount of violent lightning. Preliminary conclusion, any creature without the ability to fly or withstand extreme pressure cannot approach the main peak. Su Chen wrote very carefully and in detail. He was like a most rigorous scientific researcher, making the most thorough preparations for a great experiment he was about to conduct. Time passes by little in this boring yet focused waiting. One day. 2 days. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Su Chen stayed in this small cave without leaving. His daily tasks are to observe, record and analyze. And practice. The elemental energy here, although violent, is extremely pure. Su Chen was practicing the soul-devouring technique, like a bottomless black hole, madly devouring these energies and converting them into part of his own strength. His level did not increase any further. But his spiritual power became more and more condensed and pure. He became more and more proficient in mastering the soul-devouring art. As for Xiaojiu, after swallowing the level 35 gravity core, he fell into a deep sleep and evolution. Its body is wrapped in an energy-light cocoon composed of dark blue and khaki colors, emitting powerful fluctuations. Su Chen knew that when it woke up again, its strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. At dusk on the 4th day. As Su Chen was observing the main peak in the distance, holding up an eagle-eye telescope worth 5,000 points that he had exchanged from the store, as usual. The mutation finally happened. Boom! A terrifying tremor, countless times more violent than any previous one, suddenly came from under the main peak of the Titan's spine without any warning. The whole earth was shaking violently. The cliff where Su Chen was standing groaned under the heavy weight, and countless pieces of gravel fell down. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately locked the telescope's lens on the huge entrance to the nest, which was like the mouth of an abyss. I saw the depths of the cave entrance that was always shrouded in darkness. 2 points. Like a blood-red sun, an immense, terrifying red light slowly. It lights up. Chapter 37 The Queen's Crown is broken. I really regret why I listened to your nonsense and why I forced Su Chen to leave. Bai Mangli's heart-wrenching cry was like a heavy bomb that plunged the entire A-level simulation battle hall into dead silence. All the students watching the game seemed to be under a spell, stunned and with disbelief on their faces. What did they hear? The decline in Yaoguan team's strength is actually because they forced away that S-level support Su Chen? The Su Chen who was portrayed as a parasite and vampire by their fan club? Damn, the plot twist is so fast. Countless eyes were focused on the pale-faced goddesses in the center of the venue. Those gazes no longer had the same admiration and enthusiasm as before. Instead, there is confusion, questioning, amusement, and even a hint of undisguised contempt and ridicule. Holy crap, this is a shocking revelation. It turns out that Su Chen isn't clinging to someone powerful, it's that Team Yaoguan can't do without him? I told you, how could an S-level talent support be such a burden? Now look what happened, he got kicked in the thigh, you're dumbfounded. TSK, you really can't judge a person by his appearance, especially by Mengli. She usually looks like a saint, but I didn't expect she would play such a trick behind his back. Now we're going to have a good show. The Ace team is having an internal conflict at the last minute. I'm afraid Jiangdo will become the biggest joke in this year's National League. Whispers came from all directions like a tide. Every word was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing Ling Bingyao's heart. Her face was so pale that it could no longer be described. It was a color that had completely lost its blood color and was like a dead gray. For the first time, emotions called panic and shame appeared on her usually proud and cold face. She felt like a clown who had been stripped naked and thrown under the brightest spotlight, being judged and ridiculed by everyone. Her queenly dignity, which she was so proud of, was shattered at this moment. Shut up, everyone! Ling Bingyao suddenly raised her head, and her blood-red eyes swept around with the terrifying pressure of an S-level talent. The discussions around him suddenly stopped. But those strange looks were still like knives, cutting back and forth on her body. Bai Mengli! Are you crazy? Do you know what nonsense you are talking about? Ling Bingyao turned her head and stared at Bai Mengli, who was still crying, her voice so cold that it seemed like ice chips were about to fall out. She tried to use her authority to suppress this out-of-control teammate. However, this time, she failed. Bai Mengli, who was barely awakened by Lu Ruyan with medicine, has completely collapsed. She raised her tear-stained and blood-stained face and met Ling Bingyao's gaze fearlessly. She shouted hysterically in an almost manic tone, "I'm talking nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Ling Bingyao! Do you dare to honestly say that we are in this situation because of your stupid decision back then? Without Su Chen's spiritual power, how much power does your Ice Emperor's advent have left? Without Su Chen's feedback, what's the difference between your cultivation speed and that of an ordinary A-level talent? Your ridiculous pride, your so-called not needing to rely on anyone, is now harming all of us." Every word Bai Mengli said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Ling Bingyao's already shaky self-esteem. Shut up! Ling Bingyao screamed out of control. That's enough. Stop arguing. At this moment, Xia Qingying, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. She held onto the wall and slowly stood up, watching the farce in front of her with complicated eyes. Bingyao, what Mingli said is correct. Xia Qingying's voice was a little hoarse. We did make a mistake. My sword told me. She lowered her head and looked at the ancient sword in her hand that had accompanied her for many years, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. Without Su Chen's spiritual power, my sword has become dull and weak. It's not that my sword heart is wrong, but my roots are wrong. We're too dependent on him. So dependent on him that we've even forgotten what our original strength was. Xia Qingying's words caused Ling Bingyao's body to shake violently. Even Xia Qingying, even this martial arts fanatic who only cared about practicing swordsmanship, started to doubt her? No. No. Ling Bingyao's lips were trembling, and she was still trying to defend herself. This is only temporary. As long as we intensify our training and have enough medicinal pills, we will soon be able to. Don't fool yourself, Bingyao. A cold voice without a trace of emotion interrupted her. It's Lu Ruyan. She had already treated Bai Mengli's wound, then stood up and looked indifferently at the three teammates who were still arguing in front of her, like an outsider. You know better than me what the spiritual power accumulated by the elixir is like. Without Su Chen's S-level talents' tenfold feedback, we are now on the same starting line as other A-level talents. No, we are even worse than them because we are used to taking shortcuts. Team Yaoguang has no future. Lu Ruyan spoke the cruelest truth in a calm and factual tone. Then, in front of the three people's extremely shocked gazes, she took out a document from her storage bracelet. It was a transfer agreement. The header of the agreement clearly bears the emblem of another top university, Imperial Capital University. Next week, I will report to Imperial University and join their ace team, Seraphim. Lu Ruyan put the agreement away and looked at Ling Bingyao with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Oh, by the way, the captain of Seraphim asked me to bring you a message. He said he was very grateful to you for helping him get rid of this trash Su Chen. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to poach the three of us in front of you. After all, an S-rank support who can only provide spiritual power can't compare to the three of us genuine A-rank combat types, right? After saying that, Lu Ruyan no longer looked at Ling Bingyao's face, which had turned as pale as paper, nor did she pay attention to the shocked expressions of Xia Qingying and Bai Mengli. She turned around, walked out of the fighting hall with her long, straight legs without looking back. He left in a clean and decisive manner. There is not a trace of nostalgia. The entire lounge fell into deathly silence. All that was left was Bai Mengli's uncontrollable, desperate sobs. Ling Bingyao stood there in a daze. She looked at Lu Ruyan's resolute back, then looked at her teammates beside her, one of whom was heartbroken and the other was crying. She felt that her crown, which was made of pride and confidence, was extremely dazzling. At this moment, with a click, broken. Chapter 38 Top Predator, drinking minds like cereal. Forbidden Abyss, Spine of the Titan. There was deathly silence inside the observation post where Su Chen was. He held his breath and held the eagle-eye telescope in his hand firmly in front of his eyes. His pupils shrank to the smallest point because of extreme concentration. Boom! Rumble! The heartbeat sounded like an ancient war drum, coming from the distant main peak, each beat clearer and heavier than the last. The earth is shaking rhythmically. Su Chen could feel that the rocks under his feet were resonating with the heartbeat. Finally, in Su Chen's almost frozen gaze, a head, so huge that it could not be described in words, slowly emerged from the bottomless entrance of the nest. Just the head was larger than the entire body of any ferocious beast Su Chen had ever seen before. Its head is shaped like the legendary Western dragon, but it is more ferocious and heavier. There are no horns on its head, but instead it is covered with layers of dark golden rock cuticles that are as numerous as mountains. Its lower jaw is covered with hideous bone spurs that look like upside-down stalagmites. Its skin, or scales, is made entirely of a semi-fluid, dark red lava. The boiling magma slowly flowed through the gaps in the scales, dripping onto the ground from time to time, burning deep, sizzling pits in the hard, dark golden ground. The most terrifying thing is its eyes. Those two huge eyes that were like blood-red suns did not have the slightest emotion, only a kind of indifference to all living beings, as cold and dead as a god. It seems that in its eyes, everything in the world is dust. Earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard. The moment this name completely matched the terrifying creature in front of him that was destroying the world. Su Chen felt like his brain had crashed for a moment. How the hell, how can we fight this? Even with a heart as strong as that of a devil, he couldn't help but have such a thought the moment he saw the creature with his own eyes. This is no longer a ferocious beast. This is a natural disaster. It is a living volcano and a moving mountain that walks on the earth. In front of it, human power seems so small and ridiculous. Just when Su Chen was shocked, the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard seemed to have just woken up. It opened its bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow a building and yawned. Call. A visible wave of scorching air mixed with sulfur and the smell of destruction gushed out of its mouth. The airwave turned into a small lava torrent, instantly crossing a distance of several kilometers and slamming heavily onto a cliff not far below Su Chen's observation post. Boom! A deafening bang. The solid cliff, which was hundreds of meters high, was like being hit head-on by a strategic nuclear bomb. It melted and vaporized in an instant and disappeared without a trace. A violent shock wave swept over. The observation post where Su Chen was located was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Su Chen held on tightly to the rock beside him to avoid being blown away by the shock wave. He raised his head and looked at the cliff that had completely turned into nothingness. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. A yawn. Just an unconscious yawn has such terrifying power. If it really attacks, how devastating would a full-power, lava breath be? For the first time, Su Chen felt a slight hesitation in his dragon-slaying plan. However, this slight hesitation was soon replaced by an even more intense desire called conquer. The stronger you are, the more worthy of the challenge. The more invincible it is, the more incomparable the pleasure you can get when you step on it. So you're not invincible. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the giant beast, his eyes flashing with the ecstasy of a hunter discovering the weakness of his prey. Any living thing has weaknesses. His attention shifted away from the dragon lizard's terrifying size and strength, and he began to dissect and analyze every detail of it with the precision of a scalpel. Soon, he discovered something new. On the back of the dragon lizard, which is like a mountain range and covered with lava gullies, there is actually a group of little things living there. They were creatures that were only the size of a palm, looked like beetles, and were made entirely of lava. They crawled freely on the dragon lizard's hot back, and from time to time, they would use their mouthparts to nibble on the solidified rock residues in the gaps between the dragon lizard's scales. Lava symbiote. A name that was only mentioned briefly in the college database suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. A special creature that is extremely weak but can adapt to extremely high temperature environments. They form a symbiotic relationship with powerful fire or earth beasts. They help the host clean up the garbage on the body, while the host provides them with shelter and energy sources. Are these little things its cleaners? A gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. A bold idea quietly formed in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard seemed to be hungry. Its huge body slowly crawled out of the nest. Rumble. When its entire body was exposed to the light of the abyss, Su Chen truly understood what it meant to block out the sky and the sun. It's so huge. Every time it moves, the entire titan's spine trembles. It crawled to an open area outside the nest, then raised its huge head and cast its gaze towards a mine in the distance. It was a mine that emitted a strange red light all over. Su Chen had seen it in the intelligence. It was a specialty of the Blackrock Mountains, red crystal ore, a mineral containing pure fire energy. The next scene completely overturned Su Chen's cognition. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard opened its huge mouth again. But this time, it wasn't a yawn. Instead, a dark red, viscous lava torrent that was more than 10 times thicker than before gushed out from its mouth. The lava, as if given life, drew a precise parabola in the air, directly covering half of the hilltop of the red crystal mine. Sizzle! A teeth-grinding melting sound was heard. The hard red crystal, under the terrifying high temperature, was like ice and snow meeting a branding iron. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was melted into boiling hot red mineral slurry with an alluring aroma. Then, the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard sucked in suddenly. Call. The red or slurry that looked like a lake was sucked up by it through the air and turned into a huge red tornado, which was continuously sucked into its mouth. It actually mistook a mine for cereal and drank it? Su Chen was completely numb after watching this scene. Silently, he took out his observation diary and drew a crooked sketch on it that looked like a lizard and a mountain. Then he solemnly wrote a line of words next to it. Target recipe, hematite or lava brewing type. Companion organism, lava symbiont. After finishing writing, he closed the notebook, and a confident, devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out a bunch of strange materials in bottles and jars from his storage ring. There is a poison sac that was previously removed from the poisonous scorpion tail lizard. There is a strong acid with strong corrosiveness that can be exchanged from the store. There were also some plant roots that emitted a foul smell, which he himself could not even name. He began to mix these things carefully and mysteriously like a crazy alchemist. A sinister, vicious, but absolutely effective dragon-slaying plan against this natural disaster has quietly taken shape in his mind. Chapter 39 ex-girlfriend changed jobs, thinking she had found a new partner? Taito University. Among all the extraordinary academies in China, it is the undisputed leader. Here, the top talents, the most abundant resources, and the most brutal competition from all over the country are gathered. A huge floating island made entirely of a special alloy, suspended in mid-air, is the exclusive training base for the Imperial Capital University's ace team, Xitian. At this moment, in the tactical analysis room at the core of the base, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a black tight combat uniform, stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the futuristic city below that looked like something out of a science fiction movie, her eyes as cold and calm as ever. Behind her, a tall, handsome young man, exuding a sunny and friendly aura, was walking towards her with 2 cups of steaming coffee and a smile. Ruyan, are you still thinking about Jiangcheng University? The young man's voice is gentle and magnetic, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze. He is the captain of the Xitian team, the recognized leader of the Imperial Capital University, and the one who possesses the S-level fire talent, True Sunfire, Xin Hao. Nothing to think about. Lu Ruyan didn't turn around, her voice was as cold as ice. A ship that has already sunk is not worth wasting any more energy on. Ha, well said. Xin Hao handed a cup of coffee to Lu Ruyan, then stood side by side with her, his eyes also looking at the bustling city outside the window. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in, and a wise minister chooses the right master to serve. You have made the wisest choice. His tone was full of admiration for Lu Ruyan, as well as an undisguised sense of superiority over Jiangcheng University, a second-rate institution. To be honest, I've been wanting to recruit you for a long time. Your spatial shadow talent makes you a natural-born top-tier assassin. Keeping you in a small place like Jiangcheng University is a complete waste of talent. Xin Hao took a sip of coffee and changed the subject, seemingly asking casually, but I'm still a little curious. Before, you had that S-rank support in Yaoguang, so it was really hard for me to take action. Why did you kick him out all of a sudden? I heard that the contract was terminated in public during the school's swearing-in ceremony? There was a gleam of gossip and amusement in Xin Hao's eyes. Lu Ruyan's eyes fluctuated slightly, but soon returned to calm. If we do not share the same ideals, we cannot work together. She summed up the whole thing in the simplest words. Oh? Xin Hao raised his eyebrows, obviously not satisfied with the answer. That's not the version I heard. He smiled and said in a tone of sharing a secret, I heard that it was your captain Ling Bingyao who felt that the support named Su Chen could only provide spiritual power and could no longer keep up with your pace. He had become a burden, so she cut the Gordian knot and kicked him out. TSK, I have to say, your goddess Bingyao, although a little proud, is still very courageous when it comes to cutting losses in time. Xin Hao's tone was full of admiration for Ling Bingyao's heroic self-sacrifice and deep contempt for Su Chen, whom he had never met. An S-rank support who can only serve as a power bank is, to put it bluntly, just a high-end logistics staff. He might be somewhat useful in the early stages, but on a stage like the National League, he's a complete burden. Kicking him out will be a relief for both you and him. Lu Ruyan listened silently, neither confirming nor denying. She just picked up the coffee and took a sip. Very bitter. Just like her mood at the moment. She knew that what Xin Hao said was completely correct from the perspective of rationality and interests. This was also the reason why she agreed with Ling Bingyao's decision without hesitation. But why is there always a vague sense of uneasiness in her heart? Just then, the door of the tactical analysis room was roughly pushed open. A hot female warrior with short red hair and carrying a huge warhammer walked in with a swagger. Behind her, there was a lightning mage with an arrogant look on his face. Hey, Captain, is this the knight which you recruited from Jiangcheng University? The red-haired female warrior's eyes swept back and forth over Lu Ruyan's breathtaking curves unscrupulously, and her tone was full of provocation. He doesn't look that great. Could it be that he got into our seraphim by relying on his looks? This is the tradition of Chi Tian. Every new member of the team must accept the warning from the old members. Only by using strength can you win their respect. Seeing this, Jinhao just smiled and stepped aside, with no intention of intervening at all. He also wanted to see the quality of this new team member whom he had high hopes for. Lu Ruyan slowly put down the coffee cup in her hand. She turned around and, for the first time, looked directly at the provocative red-haired warrior with a cold gaze. B-level talent, Lava Heart. Level 32 Berserker. You major in strength, and agility is your weakness. Lu Ruyan used a tone without any emotion and analyzed the other party's background clearly in just 3 seconds. The red-haired female warrior's expression changed slightly. You. She didn't even have time to utter the second word. Lu Ruyan's figure disappeared from the spot without any warning. Shadow Shuttle. What? The red-haired female warrior's pupils suddenly shrank. She only felt a fatal chill coming from behind her. She wanted to turn around and block. But it's too late. A dagger flashing with a dark light was silently placed on her snow-white neck. The cold touch made all the hairs on her body stand up. The whole process takes less than a second. The scene instantly fell into deathly silence. The lightning mage who had been so arrogant before was now so shocked that his mouth opened wide and he couldn't say a word. And a burst of ecstasy and a burning light burst out from Jinhao's eyes. Quick! Too fast! This kind of elusive movement, this clean and efficient way of defeating the enemy. This is what he has always dreamed of, a top assassin. Now, do you think I'm qualified? Lu Ruyan's voice, like a cold wind from the underworld, sounded softly in the ears of the red-haired female warrior. Enough, enough. The red-haired female warrior swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Lu Ruyan then retracted the dagger, and in a flash, she returned to the window, as if nothing had happened. She picked up the cup of coffee that had gotten a little cold and looked out the window again. Looking at the imperial capital, which is countless times more prosperous than Jiangcheng, and looking at the teammates around him whose strength far exceeds that of Yaoguang. Her eyes became extremely firm. This is where I should be. Ling Bingyao, Xiao Qingying, are you still in that dilapidated temple, arguing over a little elixir? How sad. As for the guy named Su Chen. Perhaps, he is hiding in a corner right now, feeling sorry for himself. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth. She drank the bitter coffee in the cup in one gulp. Xin Hao. She suddenly spoke. When do we start training? When Xin Hao heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. Any time. He walked up to Lu Ruyan and said with great enthusiasm, Ruyan, with your joining, we at Swords of Fire have only one goal this year, and that is National Champion. As for the Yaoguang of Jiangcheng University? They're not even worthy of carrying our shoes. At the same time, thousands of miles away, the Forbidden Abyss. Inside the hidden cave of Titan's Spine. Su Chen had just finished preparing the last bottle of super laxative, which was a mixture of highly toxic substances, strong acids, and some unknown smelly plant juice. He looked at the bottle of dark green liquid in his hand that was emitting colorful light and emitting strange bubbles, and a devilish, satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 40 Dragon Slaying? Find the sewer of the boss's house first. The super laxative is prepared. Su Chen looked at the bottle of dark green liquid in his hand, which could be called a biochemical weapon, and nodded with satisfaction. But he did not take action immediately. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. What's more, what he has to face is a disaster-level sub-dragon species that has lived for who knows how many years. Any negligence or underestimation of the enemy may lead to irreparable disaster. Before poisoning, a final close reconnaissance must be conducted. Su Chen's eyes became extremely solemn. He wanted to personally confirm the specific conditions around the dragon lizard's nest and find the safest, most hidden and most successful poisoning location. This process is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Once discovered, he will face the crazy pursuit of a level 45 or above earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard in its prime. But, this risk must be taken. Su Chen carefully checked all the potions and props. After making sure that everything was safe, he took a deep breath and carefully put the bottle of dark green killer weapon back into the storage ring. Then, he put on the dark night cloak and instantly blended into the shadow of the cave. The magic circle on the wind boots glowed faintly, and his figure, like a ghost, quietly left the safe observation post and sneaked towards the titan's spine that exuded the breath of death and destruction. The closer you get, the heavier the terrifying pressure becomes. In the air, the violent earth and fire elements were like invisible knives, cutting his body madly. Su Chen had to allocate some of his spiritual power to form a thin shield on his body surface to resist this erosion. His mind was highly concentrated to the extreme. Every step he took was cautious, stepping on rocks that made no sound at all. Every breath he took merged with the whistling sound of the surrounding elemental winds. He is like a top-notch special forces soldier, carrying out the most difficult infiltration mission behind enemy lines. 10 minutes later, Su Chen had sneaked to a position less than 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the dragon lizard's nest. Here, he could even clearly hear the heavy breathing like thunder coming from deep within the nest. Every breath brought about a wave of scorching air. Su Chen hid behind a huge dark golden rock, not even daring to breathe. He knew that he had entered the warning range of the giant beast. Any unusual noise may alarm it. Just then, a teeth-grinding sound of rocks rubbing against the ground came from the entrance of the nest. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he immediately shrank his body into the deepest shadow of the rock. He looked out cautiously through the cracks in the rocks. I saw a giant crocodile as big as an armored vehicle and covered with lava scales, slowly crawling out of its nest. Its level is as high as level 40. Lava crocodile. It is the companion beast of the dragon lizard and also the watchdog of its lair. This giant lava crocodile was obviously on a routine patrol. Its turbid and violent eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Its nose kept sniffing the air, as if trying to identify any unfamiliar smell. Su Chen's heart instantly rose to his throat. The straight-line distance between him and the giant crocodile was less than 300 meters. He could even smell the strong smell of sulfur and burnt odor emanating from the other person. He had no doubt that with the giant crocodile's perception ability, if he made any unusual movement, he would definitely be discovered instantly. Su Chen restrained his aura to the extreme. The whole person seemed to have turned into a cold, lifeless stone. The lava crocodile paced back and forth at the entrance of its nest for more than 10 times, but did not seem to find anything unusual. Its huge head turned towards Su Chen. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Have you been discovered? However, the giant crocodile just glanced at this side casually, then turned around and crawled slowly in another direction. It was a false alarm. Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. My back was already soaked with cold sweat. The feeling of brushing shoulders with death is so thrilling. Only after the giant lava crocodile completely disappeared in the distant valley did Su Chen dare to continue his investigation. He went no further. Going further would be too risky. He began to focus his attention on the environment around the nest. Soon, he made a new discovery. On the left and right sides of the entrance to the dragon lizard's lair, there are several naturally formed lava pools of different sizes. In these lava pools, hot, dark red magma is rolling. And those lava symbionts that were seen on the back of the dragon lizard before were now crawling out of the dragon lizard's nest in groups, and then jumping into these lava pools one after another. They rolled happily in the pool, as if they were taking a bath. From time to time, it would open its mouth and swallow some unknown luminous substance at the bottom of the pool. After taking a bath, they will crawl along the edge of the pool and return to the dragon lizard's nest. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the lava pools. He noticed a detail. The water level of these lava pools does not seem to be fixed, but rather drops and rises at an extremely slow rate. What does this mean? This means that these seemingly independent lava pools may have some kind of pipes at the bottom. And these pipes are very likely connected to the underground lava river in the dragon lizard's main nest. Boom! This guess, like a flash of lightning, instantly illuminated Su Chen's mind. A perfect, seamless plan formed in an instant. He doesn't need to risk his life to get close to the dragon lizard's body. He also doesn't need to find a way to pollute the huge red crystal mine. He just needs to take that bottle of super laxative and pour it into these lava pools. Then, let these unsuspecting cleaners take this gift back to their owner's rice bowl without missing a single one. Holy shit! I'm a genius. Su Chen gave himself 10,000 likes in his heart. This is simply like finding the sewer of the boss's house. Why slay the dragon head on? As long as you have a good brain, poisoning is the right way. Su Chen's heart was burning with passion. He forced himself to suppress the urge to act immediately, and carefully observed the surrounding terrain again, memorizing the locations of the lava pools that were most suitable for poisoning. Then, without any reluctance, he retreated quietly and silently like a ghost. After returning to the observation post, Su-Chen immediately drew a detailed map of the area around the dragon lizard's nest in his observation diary. He used a red pen to heavily circle the lava pools. Then, next to it, 3 murderous words were written. Poisoning point. After doing all this, Su-Chen no longer had any hesitation. He took out the bottle of carefully prepared dark green liquid from his storage ring. The liquid was emitting colorful light and bubbling with strange bubbles. An extremely expectant, even somewhat perverted smile appeared on his face. Hey guys, are you ready for your surprise? He put on his cloak and blended into the darkness again, like a god of death about to carry out divine punishment, sneaking towards the poisoning points that had been chosen long ago. Chapter 41. What is it like to feed Croton to a natural disaster-level boss? The night of the abyss is more gloomy and terrifying than the day. Without the faint glow of the blood-red setting sun, the entire Titan's spine was plunged into a pure, all-consuming darkness. Only the 2 huge red lights like will-o'-the-wisp fires in the distant dragon lizard's lair, and the occasional sparks caused by the friction of the elemental winds on the mountain wall, brought a strange light to this forbidden zone of death. Su-Chen's figure, like a ghost blending into the darkness, moved silently among the rugged rocks. The effect of dark night cloak is brought to its fullest at night. His entire body seemed to have turned into a shadow that could be seen but not touched. The poisoning plan officially begins. The target he chose was a small lava pool located on the left side of the dragon lizard's nest, farthest from the main cave entrance and the most hidden. According to his observations during the day, this was the blind spot that was least likely to be noticed by the patrolling lava crocodiles. Su-Chen held his breath and reduced his presence to the minimum. Like a most clever civet cat, he successfully sneaked to the edge of the lava pool without making any sound. A scorching heat wave hits me in the face. In the pool, dark red magma was bubbling and emitting a strong smell of sulfur. Su-Chen glanced at the entrance of the nest in the distance. The giant lava crocodile was napping at the entrance of the cave, snoring heavily. And deep in the nest, the 2 huge red lights seemed a little dim, as if their owner was in a deep sleep. Now is the time. Su-Chen no longer hesitated. He carefully took out the bottle of super laxative, which could be regarded as his greatest masterpiece of alchemy, from his storage ring. The dark green liquid in the bottle emitted a colorful and strange light in the darkness, looking like an extract from some kind of poisonous jellyfish. Su-Chen pulled out the cork. There was no earth-shattering energy fluctuation as imagined. There is no pungent smell either. He used a special technique to perfectly restrain all the power of this bottle of potion. He tilted the bottle and slowly poured the viscous, dark green liquid like oil into the lava pool in front of him. However, just at the moment when the dark green liquid came into contact with the boiling magma, a sudden change occurs. Sizzle! An extremely sharp sound, like boiling oil poured into ice water, suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable stench, a mixture of decay, fishy smell, and some unknown chemical substances, spread out in an instant, like a stink bomb exploding. What is even more terrifying is that the stench is mixed with an extremely weak, but extremely toxic and corrosive energy fluctuation. Fuck! Su-Chen's expression changed drastically in an instant. He miscalculated. He only considered how to contain the energy of the potion, but did not consider that when it was mixed with high-energy substances such as lava, it would produce such a violent chemical reaction. Roar! Almost at the same time the stench spread. From the depths of the dragon lizard's lair, a low roar full of vigilance and anger suddenly came. The 2 originally dim red lights suddenly became as bright as searchlights. The entire Titan's spine began to tremble violently at this roar. The giant lava crocodile that was dozing at the entrance of the cave was also awakened instantly. It suddenly raised its head, and its violent eyes were fixed on the direction where Su-Chen was. Exposed. Su-Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He had no doubt that in the next second, he would be facing a mixed doubles of a level 40 watchdog and a big boss above level 45. Run? You can't escape. At the moment of being locked, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the dragon lizard's lava breath. What to do? In a flash, Su-Chen's brain started working frantically. His eyes swept over the lava pool in front of him, which was still reacting violently and emitting disgusting bubbles. An extremely bold and crazy idea instantly formed in his mind. Block it. Suppress all these damn smells and energy fluctuations. Su Chen made a prompt decision without any hesitation. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed it hard on the ground. The power of the earth element in the body surged out like crazy. "Seal it, for me." Su Chen roared, and exerted his ability to control the earth element inherited from the gravity rock demon to the extreme. The ground around the lava pool suddenly became as soft as quicksand. Then, under the guidance of Su Chen's powerful mental power, a lid made of rocks and soil, half a meter thick, quickly formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it heavily covered the lava pool that was still reacting violently. Boom! A muffled sound. The stench and energy fluctuations that surged into the sky were instantly suppressed by this lid. Although there is still a hint of smell escaping from the cracks. But compared to the sound just now, which was like a stink bomb explosion, it was countless times weaker. After doing all this, Su Chen's face had turned pale. Carrying out such high-intensity elemental manipulation in such a short period of time is a huge drain on his mental strength. He didn't dare to stop for even a second, and immediately pushed the effects of Dark Night Cloak and Wind Boots to the extreme. He turned into a shadow darker than the night, and fled madly towards his observation post. And just a second after he left, the giant lava crocodile roared and rushed to the lava pool that he had sealed. It circled the covered pool several times in confusion and sniffed hard with its nose. There was still a strange smell in the air. But the energy fluctuations have disappeared. It was obvious that its simple brain could not understand what had just happened. And deep in the nest, the two huge red lights flickered a few times, and then slowly dimmed again, as if they had not found any clear threat. A crisis that could be fatal was resolved by Su Chen with his superb on-the-spot reaction. Su Chen ran all the way, rolling and crawling, and escaped back to his observation post. He leaned against the cold rock wall, his heart still pounding, and he was gasping for breath as if he had just finished a marathon. So fucking exciting. He took a big gulp of water and managed to calm down his excitement. Then, like a gambler waiting for the lottery draw, he immediately raised his eagle-eye telescope and stared at the dragon lizard's nest in the distance. He saw that the giant lava crocodile wandered around for a while, and after not seeming to find anything wrong, it lay back down at the cave entrance and continued to take a nap. And those lava symbionts, after the initial commotion, seemed to be attracted by the faint fragrance and began to crawl carefully, one after another, towards the lava pool that he had added ingredients. They used their mouthparts to easily drill through the thin rock lid. Then, without hesitation, he jumped in. They rolled happily in the dark green magma that emitted colorful light. A moment later, one by one, the symbiotic worms, their bodies covered with super laxative, crawled out of the pool contentedly. Then, they lined up and crawled back to the bottomless dragon lizard's nest one by one. Su Chen held up the telescope and saw this scene. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a devilish smile that showed the plan is well planned. He cleared his throat and whispered to himself in an expectant tone. "Dinner is ready, baby." Chapter 42, The Last Sword Immortal. My sword should not be covered in dust for you. Jiangcheng University, School Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Bai Mengli was lying on the white hospital bed, her face as pale as paper, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Her injuries have stabilized thanks to expensive medicine and the healer's full efforts. But the wound in her heart seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of salt, a fresh wound, and every breath brought her heart-wrenching pain. The door of the ward was gently pushed open. Xia Qingying walked in carrying her ancient sword. Her face no longer had the sharpness of the past, leaving only an inextricable fatigue and confusion. "You are here." Bai Mengli's lips moved and her voice was hoarse. "Yeah." Xia Qingying walked to the bedside and stood there silently, not knowing what to say. The two teammates who were once close friends were now speechless, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly awkward. "Lu Ruyan is really gone?" After a long time, Bai Mengli broke the silence. "Let's go." Xia Qingying nodded. "I finished all the formalities this morning." He. Bai Mengli laughed at herself, and tears flowed down her face again. She left with such a clean demeanor. She's always been like that. She always knows which boat is the most stable and the largest. We were all abandoned by her, rats on a broken ship. Xia Qingying looked at her heartbroken expression and opened her mouth to comfort her, but found that any words seemed so pale and powerless. "Yes. Aren't they just rats on a broken ship now?" Lu Ruyan left. Bai Mengli is useless. And she herself. Xia Qingying lowered her head and looked at the ancient sword in her hand that she had never left. The sword, still the same sword. but she felt that she could no longer hold it. It became so heavy, so heavy. It was so heavy that she could hardly breathe. Xing. Bai Mengli suddenly grabbed her hand, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. You're not going to leave too, are you? We only have each other. Xia Qingying looked at her eyes that were filled with fear and dependence, and her heart felt like it was stabbed by something. She was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly withdrew his hand. Mengli, I'm sorry. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unshakable determination. I'm leaving too. Dusk. Jiangcheng University, rooftop. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds in the sky blood red. Ling Bingyao stood here alone, quietly, letting the cold evening breeze blow her expensive white dress. Her expression was still cold and arrogant. But in those ice blue eyes that always looked indifferent to everything, there was a hint of anxiety and confusion that could not be concealed. Lu Ruyan left. Bai Mengli is useless. The Yaoguang team that she was proud of fell apart overnight. These days, she locked herself in the training room, training frantically day and night. She tried to use physical fatigue to numb herself and forget the mocking looks and harsh comments. It's okay, she told herself. It's just one less realistic assassin and one less useless healer. As long as Xia Qingying is still here, as long as the core of her S-level talent is still here, Yaoguang still has hope. However, just now, she received a call from Xia Qingying. Just one sentence. Rooftop, let's talk. Ling Bingyao's heart sank to the bottom at that moment. Footsteps came from behind. Xia Qingying walked over step by step, carrying her ancient sword on her back. The confusion on her face was gone, replaced by an unprecedented calmness. A kind of calmness that made Ling Bingyao feel uneasy. You're leaving too, aren't you? Ling Bingyao asked in a cold voice without turning around. Yes. Xia Qingying's answer was simple and direct. Xiaohu to protect your files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for books or robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Why? Ling Bingyao turned around abruptly, staring at her intently. Is it because of Lu Ruyan? Or is it because those pills are not enough? I can apply for anything you want from the school. I can even give you half of the S-level resources. She tried to use benefits to retain this last and most important teammate. However, Xia Qingying just shook her head. Bingyao, don't you understand? She looked at Ling Bingyao, and for the first time, a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. It's not a question of resources. It's a question of Tao Dot. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked the scabbard on her back, her eyes gentle, as if she was looking at her lover. My sword pursues purity, true heart, integrity, and an unwavering determination. But what about Yaoguang now? Xia Qingying's eyes became sharper. Full of self-interest, full of regret, full of paranoia, full of lies. We deceived everyone and ourselves. Such a team has tarnished my sword. My swordsman is telling me that it is wailing and resisting. If I stay any longer, my sword will be useless. Every word Xia Qingying said was like an invisible, extremely sharp sword, piercing Ling Bingyao's heart fiercely. Her ridiculous pride and last hope were shattered to pieces. So, is it because of this? Ling Bingyao's lips were trembling, she couldn't understand. Just because of your illusory, bullshit Kenshin? Yes. Xia Qingying nodded calmly. I'm going to the sword tomb to retreat. When I can find my sword again, that's when I will come out. Take care, Bingyao. After saying that, Xia Qingying stopped looking at her, turned around, and walked towards the exit of the rooftop. Her back looks lonely, yet straight. Like a peerless sword about to be unsheathed. Xia. Xing. Ing. Ling Bingyao looked at her resolute back and finally lost control completely. She screamed hysterically like a child whose toys were taken away. But Xia Qingying's footsteps did not pause at all. Just as she was about to walk out of the rooftop, her footsteps suddenly paused. She did not turn around, but said in a very light voice, as if talking to herself. Bingyao, do you know? That day, I sat alone in the kendo hall for a long time. I thought of Su Chen. I remembered him sitting on the sidelines, watching me practice swordplay. His eyes are very clean and pure. When he looked at my sword, there was a light in his eyes. Perhaps, from the moment we chose to cut off that light, we had already lost. After saying this, she didn't stop and her figure completely disappeared in the dark corridor. Only Ling Bingyao was left, standing blankly on the empty rooftop. The evening breeze blew her messy hair. She looked at the direction where her two teammates left, and thought of the young man who had long disappeared into the forbidden abyss. For the first time, her face showed a confused and helpless expression, like a lost child. Her world completely collapsed at this moment. Chapter 43 The most miserable boss in history, the online performance of Dragon raising its head failed. Time passes by minute. Su Chen hid in the observation post, like the most patient sniper, holding a telescope, motionless, and locked onto the dragon lizard's nest in the distance. 1 hour. 2 hours. Just when Su Chen was getting impatient and thought that his bottle of super laxative had expired. Finally. Boom! A terrifying tremor, 10 times more violent than the one when the dragon lizard woke up before, suddenly came from under the main peak of the titan's spine. But this time, the vibration felt a little different. Not the steady, rhythmic vibration like a heartbeat. It's a kind of extremely strange, irregular, high-frequency spasm. It's as if that huge mountain is having a stomachache. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Here we come. He immediately aimed the telescope's lens at the huge nest entrance. Hoo-ong! A roar filled with pain, anger, and a hint of unspeakable urgency suddenly came from the depths of the nest. That voice no longer had the majesty and domineering power it had before. Instead, there is a hint of grievance? Next second. The huge monster, like a mad bull that had been stabbed in the butt by the 1,000-year-old killing, suddenly rushed out of its nest. When Su Chen saw its appearance at the moment, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud on the spot. Miserable. It's so fucking miserable. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which originally had a majestic body like a mountain, was now spinning wildly in place in an extremely indecent posture. Its eyes, like the blood-red sun, were now bloodshot, filled with rage and pain. The dark red scales on its body, which were originally flowing with hot lava, now became dull and lifeless. Several pieces even cracked and fell off due to the violent twisting, revealing the charred flesh underneath. Its steps were extremely weak and it staggered from side to side, like a drunk man. Its huge tail, which was powerful enough to crush a mountain with ease, was now whipping around uncontrollably behind it. Boom! With one blow of the tail, a small hill nearby was smashed to pieces. Boom! Another tail plowed a huge bottomless gully in the ground. Under its crazy rage, the entire titan's spine was in chaos, with mountains collapsing and lava splashing everywhere, as if the end of the world had come. TSK. While holding the telescope, Su Chen leisurely took out a small stool and a handful of melon seeds from his storage ring. He just sat in his observation post, crossed his legs, cracked melon seeds, and enthusiastically admired the scene before him that could be called a world-famous painting. This movement is much more exciting than watching a 3D blockbuster. He took out his observation diary and calmly recorded what he had written. On the 5th day of observation, the subject developed severe diarrhea, accompanied by manic and indiscriminate aggressive behavior. Preliminary assessment: the drug is highly effective, with significant side effects, and the duration is expected to be more than 12 hours. While Su Chen was writing, he was also giving a serious on-site commentary. Well, the frequency of this circle is about 3 times per minute, which means that the abdominal pain is severe and has affected its balance system. The tail is twitching 30 times per minute. It seems the drug has penetrated deeply into the nervous system. Not bad. Oh? It wants to bang its head against the mountain to relieve the pain? Stupid, it will only make the intestines move faster. Su Chen watched with great interest and even wanted to get some popcorn. Just then, the dragon lizard, which was tortured to the point of madness, seemed to have finally found an outlet to vent its anger. It suddenly raised its head, opened its huge mouth, and exhaled a dark red breath of lava, which was obviously much thinner than before, and sprayed it randomly towards the sky. However, due to the severe pain and weakness in its body, it was unable to control its aim. The lava breath drew a crooked arc in the air, and as luck would have it, it hit the cliff where Su Chen was. Oh my god! The leisurely expression on Su Chen's face froze in an instant. He threw away the melon seeds in his hand, picked up his small stool, and without thinking, activated the boots of swift wind, and rushed madly into the deeper part of the cave. Boom! The next second, a devastating force slammed heavily onto the cliff. Su Chen felt like he was hit head-on by a high-speed train. He was blown away by the huge shock wave and slammed hard into the rock wall in the deepest part of the cave before he barely stopped. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The entire observation post was shaking violently, with countless huge rocks falling from overhead, and more than half of the cave entrance was directly collapsed. Damn it, it's like a fire in the city gate that has affected everyone. Su-Chen crawled out of the rubble, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was still frightened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged in time. Otherwise, the aftermath of this incident alone would be enough to get him into trouble. He ignored the injuries on his body and rushed to the half-collapsed cave entrance again, raised the telescope and looked outside. The dragon lizard seemed to have finally exhausted all its strength after venting its anger. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it let out an extremely weak wail and gasped for breath. The red light on its body has dimmed to the extreme. The devastating pressure had also weakened by at least 70%. Seeing this scene, Su-Chen's eyes burst into an unprecedented, brilliant light. He knows. The time has come. This arrogant, disaster-level behemoth has been completely knocked down by his small bottle of laxative. He put away his small stool, and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp and cold. He took out a new toy from his storage ring. It was an A-level item exchanged from the store, worth 30,000 points. Whistle of the Abyss Phantom. When blown, it can simulate a special sound wave that has a fatal attraction to high-level beasts in the abyss. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Su-Chen held the whistle made of unknown animal bones, which exuded a strange aura, and a cold, hunter-like smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at the emaciated behemoth in the distance and muttered to himself softly. Has that been enough? Enough of the trouble, it's time to. Let's get going. Chapter 44 The Ice Queen collapses. Rushing into the abyss for love. Jiangcheng University, the exclusive lounge for the Yaoguang team. This is an independent space that the school spent a lot of money to build specifically for their ace team. Inside there are the most advanced tactical analysis equipment, the most comfortable rest area, and a huge honor cabinet dedicated to storing their honors. At this moment, the cabinet of honor is still filled with trophies and medals from various competitions, shining with gold. But the entire lounge was as empty as a tomb. Ling Bingyao stood alone, quietly in the center of this tomb. There was a mess under her feet. A smashed teacup, a torn tactical map, and a group photo that she had torn in half from its frame with her own hands. In the photo, the 4 former proud daughters of heaven are surrounding a young man with a somewhat shy smile, full of vigor and vitality, as if they own the whole world. Now, the photo is broken. The people also dispersed. Lu Ruyan left to pursue her so-called broader future. Xia Qingying also left to look for her elusive pure swordsmanship. Bai Mengli lay in the hospital like a useless person, crying and cursing her stupidity hysterically every day. And what about her? She is the so-called queen who created the glory of Yaoguang and also pushed it into the abyss. Now I am a complete loner. Ling Bingyao slowly squatted down, stretched out her slightly trembling hand, and picked up the half of the torn photo belonging to Su-Chen. Looking at the boy's clean face in the photo with a hint of youthful smile, Ling Bingyao's expression became extremely complicated. For the first time, she put aside all her pride and pretense and began to reflect and recall seriously. She recalled the scene when she first met Su-Chen a year ago. At that time, he had just awakened his S-level talent and was sought after by countless people, but he was still like a boy next door, so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly. It was she who invited him like a queen. And he chose her without hesitation. She recalled every bit of contribution Su-Chen had made to the team over the past year. It was Su-Chen who spent the whole night studying the various skill combinations of Ice Emperor's arrival for her, and he even understood her talents better than she herself. It was Su-Chen who silently and continuously transferred his extremely pure spiritual power to her every time her spiritual power was exhausted, to temper her body and consolidate her foundation. It was Su-Chen who would clumsily make her a cup of hot tea when she was worried about the affairs of the student union, and then sit quietly beside her without saying a word. He never asked for anything in return. All his efforts were just because she was his captain and they were his teammates. His wish was simple. I just want to stand on the highest podium of the National League with them. But how did they treat him? They took him for granted as their power bank. They enjoyed all the benefits he brought, but at the same time, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts as an assistant who could only watch from behind. They even trampled on his dignity with the cruelest and most hurtful words in front of all the teachers and students in the school when he was making the best plans for the future of the team. We. Ling Bingyao looked at the boy in the photo, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. A piercing regret, like the most ferocious poisonous snake, gnawed at her heart and her soul madly. She was wrong. She was really wrong. So wrong. Just then, her eyes fell on the bookshelf in the corner. There was a notebook there that looked a little old. That was left by Su Chen. Ling Bingyao seemed to be driven by something, and walked over and picked up the notebook. She slowly turned the first page. The familiar and elegant handwriting came into view. Ling Bingyao, S-rank ice talent. Strengths, high burst damage, sufficient control, and extremely high upper limit. Weaknesses, huge spiritual power consumption, fragile body, and extremely dependent on teammates to create an output environment. Growth path recommendation, focus on upgrading, Ice Dragon's Roar, in the early stages, supplement, Ice Armor, in the midterm, and finally, Absolute Zero, in the late stages. Xia Qingying, a level swordsmanship talent. Strengths, fast attack speed, agile body movements. Weaknesses, insufficient armor penetration ability, endurance is a major flaw. Lu Ruyan. By Meng Li. The notebook was densely packed with all the information about the four of them. From talent characteristics to skill strengths and weaknesses, and then to the extremely detailed future growth paths that Su Chen designed for each of them. Su Chen even analyzed and made plans in advance for the opponents they might encounter in the National League. This notebook contains all this hard work and expectations for the Yaoguang team. Ling Bingyao flipped through the pages one by one. As she watched, her vision began to blur. A cold, crystal teardrop fell from her ice blue eyes without any warning. Then, the second drop, the third drop. Eventually, they converged into a river and completely broke the dam. Woo woo. This proud daughter of heaven, who has always been as proud as an ice queen, has never shown a trace of weakness in front of outsiders. But at this moment, she was like a child who had done something wrong, squatting in the empty lounge, holding the notebook, crying inconsolably. I'm sorry, Su Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Regret completely overwhelmed her like a tide. For a long time. The crying gradually stopped. Ling Bingyao slowly stood up from the ground. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. All the confusion and fragility faded from her eyes, which were red and swollen from crying. What replaced it was an unprecedented crazy determination. She's going to get him back. No matter what the cost. She wanted to tell him in front of him that she was wrong. She wanted to kneel down and beg him. Please ask him to come back. Once this thought appears, it can no longer be suppressed. Ling Bingyao carefully put the notebook into her storage bracelet. Then she turned and rushed out of the lounge without looking back. Student Ling Bingyao. Where are you going? The final resource ranking assessment is about to begin. The college counselor stopped her in the corridor and asked anxiously. However, Ling Bingyao rushed past him as if she didn't hear him. Stop. Ling Bingyao. The counselor got anxious and grabbed her arm. Do you know that you are now Jiangda's last hope? You can't make any more mistakes. Hope? Ling Bingyao stopped, looked back at him, and a smile appeared on her face that was uglier than crying. Teacher, you are wrong. I'm not Hope. That boy we chased away is the one. Her voice was a little hoarse and trembling. Without him, there would be no future for Jiangda. After saying that, she suddenly broke free from the counselor's hand, ignoring the other's shocked expression, and ran madly towards the most remote corner of the college. There was a huge black vortex emitting an ominous aura. Forbidden Abyss. Ling Bingyao stood in front of the vortex, looking at the darkness that swallowed everything, without a trace of fear in her eyes. There is only a tragic feeling of risking everything. Su Chen. Wait for me. I'm coming to see you. She closed her eyes, put on a white dress, and stepped into the forbidden area representing death and the unknown without hesitation. At the same time. Forbidden Abyss, Spine of the Titan. Su Chen stood on a huge rock and slowly put the whistle of the Phantom of the Abyss, made of unknown animal bones, to his mouth. He took a deep breath. Then blew it. Woo! A melodious, ancient whistle filled with a certain strange temptation suddenly sounded, penetrating the heavy elemental storms and echoing for a long time throughout the Titan's spine. Far away. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which was lying on the ground listlessly, heard the whistle the moment it heard it. Its huge eyes, which were originally dim and as bright as the blood-red sun, suddenly lit up. A mixture of greed, desire, and a hint of irresistible instinctive madness burst out from its eyes. Chapter 45 God-level operation. Walking the natural disaster beast like a dog. Woo! An ancient and eerie whistle, like the call of death, echoed throughout the Titan's spine. The voice seemed to contain some kind of irresistible magic. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which was lying on the ground listless due to a stomachache, suddenly lit up its huge eyes like the blood-red sun the moment it heard the whistle. No! It's popular! A crazy blood-red color dominated by the most primitive and deepest desires. Roar! It let out a roar full of desire, and actually forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain in its body. It dragged its body, which was as heavy as a mountain, and slowly climbed up from the ground. Its huge head turned in the direction of the whistle. Its eyes were fixed on the tiny, ant-like figure in the distance. In its perception, there was a breath coming from that direction that had a fatal attraction to it. It was a temptation from the source of its bloodline that was 10,000 times more delicious than its favorite red crystal ore. Eat it. Just eat it and you will be free from pain. You can become stronger. You can break through the shackles of blood. This thought instantly occupied its entire brain capacity, which was not very smart to begin with. Good, you've taken the bait. Suchen stood on a huge rock, looking at the huge monster walking towards him step by step, with a cold hunter-like smile on his lips. Instead of resisting, he turned and ran. While running, he blew the whistle of the Phantom of the Abyss in his hand slowly and leisurely. The melodious whistle was like an invisible rope, tightly tied to the dragon lizard's nose. Then a picture that could be called a wonder of the abyss appeared. A tiny human boy, as tiny as a speck of dust, was walking slowly ahead, whistling a little tune. Behind him, a terrifying disaster-level beast that was enough to terrify any gold-level hunter team was following closely behind him, just like a husky summoned by its master, with heavy and eager steps. The dog-walking plan has officially begun. Suchen's target was a narrow canyon on the flank of Titan's spine, which he named One Line of Sky. That was the slaughterhouse he had carefully prepared for this big guy. The straight-line distance from here to Yishianshan is only 12 kilometers. But Suchen took 3 times the distance. Because he wanted to consume as much of the giant beast's physical strength and patience as possible before reaching the finish line. Come, this way. Suchen blew the whistle and turned into a rugged downhill road. He spent an hour carefully renovating this road yesterday. He smeared a colorless and odorless liquid extracted from some kind of slippery moss on the hard rock ground. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard's mind was full of eating that little thing at the moment, and it didn't notice the abnormality under its feet at all. Its huge feet, like Optimus Prime, stepped heavily on the slope that had been added with materials. Next second. Slurp. This huge monster, which weighed at least 10,000 tons, suddenly slipped. Its huge body lost balance in an instant. Boom! It rolled and slid down the slope like a fully loaded dump truck that had lost control. All the rocks and trees along the way were crushed to pieces by its huge body. Finally, it fell heavily onto an open ground in an extremely inelegant upside-down posture, stirring up a cloud of dust. Woo! The dragon lizard shook its huge, somewhat dazed head, its eyes filled with humiliation and confusion. It has lived for thousands of years, but this is the first time it has fallen so miserably. Oh my, why did you fall while walking? Are you anemic? Suchen stood at the top of the slope, looking down at its miserable appearance, and made a gloating sound from his mouth. He took out his observation diary and made another note on it. Experiments have shown that the target's lower body is unstable and their sense of balance is poor. This can be exploited to effectively harass them. Being mocked by Suchen, the dragon lizard's anger was instantly ignited. It roared and jumped up from the ground, its blood-red eyes staring at Suchen, as if it wanted to eat him alive. It gave up chasing the whistle and opened its huge mouth, and a stream of dark red lava sprayed towards Suchen. Hey, you dare to fight back? Suchen chuckled, his figure flashed, and he easily dodged the attack that was inaccurate due to anger. Then he blew the whistle again. Woo! That demonic voice sounded again. The dragon lizard's body suddenly stiffened. The anger in its eyes was instantly replaced by an irresistible desire from deep within its blood. It gave up the attack and took another step like a fool, chasing in the direction of Suchen. So good. Suchen nodded with satisfaction. In the following journey, Suchen used his PUA master's skills to the extreme. He led the dragon lizard to a narrow pass, where its huge body was stuck in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. After a while, several biochemical stink bombs made of a mixture of highly toxic and foul-smelling plant juices were detonated on its path, causing it to suffer both mental and olfactory pollution. The poor Earthshaker rock-armored dragon lizard was fooled around by him. It's like a poor toy being targeted by a naughty kid. I wanted to resist, but was controlled by that damn whistle. I could only follow that hateful little thing with frustration and anger, enduring the double torture of physical and mental torture again and again. Its anger value is constantly accumulating, and its sanity is being eroded bit by bit. Finally, after going through many twists and turns, Suchen successfully led the giant beast, which had been tortured to the point of madness by him, to the entrance of the one-line sky canyon, the slaughterhouse he had carefully arranged for several days. He stood at the highest point of the canyon and stopped whistling. The fatal temptation disappeared. And the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard finally woke up from the state dominated by desire. It looked at the ant in front of it that had been teasing it for a long time, and then looked at the surrounding narrow, depressing and unfamiliar environment that made it feel extremely uncomfortable. It finally realized that it had been deceived. Roar! The most angry, desperate, and crazy roar in history burst out from the depths of its throat. The entire one-line sky canyon was shaking violently at this roar, as if it would collapse at any time. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the tiny figure at the top of the canyon, filled with murderous intent to destroy the world. However, facing this terrifying dragon power that is enough to change the color of heaven and earth, there was no trace of fear on Suchen's face. He just slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and made a crackling sound of bones breaking. Then, a bloodthirsty and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Welcome to my slaughterhouse. Chapter 46 Dragon Slaying Trap. The scourge behemoth kneel down. Roar! In response to him, the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard roared even more violently. Its huge eyes, like the blood-red sun, were fixed on Suchen, filled with anger and murderous intent that could burn everything. Got cheated. Got fooled. It was the king of the Titan spine, a terrifying existence that had lived for thousands of years, but it was toyed with like a monkey by an ant that was so tiny that it couldn't even fill the gaps between its teeth. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Rumble. The earth-shaking rock-armored lizard is moving. Its body, as huge as a mountain, carried the momentum to destroy the world, and launched the most crazy charge towards Suchen's location. It will crush this damn ant and the mountain under his feet into powder. The earth is wailing and the space is shaking. Facing this terrifying blow that seemed to fall from the sky, there was no trace of fear on Suchen's face. His eyes were as calm as a pool of ice that had not melted for thousands of years. He didn't even choose to dodge. He just stood there quietly, watching the huge shadow that was getting closer and closer, enough to cover the entire sky, and slowly lifted his feet. Then stomped down lightly. Buzz! At the moment his foot landed, a yellowish-brown energy wave that was almost invisible to the naked eye, centered on his landing point, instantly spread out like ripples on the water. Right after, the ground of the entire one-line sky canyon lit up without any warning. Suchen had already carved a huge magic circle in the ground, composed of countless complex runes. It was like an awakened ancient totem, emitting a dazzling ochre light. These magic arrays connected to each other in a mysterious way, instantly forming an airtight energy cage that covered the entire canyon. And in the very center of the magic circle, a level 35 gravity rock demon special core buried underground by Suchen was spinning madly, continuously injecting streams of pure gravity law power into the entire magic circle. The first level of the dragon slaying trap, supergravity earth binding array. Start up. Roar. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which was in the midst of a mad charge, seemed to have noticed the changes under its feet. A trace of confusion flashed through its simple mind. But it was too late. Just as its Optimus Prime-like forelimbs were about to step into the core area of the magic circle, a terrifying gravity that is 10 times more terrifying than the core area of the Blackrock Mountains and so powerful that it is indescribable in words suddenly descended. Boom! It was as if an invisible giant hand of a god suddenly slapped down from the sky. The terrifying body of the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which was huge enough to smash mountains, suddenly stiffened. Then, its body weighing tens of thousands of tons seemed to be drained of all its strength in an instant, and its legs went limp. Plop! A deafening roar like a landslide or tsunami. This arrogant disaster-level behemoth was forced to kneel on the ground by the invisible terrifying gravity without any resistance. Its extremely hard knees made of dark golden rock slammed heavily on the ground, cracking the solid rock layer within a radius of hundreds of meters and collapsing into a terrifying huge pit. Roar woo woo. A cry of extreme pain emanated from the dragon lizard's throat. It could feel every inch of its bones and every muscle groaning under the horrible gravity. The terrifying power that it was proud of, which was enough to support the entire mountain range, seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. It wants to stand up. It wants to break free. It frantically urged the lava core in its body, trying to use its destructive power to fight against this invisible restraint. But it was in vain. The more it struggled, the more terrifying the gravity acting on it became. Its huge body was pressed firmly to the ground, unable to move. Like a lizard nailed to a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Suchen stood at the top of the canyon, looking down indifferently at the huge monster struggling in the gravity array below, his eyes without any fluctuation. All this was within his calculations. How does it feel? Su Chen's voice, empowered by spiritual power, echoed clearly throughout the canyon. Is this massage I tailored for you comfortable? Roar! The dragon lizard understood these words full of sarcasm. It suddenly raised its head, and its blood-red eyes stared at Su Chen, filled with endless humiliation and resentment. It let out an unwilling roar and forcibly mobilized the last bit of strength it could use in its body. It opened its huge mouth. A dark red lava, although much smaller than in its heyday but still full of the aura of destruction, spewed towards where Su Chen was. It wants to burn this damn ant to ashes. However, facing this dying counterattack that was enough to melt steel, a sarcastic smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He didn't even bother to hide. He just snapped his fingers lightly. It's time for the second surprise to begin. Chapter 47 Textbook Level Massacre. Treating natural disasters like hedgehogs. Su Chen snapped his fingers lightly. It's time for the second surprise to begin. The moment the words fell, the lava breath carrying destructive high temperature has crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and is about to swallow the hill where Su Chen is. However, just when the lava was less than 50 meters away from Su Chen, mutation regeneration. Snap. 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 A teeth-grinding sound of rock cracking suddenly rang out from the steep rock walls on both sides of the one-line sky canyon. Then, in the dragon lizard's eyes full of astonishment and disbelief, thousands and thousands of them. Each of them was more than 10 meters long, extremely sharp, and flashed with a cold metallic light. The huge rock spikes broke out of the rock wall frantically without any warning, like the fangs of an awakened poisonous snake. These spikes were not shot randomly. They have only one goal. That is the world-destroying lava breath. Whoosh! 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 10,000 feet of lightning launched at the same time. Countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air instantly converged into a symphony of death. Dense rock spikes hang in the air, forming an enormous wall of size composed of countless spikes. Boom! The lava breath slammed hard into the wall made of spikes. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. The terrifying high temperature that was enough to melt everything was weakened and offset layer by the heavy earth element power that also came from the gravity rock demon attached to the spikes the moment it touched the ground. The unrivaled penetrating power of the ground spikes decomposes and tears apart the impact force of the lava breath. In the end, the horrific attack that was powerful enough to destroy an entire town was intercepted by this wall of size. Countless red-hot spikes and scattered lava rain fell from the sky like gorgeous fireworks. The scene was spectacular and deadly. But this is not the end. This is only the first level of the Wanren-Chuanqin Formation function defense. Its real killer move is yet to come. After successfully intercepting the lava breath, the thousands of rock spikes that still maintained their intact form suddenly changed direction under the control of Su Chen's cold will. All the spearheads were aimed at the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard that was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Roar! The dragon lizard's simple mind was once again filled with big question marks. It hadn't recovered from the shock of its ultimate move being easily neutralized. Next second, the shadow of death has completely enveloped it. Taste the feeling of having your heart pierced by thousands of arrows. Su Chen's voice was like the verdict of the god of death. Whoosh! 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 The sky full of spikes was like a destructive rainstorm, with a whistling sound that tore through the air and shot down fiercely towards the huge body that was like a living target. Phew! 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 The sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh was as dense as popping beans. The indestructible rock armor that was strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a gold-level hunter was as fragile as a layer of window paper in front of these ground spikes that were also made of high-density rocks and attached with armor-breaking runes. What's more, it is now under the influence of the super laxative debuff, and its defense is greatly reduced. 1. 10. Hundreds. 1,000 roots. Countless spikes pierced into the dragon lizard's body accurately and cruelly. Its back, as thick as a mountain, was instantly turned into a giant hedgehog. Dark red dragon blood, as hot as magma, gushed out crazily from thousands of wounds like a flood bursting through a dam. Hoo-oh-ah-ha! The most shrill and painful wail in history erupted from the depths of the dragon lizard's throat. It struggled and twisted frantically, trying to escape this torture that was like slow slicing. But it didn't work. Supergravity Earth Binding Array is like an unshakable ancient sacred mountain, nailing it firmly in place. It could only watch helplessly as its body was pierced by sharp spikes one after another. The excruciating pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and tore through the soul completely shattered its nerves, which had already been tortured to the point of collapse by the laxatives. Very good, the health bar is almost down. Suchen stood on a high place and calmly looked at the purgatory like seen below, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. He even had the leisure to take out his observation diary and make another note in it. Experiments have shown that there is an upper limit to the target's defense, and continuous, high-intensity physical armor-piercing attacks will produce a bleeding effect. After finishing writing, he put the notebook away, and a hint of real fighting spirit finally flashed in his eyes. The trap had done its job. The next period of time belongs to him as a hunter, harvest time. Xiaojiu, raid the formation. Su Chen gave instructions in his mind to Xiaojiu, who had been waiting in the dark. Then he moved. The magic circle on wind boots shines brightly. Su Chen's figure jumped down from the top of the canyon hundreds of meters high like a cannonball. As he fell, the dark night cloak he wore allowed him to blend perfectly with the dim light and flying dust around him. More synchronization, claw of the netherworld. His arms once again transformed into those indestructible, ferocious claws. Plop! Su Chen's figure landed silently like a ghost on the dragon lizard's back, which was as undulating as mountains. The scales beneath his feet were so hot they could melt steel. But Su Chen's feet were covered with a thin layer of spiritual shield, isolating all the high temperatures. Roar! The dragon lizard also noticed the extra flea on its back, and it twisted its body frantically trying to throw Su Chen off. But Su Chen's feet seemed to have taken root on its back and didn't move at all. Don't move, or it will hurt more. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. His figure turned into a black lightning on the dragon lizard's extremely broad back. He is like a top parkour master, maneuvering and twisting in the terrifying scene of landslides and earthquakes with ease. The claws in his hands are like two sharpest scalpels. Swish! With one swipe of his claw, he accurately pried out a spike that was several meters deep in the dragon lizard's body. Brought up a handful of boiling hot dragon blood. Roar! The dragon lizard roared in pain again. But this is just the beginning. Swish! 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 Su Chen's movements were as fast as lightning. He kept repeating the action of pulling out the thorns on the dragon lizard's back. Each time, he accurately chooses those spikes that penetrate the deepest and are closest to the vital points. He even had the evil intention of digging his sharp claws into the bloody wound and stirring it violently after pulling out the thorn. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. That poor Earthshaker lizard has gone completely crazy. It felt like its back was being gnawed madly by thousands of man-eating ants. The feeling of pain, itching and numbness is 1,000 times more painful than killing it directly. It began to roll around frantically on the ground, hitting the mountain wall, trying to crush the damn flea on its back in the most primitive and violent way. Boom! 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 The entire Yishianshan Canyon was wailing with mountains collapsing and the earth cracking due to its crazy self-mutilation behavior. However, Su Chen's figure was like a small boat in the stormy waves. He could always use his speed and skills at the most critical moment to narrowly avoid all fatal collisions. The battle completely turned into a one-sided and inhumane game. Chapter 48, A Desperate Comeback. The 9 nether cats domineeringly protect their master. Boom! Rumble! The entire one-line Sky Canyon has been completely turned into ruins. The earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard is like a mad bull, committing the most insane self-mutilation in its own slaughterhouse. Its huge body slammed against the mountain walls on both sides again and again, trying to crush the damn flea on its back to death. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and huge rocks rolled. However, Su Chen's figure was like a thorn in the flesh, clinging tightly to its back. He is like a top surfer, riding the huge wave called destruction and dancing the most thrilling dance on the edge of life and death. He can predict every collision in advance and use his wind boots and flexible body movements to find the safest foothold. But the sharp claws in his hands never stopped reaping. Puff! Su Chen once again pulled out a spike that was deeply buried in the gap of the dragon lizard's spine, and left a claw mark with corrosive power in the bloody wound. Hoo woo woo! The dragon lizard let out the most painful and desperate cry in history. It could feel its vitality rapidly fading away. The super laxative in the body is still raging wildly, turning its internal organs into a paste. The damn ant outside the body was like a tireless executioner, constantly rubbing salt into its wounds. If it continues like this, it will really die. You will be tortured to death by an ant. No. No way. It is the descendant of the great Titan. It is the only king of this land. It must not die in such a humiliating way. An ancient and proud will that comes from the deepest part of the blood is completely awakened at this moment. Roar! The dragon lizard suddenly stopped all its crazy self-mutilation behavior. It raised its huge, scarred head to the sky and let out a roar filled with resentment and violence. Buzz! A dark golden energy wave visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from its body. In the center of that energy, a diamond-shaped blood mark emitting a vast and heavy aura slowly emerged between its eyebrows. Titan Bloodline. Activation. Snap. 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 The body that was tightly suppressed by the supergravity Earth binding array actually began to stand up again slowly, inch by inch. The terrifying gravity from the gods was actually forcibly stretched in the face of the more ancient and domineering power of the Titan bloodline. Su Chen, who was standing on the back of the dragon lizard and preparing to pull out the thorn again, suddenly changed his expression for the first time. He could feel the aura of the giant beast under his feet rapidly increasing at a geometric rate. The wounds on its body that were pierced by thorns and were bleeding profusely were actually covered by a new layer of dark golden rock cuticle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its lava core, which had originally become dim due to diarrhea, was now burning fiercely again. An overwhelming pressure several times more terrifying than that in its heyday, filled with destructive and violent aura, swept across the entire canyon like a tsunami. Oh no! This guy exploded. Su Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated the boots of swift wind and wanted to evacuate from the dragon lizard's back. But it's too late. Multi-heart domain expanded. The dragon lizard's cold and crazy will echoed throughout the canyon. Boom! With its huge body as the center, all the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer suddenly turned into a sea of boiling and sticky lava without any warning. Su Chen's guerrilla tactics became ineffective instantly. All his space for dodging was completely blocked by this indiscriminate sea of fire. A scorching air wave hits you in the face. Su Chen felt as if he was thrown into a huge high-pressure boiler, and his skin all over his body felt a tingling pain like needles. Under this terrifying high temperature, the spiritual shield on his body is being consumed at an alarming rate. Roar! The dragon lizard broke free from its restraints and entered a state of ferocity, slowly turning its ferocious head. The pair of eyes burning with dark golden flames were fixed on the tiny figure in mid-air, who looked a little embarrassed because he had nowhere to stand. Its eyes were full of mockery and cruelty. It's like looking at a poor mouse that has been cornered. Now, it's my turn. A cold will entered Su Chen's mind. Next second. Dozens of huge tentacles made of lava, like devil's claws stretched out from hell, suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire below and lashed towards Su Chen in mid-air. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He increased his speed to the extreme, continuously performing difficult evasive maneuvers in mid-air, narrowly avoiding one fatal attack after another. But there are too many lava tentacles. And as time goes by, the spiritual power in his body is being consumed rapidly. As one thing goes up, the other goes down, and his situation becomes more and more dangerous. Phew! Finally, he failed to dodge and was hit hard on the back by the end of a lava tentacle. Su Chen groaned and felt a huge force coming. He felt like being hit by a cannonball and fell uncontrollably towards the sea of fire below. It's over. A trace of despair flashed through Su Chen's heart. Once he falls into that sea of lava, he will surely die even if he has 10 lives. However, at this critical moment, a faint blue light like a meteor suddenly shot out from Su Chen's arms without any warning. Right after, a terrifying pressure that was no less than the blood of a titan, full of nobility, mystery and death, descended instantly. Snap! The energy-like cocoon made of dark blue and khaki colors that wrapped around Xiaojiu shattered with a sound. Meow! The sound was no longer childish but full of majesty and power, like a godlike cat's howl that resounded through heaven and earth. Suddenly, in mid-air, a creature appeared out of thin air. Its body was several times larger than before and it was covered with a layer of streamlined armor that shone with a dark luster like obsidian. There are no longer 2 tails behind it but 9. 9 giant tails like black whips, with deeper netherworld fire burning at the ends that seemed to be able to freeze the soul, were dancing wildly in the air. The crescent-shaped silver mark on its forehead has now turned into a complete silver full moon emitting a bright and divine light. A pair of golden vertical pupils looked indifferent to all living beings, cold and ruthless. 9 Netherworld Cat, Return of Ancestral Bloodline. Evolution is complete. The evolved Xiaojiu didn't even look at the sea of lava and fire below. Its figure flashed as if teleporting, and appeared under Su Chen who was about to fall, holding him up steadily with its broad back. Then it slowly raised its head, and its pair of indifferent golden vertical pupils looked directly at the arrogant earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard for the first time. A cold and provocative will was transmitted. My master, can a lowly reptile like you hurt him? Chapter 49 The Ultimate Fusion. The 9 netherworld gods descend with domineering power. Roar! For the first time, a hint of solemnity appeared in the dragon lizard's huge eyes, which were burning with dark golden flames. It could feel that the black cat that suddenly appeared in front of it, whose aura became extremely terrifying, was completely in 2 different dimensions from the little bug that only ran around and harassed it before. The pressure from the 9 netherworld god that originated from deep within its bloodline even caused its violent titan bloodline to produce a slight throb. However, this slight throbbing was soon replaced by even more violent rage. Just a cat. No matter how noble your bloodline is, you're still just a cat. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of this descendant of the Titans? Court death. The dragon lizards will turned into a mental roar and fought back fiercely. It no longer paid attention to the ant it had injured, but instead focused all its attention on the black cat that suddenly appeared and made it extremely unhappy. It opened its huge mouth, and a lava dragon breath that was thicker and hotter than before slammed towards Xiaojiu in the air like a spear of heavenly punishment. However, faced with this terrifying blow that was enough to melt mountains and rivers, there was not the slightest fluctuation in Xiaojiu's pair of golden vertical pupils that looked indifferent to all living beings. It didn't even bother to hide. It just slowly turned its head and looked at Su Chen, who was held steadily on its back, with its golden eyes. A feeling full of admiration, dependence and absolute trust was passed on. Master, let us fight side by side. Su Chen struggled to stand up from its back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the purgatory-like sea of lava and fire below, and then looked at the terrifying beast in front of him that had entered its final form. There was no fear on his face. There is only an unprecedented crazy fighting spirit. Good. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on Xiaojiu's head, which was covered with obsidian armor. Let's give this guy a gift that he'll never forget. Ultimate form, complete synchronization. 9 netherworld gods are coming. Boom. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, the huge body of the evolved Xiaojiu instantly turned into a pure energy torrent composed of billions of dark blue runes, pouring into Su Chen's body like the Milky Way in the sky. Ah! A soul-tearing pain that was 10 or 100 times stronger than any previous synchronization instantly swept through Su Chen's body. At this moment, his body seemed to be completely decomposed and reorganized into a pile of the most basic particles. Then, under the guidance of another more ancient, more domineering and more mysterious force, a crazy reshaping began. His figure rose madly in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter. 3 meters. 5 meters. It finally stopped at a height of 10 meters. A set of full-body armor made of unknown obsidian that gleams with a dark luster, full of streamlined beauty and ferocious murderous intent, appeared out of thin air and perfectly wrapped his body. The surface of the armor is engraved with countless silver runes that sparkle like stars, emitting bursts of terrifying coldness that is so frightening that it seems to be able to freeze the soul. Behind him, 9 huge tails burning with deep netherworld fire were like 9 living dragons dancing wildly in the air, and every swing brought with it a terrifying roar that tore through space. His face was completely covered by a hideous demonic mask that only revealed a pair of vertical pupils burning with golden flames. A terrifying aura that was ancient, primitive, domineering, and looked down upon the world suddenly burst out from his body. That breath even suppressed the roiling sea of lava and fire below, causing it to solidify for a moment. At this moment, the devastating lava dragon breath finally arrived. However, faced with this terrifying attack that is enough to kill any creature below level 40 in an instant, Su Chen, or rather Su Chen who transformed into the 9 netherworld god, just slowly raised his right hand. Then he gently squeezed the oncoming lava torrent. Buzz! A translucent black energy ball composed of pure netherworld power and with a diameter of more than 20 meters instantly formed in his palm. New skill, Nether Black Hole. The moment the unstoppable lava dragon breath touched the black energy ball, it was swallowed up like a drop of water in the ocean without causing any ripples. The energy ball only expanded slightly, and then quickly returned to its original shape. The whole world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence at this moment. The invincible earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard below, for the first time, showed emotions called shock and disbelief and its huge eyes burning with flames. Its strongest attack was actually so easily caught by the opponent with just one hand? What the hell is this monster? Is your attack over? Su Chen slowly put down his right hand. His vertical pupils, burning with golden flames, looked down indifferently at the huge monster below from a long distance. His voice was no longer as clear as before. Rather, it was a divine echo filled with metallic texture, as if formed by the overlapping of countless sounds. Well, now. Su Chen's figure moved suddenly. The 9 huge tails behind him were like 9 black rocket boosters, suddenly spewing out dark blue flames. Boom! His entire body turned into a black meteor that pierced through the sky and earth. With unmatched momentum, he took the initiative to slam into the disaster-level behemoth below. It's my turn! Roar! The dragon lizard was also completely enraged by Su Chen's provocative behavior. It roared and pushed the power of the Titan bloodline to the extreme, and its huge body was covered with an even thicker layer of rock armor that shone with dark golden light. Rock armor hardening. It lowered its head, which was as strong as a mountain, and pointed it at Su Chen who was falling from the sky. Titan clash. It will use the purest, most primitive, and most violent method to smash this madman who dares to challenge it into dust in the universe. One is the demon god who descended from the sky and controls death. One is a giant beast rising from the ground representing destruction. Tit for tat. Boom! At this moment, the entire one-line sky canyon seemed to have pressed the mute button. Then, a ray of light, 100 times brighter than the sun, a mixture of black and gold, suddenly burst out. The devastating energy shock wave swept wildly in all directions with the point of collision between the two as the center. In the face of this terrifying force, the indestructible canyon walls on both sides were as fragile as castles made of sand and were razed to the ground in an instant. The entire Titan's spine was wailing and trembling violently under this terrifying collision that could be compared to a fight between gods. The battle has entered the final white-hot stage. Chapter 50, Epic Dragon Slaying. Level up 4 times in a row and get tons of rewards. The sky collapses. The ground cracks. The entire Titan's spine seemed to be torn apart by the devastating collision between Su Chen and the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard. The terrifying energy storm swept everything. Under the huge impact force, the 10-meter-tall demon god transformed by Su Chen flew backwards hundreds of meters before he could barely stabilize his body in mid-air. Fine cracks appeared on his hideous armor made of obsidian. There was even an obvious dent on the chest. Obviously, he suffered a small loss in this pure battle of strength. But his eyes became brighter and crazier. Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. This is the fight I want. Su Chen laughed wildly, his laughter filled with endless fighting spirit and passion. On the other side, the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard, which had taken his full strength charge, was in an even worse situation. Its proud, rock armor hardening, which was strengthened by the power of Titan bloodline, was violently cracked into pieces by Su Chen's terrifying impact that was integrated with the power of the 9 netherworld gods. Its huge head, which was as big as a mountain, was knocked back violently, and the dark golden cuticle covering it was shattered into several pieces. Streams of dark red dragon blood continuously seeped out from its 7 orifices. It lost. In the pure showdown of strength that it was most proud of, it actually lost to an ant? Roar! The dragon lizard let out a roar full of humiliation and unwillingness. Its sanity, which had been almost burned out by the severe pain and anger, was completely crushed at this moment. It's crazy. It no longer carries out any defense but transforms all its strength into the purest and most primitive attack. Lava breath. Titans clash. The wrath of the earth. It unleashed its earth-shattering skills one after another madly and without reservation towards Su Chen. For a moment, the entire world seemed to be shrouded in doomsday lava and earthquakes. However, facing this crazy attack like a storm. But Su Chen smiled. This is the moment he has been waiting for. A beast that has lost its mind and only knows how to attack indiscriminately, no matter how powerful it is nothing more than a living target. It's over, big guy. Su Chen's voice became extremely cold. The 9 huge tails behind him were like 9 of the most agile dragons, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air and driving his body to constantly dodge and move in the hail of bullets. Every time he dodged was perfect. Every move he makes is like dancing on the edge of a knife. All the attacks of the dragon lizard were easily resolved by him at the lowest cost. However, the distance between him and the dragon lizard was getting closer and closer at an astonishing speed. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Just when Su Chen was about to get close to the huge body of the dragon lizard and prepare to give it a fatal blow, the completely crazy dragon lizard seemed to be aware of the crisis. Its body suddenly stiffened. Then, a more intense pain than before, like a surging sea, suddenly came from its abdomen. It's a super laxative. At this most critical moment, the effect of the medicine once again took effect violently. Roar woo. The dragon lizard's movements were in a fatal stiffness that lasted for 0.5 seconds. Now is the time. Su Chen's vertical pupils, burning with golden flames, burst out with unprecedented brilliance. He seized this fleeting and only chance to score the winning goal, which he created with his own hands. He gathered all the remaining spiritual power in his body, all the mental power he had merged with Xiaojiu, and all the strength of his demon body into his right claw without reservation. Buzz! An enormous black devil's claw shadow, made of pure netherworld power and the law of death, covering the sky and the sun, slowly emerged behind him. The 9 different power Xiaojiu's 9 tails on the devil's claws were flowing and merging madly. Eventually it turned into pure chaos that was enough to annihilate everything. Ultimate skill 9 Netherworld God's Annihilation Claw. Die. Su Chen's figure appeared under the huge head of the dragon lizard as if teleporting. His right claw, which had gathered all his strength and carried the aura of annihilation, slammed into the lower part of its neck with incredible precision, the only palm-sized piece of reverse scale that was not covered by the rock armor. Crack! A sound so clear and crisp that it seemed as if the whole world was shattered resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The dragon lizard's indestructible reverse scales shattered with a sound. Su Chen's claws went straight in, piercing through its flesh and blood, and accurately pinched the wildly beating lava core that was like a small sun. Then give it a sudden squeeze. Break it for me. Bang! The lava core exploded. Roar! The roar of the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard came to an abrupt end. Its huge eyes, which were burning with dark golden flames, dimmed in an instant. The huge body collapsed like a mountain with all its bones taken away. The lava on his body was cooling and solidifying rapidly. The aura of destruction also disappeared. A generation of natural disaster overlords fell. Su Chen slowly pulled his arm out from the corpse that had begun to petrify. He released his synchronized form and his body returned to its original state, then fell powerlessly from mid-air and landed heavily on the cold ground made of dragon blood and gravel. All the strength in my body has been drained away. But he smiled. I laughed so happily and felt so happy. Next second, a series of system prompts popped up crazily in his mind like a screen-scrolling mess. Congratulations! You've successfully defeated the level 48 Calamity Grade boss, the Earthshaker Rock-Armored Lizard. You have gained 5 million experience points. Your level has increased. Current level, 36. Your level has increased. Current level, 40. Your linked target Xiaojiu has gained a massive amount of combat experience. Xiaojiu's level has increased. Current level, 27. Xiaojiu's level has increased. Current level, 35. Congratulations! You've completed the epic achievement Solo Dragon Slayer and earned a special title. Congratulations! You've obtained the S-rank Beast Core, Titan Dragon Heart. Congratulations! You've obtained the legendary material, Titanosaur Spine. Congratulations! You've obtained the legendary material, Earth Source Crystal. Su Chen lay on the ground, looking at the spoils that were enough to drive any extraordinary person crazy, and the curve of his mouth grew wider and wider. He struggled to sit up and held the Titan Dragon Heart, which was as big as a millstone and emitted S-level terrifying fluctuations in his arms, feeling the tremendous energy. He also put the dragon spine that was as crystal clear as jade and contained the laws of the earth, and the source crystal that seemed to be the heart of the entire earth into the storage ring. He knows. I sent it myself. It was so loud that even he himself was scared. He raised his head and glanced at the forbidden abyss behind him that was full of death and opportunity, and then looked in the direction leading to the outside world. His eyes gleamed with unprecedented confidence and a hint of cold anticipation. Ling Bing Yao, Xia Qingying, Lu Ruyan, by Meng Li. Wash your neck and wait for me. Su Chen. I'm back. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The King returns. The gatekeeper was so frightened that he stands up. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the devastated canyon, practicing the soul-devouring art and madly absorbing the huge energy belonging to the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard that had not yet completely dissipated. His injuries were recovering rapidly under the dual effects of special healing potions and martial arts. And his ocean of spiritual power, which had been almost drained due to the activation of the 9 nether god form, became full and surging again with the replenishment of this incomparably pure energy. Even more solid and pure than before. Xiaojiu lay beside him, his small body only the size of a palm, and had returned to his harmless and cute pet appearance. But the aura it exudes is completely different from before. There is a touch of nobility, a touch of mystery, and a touch of the majesty of the gods that comes from deep in the blood. It yawned lazily, stuck out its pink little tongue, licked Su Chen's fingers, and made a satisfied purr in its throat. It was as if the majestic 9 netherworld god who had just fought side by side with the natural disaster beast was just an illusion. You guys are really good at acting like a spoiled child. Su Chen smiled and pinched its furry little ears. A man and a cat were enjoying the rare post-war tranquility on the ruins of a devastating war. About half a day passed. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His injuries have healed. His spiritual power has also recovered to its peak state. Even after absorbing the huge energy of the dragon lizard, he felt that the bottleneck he had just broken through to level 40 had loosened a little. It's time to deal with the final legacy. Su Chen stood up and dusted himself off. He did not forget the mysterious animal skin map he got from the Crazy X team. Where Titans Fell. The legacy of the first Guardian. This place was like an invisible hook, firmly catching his curiosity. He put Xiaojiu in his arms, and then sneaked towards the deepest part of the Black Stone Mountains according to the markings on the map. The deeper you go into the surrounding environment, the more desolate and dead it becomes. Not even the lowest level of ferocious beast could be seen. The air was filled with an ancient and vast atmosphere that seemed to freeze time. Finally, after passing through a skeleton forest composed of countless huge skeletons, Su Chen arrived at the destination marked on the map. The moment he saw the scene clearly, even his heart, which had long been as hard as a rock, couldn't help but twitch violently. In front of him was a bottomless, huge abyss crack. The width of the crack exceeds 10,000 meters. It was as if the entire earth had been split open by an invisible giant axe by some ancient god, leaving a hideous wound. At the edge of the crack, the equally unimaginably huge, petrified skeleton of an unknown creature lay there like a mountain range. Just half of the exposed ribs were more majestic and taller than the main peak of Titan's spine that Su Chen had seen before. In front of this huge skeleton, Su Chen is not even a speck of dust. This is a Titan? Su Chen murmured to himself, his voice full of shock. At this moment, an extremely weak but endlessly tempting call came from the depths of the bottomless crack. It felt like a drowning man seeing a life-saving straw. It's like a lost child hearing his mother's call. Calling him down. As long as you go down, you can get everything. Su Chen's eyes became blurred for a moment. But the next second he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and the severe pain made him wake up instantly. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. What a terrible spiritual temptation. If it weren't for his mental strength being far superior to his peers due to the spiritual power link, he would have been tricked and jumped down like a fool. For the first time, a serious look appeared on Su Chen's face. He knew that exploring this place with his current strength would be tantamount to committing suicide. He took a deep look at the abyss crack that exuded fatal temptation. Then he memorized the coordinates of this place firmly in his mind. Wait for me. One day, I will come back and reveal all your secrets. After saying this, he no longer had any reluctance to leave. He resolutely turned around and left this forbidden place full of unknowns and dangers. Half a day later. Entrance to the forbidden abyss. When Su Chen's familiar figure walked out slowly from the huge black vortex for the third time. The old administrator, who had been lying in the rocking chair, finally opened his eyes completely, which had been half closed. His eyes were like two invisible searchlights, fixed on Su Chen. For the first time, the laziness and playfulness on his face were gone. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. Even a trace of fear that he himself didn't even notice. Because he smelled a very faint but incomparably clear scent of a dragon from the young man in front of him. Moreover, it was the smell of a Titan dragon whose bloodline was extremely pure and had already touched the threshold of law. Considering the Abyss Hunter system's backend, the energy fluctuation monitoring in the Titan's spine area has been in an extremely abnormal red alert state for the past few days. A guess so absurd that even he himself couldn't believe it was forming wildly in his mind. This kid, could he really? Teacher, I'm bothering you again. Su Chen had a calm smile on his face and took the initiative to greet him. His demeanor was no longer that of a newcomer, but rather like an old friend returning home. The old man looked at him silently without saying anything. Su Chen didn't care either. He took something out of his storage ring. Then he threw it on the table in front of the old man. Boom! A muffled sound. It was a dark gold heart as big as a millstone, with traces of Titan blood pressure remaining on its surface, and emitting S-level terrifying fluctuations, the heart of a dragon. The moment this Titan dragon heart appeared on the table, the administrator's face, which had remained calm for thousands of years, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His pupils contracted to the extreme. His mouth is slightly open. His body even stood up uncontrollably from the rocking chair where he had been lying for decades. His voice trembled violently, a tremor he himself was not aware of. You killed it? Chapter 52 The truth of the world is revealed. It turns out that the college league is a conscription? The old administrator's hoarse voice was trembling violently, which he himself was not even aware of. His cloudy old eyes stared intently, even greedily, at the S-class Titan dragon heart on the table that was still emitting terrifying pressure. As the gatekeeper of the Forbidden Abyss, he has been here for 30 years. In the past 30 years, he has seen countless brilliant geniuses and countless fools who don't know how to live or die. But he had never seen nor imagined that one day there would be an 18-year-old freshman who could single-handedly kill the calamity-level overlord that even the platinum-level hunter team was helpless against. He also threw its heart in front of him like a broken stone. Is this something a human could do? The old man felt that his worldview was completely shattered at this moment. Su Chen looked at the old man, who was so shocked that he lost his composure, and felt secretly happy. This is exactly the effect he wants. The smile on his face was still as calm and relaxed as ever. Teacher, what are you talking about? I was just lucky. I found it in the mountains. Su Chen shrugged and said in an extremely innocent tone. Picked up? You are fucking kidding. When the old man heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. If you can pick this thing up, I will eat the entire Forbidden Abyss tomorrow. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the shock that was surging in his heart. Then the unchanging, lazy and unfathomable expression on his face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was an unprecedented warm and even somewhat flattering smile. The wrinkles on her face turned into a brilliant chrysanthemum when she smiled. Oh! Classmate Su Chen! Look at you, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? The old man came out from behind the table in a flash and tried to hold Su Chen's hand affectionately. Su Chen calmly took a half step back, avoiding his hand that was as dry as a chicken claw. The old man was not embarrassed and took out a set of high-end looking tea sets and a handful of tea leaves with a strange and fragrant smell from a dusty cabinet next to him. Come on, sit down quickly. He warmly invited Su Chen to sit down, and then began to boil water and make tea with quick hands and feet. This is the Millennium Enlightenment tea I've treasured for 20 years. I usually can't bear to drink it myself. Today, I must let you taste it. Seeing the old man's 180-degree change in attitude, Su Chen sneered in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He knew that the S-level beast core he threw out had successfully earned him the qualification to have an equal dialogue with this mysterious old man. Soon, a cup of steaming hot tea with a refreshing fragrance was respectfully handed to Su Chen by the old man with both hands. Su, ahem, my friend, please have some tea. He even changed his name. Su Chen picked up the teacup and took a symbolic sip. A cool and strange energy that seemed to be able to cleanse the soul instantly flowed down his throat and spread throughout his limbs. It lifted his spirits, which were somewhat exhausted from the series of battles. Nice one. But Su Chen's face showed an expression of that's it. Yeah, it's okay. He put down his teacup and commented calmly, it's just a little bland, not as strong as the plain water I usually drink. Puff. The old man almost vomited blood when he heard this. This is the 1,000-year-old Enlightenment tea. Those so-called aristocratic families out there would fight to the point of bleeding just for a piece of tea. You actually said it's not as potent as plain water? The old man's heart was bleeding, but he still had that flattering smile on his face. Yes, my friend, you're right. This tea is really not up to par. I'll give you a better one next time. He finally figured it out. The boy in front of me is not a human being at all. He is a complete monster that cannot be understood by common sense. You can't reason with a monster, you can only go along with it. Okay, teacher, don't be so polite. Su Chen waved his hand, not wanting to waste any more time talking to him, and went straight to the point and said, I came back this time, firstly to deal with the spoils, and secondly, I wanted to ask you something. You say it. You say it. The old man immediately sat up straight, looking as if he was listening attentively. Please give me an estimate of the price of this beast core. Su Chen pointed to the S-level Titan Dragon Heart on the table. The old man showed a bitter smile when he heard this. My friend, you are making things difficult for me. He shook his head and said, S-level items are beyond the value assessment system of the Abyss store. This stuff simply cannot be measured by points. Its value lies in itself. It contains a trace of the true Titan law. Any Earth-type transcendent who can perfectly absorb it has the opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step and touch that legendary realm. So, I suggest that you keep this thing for yourself. Su Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that the value of this beast core was even higher than he imagined. But he didn't plan to use it himself. He wants to follow the path of Lord of all beasts and does not need to specialize in a certain set of laws. Giving this thing to the tank-type beast he will contract with in the future is the option that maximizes benefits. What about these? Su Chen took out a pile of dragon lizard scales, dragon tendons, and the legendary Titan dragon spine from the storage ring. The old man's eyes almost popped out when he saw these things. Wow, the dragon has been completely dismembered. He forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, picked up the badge and began to estimate it tremblingly. The legendary material Titanosaur spine has been detected. Valuation in progress. Evaluation failed. Item level is too high. A plus-grade material Titan Dragon's reverse scale detected, worth 80,000 points. In the end, except for the spine and heart which could not be valued, the total value of the remaining miscellaneous materials was as high as 300,000 points. Everything has been changed. Su Chen said expressionlessly. Exchange successful, Abyss points obtained, 325,000 points. Special badge effect triggered. Congratulations! Get 10 times the points rebate. Finally obtained Abyss points, 3,250,000 points. 3,250,000. Looking at the series of zeros on his badge that suddenly soared to more than 3.5 million. Su Chen felt like his breathing was about to stop. He is now truly rich enough to rival a country. Hunter experience overflow detected, level up. Congratulations! Hunter level has been upgraded to Gold. The Hunter level was also upgraded to Gold level. Su Chen no longer had any hesitation and immediately immersed his consciousness in the store. The Book of Myriad Beasts Fragments of S-Class Kung Fu, Volume 1. Exchange points, 500,000. Exchange requirements, Hunter level Gold. Both conditions are met. Exchange. Boom. A stream of information that was 100 times larger than the one he had exchanged for the soul-devouring art before, full of primitive and ancient aura, instantly flooded into his mind. Countless profound methods on how to communicate with beasts, how to purify blood, and how to sign higher-level contracts were deeply engraved in the depths of his soul like a brand. Done. Endless ecstasy burst out from Su Chen's eyes. With this technique, there will be no more obstacles on his future path to becoming a demon king. just when Su Chen was immersed in the joy of obtaining divine power. The old administrator opposite looked at his nouveau riche face, hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. My friend, since you have already acquired such strength, I should reveal some things to you. His expression became extremely serious. Do you think this forbidden abyss is really just a place for students to test themselves? No. He shook his head and said in a low voice, this is the battlefield. It's one of the front lines where countless worlds like ours are fighting against those gods and demons from other dimensions. And those of us so-called superhumans are, to put it bluntly, just reserve soldiers. The National College League isn't some bullshit competition, it's a recruitment tryout. Only the most talented and promising talents in the league are qualified to enter the true battleground of the heavens and shed their last drop of blood for the survival of our world. The old man's words were like bombshells, causing huge waves in Su Chen's heart. Then you. The old man laughed at himself. I'm just a veteran who was crippled in that war and survived. Su Chen was silent. He didn't expect that behind this seemingly peaceful world, there was such a cruel truth hidden. I'm not telling you this to ask you to be a savior. The old man looked at him with extremely serious eyes. I just want to tell you that your talent and your strength should not be wasted in a small pond like Jiangcheng University. Go join the league, win the championship, and enter the battlefield of the heavens. Only there can you find the stage that truly belongs to you. The old man took out an old-looking booklet made of unknown animal skin from his arms and handed it to Su Chen. This Abyss Survival Manual contains some of my experiences from my youth. It might be useful to you. And your badge is black gold, of which there are only 3 in the entire Abyss. It represents authority. As for what authority it is, you'll need to discover it yourself. Su Chen took the booklet and nodded solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Okay, get out of here. The old man returned to his lazy look and lay back in the rocking chair. Su Chen smiled and didn't bother him anymore. He stood up and prepared to leave. But just before stepping out of the cabin, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, by the way, senior, is there anything fun happening outside recently? Without even raising his eyelids, the old man casually said, nothing serious. It's just that your school's ace team called Yaoguang seems to have disbanded. Oh, by the way, their captain, what's her name? Ling Bingyao was crying and shouting a few days ago, insisting on entering the abyss to find you. It's probably in some corner now, turned into the excrement of a ferocious beast. Chapter 53 The King Returns. My ex-girlfriends have become the laughingstock of the whole school. Ling Bingyao came in too? Still crying and shouting for me? Su Chen was stunned when he heard the old man's words. Then an extremely strange expression of half-smile appeared on his face. What did you do this morning? Why didn't she cry when she trampled on his dignity with the coldest words in front of all the teachers and students in the school at the oath-taking ceremony? Now that you realize you can't live without me, you come to me hypocritically? That's ridiculous. There was no ripple in Su Chen's heart. There wasn't even a hint of gloating. There is only pure indifference from the heart. Just like a billionaire no longer cares about how his ex-girlfriend who betrayed him for $50 is doing now. We are no longer people of the same world. Then wish her good luck. Su Chen shrugged and spoke indifferently in a nonchalant tone. After saying this, he turned around without any hesitation and took one last look at the black vortex full of death and opportunity. Then take a step forward. Buzz. The familiar dizzy feeling of space teleportation came over me. Next second. The dazzling sunlight and the fresh air filled with the scent of grass instantly enveloped him. Jiangcheng University, Back Mountain. He is back again. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and let out a long breath. It seems like a lifetime ago. Although he only stayed in the abyss for a dozen days. But every breath there is filled with killing and danger. Every battle there is a dance with death. Now that he has returned to this peaceful and tranquil campus, he even feels a little bit unreal. He glanced at the time on his personal terminal. There are only 2 days left until the National College League qualifiers. The timing is just right. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He did not choose to walk out in a swagger and announce his return to the world. That's too low level. With a thought, he put on the A-level, dark night cloak. His figure instantly became blurred, and then completely blended into the surrounding light, shadow, and air. He walked silently in an invisible state on the campus path that he once knew so well. There were students rushing around everywhere. Most of them had expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces, and were discussing the upcoming qualifiers in groups of 3 or 4. But the focus of their discussion made Su Chen pause slightly. Have you heard? This morning, Team Yaoguang completely disbanded. Holy crap! Is this true? That sword fairy Xia Qingying has also quit the team? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. She had a huge argument with Ling Bingyao on the rooftop, and then she just left, sword on her back. She was so determined. Oh my god, now the Yaoguang team is left with only Ling Bingyao as the lone commander. Oh no, there's also Bai Mangli lying in the hospital. Shu, keep your voice down. I heard Ling Bingyao seems to have disappeared too. She didn't even attend the resource ranking assessment meeting this afternoon, and the counselor is going crazy. Ha 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 ha. What a reversal of fortune. Think back to when Team Yaoguang was so glorious, but now they're scattered like monkeys when the tree falls. They deserve it. Who said it wasn't true? If they hadn't forced that S-rank support Su Chen away, they wouldn't have ended up like this. I heard Lu Ruyan even transferred directly to Imperial Capital University. This is such a slap in the face. Su Chen stood quietly among the students who were discussing, listening quietly. There was no expression on his face. There was not even a ripple in my heart. He had already expected all this. A group of parts that cannot run without the engine are trying to kick the engine away and run away by themselves. What else could the ending be except falling apart? He shook his head, ignored the boring gossip, and walked straight towards his dormitory. Dormitory 302. The door was ajar. From inside came the familiar loud voices of my roommates and the sound of keyboards tapping. Su Chen's figure passed through the crack of the door and entered the dormitory without making any sound, like a ghost. The dormitory was still the same as when he left. There was just a familiar otaku smell in the air, a mixture of instant noodles and takeout. His 3 roommates were gathered around a computer, discussing something intensely. Holy crap! Check out the campus forum. Someone uploaded the video of Team Yaoguang's internal conflict. The part whereby Mangli cries and calls Ling Bingyao a fool is absolutely amazing. Let me see. Let me see. Ha ha ha, is this true? This girl is really sincere, she finally stopped pretending. What a pity. If we hadn't fallen out, Zhang Da might have had a real chance to win the national championship this year. What a shame. I actually think it's a great relief. Let those self-righteous women also have a taste of what it's like to fall from the clouds. It's just. I feel a little sorry for Brother Chen. A slightly plump roommate sighed and said, Brother Chen was so good to them back then, he was so sincere, but in the end he ended up like that. Now no one knows where he is, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. Su Chen stood behind them and listened quietly. His eyes swept across the entire dormitory. Finally, it landed on his bed by the window. His bed was already filled with all kinds of sundries, snack bags, and dirty clothes. Apparently, during the time he was missing, this place had become a common dumping ground for miscellaneous items in the dormitory. Su Chen's expression did not change at all. He walked slowly to his desk. There was also a thin layer of dust on the table. His personal terminal, which had not been turned on for a long time, lay there quietly. Su Chen reached out and picked it up. Turn on the computer. Buzz. Next second. Hundreds and thousands of unread messages popped up like a tide. Some people mocked him for overestimating his own abilities. Some people cursed him as a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Some people gloated over the fact that he was abandoned by the goddess. Some people even photoshopped various death photos and emoticons of him, which were circulated wildly in various groups in the school. The obscene language is disgusting. If Su Chen saw this half a month ago, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. But now, Su Chen just calmly scanned the information. Then a faint, even somewhat boring smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his finger and pressed one click read, and then pressed delete all. The whole world became quiet in an instant. His eyes moved away from the screen and fell on the corner of the desk. There was a small pot of succulent plants that looked a little wilted. He raised this when he was bored. During the time he was away, the succulent plant didn't die. Even the soil in the flower pot is still moist. Obviously someone has been silently taking care of him. Su Chen's gaze swept over the 3 roommates behind him who were still discussing gossip fiercely. For the first time, there was a hint of imperceptible warmth in the depths of his cold and indifferent eyes. Perhaps this world that made him feel sick and bored wasn't entirely rubbish. Chapter 54 Scare my roommates. Brother, I'm back. Su-Chen stood in front of the desk and looked quietly at the pot of succulents that were well cared for. The three roommates behind him were still gathered around the computer, discussing the shocking news about the Yaoguang team with saliva flying, and they had no idea that there was a fourth person in the dormitory. Hey, you guys, where is Brother Chen now? Wang Hao, who is a little overweight and has the ID "I won't change my name until I lose 10 pounds, sighed again with a tone full of worry. Who knows? It was such a big fuss at the time, and the whole school was scolding him. I guess he found a place to hide and didn't want to see anyone anymore. Another tall and thin man, Li Rue, nicknamed Bamboo Pole, pushed his glasses and said, "Hide? I think with Brother Chen's personality, he might really be as depressed as what they say on the forum, and run into the forbidden abyss alone." Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the middle and playing games, said without turning his head. Bullshit. Hearing this, Wang Hao slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You're the one who's thinking too hard. Brother Chen isn't that fragile. He'll definitely come back." Okay, I'll be back. Zhang Wei waved his hand perfunctorily. Then tell me, when will he be back? There are only 2 days left in the qualifiers. He's a support player and can't even form a team without Yaoguang. What's he going to do? To watch other people compete? Wang Hao was choked by his words. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Yes. What would happen even if Su-Chen came back? S-level support sounds awesome. But in this world where combat is everything, a support without teammates is a complete waste. The entire dormitory fell into a depressing silence. Only the game sound effects on Zhang Wei's side were still crackling. Who said, "I can't form a team"? Just then, a calm voice, even with a hint of laughter, sounded faintly from behind them without any warning. The three people were like cats whose tails were stepped on, and all the hair on their bodies stood up instantly. They turned their heads sharply. Then I saw it. A familiar figure was standing behind them with his arms folded, looking at them quietly with a smile on his face. If not Su-Chen, then who else could it be? Ghost. Next second, 3 screams, shrill enough to blow the roof off, a mixture of fear and broken voices, instantly resounded throughout the entire dormitory 302. Wang Hao's 180-pound body burst out with unprecedented agility. He rolled off the chair with a lazy donkey roll and tried to crawl under the bed using his hands and feet. Bamboo Li Rue grabbed the keyboard on the table and assumed a blocking stance, muttering, "Get out of here, monsters! Get out of here, monsters!" Zhang Wei, who was playing games, reacted the most intensely. He let out a strange cry and jumped up from the chair, trying to rush out of the dormitory door at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. But his hand just touched the door handle. A hand was placed on his shoulder silently like a ghost. "Why are you running?" Su-Chen's smiling voice sounded like the devil's whisper in his ears. I. Zhang Wei's body instantly stiffened like a stone. He could feel a familiar warmth in his crotch. He seemed scared to death. Okay, stop howling. Su-Chen looked at these 3 funny guys and shook his head, feeling a little amused. He removed the effect of the dark night cloak, allowing his true aura to fully emanate. The breath of a living person. Wang Hao and Li Rue finally came back to their senses from their extreme fear. They looked at the living, breathing Su-Chen in front of them, and the expressions on their faces changed from horror to disbelief, and finally to ecstasy. Chen, Brother Chen? Fuck. You're really back? Wang Hao was the first to react. He crawled up from the ground like a bear, rushed over and gave Su-Chen a tight hug. You scared me to death. I thought you were really upset. Wang Hao's voice was filled with tears. Brother Chen, where have you been for the past half-month? We thought you. Li Rue also rushed up and patted Su-Chen's shoulder excitedly, and his words were so unclear that he couldn't speak clearly. Only Zhang Wei was still frozen in place, with a look of despair on his face. Brother Chen. I think I need to change my pants. 10 minutes later. The dormitory was filled with all kinds of luxurious takeout. Roasted whole lamb, seafood, beer, and drinks. Su-Chen was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely gnawing on a leg of lamb. Zhang Wei and his two other roommates, who had changed their pants opposite him, surrounded him and asked him questions like three curious babies. Brother Chen, tell me the truth. What have you been doing for the past half month? Why do you seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth? What else can I do? Su Chen took a sip of beer and said casually, just as you guessed, I ran into the forbidden abyss in a fit of rage. Holy crap! Really? All three of them gasped. Then, how did you get out alive? Just luck. Su Chen shrugged and repeated the scavenger rhetoric he had prepared long ago. I've been hiding in the outermost area, living off the corpses of ferocious beasts and digging out low-level beast cores. I finally managed to scrape together enough money to pay for the return trip back to the city 2 days ago. His tone was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But to the three roommates, it was no less than a thrilling wilderness survival movie. Oh my god, Brother Chen, you are so awesome. A person spent half a month in the forbidden abyss and actually came back alive. Who would believe this if I told anyone? Thank you for your hard work, Brother Chen. Wang Hao looked at Su Chen's face, which was much thinner than before but whose eyes had become deeper, and his eyes were a little red. He could imagine how difficult and dangerous Su Chen's life had been in the past half-month. By the way, Brother Chen. Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, the registration for the National League qualifiers is due tonight at 12 p.m. We can't count on Team Yaoguang anymore. But there's still time to sign up for the individual competition. Although you're a support and are at a disadvantage playing in individual competitions, the important thing is to participate. It's better than not even getting a chance to compete and being laughed at. Wang Hao's words were very tactful. But everyone present could hear that he was actually not optimistic about Su Chen playing in the individual competition. After all, how can a support go head-to-head with a group of combat-type tough guys? Isn't that asking for trouble? Yeah, Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Li Rui also advised, individual competitions are too dangerous. If you get injured, it won't be worth it. In my opinion, we should take a break first and then find a new team next semester. However, after hearing what they said, Su Chen just smiled. He threw the sheep bones in his hand into the trash can, then took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. He looked up at his three roommates who were genuinely worried about him, and in a tone that was incredibly calm yet filled with unquestionable confidence, he slowly said, who says, supports can't play in individual competitions? Also, who told you? A playful arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. I have to form a new team? Chapter 55 successfully exploited the bug. One man becomes an army, scaring the organizing committee. Su Chen's nonchalant question was like a depth bomb, exploding in the minds of his three roommates. All three of them were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the expression on Su Chen's face, full of confusion and puzzlement. No team? How can you participate in the National College League without forming a team? This competition has been based on teams since its inception. Chen, Brother Chen, you don't have a fever, right? Wang Hao cautiously stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Su Chen's forehead. If you don't form a team for the National League, you won't even be able to register. Who said I didn't form a team? Su Chen smiled. He didn't explain to them anymore, but directly picked up his personal terminal. Facing the puzzled gazes of his three roommates, he skillfully logged into the National College League official registration website. The homepage of the website is a huge countdown full of enthusiasm and passion. 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 22 seconds left until the qualifying round registration closes. Su Chen's eyes directly skipped over the extremely conspicuous individual competition registration channel. Instead, he pointed his finger at the team competition registration channel next to it. Fuck! Brother Chen, you clicked the wrong one. Zhang Wei shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. That's a team competition. You don't have a team. Who said I didn't? Su Chen said calmly without turning his head. Then he clicked the Create New Team button. An information-filling interface popped up. Please enter your team name. Su Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the virtual keyboard. 2 words filled with coldness and death slowly emerged. Abyss. When the three roommates saw this name, their hearts skipped a beat for some reason. They felt that the name seemed to contain some kind of ominous meaning that made their hearts palpitate. Team name confirmed successfully. Please start adding your team members. Team leader. Su Chen filled in his name without hesitation. Su Chen. Team member 1. Su Chen paused again and filled in his name. Su Chen. Team member 2. Su Chen. Team member 3. Su Chen. Team member 4. Su Chen. The dormitory was dead silent. Only the sound of Su Chen slowly tapping on the virtual keyboard echoed. Wang Hao, Li Rui, and Zhang Wei stood there like three petrified statues, staring at Su Chen's personal terminal screen. Their mouths opened wider and wider. Their eyes grew wider and wider. Their faces were filled with extreme confusion and shock of who am I, where am I, and what do I see? The captain is Su Chen. The team member is Su Chen. Su Chen even filled in his own name for all the substitute positions at the back in a crazy way. What the hell is this? One person is a team? The National College League has been held for hundreds of sessions since ancient times, but there has never been such an outrageous and bizarre registration method. Chen, brother Chen. Wang Hao's lips were trembling, and he felt that his brain was completely inadequate. You, what are you doing? Sign up. Su Chen's tone was as matter of course, as if he was asking, what are we having for dinner tonight? After filling in his name and all the positions, he clicked the Submit for Review button without hesitation. Submission successful. Your Team Abyss has entered the background review stage, please be patient. After doing all this, Su Chen put down his personal terminal with satisfaction, picked up another leg of lamb and started to chew it leisurely. It was as if the shocking action just now was just a casual order of takeout. Only 3 roommates were still immersed in great shock and could not recover for a long time. At the same time, the National College League Organizing Committee and Data Center located in the Imperial Capital. A young staff member wearing black-framed glasses who was in charge of reviewing registration information was yawning and dealing with the mountain of registration forms in the backstage out of boredom. Jiangcheng University. Jiangcheng University again, why are there so many troubles this year? He muttered something and casually clicked on the latest application submitted, which was from Jiangcheng University. When he saw the contents of the registration form clearly, his sleepy eyes suddenly opened wide. I didn't hold the coffee cup firmly in my hand, and it fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. Team leader. The next second, a scream filled with terror and broken voice resounded throughout the entire data center. Come and see. There's a psychopath here. Soon, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle who looked like a leader ran over in a hurry. What's all the fuss about? Team leader, look, this. The young staff member pointed at the registration form on the screen with trembling fingers. The team leader leaned over to take a look. Team name, Abyss. Affiliated institution, Jiangcheng University. Team members. Captain, Su Chen S level support. Team member 1, Su Chen S rank support. Team member 2, Su Chen S level support. Team member 3, Su Chen S level support. Team member 4, Su Chen S level support. The expression of leadership on the Mediterranean team leader's face froze in an instant. He was silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he reached out and pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. Pain. It's not a dream. Which mental hospital system is this? Was it hacked? The team leader's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the system. No, team leader, this guy named Su Chen, I checked, he's a freshman at Jiangcheng University this year, and his talent level is indeed S level. S rank? The team leader was even more shocked when he heard this. How could a genius with S level talent do such an outrageous thing? Reject. Reject it immediately. The team leader gave the order without thinking. This is totally against the rules. This is a disrespect for the league's authority. Yes. The young staff member immediately pressed the reject button and wrote a line in the reason column. Team members must be different individuals. Please do not submit invalid registrations maliciously. However, the rejected application was submitted less than 3 seconds ago. Ding ding ding. The backstage received the same registration form again. And this time it also came with a message. League Rulebook, Chapter 3, Article 17, the number of official team members must not be less than 5 and not more than 7. Excuse me, where did I violate this rule? When team leader Di Zhonghai saw this message, his face instantly turned dark. Damn it! He actually checked the rulebook. And he actually found a loophole in the rules. The manual only stipulates the number of members, but does not stipulate that members cannot be the same person. Which genius made up this rule? Team leader, this. Reject again. The team leader gritted his teeth and said, write down the reason. Just write that he maliciously exploited a loophole in the rules. However, this time, the other party's reply came faster. League Fair Play Principles, Chapter 1, Article 1, all participating players have equal rights to compete within the scope permitted by the rules. Excuse me, as an awakener with S-rank talent, don't I even have this right? Or are the league organizing committee openly discriminating against us support players? S-level talent. Discrimination assistance. These two big hats are put on. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on the Mediterranean team leader's forehead. He knew this was a serious matter. If he doesn't handle it well, he might be on the headlines of major supernatural news tomorrow. Damn it, you're so cruel. The team leader stared at the arrogant name on the screen, and finally waved his hand helplessly. Give him a pass. Then, there were less than 3 hours left before the registration deadline. A team registration form that can be said to be the most bizarre and outrageous, unprecedented and unparalleled in the history of the league, successfully passed the review. Abyss, team. Officially established. Chapter 56 The laughingstock of the whole school? Wait until I smack you in the face. When the prompt Abyss team, registration successful, popped up on Su Chen's personal terminal, the three funny guys in the dormitory had become completely numb. They looked at Su Chen's calm appearance and felt like they were looking at an alien. Outrageous. This is fucking outrageous. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out what Su Chen was trying to do. However, just because they can't figure it out doesn't mean others can't figure it out. At the moment when the registration information of Abyss team appeared in the public list of the official background of the league, the entire Jiangcheng University exploded. The campus forum, which had already become extremely lively due to the disintegration of Team Yaoguang, was like being hit by a nuclear bomb at this moment and was instantly paralyzed. Countless students rushed in frantically, and the server was overwhelmed in just 3 seconds. After the technicians hurriedly repaired the server, the forum's homepage has been completely dominated by one blood-red explosion word after another. Epic joke. That S-level support player named Su Chen is crazy. One man's army? Am I seeing right? Has he gone insane due to being provoked by the Yaoguang team? In-depth analysis. 3 possibilities behind Su Chen's move: sensationalism, desperate desperation, and a lost mind. Vote, how many seconds do you think Su Chen can last in the first round of the preliminaries? Shocking. A former Yaoguang team member has fallen to this point. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Posts filled with sarcasm and jokes were pushed to the most prominent position. There are thousands of comments under the post. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. A support formed a team with only one person? What's he going to do? Go on the field to buff the opponent? The upstairs guy is too small. Maybe he wants to perform a death-on-the-spot performance. I'd call it performance art. Is this guy trying to protest Team Yaoguang's betrayal this way? His methods are a bit stupid, but his courage is commendable. I feel so bad for Zhang Da. How could such a weirdo come out of this? I'm afraid we're going to become the laughingstock of universities across the country in this year's league. Everyone, stop arguing. Latest news. The Yaoguang Goddess fan club has worked overnight to create 1,000 black and white emoticon packs of Su Chen's head, and they said they'll give them away for free on the day of the qualifiers. Public opinion has become completely one-sided. In just 1 hour, the name Su Chen changed from a poor guy abandoned by the goddess to a complete clown who seeks to please the public and is mentally ill. Wang Hao and the other two were browsing the forum looking at those disgusting comments and photoshopped pictures, and they were shaking with anger. Damn it! These people are going too far. Wang Hao slammed the table so hard his eyes turned red. They don't know anything. What right do they have to say that about Brother Chen? That's right. Brother Chen must have his own ideas. These idiots are just following the crowd. Li Rui was also very angry. However, Su Chen, who is the center of public opinion, still looks relaxed at this moment. He even came over to Wang Hao's computer with great interest, pointed at an emoji that had him photoshopped into a lonely frog, and commented, "Hey, this one's well done, it has a bit of verve." Wang Hao and the other two looked at his heartless look and didn't know what to say for a moment. They feel like the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Okay, stop looking. Su Chen patted Wang Hao's shoulder and stood up. I've eaten my fill and seen enough fun. He glanced at the time. Almost time to draw lots. Jiangcheng University, Central Gymnasium. This is the scene of the qualifying draw ceremony. The stadium was filled with noise. All the successfully registered teams gather here. The moment Su Chen walked into the gymnasium with his 3 temporary followers' roommates, the originally noisy scene suddenly became eerily quiet for a moment. Immediately following, countless gazes filled with mockery, ridicule, contempt, and pity were focused on him from all directions. Look! Here comes the clown. Fuck, he really dares to come? It's a shame if he doesn't use his mental strength to be a tank. Alone? Where's his team? Ha 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 ha. Hey, what do you think? When he draws the lots later, will he go up and draw them himself, or will he play rock paper scissors with himself to decide who gets to draw? The whispers and undisguised laughter completely drowned Su Chen like a tide. Wang Hao and the other 2 were so angry at this scene that they subconsciously wanted to rush up and argue with those people. But Su Chen stopped him with a look. Su Chen's face was still calm, even with a hint of boredom. He ignored all the looks and discussions around him and walked straight to the exclusive rest area of the Abyss team. There was only a solitary chair there. It looks particularly desolate and ridiculous. Su Chen didn't care at all and sat down with his arms and legs stretched out. Then he closed his eyes and began to rest. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. His dead pig is not afraid of boiling water attitude makes those who want to laugh at him feel like they have punched cotton, which is a bit boring. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Hey, isn't this our Jiangcheng University's S-level genius, classmate Su Chen? A tall and arrogant young man walked up to Su Chen with several of his teammates. He wears an emblem of crossed battle axes on his chest. It was the captain of the Lifeom team who had forced the Yaoguang team into a desperate situation in the previous simulated battle. Of course, at this moment he didn't know that several of his teammates had already been regarded as experience packs by Su Chen in the Forbidden Abyss. He looked at Su Chen's face, which was full of undisguised, condescending superiority. What? After being dumped by 4 women, you want to use this kind of sensationalism to attract attention? He leaned close to Su Chen's ear and chuckled maliciously in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. A power bank that can only hide behind a woman is worthy of participating in the league? I advise you to get out now and save some face for yourself. Otherwise, if you meet me on the field later. He licked his lips and gave a cruel smile. I promise, I'll beat that pretty face of yours into a pig's head. However, faced with his words full of threats and humiliation, Su Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just slowly took something out of his pocket. It was a broken arrow stained with a trace of lightning power. He placed the broken arrow in his palm and rubbed it gently. Then, in a cold voice as if talking to himself, he said softly, "It's so noisy. Like a cat about to be trampled to death. Fly." Chapter 57 Fateful Duel. Want to kill me? I've got you. The smile on Zhou Kuan's face froze instantly. He stared intently at the young man in front of him who had his eyes closed and didn't even bother to look at him. An unprecedented humiliation and anger suddenly erupted from his heart like a volcano. Fly? He actually said he was a fly? He was the captain of the Gale team, one of the top 5 strongest men in the school, and yet he was actually humiliated by a useless assistant who had been abandoned by a woman and could only attract attention? You're looking for death. Zhou Kuan's rationality was instantly overwhelmed by anger. He subconsciously wanted to mobilize his spiritual power and give Su Chen a lesson he would never forget. But his hand just raised. Drop! A sharp buzzing sound echoed throughout the gymnasium. The draw ceremony officially begins. A female host wearing a professional suit and a professional smile walked to the front of the podium. Dear students and teachers, good afternoon. Welcome to the draw ceremony for this year's National College League, Jiangcheng University Division qualifiers. Now, I will announce the rules of this draw. The host's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone. Zhou Kuan's movements also froze there. He glared at Su Chen intently, and finally put down his hand unwillingly. He knew now was not the time to take action. Boy, you're lucky. He leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered in a voice full of resentment, "You'd better pray that you don't run into me on the field." Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned back to his rest area with his teammates. Su Chen never opened his eyes from beginning to end. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a farce that had nothing to do with him. The rules of the draw are simple. All teams go on stage in order of registration and draw their own number plates from the lottery box. The two teams with the same number will be the opponents in the first round. Soon, one team after another came onto the stage and completed the drawing of lots. The atmosphere on the scene became more and more tense and heated. Finally. Next, please invite Team Abyss to the stage to draw lots. The moment the host read out the name, the entire gymnasium fell into that eerie silence again. What followed was undisguised laughter that reached the sky. Ha 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 ha. Here it comes. The big show of the year is here. Look, look. The clown is here. Under the gazes of countless people full of teasing and mocking, Su Chen slowly stood up from the lonely chair. He straightened the wrinkled corners of his clothes, then walked slowly and steadily towards the podium that was the focus of everyone's attention. His back was lonely yet straight. It was as if what he was about to face was not a humiliation, but a coronation that belonged to him alone. This, classmate Su Chen. The host looked at Su Chen, who walked onto the stage alone, and couldn't help but raise a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. She passed the microphone to Su Chen and asked in a deliberately exaggerated and challenging tone, "Excuse me, Team Abyss, are you the only one participating in the lottery? Or are your other teammates present beside you in a way we can't see?" Her words instantly triggered another burst of laughter from the audience. However, Su Chen just calmly took her microphone. His deep, calm eyes slowly swept across the mocking faces in the audience. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhou Kuan, who was making a cutthroat gesture to him in the rest area of the Gale team. Then he laughed. He put the microphone to his lips and said slowly in a calm voice, loud enough for the entire stadium to hear clearly, "I am an army by myself." A moment. You could hear a pin drop throughout the stadium. Everyone's laughter seemed to be strangled in their throats by an invisible big hand. They stared blankly at the thin young man on the stage, who at this moment exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world, their minds going blank. Mad. It's so fucking crazy. Is this guy crazy? The host was so stunned by Su Chen's extremely domineering declaration that he was speechless for a long time. Su Chen ignored her. He put the microphone aside and walked straight to the two huge lottery boxes. One is for the individual competition. One is a team competition. Then, in front of everyone's extremely shocked gazes, he stretched out his hands and inserted them into the two lottery boxes at the same time. He actually wanted to participate in both the individual and team competitions alone? This is no longer crazy. This is playing with your own life. Su Chen's movements did not pause at all. He took out a sealed numbered ball from each of the two boxes. Then he turned around and handed the two number balls to the host, who was completely dumbfounded. The host mechanically took the number ball. She looked at Su Chen's terrifyingly calm eyes and felt her hands trembling slightly. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, in an extremely complicated tone, she announced loudly into the microphone, "Individual competition, Group A, number 33, Su Chen. Buys." What? Buys? There was an uproar in the audience again. This guy's luck is too good, right? But that's not all. The host opened another numbered ball representing the team competition. When she saw the name on it clearly, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Her face was full of disbelief. She even wondered if she had seen it wrong. She confirmed it several times before finally announcing in a trembling voice, as if she had seen a ghost, Team competition, Group B, number 17, Team Abyss. Against number 17, Gale, Team. Boom. The moment these two names are pronounced at the same time, the entire stadium was completely boiling. Everyone is crazy. What the hell is this magical script? Zhou Kuan, who had just threatened to make Su Chen's life a living hell. The next second, she became his first opponent? The rest area of the Gale team. Zhou Kuan was stunned when he heard the result. Then an uncontrollable, crazy ecstasy broke out on his face. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. God is really helping me. He suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Su Chen on the stage, and laughed wildly in a voice full of cruelty and pleasure. "Boy, It seems that even God can't stand it anymore. Didn't you say that you alone are an army? Good. Tomorrow, I want to see how your one-man army is crushed into pulp by the iron hooves of my Gale troops. On the field, I promise. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in Joe Cohen's eyes. I will break all your limbs with my own hands. You will be made to kneel before me like a dead dog and beg for mercy. Chapter 58 Heartbreak before the game. I was the one who killed your teammate. The next day, early morning. Jiangcheng University, Central Gymnasium. There were huge crowds of people and every seat was occupied. Even the aisles were crowded with students who had come to hear the news. Everyone's face had an almost fanatical expression of excitement, ready to watch the fun and not mind getting involved. Because today is the official opening day of the National College League qualifiers. The first game of the opening match was the one that everyone talked about and was considered the biggest joke of the year. Abyss vs. Strong Wind. A one-man team versus the top 5 elite teams on campus. An S-rank support who was recognized by the whole school as mentally ill faces an A-rank berserker who threatens to beat him into a cripple. The topic is immediately maxed out. Even several local extraordinary media outlets in Jiangcheng sent reporters with cameras pointed at the contestants' passage, ready to record this historic moment. Dear audience, welcome to the qualifying competition. A passionate male commentator at the commentary desk was giving a pre-match warm-up with saliva flying all over his body. Today's first match is truly exciting. Our veteran powerhouse, Gale, will be facing off against Abyss, a team founded by our school's Man of the Year, Su Chen. According to the information we've obtained, this Abyss team, from captain to player, consists of only one person, Su Chen. This is unprecedented in the history of the league. Is this the absolute confidence of an S-rank genius, or just a farce to attract attention? Let's wait and see. Backstage, contestant preparation area. Wang Hao and the other two were sitting around Su Chen, feeling anxious. Chen, brother Chen, how about, is it too late for us to admit defeat now? Wang Hao was so nervous that his palms were sweaty and his voice was trembling. Outside, there are at least 20,000 people outside, all here to laugh at you. Yeah, brother Chen, a real man can bend and stretch. There's no need to get angry with those mad dogs. Li Rui also echoed. However, Su Chen still looked relaxed. He was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, even humming a tuneless tune. He didn't even raise his eyelids when he heard their words, but just said lightly, "What's the rush? Go, buy me a few bags of sunflower seeds and a bucket of popcorn. It will be so boring to watch the show later without something to eat." Wang Hao and the other two were completely out of temper. Looking at Su Chen's dead pig not afraid of boiling water look, they could only look at each other helplessly and then resigned themselves to their fate and went to the store to buy snacks. Just then. Now, please welcome the contestants from both sides to the stage. The commentator's passionate voice resounded throughout the venue. The first to approach us is the 5th strongest force in the school, the Gale team. Boom! Accompanied by thunderous cheers and applause. Joe Cohen, the captain of the Fierce Wind team, was the first to walk out of the contestant channel with high spirits, carrying his huge thunder axe. Behind him followed 3 new faces that looked somewhat unfamiliar. A shield guard, an assassin, and a healer. Apparently, this was a temporary player he recruited from another team overnight after losing 3 main players. Although their coordination is definitely not as good as the original team, the powerful aura of the 4 A-level talents standing together still makes the audience excited. Strong Wind. Strong Wind. Captain Joe Cohen, beat that clown to pieces. Joe Cohen enjoyed the cheers from the audience and had a smug smile on his face. He walked to the center of the ring and even showed off his strong biceps to the audience, which once again caused screams. Well, next. Let's welcome his opponent with the warmest applause. The commentator deliberately drew out his voice and his tone was full of joking. A one-man army. Team Abyss, Su Chen. Swish. A moment. All the spotlights were focused on the contestant tunnel on the other side. The cheers from the entire audience instantly turned into a malicious, thunderous roar of laughter and boos. Clown. Get out. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Ha ha ha, is his army lost? Amidst the ridicule that filled the air, Su Chen's figure slowly walked out of the dark passage. He did not enjoy the cheers like Joe Cohen did. He was not moved at all by the ridicule. He calmly walked onto the huge fighting arena step by step. Alone. It formed an extremely sharp and extremely sad contrast with the aggressive four-man team on the opposite side. Student Su Chen. The referee in his uniform walked up to him and asked in a businesslike tone, but with a hint of pity in his eyes, "Let me confirm one last time. Are you really the only one on your team?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded. According to league regulations, team competitions must be conducted with 5 players. League Rulebook, Chapter 3, Article 17, the number of official team members must not be less than 5. Su Chen interrupted him calmly. "I have 5 names on my registration form, don't I?" The referee was choked by his words and could only shake his head helplessly and step aside. "All right, both players, do you have anything to say to each other before the match? This is the trash talk session before the game." Upon hearing this, Joe Kuan immediately let out a sinister grin and walked forward. He looked at Su Chen as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered, and said in a tone full of superiority and cruelty, "Boy, what I said yesterday still counts. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then get off the stage. I could just break both of your legs. Otherwise." However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Su Chen suddenly spoke. He looked at Joe Kuan and then at the 3 unfamiliar new faces behind him, a strange and meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Where are your 3 teammates?" Su Chen suddenly asked. "Why didn't the ranger, the shield guard, and the healer come?" Joe Kuan was stunned when he heard this. Then a barely perceptible trace of panic and guilt flashed across his face. "And none of your business. They're busy and can't come." "Oh, really?" The smile on Su Chen's face became even more intense. He slowly leaned close to Joe Kuan's ear and whispered in a devilishly cold voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Are they in trouble? They are dead. And I killed him with my own hands. Just yesterday, they asked me to bring you a message." Su Chen paused, looking at Joe Kuan's face, which had turned as pale as paper, and said slowly, "They said they are waiting for you in hell. By the way, I want to say hello to you." Chapter 59, all the cards are revealed. For beast gods descend, shocking everyone. Boom! Joe Kuan's mind went blank. He stared at Su Chen's eyes, which were bloodshot due to his arrogance, and at this moment they were completely filled with an emotion called fear. Dead? His 3 teammates died? And he was killed by this seemingly harmless assistant? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He must be cheating me. How could he, a support and a power bank, possibly kill 3 A-level combat types? You are talking nonsense." Joe Kuan's lips were trembling, and he roared in a fierce but weak manner. "You think you can scare me by making up a story?" However, Su Chen just looked at him calmly, looking at his ridiculous appearance of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Then Su Chen slowly raised his right hand. Lying quietly in the palm of his hand was a broken arrow stained with the power of thunder and lightning. The moment I saw the arrow, Joe Kuan's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. The blood color on his face also disappeared completely in an instant. That arrow, he recognized it. That's the exclusive enchanted arrow of his teammate, the Thunder Ranger. There were even traces of his unique spiritual power fluctuations on it. How could it appear in his hands? Could it be that what he said was all true? A chill cold enough to freeze the soul instantly ran from Joe Kuan's tailbone all the way to the top of his head. He looked at Su Chen's deep eyes that were calm and without a ripple. He finally realized that he seemed to have provoked a terrifying existence that he absolutely should not have provoked. Just then, "Both sides get ready. Countdown to the game." The referee's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. On a huge virtual screen right above the ring, bright red numbers full of oppression appeared. 10, 9, 8. Joe Kuan's heart was beating wildly. He wants to give up. He wanted to escape from the ring immediately. Escape from this demon in front of him that makes him tremble from the depths of his soul. But he can't. In front of all the teachers and students of the entire school and under the watchful eyes of countless media outlets, if he dares to surrender without a fight, Joe Kuan and his lifelong team will completely become a disgrace to Jiangcheng University. He has no way out. Oh shit. A hint of madness and ruthlessness flashed in Joe Kuan's eyes. Playing tricks. I just don't believe it. How can a mere support like you turn the world upside down? He transformed all his fear into the most violent rage. He held the thunder axe tightly in his hand and pushed his A-level talent to the extreme. The violent power of thunder and lightning flashed wildly on his body. Although the three temporary teammates behind him didn't know what was going on, they were also infected by his momentum and drew their weapons and took fighting stances. 4-1. The advantage is mine. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Boom. At the moment the referee's voice fell. Joe Cohen was the first to move. The ground beneath his feet broke into pieces. The whole person turned into a violent lightning, carrying a tremendous force, and rushed towards Su Chen, who was still standing there quietly as if he was scared silly. He wanted to use the most violent and direct way to completely crush this guy who frightened him. The audience was instantly excited. Go! Captain Joe Cohen. 1 axe. Chop him in 2. Everyone thought that what they were about to see was a one-sided massacre without any suspense. However, just at the last moment, Joe Cohen's giant axe wrapped in lightning was about to fall on Su Chen's head. Su Chen finally moved. He slowly raised his head. There was a flicker of pity in those calm eyes. It's over, he said softly. Then he raised his hands and made an extremely strange and ominous mark on his chest. S-level talent, spiritual power link. Start up. Buzz. Not 1, but 4. For huge contract formations composed of countless twisted runes, deeper than the night and more ominous than the abyss, suddenly unfolded behind him without any warning. Waves of desolate, ancient, tyrannical, terrifying pressure filled with the breath of death and destruction gushed out crazily from the 4 magic circles. In a moment, the noisy, chaotic and crazy atmosphere in the entire stadium seemed to have been muted. Everyone's movements and expressions were frozen on their faces. They could feel an indescribable terrifying pressure coming down, which made them tremble from the depths of their souls. What is that? What is that? Joe Cohen, who was in the process of charging, suddenly froze. His forward-moving body seemed to have hit an invisible wall made of fear and could no longer move forward. He looked up blankly. Then he saw it. Behind Su Chen were 4 slowly rotating dark magic circles that looked like the gates of hell. 4 huge and hideous figures that only existed in legends and nightmares were slowly walking out step by step. The first one is a demon cat that is completely black with 9 flames of the underworld burning behind it. The second one was a young dragon that was over 5 meters tall, covered in dark golden rock armor and emanating a titan-like aura of oppression. The third one is a void plunderer that is over 10 meters long and looks like a mantis, but its arms are 2 huge sickles that flash with space ripples. The fourth one is a ball floating in the air, composed of countless pale and wailing souls, emitting endless resentment, a soul storm. 9 netherworld cat. Earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard. Void ripper. 10,000 soul banners. 4 legendary ancient beasts that should only exist in the deepest part of the forbidden abyss. At this moment, he appeared in front of everyone alive. They stood quietly behind the young man. 4 pairs of eyes filled with brutality and killing looked down indifferently at the tiny reptiles below the ring that had already been scared out of their wits. The whole world was dead silent. Only the commentator's microphone, which had fallen to the ground due to excessive shock, was still making a sizzling sound of electricity. Su Chen turned around slowly. He looked at Joe Cohen opposite him, who was completely dumbfounded, shaking like a sieve and could barely hold his battle axe. A brilliant yet cruel smile appeared on his face. I forgot to introduce myself. Team Abyss, Captain, Su Chen. As well as. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the cold, dark golden scales of the young dragon lizard beside him. My 4 teammates. Chapter 60 Chapter 60 One-sided massacre. The opponent was scared to death. Su Chen's calm voice was like the death knell, echoing for a long time in the ears of Joe Cohen, the Gale team, and the more than 20,000 spectators at the scene. Teammate? This is called teammates? These are clearly 4 living monsters that crawled out of hell. Joe Cohen's body was shaking badly. The thunder axe in his hand weighed hundreds of pounds, but at this moment it was as light as a straw, and he dropped it to the ground with a clang. He felt that familiar, wet warmth in his crotch again. This time I was really scared to death. The 3 temporary teammates behind him were even more miserable. The shield guard's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground with a pale face. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. The assassin and the healer had already rolled their eyes and were about to faint from fright. The battle has not yet begun. The outcome is already decided. Oh, right. Su Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He glanced at the four opponents opposite him who had completely lost their fighting spirit, and a somewhat distressed expression appeared on his face. Our team seems to be still lacking a support. He touched his chin and then turned his gaze to the 10,000 souls banner, composed of countless wailing souls. Xiaowan, you'll be the nurse in this match. The soul storm seemed to understand Su Chen's words and let out a teeth-grinding weird laugh. Immediately afterwards, 4 gray-white halos filled with ominous aura floated out from its body and fell at the feet of the other 3 ferocious beasts and Su Chen himself. Resentment aura reduces all enemy attributes by 10%. Fear aura continuously inflicts mental shock on the enemy, with a certain chance of causing a fear effect. Decay aura continuously weakens the enemy's health and defense. Bloodthirsty aura increases the attack speed and life-sucking effect of friendly units by 10%. The abnormal auxiliary aura of 4 debuffs plus buff instantly enveloped the entire arena. When seeing this scene, the students in the audience who were originally mocking Su Chen as an auxiliary felt as if their faces had been slapped hard 100 times with the soles of shoes. This is called assistance? Your support starts the game by giving the opponent 4 debuffs, and then fully buffs your own 4 bosses? What the hell is this? Okay, preparations are complete. Su Chen clapped his hands and then gave a simple and cold order to his 4 teammates who were already eager to try. Solve it. Meow. Roar. Hiss. He. 4 roars filled with brutality and murderous intent sounded at the same time. Next second, the battle began in a devastating way that no one could have imagined. The first one to move was Xiaozhou. Its figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not even a trace was left. The frightened assassin on the opposite side only felt a chill on his neck. He lowered his head and saw a tiny, almost negligible bloodstain. Then his head slid off his neck in one smooth motion. Until his death, his face was still frozen with that expression of horror. Kill with one blow. The therapist also suffered a miserable fate. Xiaozhou's figure appeared behind her like a ghost, and the tail burning with the fire of the underworld just curled lightly. The poor healer, who didn't even have time to activate his shield, was instantly burned into a charred human-shaped charcoal by the nether fire with a shrill scream. The 2 back row players were instantly evaporated in just 1 second. On the other side, the Void Ripper, which was over 10 meters tall, also faced its target, the captain of the Gale team, Zhou Kuan. Ah! I'll fight you. Zhou Kuan was also driven completely crazy by this bloody scene. He roared and picked up the thunder axe on the ground again, poured all the power of thunder and lightning into it, and slashed fiercely at the demon-like Void Ripper. However, facing his all-out attack, the Void Ripper simply slowly raised its 2 huge sickles that were like sharp blades of space. Then a slight mistake. Buzz. A visible ripple in space spread out. The moment Zhou Kuan's unstoppable battle axe touched the layer of space ripples, it was like chopping into a ball of cotton, and all the force was instantly dissipated. Then the space twisted. The thunder axe appeared behind Zhou Kuan without any warning and struck him hard on the back. Phew! Zhou Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew forward. He didn't even have time to land. The figure of the Void Ripper appeared in front of him as if teleporting. The 2 sickles that were flashing with space ripples turned into 2 gray lightning bolts. Swish! Swish! Zhou Kuan's 2 arms holding the battle axes were chopped off at the same time. Ah! Zhou Kuan let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and fell heavily to the ground like a fish out of water, twitching wildly. The battle is over. No. This isn't a fight at all. This was a one-sided and inhumane massacre. The only one still standing on the field was the shield guard who had been sitting on the ground from the beginning and didn't dare to move. He looked at the hellish scene before him, at his 2 teammates who were killed instantly and one of them had both arms cut off. His spirit completely collapsed. At this moment he felt a huge shadow completely enveloping him. He raised his head with difficulty. Then he saw it. The young dragon lizard, which was over 5 meters tall and covered with dark golden rock armor, was walking towards him step by step with heavy steps. It lowered its head and looked down at him indifferently with its ruby-like, majestic eyes. Then it opened its mouth. Let out a roar, full of childishness but containing the supreme pressure of a titan. Roar! Ah! The moment the A-level talented shield guard heard the roar, his eyes bulged out and he foamed at the mouth. He was actually frightened to death by the terrifying pressure that came from his bloodline. The entire stadium was dead silent. The more than 20,000 spectators seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the bloody and shocking scene on the ring. Their faces were filled with fear, with dullness, and with the confusion of having their worldviews completely shattered. The battle from start to finish. The total time taken was less than 10 seconds. Su Chen didn't even move a step. He just stood there quietly, looking at the two dead, one disabled and one frightened opponents opposite him, and slowly called back his 4 teammates. Then he turned around and calmly asked the referee, who had already been stunned, in the dead silence of the stadium, "Can I announce the result now? I'm in a hurry to go to the next game." Chapter 61 Change the rules for me alone. The boss treats me like an ancestor. The referee, who had already been frightened silly, shuddered and came to his senses when he heard this. He glanced at the 2 charred corpses on the ring, and the human stick still twitching in a pool of blood, and then looked at Su Chen's face, which was calm and somewhat scary. His throat rolled with difficulty. Then, with a trembling voice that was worse than crying, he loudly announced, This game. Team Abyss wins. This opening game, which can be said to be the bloodiest, most shocking, and shortest in the history of the league, has ended. But the aftermath it brought was like a magnitude 12 super earthquake, centered at Jiangcheng University, and spreading wildly to the entire circle of extraordinary people in China. Less than 10 minutes. Hashtag the Beast Team appears at Jiangcheng University. Hashtag the true identity of the S-level auxiliary is actually the Beastmaster Demon King. Hashtag the fastest BO5 in history, 2 dead, 1 disabled, and 1 scared to death in 10 seconds. Hashtag topics full of gimmicks and impact instantly ignited all the extraordinary forums and social media. For the first time, the name Su Chen entered everyone's vision with an attitude of an unrivaled king descending. Jiangcheng University was in complete chaos. Principal's office. Bang! A priceless antique teacup was thrown heavily to the ground by a gray-haired but vigorous old man. Nonsense! This is absolute nonsense! Li Xinghua, the president of Jiangcheng University, was so angry that he was shaking all over and pointing at the holographic projection in front of him, furious. What was playing on the projector was a high-definition replay of Su Chen's game. Can anyone tell me? What on earth is going on? A student actually contracted and commanded forbidden beasts in the league arena. And 4 of them. This is a slap in the face of Jiangcheng University. This is a slap in the face of the entire league organizing committee. All the senior school leaders in the office were so silent that they didn't even dare to breathe. Principal. A bespectacled dean of academic affairs spoke cautiously, This Su Chen, his talent is S-rank, spiritual power link. Logically, he can sign a contract with any target. Ferocious beasts, theoretically, fall within the scope of any target. And his registration was officially approved by the league organizing committee. From a procedural point of view, he seems to have not violated any regulations. No violation? Li Xinghua was so angry when he heard this that he almost passed out. He's almost demolishing people. And you're telling me there's no violation? Just then. Ding-ling-ling. A red dedicated encrypted phone in the office suddenly rang. Li Xinghua's face suddenly changed when he saw the caller ID. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and answered the phone. Hello, Minister Wang. A majestic and urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xinghua. I don't care what method you use. Right now. Immediately. Find that student named Su Chen for me. No. Stop looking. Just stay in the gym and don't go anywhere. I'll go there myself. Remember. You must keep him steady. Don't let him have any emotional outbursts. Give him whatever he wants. If he wants to tear down the gymnasium, just give him a hammer. He is the hope for the future of our human race. Beep, beep. The call was hung up. Li Xinghua held the microphone blankly, standing there in a daze. Hope? The Devil King who seemed lawless to him was actually the hope of mankind? He hasn't recovered from the shock yet. The office door was violently slammed open with a bang. An assistant, sweating profusely, rushed in crawling. Principal. Something bad has happened. That Su Chen, he took his roommates to the cafeteria to eat? Imperial Capital, National College League Organizing Committee, the highest level conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive that water seemed to drip out of it. More than a dozen big figures in the entire Chinese world of extraordinary people, who could cause earthquakes with just a stomp of their feet, were sitting around a round table, staring intently at the young man who was leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg on the central holographic projection. "Tell me, how do we deal with this matter?" An old man with a dignified face and a general star on his shoulder, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke in a deep voice. "I suggest that he be disqualified immediately and placed under quarantine for investigation." A very old-fashioned looking member from the Disciplinary Supervision Department was the first to stand up and speak righteously. "Contracting a ferocious beast is a taboo. Especially in such a public place, using such bloody means to slaughter the opponent. This trend must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, the fairness and authority of the league will be completely destroyed." His words were echoed by many people. "I object." At this moment, a young-looking female member from the Genius Strategic Development Department with extremely sharp eyes slammed the table and stood up. "Fair? Authoritative?" She sneered and her eyes were like knives, sweeping across everyone present. "Everyone, don't forget what kind of sword is hanging over our heads. The battle on the battleground of the heavens is getting more brutal by the day. How long can our generation hold out? 10 years? 20 years? What we need now isn't some bullshit fairness. We need someone strong. Someone who can break the rules and create miracles, a true monster." She pointed at Su Chen on the projection and spoke in a loud and powerful voice. "An 18-year-old S-rank talent. A beast-taming genius who can single-handedly contract and perfectly control 4 ancient ferocious beasts. You're actually going to kill what might be our only hope for the future of humanity just for a few worthless pieces of trash? Have your brains been clogged with the feces of ferocious beasts?" Her words plunged the entire conference room into a dead silence. For a long time. The old general sitting in the first seat spoke slowly. "Pass on my orders. First, classify all of Su Chen's information as top-level SSS level secret. Secondly, immediately revise the rules of this league. Add a special talent clause. For any player designated as a special talent, any seemingly illegal actions will be considered reasonable tactical innovations. Third." The old man paused and looked at the projection. The young man who casually threw the chicken bones into the trash can, his eyes flashed with an unprecedented burning light. "Tell this to Li Jinhua from Jiangcheng University. From now on, that child named Su Chen is the ancestor of Jiangcheng University. Put it on display for me." Chapter 62, Former Teammates Filled with Regret? "Sorry, who are you?" Jiangcheng University, number 1 canteen. During lunchtime, this should be the busiest and noisiest place on campus. But today, an extremely strange vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in a corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. In the center of this vacuum zone, 4 boys were sitting at a dining table, feasting on a mountain of plates. 3 of them ate voraciously, their mouths drooling with oil, like starving ghosts reincarnated. The other one ate very politely. He was holding a huge roasted chicken drumstick between 2 fingers. A trace of imperceptible spiritual power flowed through his fingertips like a scalpel. The next second, a magical scene happened. The whole roasted chicken leg's bones and meat separated instantly. He casually threw a clean bone without a trace of meat into the trash can. He gracefully put the tender and juicy whole chicken leg into his mouth. "Fuck. Brother Chen, your spiritual bone removal technique is simply amazing. Teach me." Wang Hao stared at Su Chen's abnormal operation with his eyes wide open, and spoke incoherently with his mouth full of rice. "You want to learn?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I'll teach you when you can use your spiritual power to precisely split a grain of rice in half." Wang Hao stopped talking, lowered his head, and silently ate his rice. This requirement was more difficult for him than asking him to split bricks with one hand. Looking at the 3 lively people, Su Chen felt a rare sense of relief and comfort. This long-lost campus life full of fireworks brought a little warmth to his heart, which had become a little cold because he had stayed in the abyss for too long. But he didn't know. In a corner not far from them, 2 complex gazes filled with regret, pain and struggle were fixed on him. Xia Qingying and Bai Mangli were standing here. They came to the cafeteria to get food. Then they saw it. I saw the young man who should have been left to fend for himself in the abyss. I saw the boy who was the laughingstock and clown of the whole school. I saw that young man, who summoned 4 ancient ferocious beasts on the ring and looked down upon the world like a demon king. When they saw the scene through live broadcast in the hospital ward, Their minds are blank. Their world is collapsing. It turns out that what he said, "I am an army by myself," was not just some arrogant and crazy talk. Rather, it was a plain statement of fact. It turns out that what they abandoned was not a power bank that could only provide spiritual power, but a real god. Bai Mangli's body was trembling slightly. She looked at Su Chen, who was respected and feared by everyone, but was chatting and laughing with his friends. Looking at the relaxed and confident smile on his face that she had never seen before, her heart felt like it was being pierced repeatedly by 10,000 needles. Remorse. Endless regret. Like the most ferocious tide that completely submerged her. I want to go over and say sorry to him. Bai Mangli's lips trembled and her voice was filled with tears. She subconsciously wanted to take a step forward, but her hand was held tightly by a cold but also slightly trembling hand. It's Xia Qingying. Don't go. Xia Qingying shook her head, her voice hoarse. Why? Bai Mangli looked at her in confusion. We did something wrong, don't we even have the right to apologize? It's not a question of qualifications. Xia Qingying stared at Su Chen intently, and her eyes, which were always as sharp as swords, were now filled with pain and a hint of fear. It's a matter of distance. Her swordsman was frantically warning her. In her perception, Su Chen at this moment was no longer a person. But it is a peerless and fierce sword inserted in the scabbard. No. Not even a sword. But it is a bottomless, terrifying abyss that can swallow up all light. She could feel that if she dared to take another step closer, her sword heart, her will, everything about her would be instantly crushed by that invisible and terrifying force. They are no longer from the same world. Let's go. Xia Qingying showed a smile on her face that was uglier than crying. She pulled Bai Mangli, who was still in a daze, and slowly turned around. We are no longer qualified to appear before him. Our sword, our holy light, is not worthy to be covered in dust for him again. The two once glorious daughters of heaven disappeared sadly at the door of the cafeteria, like two defeated and downtrodden quails. And from beginning to end, Su Chen didn't even look in their direction. It was as if they were just two insignificant specks of dust in the air. Ha! Brother Chen, aren't those the school beauties Bai and Xia? Wang Hao, with his sharp eyes, still saw the two departing figures. He asked curiously, it seemed like they were looking at you just now. Who? Su Chen raised his head with a perfect, innocent look of confusion on his face. School bell Bai? School bell Xia? He thought about it and then shook his head seriously. I don't know him. Chapter 63 The Demon King becomes a mentor? I will teach you how to beat me online. Su Chen's second game soon arrived. This time, the atmosphere in the entire stadium was completely different from the previous one. There were no thunderous jeers and boos. Instead, there was a near-death silence, filled with awe and fear. More than 20,000 spectators sat upright, not even daring to breathe. They looked at the young man who was still alone and calmly walked onto the ring, their eyes filled with complex emotions. It seemed as if they were not looking at a participating student. But it is an ancient demon king who is about to start hunting. Su Chen's opponent today is the Rock Team, which is ranked 10th in the school. A team known for its ultimate defensive power. When the 5 members of Rock Team walked onto the ring, everyone saw that the legs of the 5 of them were shaking slightly uncontrollably. Especially their captain, a shield guard who was over 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, holding a huge tower shield. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. The one I drew was Su Chen. This is like getting a death notice. The game hasn't started yet. They have already lost. However, just when everyone thought that the Rock Team would be destroyed instantly like the Jaela team, what happened next surprised everyone. Senior Su Chen, the shield guard captain, who was as strong as a bear, actually took the initiative to step forward before the game started and bowed deeply and respectfully to Su Chen. His voice was filled with a hint of nervousness and genuine admiration. My name is Shirley. I'm the captain of the Rock Team. We all watched the last match. You are so strong. We know we are no match for you. We came on stage today not to fight you, but to learn from you. Shirley scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Our Rock Team is best at defense. I heard that that Dragon Lizard teammate is also a defensive type. So we were thinking, could we have a sparring match with your Dragon Lizard teammate? We just want to know how long our proud rock formation can hold up against a truly top-tier defense. Of course. If you don't agree, we'll give up now. We won't waste your precious time. Shirley was very humble. His words were also spoken with great sincerity. The entire gymnasium fell into silence due to his unexpected remarks. No one expected that the game would start in this way. Suchen looked at the honest man in front of him, who was nervous but whose eyes were full of desire for the art of defense, and he felt a little favorable impression of him. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet. This is Su Chen's usual code of conduct. He nodded and said calmly, okay. But I have one condition. You tell me. We'll agree to all of your requests, not just one. An expression of ecstasy instantly appeared on Shirley's face. It's very simple. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. If you can hold out for more than 3 minutes under the attacks of my teammates. Even if you win this game. What? If you can hold on for 3 minutes, you win? Shirley was stunned when he heard this. Then an unprecedented bright light burst out from his eyes. A powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body. Good. He slammed the huge tower's shield in his hand to the ground. Boom. The entire arena shook violently. Senior Su Chen. Please teach me. The 4 teammates behind him also entered combat mode instantly, forming an airtight defensive formation like a tortoise shell with him as the core. Interesting. Su Chen smiled. He snapped his fingers. A dark golden contract formation slowly unfolded beside him. Then, a young dragon lizard, over 5 meters tall and covered in dark golden rock armor, walked out with heavy steps. Xiaolong, go. Su Chen pointed at the turtle shell formation on the opposite side that was on high alert and gave orders. Play with them. Don't hit too hard. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. Roar. The dragon lizard cub tilted its huge head, seeming a little confused. Can't you use force in a fight? Then what is the point? But the master's orders are absolute. It took a step reluctantly and walked slowly towards the rock array opposite. It didn't even activate any skills. He just raised his head, which was like a small hill and covered with dark golden scales. Then he gently pushed forward towards Shirley's huge tower shield. It wants to end this boring game in the purest and most original way, confrontation. However. Boom. A muffled sound. The expected scene of the other party falling to the ground did not occur. The moment Shirley's huge tower shield touched its head, it suddenly lit up with a thick khaki light. A level defensive talent, as still as a mountain. A steady and tenacious force came from the shield. The huge body of the dragon lizard was actually pushed back, half a step. Roar. The dragon lizard's eyes widened instantly. It was actually pushed back? Was it pushed back by a tiny reptile that it considered not even worthy of being a snack? An unprecedented feeling of humiliation suddenly surged into its heart. It's angry. Roar. The dragon lizard let out a roar full of anger. It no longer underestimates its enemies and completely unleashes its terrifying power derived from its titan bloodline. The dark golden light flashed wildly on its body. It slammed into the turtle shell formation again. Boom. This time the entire arena seemed to be hit by a meteorite. Shirley's body trembled violently. He only felt an unmatched terrifying force coming from the shield. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the hard alloy ring and he slid back for more than 10 meters before he finally stopped. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The 4 teammates behind him were shaken by this terrifying impact force and their formation was instantly disrupted. No. It's too strong. Shirley's eyes were filled with horror. Is this the power of a top-level ferocious beast? This is just a cub. Just when he thought he was about to lose. Su Chen's calm voice suddenly rang in his ears like a morning bell. Your formation is too rigid. Shield guards are not fighting alone, you have teammates behind you. Have your healer cast the healing spell on your shield instead of on you? Have your 2 warriors abandoned their defenses and used their weapons to jam its foreland joints, limiting its ability to exert force? Your talent is unmovable as a mountain, not unmovable dead mountain. Mountains can also move. Every comment from Su Chen was like a key, instantly opening the long-closed door in Shirley's mind. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Shirley's eyes flashed with a light of enlightenment. He immediately readjusted his tactics according to Su Chen's instructions. Really? After changing their tactics, their originally shaky defense line instantly became much more stable. Although he was still being pushed back by the dragon lizard, at least he no longer had the feeling that he was about to collapse at any time. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The time is almost up. The audience held their breath nervously. They actually were almost able to hold out for 3 minutes. However, just at the last second when the countdown is about to end, Su Chen spoke again. You've reached your limit. Remember, true defense is not passively enduring. Instead, take the initiative to guide and resolve the issue. After saying that, he gave a new instruction to the already impatient dragon lizard cub. Xiaolong, use that move. Roar. The dragon lizard seemed to have been waiting impatiently. It suddenly took a step back and stomped its huge paw hard on the ground. Titan bloodline skill, gravity distortion. Buzz. An invisible twisted force field suddenly erupted with it as the center. Shirley only felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly tilt. The gravity of the entire world seemed to be reversed at this moment. His rock-solid lower body, which he was so proud of, lost all its function in an instant. He and his teammates were like a few drunkards, staggering and falling to the side uncontrollably. The dragon lizard seized this opportunity and launched a simple, Titan charge. Boom! The rock array collapsed. The 5 men were knocked out like bowling pins, falling to pieces on the edge of the ring and completely losing their fighting ability. The game is over. It took 3 minutes and 1 second. Su Chen kept his promise. He looked at Shirley, who had gotten up from the ground, looking disheveled but with eyes full of gratitude and admiration, and nodded lightly. You lose. But I recognize your defense. After saying that, he took back the dragon lizard, turned around and walked off the ring. Only Shirley was left standing there blankly. For a long time. He bowed deeply again towards Su Chen's departing back. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Chapter 64 The former goddess kneels down and begs for reconciliation? Sorry, don't dirty my land. After the harmonious teaching game with the rock team ended, Su Chen's reputation at Jiangcheng University reached an unprecedented peak. If the bloody massacre in the first match against the Jaela team made everyone feel fear and awe of him, this second match allowed everyone to see the master-like demeanor hidden behind his unfathomable strength. Use both kindness and force. Tyranny and kindness coexist. This is the true style of a strong man. Suddenly, the trend of the campus forum changed completely. All the previous posts mocking and insulting him have been deleted. Instead, there are confession posts and declaration posts filled with admiration and fanaticism. I was wrong. I repent. I shouldn't have laughed at Boss Su Chen. I'm a blind idiot. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Su Chen. If anyone dares to say a bad word about him, I'll fight him to death. Technical analysis post, in-depth analysis of Su Chen's beast control tactic system. This is the real future. The name Su Chen has become a legend in Jiangcheng University. He is no longer the S-level support who needs to rely on the Yaoguang team, but the only new god in the hearts of all Jiangcheng University students. However, regarding the earth-shaking changes in the outside world, Su Chen, who was at the center of the storm, still looked indifferent. After the game, he didn't even accept any media interviews, nor did he pay attention to the school leaders who swarmed around him like flies. He just whistled back to their ordinary dormitory 302 with his 3 roommates who had completely transformed into #1 fanboys. Brother Chen. You were so handsome just now. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hao could no longer suppress his excitement and shouted with his hands and feet dancing. Especially when you were instructing Shirley, your demeanor were even more impressive than the professors in our department. Yeah. The way Shirley looked at you the last time was so intense that it almost made you tear a thread out of it. I reckon if you just raise your hand now, he'll immediately disband Team Rock and become your underling. Li Rui also echoed excitedly. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He took off his coat and threw it on the bed, then walked to his desk as usual, ready to water the succulent plant. However, just then, knock, knock, knock. An extremely light and even timid knock on the door sounded. Who is it? Zhang Wei, who was in high spirits, shouted loudly, walked over and opened the dormitory door. Then he froze. There was a figure standing at the door. A girl with a face as pale as paper, wearing a loose hospital gown, looking extremely haggard and weak. It's Bai Mengli. What are you doing here? The smile on Jiang Wei's face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a cold expression filled with disgust and vigilance. He had no good feelings towards this woman who had stabbed his brother in the back the most cruelly. I'm looking for Su Chen. Bai Mengli's lips trembled and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. She looked over Jiang Wei's shoulder and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing in front of the desk with his back to her. Brother Chen is not here. Jiang Wei wanted to close the door without thinking. Get him out. We don't welcome ungrateful people here. Wang Hao and Li Rui also stood up, their faces also full of hostility. However, just as Jiang Wei was about to close the door, Bai Mengli suddenly did something that no one expected. She made a plop sound. He actually knelt straight at the door of dormitory 302. The entire dormitory fell into silence in an instant. Jiang Wei's hand, which was closing the door, froze there. The three of them stared in amazement at the girl kneeling on the ground, who had once been revered as the sacred heart goddess by countless boys, their minds blank. And Su Chen finally turned around slowly. He looked at Bai Mengli, who was kneeling at the door with tears streaming down her face and looked pitiful. There was no surprise or pity in his deep eyes. There is only an unbreakable cold indifference. Su Chen. Bai Mengli raised her tearful face and looked at Su Chen, her voice filled with endless regret and humble pleading. I'm sorry. I know that even if I say sorry 1,000 times, it won't make up for the harm I've caused you. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so possessed, shouldn't have listened to Ling Bingyao's instigation, shouldn't have said those hurtful words. Please give me another chance, okay? Her tears kept falling like beads from a broken string. I'm willing to do anything for you. I'm willing to be your slave. As long as you can let me come back to you. She crawled on her knees while crying, wanting to crawl into the dormitory and hug Su Chen's legs. If her former fans saw this scene, they would probably be heartbroken. However, what responded to her was Su Chen's voice, which was so cold and emotionless, as if it came from the nine nether hell. Roll. Just one word. Simple. Simply. But it was like the sharpest knife filled with poison, stabbing into Bai Mengli's heart. Crush her last bit of hope and all her dignity to pieces. Why? Bai Mengli stared at Su Chen blankly, her face full of disbelief. She couldn't figure it out. She had put aside all her dignity and knelt down to beg him. Why can he still be so heartless? Why? Su Chen smiled. He slowly walked to Bai Mengli and squatted down. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with tears and confusion, and spoke softly, word by word, in an extremely calm yet cruel tone, because, from the moment you made your choice, you're already dead here with me. A dead person is not qualified to be forgiven. Besides, Su Chen stood up and looked down at her condescendingly, his eyes filled with undisguised extreme disgust. Don't dirty my place with your tears. After saying that, he stopped looking at her, turned around and said to the three roommates who were already dumbfounded, throw out the trash. Chapter 65 I don't want this trash, but you treat it as treasure? No, don't. She reached out desperately, trying to grab something. But Wang Hao and Jiang Wei had already lifted her cold, defenseless body up from the left and right like a chicken. Get lost. Don't bother our brother Chen anymore. The two men's faces were filled with undisguised disgust, and they dragged her out of the dormitory roughly. Then with a bang, he slammed the dormitory door shut. The whole world is quiet. Su Chen looked at the floor where Bai Mengli had just knelt and frowned slightly. He walked over to his desk and pulled out a disinfectant wipe. Then he squatted down and carefully wiped the floor back and forth 3 times. It was as if it was contaminated with some extremely dirty and disgusting virus. After doing all this, he threw the used wipes accurately into the trash can. He clapped his hands and his face regained its calm and composed expression. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an insignificant episode. When his 3 roommates in the dormitory saw him like this, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. Awesome. Brother Chen, you are really awesome. This is a real man. This is the way to treat those who betrayed you. Without a trace of nostalgia and without a trace of softness. Ahem. Wang Hao cleared his throat to try to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Then, Brother Chen, shall we continue eating? Eat, why not eat? Su Chen smiled and sat back at the table, picking up a skewer of grilled kidneys. Don't let an irrelevant person affect our appetite. Okay. The dormitory was soon filled with laughter again. It was as if the girl named by Mengli had never appeared. However, just when they had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to play a few games and relax, Su Chen's personal terminal suddenly rang. It was an encrypted, unfamiliar communication request from the imperial capital. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and answered the call casually. A holographic projection instantly appeared in the center of the dormitory. The projection shows a young man with a tall stature and handsome face, who exudes a sunny and friendly aura. He was wearing a gorgeous team uniform with the Chitian pattern printed on it, and had a perfect smile on his face that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Hello, classmate Su Chen. The young man's voice is gentle and magnetic. Excuse me for interrupting, but let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Hao, the captain of the Imperial Capital University's Blazing Sky team. Qin Hao. When Wang Hao and the other two who were playing a game heard this name, the mouse and keyboard in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. They suddenly raised their heads and looked at the holographic projection with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Hao. That is, a legendary figure who truly stands at the top of the pyramid of students in all colleges and universities across the country. S-level flame talent, true fire of the sun. MVP of the National College League for 2 consecutive years. Hailed as a genius that appears once in a century. Why would he take the initiative to contact Brother Chen? What's up? However, facing this legendary chosen one, Su Chen's reaction was as indifferent as if he was talking to a passerby asking for directions. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, still concentrating on controlling his game character. Qin Hao didn't seem to expect Su Chen to react like this. The smile on his face froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. Classmate Su Chen, it's true that hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. He really has a lot of personality. He made some polite remarks and then got straight to the point. I think you should have guessed my purpose. On behalf of Imperial Capital University and the Blazing Sky team, I formally invite you. We need you. Qin Hao's tone became extremely sincere and full of unquestionable confidence. I know you had some unpleasantness with the Yaoguang team from Jiangcheng University. But that's all in the past. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. A small temple like Jiangcheng University can't accommodate a real dragon like you. Come to our seraph. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with a fiery light, and he began to throw out his chips that were enough for no one to refuse. As long as you nod, I can immediately ask the Imperial Capital University Board of Directors to arrange for you the highest level of special admission transfer. I'll personally pay 1 million abyss points for the transfer fee. Once you join the team, you will directly obtain the position of vice captain, with a veto power second only to mine. All of the team's S-level resources are available to you without limit. If you like anything in the Abyss store, I'll buy it for you as long as you have enough points. We have only one goal, and that is to win this year's national championship. And you will be the most indispensable piece of the championship puzzle for our Seraphim dynasty. Every word Qin Hao said was like a heavy bomb, hitting the hearts of Wang Hao and the other two hard. 1 million points. Unlimited S-level resources. The position of vice captain. Oh my god. This is simply the temptation of reaching the sky in one step. They had no doubt that as long as Su Chen nodded, he would immediately be able to transform from a clown laughed at by the whole school into a superior person envied and hated by all students in the country. They looked at Su Chen nervously. They felt that Brother Chen would refuse without any reason. However, Su Chen just typed GG calmly. Then he slowly raised his head and looked directly at the high-spirited Qin Hao in the projection for the first time. He looked at him and suddenly smiled. Are you done? Qin Hao was stunned. Your conditions do sound very tempting. Su Chen nodded and changed the subject. But his eyes became extremely calm, and also extremely sharp. Why would I join a team that treats even my former defeated opponent as a treasure, a rubbish team? What? The smile on Qin Hao's face froze instantly. Wang Hao and the other two behind him were so shocked that they almost bit off their tongues. Trash team? Brother Chen actually called the nation's top-ranked Seraphim team a garbage team? Student Su Chen, what do you mean by this? Qin Hao's voice already carried a hint of coldness. It's nothing. Su Chen shrugged and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Lu Ruyan is on your team now, right? I don't want her. You guys are training a piece of trash that even I eliminated as your core player. You said, if your team is not garbage, then what is it? Su Chen's words were like the sharpest knife filled with poison, piercing into Qin Hao's proud heart. You. Qin Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver. He wanted to refute but couldn't utter a word. Because what Su Chen said is true. My goal is also to win the national championship. Su Chen stood up and looked down at Qin Hao in the projection, his deep eyes filled with domineering aura that looked down on the world. But not with you. But. He slowly extended a finger and pointed at Qin Hao. Go get it by stepping on your corpses. Go back and tell Lu Ruyan, and tell yourself too. Wash your neck clean and wait for me on the stage of the finals. Wait for me, this power bank that you all look down upon, to personally crush all your pride. After saying that, Su Chen didn't give him any chance to speak and waved his hand. The communication was unilaterally disconnected. The whole dormitory was dead silent. All that was left was the sound of Wang Hao and the other two's heartbeats, which were beating like drums. Chapter 66. What's the point of a national championship? I'm fighting against the elite. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. Wang Hao, Li Rui and Zhang Wei were like three stone statues weathered by thousands of years, motionless in funny postures with their mouths wide open and their eyes bulging out. Their brains have completely shut down. What just happened? Qin Hao from Imperial Capital University, the MVP of the National College League for 2 consecutive years and a peerless genius known as the Son of the Sun, took the initiative to contact Brother Chen. Then, he offered a dreamlike price of 1 million points, the position of vice captain, and unlimited S-level resources to invite Brother Chen to join. Then Brother Chen said that your Qi Tian team is garbage. Then Brother Chen said that Lu Ruyan was trash that he didn't want. Then Brother Chen said that he would step on their corpses to win the championship. Then Brother Chen hung up the phone. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but he swallowed hard. The sound was like a switch, instantly breaking the silence in the dormitory. I. Wang Hao's lips were trembling. He wanted to say something, but found that his tongue was completely tied and he couldn't utter a complete syllable. His gaze slowly and dully fell on Su Chen, who was now picking up the mouse again and continuing the game with a calm expression. On the screen, the game character controlled by Su Chen was being pressed to the ground and rubbed wildly by 5 people on the opposite side. However, there was no trace of regret on Su Chen's face. He even commented on the screen with interest. Hey, this support's positioning is terrible. It's way worse than mine. When Wang Hao and the other two saw him like this, they felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Is this kind of mental quality something a carbon-based organism can possess? That's Qin Hao. That's the number 1 Qi Tian team in the country. You just rejected it? And using such a humiliating method to completely destroy the other party? Chen, Brother Chen. Zhang Wei's voice was tinged with tears, and he felt like he was going crazy. Do you know what you just did? I know. Su Chen said casually without turning his head. I rejected a stupid invitation and, by the way, declared war. The three fell silent again. They looked at Su Chen's calm profile, and an extremely absurd, but also convinced, idea formed madly in their minds. Brother Chen. Could he be the prince of some hidden family, out to experience life? Or perhaps, he was some peerless tycoon who had retired from the battlefield of the heavens and was now playing around in the human world? How else to explain it? Otherwise, how do you explain that he was able to contract 4 ancient ferocious beasts? How else could one explain his disdain and dominance towards a gifted child like Qin Hao? Right. It must be like this. This is the only reasonable explanation. After realizing this, the way Wang Hao and the other two looked at Su Chen changed completely. If before, their feelings for Su Chen were brotherly concern and admiration among friends, now, there was only the purest awe and worship in their eyes, as if they were looking up to a god. At the same time, in the distant imperial capital, at the Imperial Capital University, in the extremely luxurious lounge that belonged exclusively to the Seraphim team, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out. Bang! A priceless tactical analysis table made of 1,000-year-old cold ironwood was blasted into pieces by a fist burning with golden flames. Su Shan. Xinhao's chest was heaving violently, and his handsome face, which always wore a gentle and confident smile, was now completely distorted by extreme anger and became extremely hideous. In his golden eyes, which were as bright as the sun, there burned with rage that could burn everything and a hint of humiliation that he himself was not even aware of. Rubbish. He actually called himself trash, saying that his Seraphim team is rubbish. To say that the team he was so proud of, the one that was about to become the cornerstone of a dynasty, was made up of discarded garbage? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Xinhao has stood at the top of all his peers since the day he awakened his S-level talent. He enjoys the best resources, the top education, and the admiration and respect of countless people. He had never suffered such a great humiliation, especially by a country bumpkin from Jiangcheng University who, in his opinion, was just lucky and had some fortuitous encounters. Team leader. The several members of the Qitian team around were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. They had never seen their captain, who was always gentle and in control of everything, so out of control and so furious. And in this oppressive silence, a figure stood quietly in the shadow of the corner. It's Lu Ruyan. She lowered her head, and no one could see the expression on her face at the moment. But her tightly clenched hands, with her knuckles turning white from excessive force, revealed her extremely restless heart at the moment. The words Su Chen had just said were still echoing in her mind over and over again. Lu Ruyan, I don't want her. You guys are training a piece of trash that even I eliminated as your core player. You said, if your team is not garbage, then what is it? These words were like the sharpest knives filled with poison, piercing her self-righteous heart full of superiority, leaving it full of holes and bleeding. She always thought that she was the one who abandoned Su Chen. It was I who chose a broader platform and left that useless person who could only serve as a power bank far behind. However, it was not until this moment that she discovered with horror. Turn out to be. It turns out that in that man's eyes, I am the one who was casually discarded, garbage? She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Xinhao, who was still furious and roaring like a trapped beast. She looked at his face, which was twisted with anger. She couldn't help but think of Su Chen again. I remembered the boy who could remain calm no matter what desperate situation he faced, even when he was betrayed by the four of them in front of the whole school, as if everything was under control, and who was so steady that it made people's heart palpitate. Comparison between the two. The difference is obvious. A thought, like the most crazy poisonous weed, grew and spread uncontrollably in Lu Ruyan's heart for the first time. Yes or no? Real. Wrong choice? At this moment, Xinhao, who had vented his anger, finally calmed down. He slowly turned around, and his golden eyes, which had regained their coldness and arrogance, fell on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. His voice was emotionless. What on earth did Su Chen experience in the Forbidden Abyss? Tell me all the information he has, in detail. There was a dangerous glint in Xinhao's eyes. Since he's so shameless, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. I will personally kill him and all his ridiculous pets on the National League stage. Tear it to pieces. Chapter 67, The Fool's Intelligence, The Madman's Plan. Lu Ruyan moved her lips, but she felt as if her throat was being tightly pinched by an invisible hand, and she couldn't utter a word. Say what? What can she say? It is said that Su Chen's talent, spiritual power link, is actually not a power bank at all, but a terrifying ability that can contract with ancient ferocious beasts that she cannot understand at all? That she was blind and treated a real god as a piece of trash that could be discarded at will? That her current choice is a huge joke? No. She can't say. If she told it, she would become the laughingstock of everyone in the team. She will never be able to raise her head again. Xinhao looked at her struggling expression as she seemed to want to say something but couldn't, and his eyes became even colder. How? Are you hiding something from your old lover? There was a hint of danger in his voice. No. It's not. Lu Ruyan was frightened by his words and quickly shook her head to deny it. I just... Her mind was racing. Fear and that ridiculous self-esteem eventually triumphed over everything. She took a deep breath and, in the calmest possible tone, slowly spoke out the outdated information that she considered to be the most reasonable. Su Chen's talent is indeed S-level, spiritual power link. The core ability of this talent is to share and transfer spiritual energy, which can greatly improve the endurance and cultivation speed of teammates. That's why we used to call it power bank. As for why he was able to contract a ferocious beast, I don't know either. Lu Ruyan's eyes were a little evasive. Perhaps his talent underwent some kind of mutation that we are unaware of after entering the forbidden abyss. But she changed the subject and her tone became extremely certain. One thing is absolutely correct. The spiritual power link, talent itself does not possess any offensive capabilities. Su Chen himself is just a pure support. His physical fitness is the same as that of an ordinary auxiliary awakener. He may even be weaker due to long-term lack of exercise. All his strength comes from the ferocious beasts he contracted. As long as we can bypass those beasts and attack his true form, he will definitely be vulnerable. Lu Ruyan took the last bit of fantasy in her heart and spoke it out as if it were fact. It seemed that only in this way could she prove that her original choice was not so stupid. Qin Hao listened quietly without saying anything. He just stared at Lu Ruyan's eyes, as if trying to tell the truth from her words. There was dead silence in the lounge. Lu Ruyan felt like she was stripped naked and standing in the snow. Every second was torture. For a long time. Qin Hao nodded slowly. Very good. He turned away and stopped looking at her. He walked to the huge holographic projection and called up the video of Su Chen's game against the JLA team. He slowed the video down 16 times. In the picture, Su Chen stood still from beginning to end without moving an inch. All the battles were fought by those 4 terrifying beasts. This seems to perfectly confirm Lu Ruyan's words. A pathetic creature who only knows how to hide behind his pets. The corners of Qin Hao's mouth curled up into a cold arc full of contempt. The anger in his heart had gradually subsided. Instead, there is a cruel pleasure like a cat and mouse game. He began to quickly construct a perfect tactic against Su Chen in his mind. He has 4 ferocious beasts, an assassin, a tank, a mantis of unknown function, and a supporting soul. If we confront them head-on, even we, the blazing sky, will struggle. But Qin Hao's eyes flashed with a mixture of wisdom and cruelty. What if our target from the beginning wasn't those 4 beasts? He stretched out his hand and drew a bright red cross on the tiny figure standing alone behind the ferocious beast on the holographic projection. Behead. As long as I can kill this so-called master in an instant. Those 4 beasts are nothing but a pack of masterless stray dogs without a leader. Nothing to fear. A clear, seemingly perfect tactic suddenly took shape in his mind. He will need the fastest assassin to contain the elusive 9-nether cat. He needed the strongest tank to withstand the frontal attack of the dragon lizard. And he himself. He will become the sun. Using his indestructible, sun-true fire, he completely evaporated Su Chen's fragile body and his ridiculous pride in an instant. Perfect. Qin Hao muttered to himself, with a cruel smile of confidence and victory on his face. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ruyan, who still had her head lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Ruyan. Yes, Captain. Didn't you say that your best skill was spatial assassination? A hint of playful coldness without any emotion flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. In the finals, I'll leave Su Chen to you. I want you to end your past with your own hands. Punch your dagger through his heart. Can you do that? Chapter 68. Chapter 68. The principal came to show his support? Sorry, the contract needs to be revised. The turmoil in the imperial capital has not yet spread to Jiangcheng, thousands of miles away. In dormitory 302, the brief silence brought about by Qin Hao's communication was soon replaced by the sound of a new game starting. Su Chen still looked calm and composed, as if the person he had just hung up on like trash was not the son of the sun but an ordinary telecom fraudster. His calmness even in the face of a catastrophe made Wang Hao and the other 2 even more convinced of his guess that he was a peerless boss playing around in the world. The way they looked at Su Chen had changed from looking at him as a brother to looking at him as a big brother, and there was even a tendency for him to look at him as an ancestor. However, this rare leisure did not last long. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. However, this time the knock on the door was steady and powerful, and it was obvious that the person who came was not on the same level as the humble Bai Mengli just now. Who is this? Are you still going to let me play games? Zhang Wei muttered impatiently and walked over to open the door. Then his entire body, along with the half-pack of spicy strips in his hand, were instantly petrified on the spot. There was more than one person standing at the door. But a group of people. The leader was an old man with gray hair, but he was in good spirits, with his back straight, and he exuded the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even getting angry. Following behind him were the director of the Academic Affairs Office, grade counselors, and several important figures in suits and ties who could only be seen in the Leadership Introductions section of the school's official website. Li Xinghua, president of Jiangcheng University. And his entire leadership team. Fuck. Zhang Wei felt his tongue tied for the second time. He never dreamed that in his lifetime, he would have the opportunity to see such a luxurious all-star lineup in his doghouse filled with takeout boxes and smelly socks. Please, excuse me, who are you looking for? Zhang Wei's voice was shaking like he was in the late stage of Parkinson's disease. Li Xinghua looked at the frightened student in front of him, then glanced at the miserable situation in the dormitory that was comparable to a garbage dump, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But he still forced himself to smile, which he thought was the most amiable, on his usually serious face. Hello, classmate. We are looking for classmate Su Chen. Is he here? His voice was so gentle that it even had a hint of humility. This time it's not just Zhang Wei. Even Wang Hao and Li Rui, who had just turned around after hearing the sound, were completely dumbfounded. The principal actually came to see Brother Chen in person? And he used this tone, almost like asking for instructions? Is this world fucking crazy? Oh, looking for me. Just when the three of them were collectively petrified, Su Chen's calm voice came from the dormitory. He slowly stood up from the computer, turned his head, and calmly glanced at the group of frightened dignitaries at the door. There was no trace of surprise on his face. It was as if he had expected all this. Come in. He said lightly, then pointed to Wang Hao's bed, which was piled with dirty clothes. It's a small place, sit anywhere. Li Xinghua and the group of school leaders behind him looked at the bed, and the expressions on their faces became extremely wonderful. In the end, Li Xinghua coughed dryly and waved his hand. No, let's just stand. He and a group of leaders carefully squeezed into the small space like a group of penguins patrolling their territory. For a moment, the entire dormitory 302 was filled with the unique elite smell of successful people, a mixture of cologne and high-end cigars, which formed an extremely sharp and funny contrast with the familiar otaku atmosphere in the dormitory. Student Su Chen. After Li Xinghua stopped, his eyes fell on Su Chen with an extremely complicated look. There was admiration and wonder, but more of it was a kind of awe that even he himself was unwilling to admit. First of all, on behalf of Jiangcheng University, I would like to express my sincerest apologies for all the trouble and injustice caused to you by the Yaoguang team incident. After saying that, he bowed solemnly and deeply to Su Chen. Boom! This bow was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, striking heavily on the top of the heads of Wang Hao and the other two. Their minds went blank. The principal bowed and apologized to a student? This is fucking. I wouldn't even dare to do this in my dreams. No need. Su Chen's reaction remained calm. He waved his hand, as if the other party had only done something insignificant. Let bygones be bygones. I'm a person who always looks forward. Li Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seems that this boy is not as difficult to communicate with as imagined. He stood up, put his kind smile back on his face, and took a beautifully bound folder from the assistant beside him. Student Su Chen, your talent and strength are evident to all of us. You are a rare talent that Jiangcheng University has never seen in a century. You are the hope for the future of Jiangcheng University. Before, we were blind and let you be in the dark. So, to make up for the mistakes we made and to allow you to grow in a better environment, we tailored an S-level special genius training contract just for you overnight. As he said that, he held the contract with both hands and handed it to Su Chen. Wang Hao and the other two nearby stretched their necks and took a sneak peek. The first page of the contract contained a series of conditions that would drive any student crazy. 1. Provide 100,000 abyss points per month as a training subsidy. 2. All A-level and below cultivation resources on campus are available in unlimited quantities. 3. Equipped with a dedicated S-level tutor team, on call 24 hours a day. 4th, a reward, a luxurious villa in the center of Jiangcheng City, with a dedicated driver. Hiss. All three of them couldn't help but gasp. Is this a fucking training contract? This is clearly a contract of sale. It was the school that was begging to sell itself to Su Chen. They had no doubt that as long as Su Chen signed this contract, he would immediately jump from an ordinary college student to become a top dignitary in the entire Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan province. However, Su Chen just took the contract casually. He didn't even read the terms carefully. I just flipped through the pages like I was flipping through an insignificant magazine. Then, in the eyes of Li Jinghua, who was full of expectation, and Wang Hao and the other two who were full of envy, he threw the life-changing contract onto the table. The contract is good. He nodded, then raised his head and looked at Li Jinghua and said calmly, "But the content inside needs to be changed." "You say?" Li Jinghua lowered his posture even more. "First, I want all the resources, but I don't want the mentor team. I don't like anyone telling me what to do with my cultivation. Second, I can skip all classes and all group activities. I need absolute freedom. Third." A sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "That highest-level gravity mimicry training hall in the school that's not open to the public. I need its highest level of access." Every request of Su Chen was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of Li Jinghua and the group of school leaders behind him. No classes? Not participating in the event? Still want the highest authority? This is no longer a student. This is clearly like inviting an ancestor back. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Li Jinghua's forehead. He hesitated. But when he remembered the minister's unquestionable order on the phone, he finally gritted his teeth. "Good. I agree to everything. We'll redraft the contract right away." Li Jinghua took out a special card from his pocket. It was completely black and had a golden spiral pattern on it. He handed it to Su Chen respectfully. "Student Su Chen, this is the most powerful black gold card in our school. There are only 3 of them in the entire school. Until the new contract is finalized, with this card, you can freely enter and exit any part of the school and access any resources you need. The password is 6/8. Chapter 69, Introduction to S-Level Kung Fu. All beasts come to pay homage, and all beasts submit." After seeing off the group of school leaders who wanted to kowtow to Su Chen on the spot, Dormitory 302 returned to peace again. No. It fell into a dead silence that was even more eerie than before. Wang Hao, Li Rui and Zhang Wei were like 3 plucked quails, huddled in their seats, not even daring to breathe. They looked at Su Chen, who was holding a pitch-black card that looked incredibly awesome and tossing it around casually, and there was only the purest awe in their eyes. Before, they dared to put their arms around Su Chen and joke around. Now, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. This guy is such a ruthless person that he can make the principal bow and apologize, and modify the indenture on the spot. This is no longer Big Brother. This is a living ancestor. What's that expression, you guys? Su Chen looked at these 3 funny guys who looked like they had seen a ghost, and shook his head with a helpless smile. "Okay, stop sitting here like an idiot." He casually put the black and gold card into his pocket and picked up his coat. "The game is over and the meal is finished. I'm going out to attend evening self-study class." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out leisurely under the dull gazes of the 3 people. "Evening study? I don't believe you. You are such a bad guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes." Looking at Su Chen's disappearing back, Wang Hao and the other 2 looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes as if they had survived a disaster. Fortunately, when Brother Chen was at his lowest point, they did not kick him when he was down like those idiots in school. He even remembered to water his succulent plants every day. This is probably the legendary good deeds will be rewarded, right? Of course, Su Chen was not going to any evening self-study classes. Holding the black gold card that represented the highest authority, he walked straight towards the core area in the deepest part of Jiangchun University, which was usually designated as a restricted area and heavily guarded. A level gravity mimicry training hall. This is the top-level training facility in Jiangchun University and even the entire Jiangnan province. It is said that the core equipment inside was excavated from the ruins of the battlefield of the heavens and can simulate all kinds of known extreme environments in other dimensions 100%. Normally, not to mention students, even the school's S-level tutors have to go through layers of approval if they want to apply to use it once. At this moment, Su Chen walked in front of the huge alloy door of the training hall, which looked like the hatch of an interstellar battleship and was full of science fiction. "Stop." The 2 teachers in charge of guarding, wearing special combat uniforms and with a strong aura, immediately stepped forward to stop him. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles and full of vigilance. "This is a restricted area of the school. Students are not allowed to enter." However, Su Chen was too lazy to say a word. He simply placed the black gold card on the identifier at the door and swiped it with a beep. "Authorization in progress." Authentication passed. Welcome, the highest authority, Mr. Su Chen. An emotionless electronic synthesized sound resounded throughout the hall. The vigilant expressions on the faces of the two guard teachers froze instantly. Their mouths slowly opened wide enough to fit an egg. The highest authority? They have been guarding here for more than 10 years and have never heard of any student being able to obtain this level of authority. At that moment, they were collectively petrified. The extremely heavy alloy door slowly opened to both sides with a teeth-grinding creaking sound, revealing the huge space behind the door, which was full of dreams and shocks and looked like a science fiction world. Su Chenli didn't even bother to pay attention to the two guards who were already doubting their lives, and walked straight in. This is an extremely huge pure white space that seems to have no boundaries. In the center of the space hangs an energy core that emits soft light like a small sun. Hundreds of ecological cultivation rooms, like hibernation chambers, are arranged around the space. Through the translucent bulkhead, you can see all kinds of strange creatures sleeping inside. These are all specimens bred using the genes of ferocious beasts to simulate the real ecological environment. Environmental simulation, start. Su Chen walked to the central control console and started operating it skillfully. Target environment, Forbidden Abyss, Titan's Spine. Gravity factor, triple. Spiritual power concentration, 150%. Buzz. As he gave the order, the entire pure white space underwent earth-shaking changes in an instant. The ground beneath my feet turned into dark red scorched earth filled with the smell of sulfur. The sky above also turned into a dark, depressing blood color. The air was filled with that familiar spiritual power that was full of violence and primitive aura. Except there are no real ferocious beasts that will actively attack. Everything here is no different from the Forbidden Abyss. Good. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the center of the venue and sat cross-legged. Then he slowly closed his eyes. He immersed his mind completely in the S-level martial arts method full of primitive and ancient aura in his mind, the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Boom! The moment he started to practice his skills, his unique S-level talent, spiritual power link, seemed to have received some kind of mysterious call, and it actually took the initiative to perfectly merge with the Book of 10,000 Beasts technique. A strange energy filled with the law of beast that was 100 times more powerful than any previous cultivation rushed into his limbs and bones crazily. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole. His aura also began to become more and more distant, more and more vast, and more, unlike a human. And an even weirder scene happened. In the hundreds of ecological cultivation rooms surrounding the training hall, the genetic specimens that were originally in a deep dormant state suddenly began to tremble violently without any warning. A flame rat used to simulate the environment of Flame Mountain was the first to wake up from hibernation. Its red eyes were filled with extreme fear and irresistible submission from the deepest part of its blood. It banged against the wall of the incubation room desperately, making a series of squeaking screams full of pleading. Then came the second one, the third one. A frost wolf spider. A venomous sand python. A small rock puppet. Hundreds of mimic beasts of different levels and attributes seemed to sense the arrival of their only true god and master at this moment. They all woke up from their slumber. Then all headed in the same direction, towards the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the venue. Crawl on the ground. Shivering, they lowered their usually proud heads. 10,000 beasts come to pay homage. All beasts surrender. At this moment, Su Chen is the only god in this world. And in the monitoring room of the training hall, a white-haired old professor, who was sitting with his legs crossed and leisurely drinking wolfberry tea, was watching the shocking scene on the surveillance screen that seemed like a miracle. Puff! He sprayed a mouthful of scalding hot tea all over the expensive surveillance equipment. Chapter 1, Chapter 70, the ex-girlfriend bravely ventured into the abyss. She saw ruins that were enough to subvert her worldview. Just when Su Chen caused the strange phenomenon of all beasts submitting to him in the training hall of Jiangcheng University. In the distant Forbidden Abyss, a white figure was struggling to move forward on a dark red scorched earth. It's Ling Bingyao. She was still wearing the expensive white dress that symbolized her pride. But at this moment, this spotless dress was covered with dirty blood and dirt, and was torn in several places. Her pretty face, which was always as cold as an iceberg, was now filled with fatigue and a trace of confusion that could not be concealed. 3 days. It had been 3 whole days since she entered this damn place. She didn't have a good night's sleep or a hot meal in these 3 days. The omnipresent violent primitive spiritual power in the air was like countless invisible steel needles, eroding her body and spirit all the time. If it weren't for her S-level talent, Ice Emperor's arrival, which has a certain degree of aversion to this kind of energy, she probably wouldn't be able to last even a day. Ahem. Ling Bingyao covered her mouth and coughed violently several times. She could feel that more than 70% of her spiritual power had been consumed. But here the recovery of spiritual power is shockingly slow. She took out a bottle of the lowest level spiritual power recovery potion from her storage bracelet and took a sip carefully as if she were drinking the most precious nectar. Then she looked around warily. From time to time, there were some terrifying and heart-pounding roars of beasts coming from the distance. She knew she had to find a safe hiding place as soon as possible, otherwise she would surely die if targeted by those powerful abyss creatures. But where can she go? She had no goals at all. She entered here with only an obsession that was almost crazy. She wants to find Su Chen. She wants to ask clearly in person. She wanted to beg for his forgiveness. This thought was like a flame, supporting her to walk in this forbidden zone of death for 3 days and 3 nights. But now this flame is about to go out. This place is too big. So big that it made her feel desperate. She couldn't even find any trace of Su Chen. Just when Ling Bingyao's will was about to be swallowed up by endless fatigue and despair. Her steps suddenly paused slightly. Her ice-blue eyes looked somewhat confusedly at a stretch of black mountains not far ahead, rolling like the back of a giant beast. There, the energy fluctuations, there seemed to be something not right. The violent primitive spiritual power in the air became extremely thin. Instead, there was an extremely heavy aura of pure earth element law that seemed to be able to collapse even space. And a trace of destructive energy residue that was so faint that it made her tremble from the depths of her soul. For some unknown reason, Ling Bingyao took a step forward and slowly walked towards the black mountains that made her feel uneasy but were full of fatal attraction. The closer she got, the stronger the shock in her heart became. She saw it. The mountains that should have been towering into the clouds seemed to have been raised to the ground by some unimaginable terrifying force. The ground was covered with huge, hideous cracks like spider webs. Countless rocks were melted into dark red glass like crystals. In some places, she could even see traces of fine black lightning, horrific scars that had not yet fully healed after the space was torn apart. What on earth happened here? Ling Bingyao's breathing became rapid. She quickened her pace and went around a mountain wall that was cut in half. Then she saw it. She saw that horrifying picture that was like a mythical epic and would be unforgettable for her forever. I saw it in the center of an extremely huge basin that had been completely razed to the ground. A huge dark golden skeleton that was so huge that it could not be described in words, and stretched like a mountain range, lying there quietly. The size of that skeleton is really huge. Its ferocious head alone is several times larger than the central gymnasium of Jiangcheng University. Each of the broken dark golden scales on its body, which were like shields, looked like a small hill. A vast, ancient, and terrifying dragon aura filled with supreme majesty still emanated from the skeleton even after it had been dead for who knows how long. Ling Bingyao was almost forced to kneel on the ground. This is. Ling Bingyao's lips were trembling, and in her ice-blue eyes, which had always been indifferent to everything, there was only the purest instinct of life, fear and shock. Earthshaker. Rock armor. Dragon lizard? She had seen records about this kind of disaster-level overlord in the Academy's S-level top-secret files. That is, a legendary terrifying existence that requires a top elite team composed of platinum-level hunters to have a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeating it. How could it die here? What killed him again? Ling Bingyao's gaze was dull as she slowly swept across this horrific battlefield that looked like the remains of a war between gods. She saw thousands of huge puncture wounds on the dragon lizard skeleton, densely packed like honeycombs. She saw the hideous bloody hole below the neck of its huge head, where the core was crushed by some even more terrifying claws. A crazy idea that even she found absurd and chilling was growing and spreading wildly in her mind uncontrollably. The only thing that can cause this kind of wound is... No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Bingyao shook her head frantically, trying to get rid of that absurd idea from her mind. He is just an auxiliary. He's just a power bank. How could he possibly? Just then, her eyes were suddenly attracted by an extremely tiny, almost negligible thing on the dragon lizard's huge skull that was as big as a mountain. It was a black scale, only the size of a fingernail, completely black, emitting a hint of the cold breath of death that made her feel extremely familiar. This scale does not belong to the dragon lizard. Then who does it belong to? Chapter 2, Chapter 71, the divine power is initially developed and its power is revealed. In a moment of thought, all beasts obey. Inside the A-level gravity mimicry training hall, Su Chen was still sitting cross-legged, like an eternal and unchanging statue. His body seemed to have turned into a channel connecting to a mysterious dimension. The endless laws of beasts filled with primitive and ancient aura are being continuously absorbed into his body through the operation of the Book of 10,000 Beasts, and then perfectly blended with his unique S-level talent, spiritual power link. His ocean of spiritual power was expanding and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. His spiritual world has undergone earth-shaking changes. If his mental power before was like a vast lake, now, it seems as if a hole has been drilled at the bottom of the lake, connecting to the world. He can see. He can hear. He can feel it. His mental power transformed into billions of invisible threads, penetrating the barriers of space and establishing a mysterious connection with the souls of the hundreds of mimicking beasts in the training hall, a connection that was so profound that it was impossible to describe in words. He could feel the fire rat's affinity for fire and its fear of himself and its soul. He could feel the poisonous sand python's love for shadows and its submission to himself and its soul. He could even feel the purest reliance on the laws of the earth and absolute obedience to himself within the core of the lifeless rock puppet. This feeling is like he became a god to them all. Interesting. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A hint of indifference and curiosity, like that of the creator god, flashed in those deep eyes. He looked at the scene before him where 10,000 beasts came to pay homage because of his own practice, and the scene was in a state of fanaticism and fear. A thought flashed through his mind. He tried to amplify a bit of his mental power through the special method of the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Then he looked at the hundreds of ferocious beasts in front of him, all of different shapes, which were still roaring and kneeling wildly. Issued a simplest instruction from the soul level. Quiet. Buzz. A moment. The whole world seemed to have been muted. All the neighing. All the roaring. All the pleading. All the commotion. It comes to an abrupt end at this moment. The hundreds of mimicking beasts were like statues that were instantly petrified. Each of them remained in a kneeling posture, frozen in place, and motionless. Even their heavy breathing disappeared without a trace. The entire training hall was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Even Su Chen's heart, which had long been as hard as a rock, couldn't help but twitch violently when he saw this scene. Awesome. This is so fucking awesome. He forced himself to suppress the ecstasy that was surging in his heart and issued a second order. To the left. Swish. Uniform. Hundreds of mimic beasts, regardless of size or attributes, turned perfectly to the left in the same posture at the same time. The movements were more standard than those of the most elite troops. Even more shocking. Roar. Roar. Hundreds of different roars converged at the same time into a terrifying sound wave that was enough to tear the sky apart, fiercely impacting the energy shield of the training hall, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Su Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Like a child who had just gotten a new toy, he began to issue various increasingly complex instructions. Flame Rat, release the fireball. Frost Wolf Spider, weaving an ice web. Rock Golem, build a stone wall. Boom. 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 For a moment, the entire training hall was filled with flames and ice flying together, and earth, rocks and wind blades dancing together. Hundreds of ferocious beasts were controlled by his will, like a most terrifying army of monsters that worked in perfect harmony and could attack wherever he pointed. A military exercise that could be described as devastating to the world is underway. I am an army by myself. Su Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the shocking scene in front of him that was full of the aesthetics of destruction and violence that he had created with his own hands. No. He shook his head, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. From today on, I am a moving, natural disaster. And in the monitoring room, the white-haired old professor has gone completely crazy. His usually dignified old face was now filled with madness and fanaticism. He hunched over the surveillance screen like a madman, and frantically recorded something in the small notebook in his hand at a speed that was almost indiscernible to the naked eye. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. A soul connection that transcends species. And it's multi-threaded and synchronized. This completely overturns existing supernatural biology theories. His mental model. No, he didn't even construct a model. He directly used the most primitive and overbearing method to forcibly imprint his will on the souls of those creatures. He is the master. No. I must get a drop of his blood. Even a hair will do. I want to study it. I must find out the secret behind this. The old professor's eyes flashed with the unique, almost insane light that a scientist has when he sees the truth. He suddenly stood up from his seat and wanted to rush out of the monitoring room. But he had just run to the door. The picture on the surveillance screen changed again. After the military parade, the godlike boy slowly withdrew his terrifying aura. He sat cross-legged again. He did not practice again this time. Instead, he immersed his mind in the last page of the general outline of the Book of 10,000 Beasts. There is a record of a extremely strange and extremely powerful forbidden secret technique. Bloodline marking. This technique allows the caster to temporarily imprint one or two of the most core talents of the contracted beast's bloodline onto his or her own soul through a special ritual without complete synchronization, so that the caster can use them for his or her own benefit. Interesting. A hint of strong interest flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Although the complete synchronization form is powerful, the consumption is also huge. It should not be used unless absolutely necessary. However, this bloodline imprint perfectly makes up for this shortcoming. It allows Su Chen to use the ferocious beast's signature skills while maintaining his human form. This will greatly enrich his combat methods and make him even more unfathomable. Which skill should I engrave? Su Chen began to think rapidly in his mind. Xiaojiu's Netherworld Stab? Void Ripper's Space Warp? Or maybe... Su Chen's gaze finally locked onto the earth-shaking rock-armored dragon lizard's extremely domineering bloodline skills. Titan Crash? No, it's too bulky. Rock armor hardening? Not bad, but not deadly enough. Finally, his gaze fixed on the A-level magical skill that impressed him the most, which was full of the power of law. Gravity distortion. That's it. However, when Su Chen tried to communicate with the dragon lizard's bloodline according to the method recorded in the secret technique, Auxiliary, by Mingli, has a level healing talent, Sacred Heart Gospel, a sweet smile, and a gentle temperament. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. At the same time, a soul-tearing pain also fed back to him from his own spiritual world. Su Chen groaned and his face turned pale in an instant. He failed. A line of tiny blood-red characters slowly emerged on the outline of the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Warning: forcibly imprinting a bloodline skill that exceeds one's own soul strength has a high probability of causing soul collapse. It is recommended to use a strong soul embodying negative emotions such as reluctance, fear, and resentment as a sacrifice to assist in the ritual, which can greatly increase the success rate. Sacrifice? A powerful soul filled with fear and resentment? Su Chen was stunned when he saw this line of prompt. Then a very bright devilish smile appeared on his face. He thought of a perfect sacrifice. The one who had his arms cut off by him in the last game but still had a breath left, should be lying in the intensive care unit of the school hospital, struggling to survive in endless pain and resentment. Zhou Kuan.